Chapter 9. I am fallen prey. There was a time when fangs sank deep, my body dragged, and flesh howled. Fear's face was cold, with instinct's need. There was a time when strangers took me, and the unfamiliar whispered terror, and the shock of desires we could not expect lit eyes so like our own. There was a time when a friend twisted before my eyes, and all my solid faiths washed free underfoot, unknowing the world with new and cruel design. There was a time when kin drew the knife to sever sacred law with red envy and red malice. The horror visits the heart of home. Do you see this journey? What began in shadows and dark distance has drawn ever closer. Now I am fallen prey to the demon in my soul, and the face twisting is my own, railing at failures of flesh and bone. The spirit withers, and I fall prey. We have listed a world of enemies, and now we fall prey. We fall prey. Faces of Fear, Fisher Keltath. Broken at last, the body slumps and the spirit pulls free. The spirit wings away in flight, and the sound of its wings is a sigh. But this, he knew, was not always the case. There were times when the spirit staggered loose with a howl as broken as the body left behind. Too long inside tortured flesh, too long a sordid lover of punishing pain. The sound of his horse's hoofs was hollow, the creak of its tendons like the settling of an old familiar chair, and he thought of a warm room, a place heady with memories threaded through with love and grief, with joy and suffering. But there was no pocket within him to hold tears. Nothing he could squeeze in one fist just to feel the wet trickling down between his fingers. No gestures left to remind himself of who he had once been. He found her rotted corpse huddled in the lee of a boulder. There were red glints in her hair beneath wind-blown dust. Her face was tucked down, sunken cheeks pressed against the knees, as if in her last moments she sat curled up, staring down at the stumps of her feet. It was all too far gone, he told himself. Even this felt mechanical, but disjointed, on the edge of failure. A measure of stumbling steps like a man blind and lost, trying to find his way home. Dismounting, boots rocking as the bones inside them shifted and scraped, he walked to her, slowly sat down on the boulder amidst the creaks of tendon, bone, and armor. Broken-winged, the spirit had staggered from this place, lost even to itself. How could he hope to track it? Leaning forward, he settled his face into his hands, and, though it made no difference, he closed his one eye. Who I am no longer matters. A chair creaking. A small room acrid with wood smoke. Crows in the rafters. What mad woman would invite them into this place? The hunters have thundered past, and the wolf no longer howls. She has no breath for such things, not now. Not running as she must. Running. Gods, running. She knows it's no use. She knows they will corner her, spit her with spears. She knows all about hunting and the kill, for these were the forces of law in her nature. So too, it seems, for the ones pursuing her. And the woman in the chair, her eyes are smarting, her vision blurs. The chimney needs cleaning, and besides, the wild is dead, forever dead. And when next the hunters thunder past, their quarry will be on 2 legs, not 4. Just so. Do you dream of me, old woman? Do you dream of a single eye, flaring in the night, one last look of the wild upon your face, your world? God's below. I'm tearing apart. I can feel it. The horns sound their triumph. Slain, the beast's heart stills its mad race. In her creaking chair, the old woman reaches up one hand and gouges out one of her eyes. It rests bloody in her palm while she gasps with pain, and then she lifts her head and fixes her one remaining eye upon him. Even the blind know how to weep. He shakes his head, not in denial, but because he does not understand. The old woman throws the eye into the fire. To the wild! To the wild! All gone! Gone! Loose the wolf within you, ghost. Loose the beast upon the trail, and one day you shall find her. Who are you? Smell that? Wax in the fire! Wax in the fire! What place is this? This? The chair creaks. She reaches up to her other eye. Love lives here, ghost. The hold you have forgotten, the hold you all yearn to find again. But you forget more than that. She pushed her nails into her other eye. Where there is love, there is pain. No, he whispered. There must be more to it than that. He lifted his head and opened his eye. Wretched wasteland, a boulder, a huddled form. But she threw it into the flames. Wax, wax in the fire. Looking down, he studied the corpse beside him, and then he rocked to his feet, walked over to his lifeless horse, and pulled from the saddle a roll of sacking. Laying it out, he went back to her, lifted her gently from her snarled nest of greening grasses, onto the cloth, drawing up the edges and binding them tight, and then gathering the sack and slinging it across the horse's rump just behind the saddle, before climbing astride the motionless mount. Collecting up the reins, Tok closed his remaining eye, then opened the missing one. The day's light vanished abruptly, a mass of bruised clouds climbing, billowing outward. A savage gust of wind bowed back the trees lining the north ridge, and a moment later rushed down the slope and up onto the road. Her horse shied and then quivered to the impact, and she hunched down over the saddle as the gale threatened to lift her from the animal's back. Driving her heels into its flanks, she urged her mount onward. She was still half a day from the city. The Warrens had a way of wandering, and gates could never be counted on, and this particular gate had opened a long, long way from where it had begun. Exhausted, filled with doubts and trepidation, she pushed on, her horse's hoofs cracking sparks on the cobbles. Some things could haunt a soul. Some things needed undoing. The toe of a boot searching ashes, but no, she'd gone beyond that. She was here, regrets like hounds at her heels. Thunder pounded, lightning flashed and sent jagged fissures of argent light splitting the black clouds. Somewhere behind her, a strike detonated on the road and her horse stumbled. She steadied it with a firm rein. The gusts of wind felt like fists pummeling the left side of her face and all down that side of her body. She swore, but could barely hear her own voice. The darkness had swallowed the world now, and she rode half-blind, trusting her mount to stay on the road. And still the rain held back. She could taste it on the air, bitter with the salt whipped up from the seas beyond the ridge. Her cloak pulled loose from the thigh strings and snapped out, wild as a torn sail behind her. She shouted a curse as she was nearly yanked from the saddle. Teeth grinding, she forced her upper body forward once again, one hand holding tight on the hinged saddle horn. She'd ridden into the face of sandstorms. Gods, she'd damned near spat into the face of the whirlwind itself, but nothing like this. The air crackled, groaned. The road shook to the thunderous reverberations like the hoofs of a god descending. Howling now, giving voice to her fury, she drove her horse into a churning gallop, and the beast's breath snorted like drums in the rain, but the air was charnel hot, tomb dry. Another blinding flash, another deafening detonation. Her horse wavered, and then, muscles bunching, bones straining, it regained its purchase on the road. And someone was now riding beside her, on a huge, gaunt horse black as the sky overhead. She twisted round to glare at him. "This is you?" A flash of a grin, and then, "Sorry." "When will it end?" "How should I know? When the damned gate closes." He then added something more, but thunder smashed to splinters whatever he'd said, and she shook her head at him. He leaned closer, shouted, "It's good to see you again." "You idiot! Does he even know you're here?" And to that question his only answer was another grin. Where had he been? The man had ever infuriated her. And now here he was, at her side, reminding her of all the reasons she'd had the first time round for doing what she did. Growling another curse, she shot him a glare. "Will this get any worse?" "Only when we leave." "Gods below, the things I'll do for love." North, the withered hag had said, her bent and broken visage reminding Torrent of an uncle who'd taken a hoof to the side of his face, crushing jaws and cheekbone. For the rest of his days he'd shown to the world the imprint of that hoof, and with a twisted, toothless grin he'd laugh and say, "My best friend did this. What's the world come to when you can't even trust your best friends?" And if the horse had outlived him, if his wife had not wept at his bier as a widow should, instead of standing dry-eyed and expressionless, if he'd not begun chasing little girls— Torrent shook his head. Any rider who called his horse his best friend already had a few stones knocked loose in his skull. For all that, Torrent found himself tending to his mount with a care bordering on obsession, and he grieved to see it suffer. Poor forage, not enough water, the absence of its own kind. Solitude weakened a horse's spirit, for they were herd animals as much as humans were, and loneliness dulled the eye. "The desert glitters with death," continued Olarithil. "We must go round it, north." Torrent glanced over at the children. Absi had ventured a few strides onto the plain, returning with a shard of crystal that painted prisms up his bared arm. He held up his trophy, waved it back and forth as if it was a sword, and then he laughed. The twins looked on, their wan faces empty of expression. He had no skills when it came to children. Red Mask had set him to care for the all-children that day long ago, knowing well his awkwardness, his discomfort. Red Mask had been punishing him for something. Torrent could no longer remember what, not that it mattered anymore. From where he had been, he'd seen the fall of the great leader. From where he had been, he'd witnessed the death of Tok Anasta. It was a measure of human madness, he realized, that children should be made to see such things. The pain of the dying, the violence of the slayer, the cruelty of the victor. He wondered what the twins had seen since that night of betrayal. Even Absi must bear scars, though he seemed oddly immune to long bouts of sorrow. No, none of this was right. But then, maybe it had never been right. Did there not come to every child that moment when the mother, the father, loses that godlike status, that supreme competence in all things, when they are revealed to be as weak, as flawed, and as lost as the child looking on? How that moment crushes. All at once the world becomes a threatening place, and in the unknown waits all manner of danger, and the child wonders if there is any place left in which to hide, to find refuge.
"North!"
said Olarethil again, and she set off, limping, pieces hanging from her battered form. The two skeletal lizards scampered into her wake. He'd wondered where they'd been, since it had been days since he'd last seen them, but now the damned things were back. Torrent turned from his horse and walked over to the children. "Absi and Stavi this time," he said. Stavi rose and took her brother's hand, the one not gripping the shard, and led him over to the horse. She clambered into the saddle and then reached down to Absi. Watching her lift the boy from the ground and set him down on the saddle in front of her reminded Torrent of how these children had changed. Wiry, all fat burned away, their skins darkened by the sun, a newly honed edge of competence. Red Mask left me to guard the children, but they are gone now, all of them, gone. So I promised Setok to ward these ones. So bold, that vow. And I don't even like children. If I fail again, these three will die. Story's calloused hand slipped into his own. He looked down to meet her eyes, and what he saw in them made his stomach twist. No, I am not your unflawed protector, not your guardian god. No, do not look at me like that. Let's go, he said gruffly. She could feel her power growing, her senses reaching out through stony ground, along the sodden sands of buried streams. Again and again she touched the signs of her chosen children, the Imas, and even those from the Erasal, who dwelt in the times before the Imas. And she could hear the echoes of their voices, songs lost to ancient winds now, there on the banks of extinct rivers, in the lees of hills long since worn down and eaten away. The tools were crude, it was true, the stone of poor quality, but no matter. They had lived in this place, they had wandered these lands.
"And they shall do so once again. Onos Tulan, you refuse to understand what I seek for you and all your kin. Silver Fox has led so many away, far beyond my reach. But first sword, those who follow you shall find salvation. Heed not the summons of the first throne. She may be a child of the Emperor, she may even stand in the shadow of secrets, but her power over you is an illusion. What urges you to obey is the stain of Logros, the madness of his desperation. Yes, you knelt before the first throne, there with all the others, but the Emperor is dead. The Emperor is dead. Listen to me, Onos Tulan. Turn your people back. The path you are on shall see you all destroyed. Find me. Let us end this war of wills. First sword, see through my eyes. I have your son. I have your son.
But still he pushed her away. Still his own power seethed and roiled around him, raw with the force of Telan. She sought to force her way through, but his strength defied her.
You damned fool! I have your son!
She snarled, paused to glare back at the humans trailing her.
And what of your daughters, Onos? Shall I open their throats? Will that compel you? How dare you defy me? Answer me!
Nothing but the moaning wind.
Must I abandon them? Must I find you myself? Tell me, is your power sufficient to rebuff a dragon? I will come to you, First Sword, in the raging fire of Telas.
If you harm them, O Larethil, 1,000 worlds of Telas fire shall not keep you safe from me. She laughed.
Ah, now you speak.
do I?" The Bonecaster hissed in fury.
"You? Begone, you one-eyed corpse! Go back to your pathetic army of worthless soldiers!"
"Reach so with your powers, Olarethil, and there is no telling whom you might find. In fact, consider this a warning. You are far from alone in this land. There are wings in the darkness, and the morning frost holds in every droplet 1,000 eyes. On the wind, scents and flavors, and the breath of ice.
Oh, be quiet! I see what you're doing. Do you imagine me unable to hide?
You failed in hiding from me, a one-eyed corpse.
The longer you linger, she said, the more you lose of yourself. That is my warning to you. You fall away, Talk Anaster. Do you understand me? You fall away.
I shall hold on long enough.
To do what?
What's needed. It proved easy for her will to evade him, slipping to rush past, thundering like a flash flood, pouring like water, like fire. She would assail the first sword's Telan. She would shatter the barrier. She would take him by the throat. Ahead, a line of horse soldiers across her path, silent and dark upon the plain. Dirty, limp banners, torn standards, helms above gaunt, withered faces. Her power hammered into them, crashed and broke apart like waves against a cliff. Olarethil felt her mind reeling back. She was stunned by the will of these revenants, these usurpers of the throne of death. As she staggered back, one guided his horse out from the line. The grey of his beard was spun iron, the cast of his eyes was stone. He reined in before her, leaned forward on his saddle. "You are treading foreign land, Bonecaster."
"You dare challenge me?"
"Anywhere, any time."
"Here's mine."
"Olarethil," he said, drawing his sword, "when you argue with death, you always lose." Shrieking her fury, she fled. Torrent walked to stand beside the kneeling creature. "You nearly deafened us," he said. "Is something wrong?" She slowly straightened, then lashed out an arm across the front of his chest. Thrown back, he was flung through the air. He struck the ground hard, the breath driven from his lungs. Olarethil walked to him, reached down and closed a hand round his throat. She pulled him upright, thrust her mangled face forward, and in the sockets of her eyes he could see fires raging.
"If I kill them all," she hissed, "here and now, what use are you? Tell me, pup, what use are you?"
He gasped, trying to regain his breath. Snarling, she thrust him away.
"Do not mock me again, all."
Torrent staggered, dropped to one knee. Close by, the two skeletal reptiles laughed. Story ran to his side.
"Don't,"
she pleaded, her face tear-streaked.
"Don't, please. Don't leave us."
He shook his head, his throat too bruised for words. His horse moved up behind them, nudged Torrent's shoulder. "Spirits below." It had been a long time since he'd last unleashed the full power of Telan, dragging his hold on the warren with him with each heavy, scraping step. Within its deadened heart, nothing could reach Onos Tulan. Even the furious assault of Olarethil felt muted, a muffled rage made indistinct by layer upon layer of the first sword's will. He recalled a desert, a salt flat's verge of sharp stones. There were rents in the line. There were clans with but a few warriors left to stand there on that cold, still morning. He stood before Logros, bereft of his kin, and all that held him there was the binding of duty, the knotted webs of loyalty. He was the first sword, after all. The last Jaghut in the Odhan had been hunted down, butchered. The time had come to return to the Malazan Empire, to the emperor who had seated himself on the first throne. And Onos Tulan knew he would soon return to the side of Dasem Ultor, his mortal shadow who had taken for himself and for his closest followers the title of First Sword. Prophetic inspiration, for they would soon all be dead as Onos Tulan, as dead as the Tlani Mas, or if not dead, then destroyed. Instead, Logros had lifted one hand, a splay of gnarled fingers all pointing at Onos.
"You were once our first sword," he said. "When we return to the mortal empire, we shall avow service to Dasem Ultor, for he is your heir to the title. You shall surrender the name of First Sword."
Onos Tulan considered that for a time. Surrender the title? Cut through the bindings? Sever the knots? No freedom once more? He is mortal, Logros. He does not know what he has done in taking for himself the title of First Sword.
"In service," Logros replied, "the Tlani Mas sanctify him."
"You would make of him a god?"
"We are warriors. Our blessing shall damn him for eternity. Onos Tulan, you are of no use to us."
"Do you imagine?" And he recalled the timbre of his voice, the seething outrage and the horror of what Logros sought to do. To a mortal man, to a man destined to face his own death. And that is something we have never done, no. We ever ran from that moment of reckoning. Logros, the Lord of Death, shall strike at the Tlani Mas through him. Hood shall make him pay for our crime, for our defiance. "Do you imagine," he'd said, "that your blessing could be anything but a curse? You would make him a god of sorrow and failure, a god with a face doomed to weep, to twist in anguish.
Onos Tulan, we cast you out.
I shall speak to Dasem Ultor."
"You do not understand. It is too late."
Too late. The adjunct Lorne had believed that it was the murder of the Emperor that had broken the human empire's alliance with Logros Tlani Mas. She had been wrong. The spilled blood you should have heeded was Dasem Ultor's, not Kellanved's. And for all that, neither man truly died, but only one bore the deadly kiss of Hood in all the days that followed. Only one stood before Hood himself and learned of the terrible thing Logros had done to him. They said Hood was his patron god. They said he had avowed service to the Lord of Death. They said that Hood then betrayed him. They understood nothing. Dasem and his daughter, they were Hood's knives striking at us. What is it to be the weapon of a god? Where are you now, Logros? Do you feel me so fiercely reborn? My heir, your chosen child, has rejected the role. His footfalls now mark the passing of tragedy. You have made him the god of tears, and now that Hood is gone, he must hunt down the next one who made him what he was. Do you tremble, Logros? Dasem is coming for you. He is coming for you. No, the world could not reach through to Onos Tulan. Not a tremor of pain, not a tremble of grief. He knew nothing of rage. He was immune to every betrayal delivered upon him, and upon those whom he had loved with all his once mortal heart. He had no desire for vengeance. He had no hope of salvation. I am the first sword. I am the weapon of the godless, and upon the day I am unsheathed, dust shall take your every dream. Logros, you fool, did you think you and all the Tlanimas were proof against your new god's deadly kiss? Ask Crone, ask Silver Fox. Look upon me now. See how Olar Ethiel seeks to wrest me away from Dasem's curse. But she cannot. You gave him mastery over us, and these chains no bonecaster can shatter. We march to our annihilation. The first sword is torn in two, one half mortal and cruel in denial, the other half immortal and crueler still. Be glad Dasem has not found me. Be glad he seeks his own path, and that he will be far from the place where I shall stand. And here is my secret. Heed this well. The weapon of the godless needs no hand to wield it. The weapon of the godless wields itself. It is without fear. It is empty of guilt and disdainful of retribution. It is all that and more, but one thing it is not: a liar. No slaying in the name of a higher power, no promises of redemption. It will not cloak brutality in the zeal that justifies, that absolves. And this is why it is the most horrifying weapon of all. No one could reach him, and he could feel his power seething, emanating from him in radiating waves, and beyond it the world trembled. He was no longer interested in hiding, no longer concerned with stratagems of deceit. Let his enemies find him. Let them dare his wrath. Was this not better? Was this not more comforting than if he'd ignited his rage? Telan did not demand ferocious fires, engulfing the lands, devouring the sky. Telan could hide in a single spark, or the faint gleam in an ember's soul. It could hide in the patience of a warrior immune to doubt, armored in pure righteousness. And if that righteousness then blazed, if it scorched all who dared assail it, well, was that not just? Ulag Togtil bowed under the assault of the first sword's thoughts, this searing flood of bright horror. He could feel the waves of anguish erupting from his fellow warriors, swirling like newborn eels in the maelstrom of their leader's rage. Was this destroying them all? Would Onos Tulan at last find his place to embrace annihilation, only to turn round and discover nothing but ashes in his wake? His followers incinerated by all that roiled out from him? Or will this anneal us? Will this forge us all into his weapons of the godless? We felt you, Olar Ethiel, and we too reject you and all that you promise. Our time is over. The first sword understands this. You do not. Go away. The blood you demand from this world is too terrible, and to spill it in our name is to give final proof to this theme of tragedy, the dread curse born of the mortal named Dasem Ultor. Logros, could I find you now, I would tear your limbs off. I would twist your skull until your neck snapped, and I would bury that skull in the deepest, darkest pit, so that you witness naught but an eternity of decay. Yes, we understand the first sword now. We understand, and we cannot bear it. Ristal Ev struggled to reach Ulag's side. She needed his strength. The first sword was devouring himself, his thoughts both gaping, snapping maw, and mangled bloody tail. He was a serpent of fire, wheeling inexorably forward. The current swept his warriors after him. They staggered, blind in the deluge of terrible power.
Ulag, please, are we not done with weapons? Is peace nothing but a lie? First sword, you vow to shatter us all, but what will it win us? Is this the only legacy we can offer to all who follow? We die, tokens of useless defiance. The kings will still stride the earth, the slaves will still bow in chains, the hunters will hunt and the hunted will die, mothers will weep for lost children. First sword, can you offer us nothing but this?
But there was no room in the thoughts of Onos Tulan to heed the fears of his followers. He was not even listening, chewing on the pathetic game of implacability, this mad diffidence and the absurdity of the unaffected. No, none of them could reach him. But we follow. We can do nothing else. She stumbled against Ulag. He reached out, steadied her. Ulag? Hold on, Ristal Ev. Find something, a memory you can hold on to, a time of joy, of love even. When the moment comes, he paused as if struggling with his words. When the time comes and you are driven to your knees, when the world turns its face from you on all sides, when you fall inside yourself and fall, find your moment, your dream of peace.
There is none, she whispered. I remember only grief.
Find it, he hissed. You must.
He will see us all destroyed. That is the only peace I now dream of, Ulag.
She saw him turn away then, and sorrow filled her.
See us. We are the Tlanimas. We are the glory of immortality. When oblivion comes, I shall kiss it, and in my mind I shall ride into the void on a river of tears, on a river of tears.
Gruntle followed a trail, old beyond imagination, skirting sheer cliffs, the tumbled wreckage of sharp rocks and shattered boulders. In this place of dreams, the air was hot, smelling of salt marshes and vast tidal flats. It was a trail of the dead and the dying, a trail of clenched jaws and neck muscles taut as bands of iron. Limbs scraped, knocked against stone, and that deep, warm miasma that so bound the minds of the hunted, the victims, filled the air like the breath of ghosts trapped forever in this travail. He reached the cave, paused just outside it, head lifted, testing the air. But all this was long past, generation folded upon generation, a procession that promised to repeat again and again for all time. An illusion, he well knew. The last giant cat that had dragged its prey into this cave was bones and dust, so scattered by the centuries that he could not identify its scent. A leopard, a tiger, a cave lion. What did it matter? The damned thing was dead. The cycle of hunting, breeding, and rearing had long ago snapped clean. He edged into the cave, knowing what he would find. Bones, gnawed skulls, aerosol skulls, and those of other apes, and here and there a human child, a woman. This was proof of a time when the world's future tyrants were nothing but victims, cowering, eyes wide at the flash of feline eyes in the darkness. They fell to savage fangs, to talons. They hung slack by the neck from the jaws of the great tawny beasts haunting their world. Tyranny was but a gleam in the eye back then, and each day the sun lifted to light a world of ignorance. How sweet must that have been? Gruntle snorted. Where was the mind that dreamed of unimagined possibilities, like hands groping in the dark? Groping. Was that a flare of distant light? Was that a promise of something? Something wonderful? In the moment before the low growl, hackles snapping, and the sudden lunge. Better to die reaching for dreams than reaching for what? That tick under the armpit of the smelly creature huddled against you? I have heard that rock apes gather on the cliff edges to watch the sun set and rise. What are they thinking? What are they dreaming? Is that a moment of prayer? A time to give thanks for the glory of life? A prayer? Aye. May all these two-legged hunters chew straight up their own arses. Give us spears of fire and lightning to turn this battle. Just once, we beg you, just once. He reached out a massive barbed paw and slapped at a small skull, watched it skid and then slowly spin in place. Got you, I see. Fangs went crunch, dreams went away. Done. With a low growl, he slipped past the heaps of bones until he found the place where the ancient cats had slept, bellies full, running through the wild grasses of their dream worlds, which were no different from this one. Imagine dreaming of a paradise no different from the one in which you happen to live. What moral might hide in that? All these worlds, all these fraught warrens, mocked him with their perfect banality. Patterns without revelation, repetitions without meaning. It was not enough to imagine worlds without humans or other sentient fools. The simple act of imagining placed his all-too-human sensibility upon the scene, his very own eyes to witness the idyllic perfection of his absolute absence. For all that, it was easy to harbour such contradictions. When I hold on to this humanity within me, when I refuse the sweet bliss of the tiger's world. No wonder you forgot everything, Drake. No wonder you weren't ready for godhood. In the jungles of ancient days, the tigers were gods, until the new gods arrived. And they were far thirstier for blood than the tigers ever were. And now the jungle is silent. This night, he knew, here in this cave, he would dream of the hunt, the perfect stalking of the perfect prey, and dragging his victim up the trail and into this cave, away from the hyenas and jackals. As dreams went, it wasn't that bad. As dreams went. Black fur, the taste of blood in my mouth. He had found him outside the walls of a dead city, kneeling on a dusty road, collecting the shattered remnants of an old pot. But it was not just one pot that had broken apart, it was hundreds. A panicked flight, smoke and flames rising to blacken the limestone cliffs against which the city had cowered. The blurred passing of wretched faces like broken husks and flotsam in a river. Things fell apart. He was trying to put the pieces back together, and as Mappo drew nearer, he looked up, but only briefly before returning to his task. "Good sir," he said, with one finger pushing shards back and forth, endlessly rearranging, seeking patterns. "Good sir, have you by chance some glue?" The rage was gone, and with it all memory. Icarium knelt with his back to a city he had destroyed. Sighing, Mappo set his heavy satchel down and then crouched. "Too many broke here," he said, "for you to repair. It would take weeks, maybe even months." "But I have time." Mappo flinched, looked away, but not at the city, where cape moths crowded windowsills in the slope-walled buildings leaning against the cliff walls, where the scorch marks streaked the stone like slashes into night. Not at the city, with its narrow streets filled with rubble and corpses, and the risen lizards swarming the cold, rotting flesh, and the Bocarala clambering down to lick sticky stains for the salt and snatching up bundles of clothing with which to make nests. And not at the gate, The doors blasted apart, the heaps of dead soldiers swelling inside their armor as the day's heat burgeoned. He stared instead southward to the old caravan camps marked only by low stone foundations and pens for sheep and goats. Never again would the desert traders travel to this place. Never again would merchants from distant cities come seeking the famous red-worm silks of Shikimesh. "I thought, friend," Mappo said, and then he shook his head. "Only yesterday you spoke of journeying. Northeast, you said, to the coast." Ikariam looked up, frowned. "I did?" "Seeking the Tanno, the spirit walkers. They are said to have collected ancient records from as far back as the First Empire."
"Yes," Ikariam nodded. "I have heard that said, too. Think of all that secret knowledge. Tell me, do you think the priests will permit me entry to their libraries? There is so much I need to learn. Why would they stop me? Do you think they will be kind, friend? Kind to me?"
Mappo studied the shards on the road. "The Tanno are said to be very wise, Ikariam. I do not imagine they would bar their doors to you."
"Good. That's good."
The Trell scratched at the bristle on his jaw. "So, it shall be Ikariam and Mappo walking across the wastes, all the way to the coast, there to take ship to the island, to the home of the spirit walkers."
"Ikariam and Mappo,"
the Jag repeated, and then he smiled.
"Mappo, my friend, this seems a most promising day, does it not?"
"I shall draw water from the caravan wells, and then we can be on our way."
"Water,"
said Ikariam.
"Yes, so I can wash this mud off. I seem to have bathed in it."
"You slid down a bank yesterday evening."
"Just so, Mappo. Clumsy of me."
He slowly straightened, cupped in his hands a score of fragments.
"See the beautiful blue glaze, like the sky itself. They must have been beautiful, these vessels. It is such a loss when precious things break, isn't it?"
"Yes, Ikariam, a terrible loss."
"Mappo,"
he lifted eyes sharp with anguish.
"In the city, I think, something happened. Thousands have died. Thousands lie dead in that city. It's true, isn't it?"
"Yes, Ikariam, a most tragic end."
"What awful curse was visited upon it, do you think?"
Mappo shook his head. Ikariam studied the shards in his hands.
"If I could put it all back together, I would. You know that, don't you? You understand that? Please say that you understand."
"I do, friend."
"To take what's broken, to mend it."
"Yes," Mappo whispered.
"Must everything break in the end?"
"No, Ikariam, not everything."
"Not everything? What will not break in the end? Tell me, Mappo."
"Why," and the Trell forced a smile, "you need not look far. Are we not friends, Ikariam? Have we not always been friends?" A sudden light in the Jag's grey eyes.
"Shall I help you with the water?"
"I would like that." Ikariam stared at the shards in his hands and hesitated. Mappo dragged his satchel over. "In here, if you like. We can try to put them together later."
"But there's more on the road, all about. I would need—"
"Leave the water to me then, Ikariam. Fill the satchel if you like, as many as you can gather."
"But the weight! No, I think it would prove too heavy a burden, friend, this obsession of mine."
"Don't worry on that account, friend. Go on. I will be back shortly."
"You are certain?"
"Go on." With a smile, Ikariam knelt once again. His gaze caught on his sword, lying on the verge a few paces to his right, and Mappo saw him frown. I cleaned the mud from it last night, Mappo said.
Ah, that was kind of you, friend.
Shikhimesh and the red worm silks. An age ago, 1,000 lies ago, and the biggest lie of all. A friendship that could never break. He sat in the gloom, encircled by a ring of stones he had rolled together, an old Trell ritual, with the gap opening to the east, to where the sun would rise. In his hands, a dozen or so dusty, pale blue potsherds. We never got round to putting them back together. He'd forgotten by the afternoon, and I made no effort to remind him. And was that not my task? To feed him only those memories I judged useful? To starve all the others until they vanished? Kneeling that day, he had been like a child, with all his games in waiting before him, waiting for someone like me to come along. Before that, he was content with the company of his own toys and nothing more. Is that not a precious gift? Is that not the wonder of a child? The way they have of building their own worlds, of living in them, and finding joy in the living itself? Who would break that? Who would crush and destroy such a wondrous thing? Will I find you kneeling in the dust, Icarium? Will I find you puzzling over the wreckage surrounding you? Will we speak of holy libraries and secret histories? Shall we sit and build us a pot? With gentle care, Mappo returned the shards to his satchel. He lay down, set his back to the gap in the ring of stones, and tried to sleep. Faint scanned the area.
They split here, she announced. One army went due east, but it's the narrower trail.
She pointed southeast.
2, maybe 3 forces, big ones, went that way. So we have us a choice to make.
She faced her companions, gaze settling on Precious Thimble. The young woman seemed to have aged decades since Jula's death. She stood in obvious pain, the soles of her feet probably blistered, cracked and weeping.
Just like mine. Well, you said there was power out here somewhere. Tell us, which army do we follow?
Precious Thimble hugged herself. If they're armies, there must be a war. Faint said,
Well, there was a battle, yes. We found what was left, but maybe that battle was the only one. Maybe the war's over and everyone's going home.
I meant, why do we have to follow any of them?
Because we're starving and dying of thirst.
The young woman's eyes flashed. I'm doing the best I can. Faint said,
I know, but it's not enough, Precious. If we don't catch up with somebody, we're all going to die.
East, then? No, wait. She hesitated.
Out with it,
growled Faint. There's something terrible that way. I don't want to get close. I reach out and then I flee. I don't know why. I don't know anything. Ambi was staring at her as if studying a strange piece of wood or a broken idol. He seemed moments from spitting at its feet. Faint ran her hands through her greasy hair. It was getting long, but she welcomed that. Anything to fend off the infernal heat. Her chest ached, and the pain was a constant companion now. She dreamed of getting drunk, falling insensate in some alley or some squalid room in an inn, disappearing from herself for one night, just one night.
And let me wake up to a new body, a new world, with sweetest sufferance alive and sitting beside me, with no warring gods and swords through foreheads. What about to the southeast, sorceress? Any bad feelings in that direction?
Precious Thimble shook her head and then shrugged.
What does that mean?
Faint hissed in exasperation.
Is it as nasty as what's east of us, or isn't it?
No, but...
But what?
It tastes of blood. There, how's that then? It all tastes of blood.
Are they spilling it or drinking it?
Precious Thimble stared at Faint as if she'd gone mad.
Gods, maybe I have, asking a question like that. Which way will kill us quickest?
A deep, shuddering breath. East. That army, they're all going to die.
Of what?
Faint demanded. I don't know. Thirst, maybe. Yes, thirst. Her eyes widened. There's no water at all. I see ground, glittering ground, blinding, sharp as daggers, and bones, endless fields of bones. I see men and women driven mad by the heat. I see children, oh gods, they come walking up like nightmares, like proof of all the crimes we have ever committed. Abruptly, horrifyingly, she howled, her hands to her face, and then staggered back and would have fallen, if not for Amby, who stepped close to take her weight. She twisted round and buried herself in his embrace. Over her head, he stared at Faint and gave her a jarring smile.
Madness? Too late, precious thimble. And thank the gods you can't see what we're seeing.
Shivering, Faint turned to the southeast.
That way, then. Children. Don't remind me. Some crimes cut close to the bone, too close. No, don't remind me.
In her mind, she saw sweetest sufferance, a face splitting into a smile.
Finally, she muttered, a decision. Get on with it, Faint.
Faint nodded for Amby to follow with the sorceress, and then set out with her hobbling, wincing gait.
If they've gone too far, we won't make it. If we get much worse, blood. We'll either spill it or drink it.
She wondered at the armies ahead. Who in Hood's name were they? And why go this deep into the wastelands just to fight a stupid battle? And why then split up?
And you poor fools marching east. Just a glimpse of where you're headed tears at her sanity. I pray you turn back before you leave too many lying lifeless on the ground. Wherever you're going, it can't be worth it. Nothing in this world is worth it, and you'd be hard-pressed to convince me otherwise.
She heard a grunt and glanced back. Amby was carrying Precious Thimble in his arms, the smile on his face stretched into a rictus travesty of satisfaction, as if in finding his heart's desire he was forcing himself to take its fullest pleasure. Precious Thimble's head lolled against his upper arm, her eyes closed, her mouth half open.
What's wrong with her?
Amby said.
Fainted. Faint. Oh, sod off, you lump of lard.
10,000 furred backs, black, silver and grey, the bodies lean and long, like iron swords, 10,000 iron swords. They seethed before Setok's eyes. They blurred like the honed edges of waves on an angry sea. She was carried along, driven to rearing cliffs, to upthrust fangs of rotted rock. The wind roared in her ears, roared in and through her, trembling like thunder through every bone of her being. She felt the beasts crashing ashore, felt their fury assailing insensate stone and all the brutal laws that held it in place. They bared teeth at the sky, they bit and chewed shafts of sunlight as if speared through. They howled against the coming of night, and in the hunt they stalked their own senseless savagery. We are what we are, and facing this enemy, what we are is helpless. Who will fight for us? Who will peel lips back to reveal swords of sharp iron? The cliffs ahead reverberated to the onslaught. She drew ever closer. Wolves of winter, do you see me? Blessed Lord, proud lady, is this your summons? Does there await a cave in that ravaged wall? And inside, a hold of thrones? There is a smell to the wild, a smell that makes the hairs stand on end, but rushes like ice through human veins. There are trails crossing the path, secret passages beneath the canopy. Mice dance on the beaten floor in the instant before we arrive, and we are blind to it all. and all the spaces carved out by our fires and our weapons and our axes and our ploughs, we must then fill with that sweating, bitter flood that is pride. In the wastelands of our making, we will ourselves to stand as would one exalted and triumphant. Thrones of the wild, thrones of bones and hides and lifeless eyes, tall as mountains, these beast thrones. Who assails us? Who hunts us? Who slays us? Everyone. She raced for the jagged rocks. Annihilation, if it came, would arrive as a blessing. The heat of the beasts carrying her was sweet as a loving kiss, a safe embrace, a promise of salvation. I am the destriant of the wolves. I hold in my chest the souls of all the slain beasts, of this and every other world. But I cannot hold them forever. I need a sword. I need absolution. Absolution, yes, and a sword. 10,000 iron swords, in the name of the wolves of winter, in the name of the wild. Sister Equity walked across lifeless sand, far to the south of the spire, far away from the eyes of everyone. She had once dreamed of peace. She had lived in a world where questions were rare, and there had been comfort in that. If there was a cause worthy enough to which she could devote her life, it was to journey from birth to death without confrontation. Nothing to stir her unease, nothing to deliver pain or to receive it. Although the Focral Assail had long ago lost their god, had long ago suffered the terrible grief of that god's violent end, the murder for which no penance was possible, she had come to harbour in her own soul a childish hope that a new god could be made. Assembled like the setting of bones, the moulded clay of muscles, the smooth caress of a face given form, given life by her own loving hands, and this god she would call Harmony. In the world of this god, life would not demand a death. There would be no need to kill in order to eat. There would be no cruel fate or random tragedy to take one before her time, and the forests and plains would seethe with animals, the skies with birds, the seas, lakes, and rivers with fish. The wishes of a child were fragile things, and she now knew that none ever survived the hard, jostling indifference that came with the bitter imperatives of adulthood, the stone-eyed rush to find elusive proofs of worth, or to reach at last the swollen satiation that was satisfaction. Virtues changed. The clays found new forms and hardened to stone, and adults took weapons in hand and killed each other over them. And in that new world she had found herself growing into, there was no place at all, for peace. She recalled walking from the ship into the city, into the midst of these clamouring humans with the frightened eyes. On all sides, she could see how they dwelt in war, each one an exhausted soldier battling demons real and imagined. They fought for status, they fought for dignity, and they fought to wrest both away from their neighbours, their mates, their kin. In fact, the very necessity that held families together, and neighbourhoods, provinces and kingdoms, was fraught with desperation and fear, barricaded against the unknown, the strange and the threatening. The Focral Assail had been right in shattering it all. There would be peace, but in the making of peace there must be judgment and retribution. The people of Collantz and the kingdoms to the south must all be returned to their childlike state and then built anew. They could not, would not, do it for themselves. Too many things got in the way, after all. They always did. It was unfortunate that to achieve a sustainable balance, many thousands had to die. But when the alternative was the death of everyone, who could argue against the choice made? Populations had been dismantled, selectively culled. Entire regions laid waste, not a single human left, to free the land to heal. Those who were permitted to live were forced into a new way of living, under the implacable guidance of the fulcral assail. If this had been the extent of the redress, equity would have been content. Things could be made viable, a balance could be achieved, and perhaps even a new god would arise, born of sober faith in reality and its very real limitations, born of honest humility and the desire for peace. A faith to spread across the world, adjudicated by the pures and then the watered.
If not for the heart, if not for that fist of torment dredged up from the depths of the bay, all that power, so raw, so alien, so perfect in its denial, our God was slain, but we had already found a path to vengeance, the Naruk, who had broken their chains and now thirsted for the blood of their masters. So much was already within our reach. But for the heart, so firing reverence, serenity, and the other elders, so poisoning their souls, no balance could be perfect. We all knew that. But now a new solution burned bright, so bright it blinded them to all else. The gate wrested away from the Kachain Chemal, cleansed of that foul ancient curse. Akrast Corvalane returned once more to the fulcral assail, and from that gate, from the power of the heart, we could resurrect our God. We could be made children once again. Sacrifices? Oh, yes, but everything of worth demanded that. Balance? Why, we shall do away with the one force eternally intent on destroying that balance, humanity. Our answer is annihilation. Our cull shall be absolute. Our cull shall be the excision of an entire species. Raise up the heart, hold it high, so that its dread beat is heard by all. Against the depredations of humanity, think you not that we shall find allies?
Allies. Yes, Reverence, we have found allies. And I tell myself that I see peace in the future. The peace of my childhood, the peace of harmony, the peace of a silent world. All we need to reach it is a little blood. A little blood. But, Sister Reverence, then I look into your ancient eyes, and I see how the hunger of our allies has infected you. The Tist Leosan, the Alaint, the Lord and Lady of the Beasthold, but all they desire is chaos, anarchy, destruction, the end of the age of gods and the age of humans. Like you, they thirst for blood, but not a little blood. No, oceans, oceans of blood. Sister Reverence, we shall defy you when the time comes. Calm has found a weapon to end your insane ambitions. Her footfalls were a whisper in the sand, but in her mind the ground trembled beneath her tread. The sun's heat was fierce on her white face, but the fire of her thoughts was hotter still, and the voices from the beach, not far ahead now, should fall in futility before her hard intransigence, yet in them she found hope.
Balance,
she said under her breath.
Sister Reverence, you force this upon us. In your extremity we must counter you. Calm has found the weapon we need. Reach for your fiercest madness, we shall match it, and more.
In truth, she cared nothing for the fate of humanity. If they all perished, so be it. No, what was important here and now and in the future to come was principle. Balance has an eternal enemy, and its name is ambition. You have forgotten this, Sister Reverence, and it falls to us to remind you. And so we shall. She climbed the high bank above the beach. Below, 15 paces away, a dozen humans had gathered, and it seemed an argument was underway. In the bay beyond sat a ship, its arcane lines sending a sudden chill through Equity.
Jagged! The fools!
She marched down onto the beach. The first two sailors who saw her both shrieked. Weapons flashed, and all at once the humans were rushing towards her.
I would speak!
A cutlass lashed out for her face. She edged aside, caught the wrist and clenched until bones split. The man howled, and she closed, driving her fingers into his throat. Blood sprayed from his gaping mouth, his eyes bulging as he fell back. A knife thrust sought her stomach. Her midsection bent to one side, evading the attack. She sent one hand snapping out to grasp the woman's forehead and crushed it like the shell of an egg. A cutlass struck her left shoulder, rebounded as if from dense wood. Hissing, Equity twisted round. Two swift blows broke the man's neck. Scowling now, she waded forward. Bodies spun to her lashing hands. The screams were deafening. And then the survivors were fleeing along the beach, their weapons flung away. And down by the water, 30 paces distant, stood 4 figures, a man, 3 women. Equity marched towards them. Sorcery erupted from the shortest of the women. A wave of blistering cold crashed into the fulcral assail, driving her back a step. One of the other women had drawn 2 short-hafted throwing axes and was fast closing.
Sweet kiss of the abyss, are they all suicidal? Cease your attack!
One axe flew straight for her. She slipped from its path, only to grunt as the second axe struck her in the chest, its iron blade lodged in her breastbone. Agony ripped through her. The second wave of Omptos Felak lifted her from the sand, flung her 5 paces back. She landed hard on her back, rolled, and then regained her feet. The bones of her chest plate convulsed, rejecting the axe blade, and she straightened in time to meet the attack of the axe-throwing woman. Long-bladed knives, a blur of hissing blades. Equity blocked the attacks one after another, but was driven back, 1 step, 2. She awakened her voice.
Stop!
The woman staggered, and then with a growl she pushed forward.
Stop this!
Blood spattered from her attacker's nose. Blood blossomed in her eyes. She stumbled, then lifted her weapons once more. Snarling, Equity stepped close and slapped the woman, hard enough to snap her head round. She collapsed in a heap. The fulcral assail stood over her, contemplating driving a heel into the human's throat. An arrow glanced across her left temple, scoring a red slash.
Cease all attacks!
The woman at her feet moaned, tried to rise. Exasperated, Equity reached down, picked her up, and threw her into the sea 10 paces to her right. She stabbed a long finger at the sorceress.
I will speak to you!
The other woman with her shouted.
Then stop killing my crew!
Equity ran a finger along the gash in her temple. The wound was already mending. She sighed. Her chest ached, but the bones had begun healing and the pain was fading to an itch.
They attacked me, she said. I simply defended myself. Indeed, she added, cautiously approaching, if I desired to kill them all, I would have done so.
I see 5 bodies over there.
As I said, I would have killed them all.
The woman thrashing in the shallows was climbing unsteadily to her feet. Equity regarded her for a moment.
If she comes at me again, I will kill her.
She faced the sorceress.
Make that plain to her. She belongs to you, does she not?
The short, plump mage made a strange wiggle with the fingers of one hand.
I am hard-pressed to keep her from carving your head from your rather bony shoulders. You certainly have a way with words, Inquisitor, but that will not work a second time.
Equity narrowed her attention on the other woman in the group. She snorted.
It is said the realm of death is sundered. Do your kind now plague the world?
I carry no plague, the woman replied. The fulcral assail frowned. Was she a simpleton? Often, she well knew, the brain decayed irreparably in such creatures. The man standing beside the undead woman was now staring at her with his one working eye.
"Did she say you got the plague, Captain?"
"No, pretty. She said you're an idiot. Now be quiet. Better yet, gather up the crew, now that they've scattered every which way, and detail a burial party, and all that other stuff. Go on."
"Aye, Captain."
Then he hesitated, and said in a hoarse whisper that all could hear,
"It's just this one. She looks like she's got a plague, don't she? All white, and all those veins on her arms, and—"
"Go, Caban, now." Nodding, the man limped off. Equity watched the woman who'd attacked her set about retrieving her weapons. "Inquisitor," said the sorceress, "we have no interest in suffering your adjudication. Indeed, we proclaim you our enemy." "Is blind hatred your only recourse?" Equity demanded. "You name me Inquisitor, telling me that you know certain details of local significance, yet that title is a presumption. You assume that all Focral Assail are Inquisitors, and this is ignorant. Indeed, most of the Inquisitors we set upon the peoples of this land were watered, as much human blood in their veins as Assail. We discovered a rather sweet irony in observing their zeal, by the way." "Nevertheless," the sorceress retorted, even as she made imperative gestures towards her servant, "we must view you as our enemy." "You still do not understand, do you? Your enemies are the elders among the Pures, who seek the utter destruction of you and your kind, not just on this continent, but across the entire world." "I am sure you understood why we might object to such desires," the sorceress said, and now her servant arrived, delivering into the young woman's plump hand a clay pipe. She puffed for a moment and then continued. "And while you appear to be suggesting that you do not share the zeal of your elder Pures, I cannot help but wonder what has brought you here, to me." "You have bargained with the Jaghut," said Equity. "They share our aversion to your notions of justice." Frowning, Equity said, "I cannot understand what value the Jaghut see in you. A silly little girl playing at deadly magics, and beside you a lifeless abomination harboring a parasite." She fixed her gaze upon the servant. "Is there a glamour about this one? If so, it is too subtle for me. Tell me, sorceress, is she Jaghut?" "My handmaid? Goodness, no." Equity's eyes settled upon the ship in the bay. "Is he there?" "Who?" "Your ally. I would speak to him, or her." Smoke billowed and streamed. "I'm sorry, what ally?" "Where hides the Jaghut?" Equity demanded. "Ah, I see. You misapprehend. I struck no bargain with any particular Jaghut. I merely sacrificed some blood for the privilege of Omptos Felak." The undead captain turned on the sorceress. "You did what? Errant's nudge! That storm! You can't—" "Necessity, Captain Elal. Now please, cogitate in silence for the moment, will you?" "I am astonished," admitted Equity. "I did not imagine you to be so thick. Thorns and rocks. You cannot bargain with Omptos Felak. You are not Jaghut. No, you need a blessing or personal intervention, and this is as true of a mortal as it is of an elder god. That ship is Jaghut. Its kind has not sailed the seas of this world for millennia. Where has it come from?" "From the realm of Omptos Felak itself," said the sorceress. "No, that is not possible, unless a Jaghut has journeyed into the warren. But no, there is naught but ice. Yonder ship was built in this world. Do you see now why this makes no sense?" "Not just ice, apparently." "You have seen Omptos Felak?" "My handmaid," said the sorceress. It was she who journeyed through the gate. It was she who entered Omptos Felak and returned with the ship. Equity studied the woman with the bruised eyes. Describe the place where you were, please. Enlighten her, ordered the sorceress when the handmaid hesitated. A shrug, and then, forest, demons, ravines, vicious apes. You did not journey to Omptos Felak, Equity pronounced. The gate opened upon another realm, a different warren. That cannot be, objected the sorceress. My ritual fed on the power of Omptos Felak. Enough of all this, drawled the captain, crossing her arms. This Forkral Assail has come here to negotiate. She seeks to betray her elders. Obviously, she's come looking for allies, though why she would seek us out remains something of a mystery, since she clearly knew nothing about your making use of Omptos Felak, Princess. So, unless your skills in sorcery are such that even the gods tremble, I admit to having some trouble understanding what she wants from us. Equity sighed. We felt the touch of an elder warren, but could not determine which one. Then it was the elder Pures who dispatched you? No. Those who remain close to the spire are mostly blind to distant powers. When I spoke of we, I meant myself and my comrades. We have journeyed many times well beyond the influence of the power emanating from the spire, else we would not have detected these intrusions. And now you want to forge some kind of alliance, said the captain. You seek the spire, and that which lies upon its altar. Not precisely, interjected the sorceress, pausing to pull hard on her pipe before adding, We seek to prevent whatever it is you're all planning. And how do you expect to do that? I believe the term you have already used will suffice. Allies. If you and your allies would have any hope of succeeding, you will need our help. And if we do not trust you? The captain asked. This is proving a waste of time, said Equity. I will speak to the Jaghut now. There isn't one, said the sorceress behind a veil of smoke. Then he or she is hiding even from you. Open the gate, Princess, the one you used for your servant. The presence is very close, I can feel it. I felt it when you unleashed Omptos Felak against me. Open the gate, and let us all see who has come among us. Hissing, the sorceress held out her pipe. The handmaid took it. Very well. It will be a feeble gate. Indeed, I might well fail. It won't. The sorceress walked a short distance away, her rounded hips swaying. She lifted her hands, fingers moving as if plucking invisible strings. Bitter cold flooded out, the sand crackling as if lit by lightning, and the gate that erupted was massive, yawning, towering. Through the billowing icy air flowed out a sweeter, rank smell, the smell of death. A figure stood on the threshold of the gate, tall, hunched, a withered, lifeless face of greenish-grey, yellowed tusks thrusting up from the lower jaw. Pitted eyes regarded them from beneath a tattered woolen cowl. The power cascading from this apparition sent Equity stumbling back. Abyss! A Jaghut, yes, but not just any Jaghut. Calm, can you hear me? Through this howl? Can you hear me? An ally stands before me, an ally of ancient, so ancient power. This one could have been an elder god. This one could have been anything. Gasping, fighting to keep from falling to one knee, from bowing before this terrible creature, Equity forced herself to lift her gaze, to meet the empty hollows of his eyes. I know you, she said. You are Hood. The Jaghut stepped forward, the gate swirling closed behind him. Hood paused, regarding each witness in turn, and then walked towards Equity.
"They made you their king," she whispered.
"They who followed no one chose to follow you. They who refused every war fought your war. And what you did then, what you did—" As he reached her, his desiccated hands caught her. He lifted her from her feet, and then, mouth stretching, he bit into the side of her face. The tusks drove up beneath her cheekbone, burst the eye on that side. In a welter of blood, he tore away half of her face, and then bit a second time, up under the orbitals, the tusks driving into her brain. Equity hung in his grip, feeling her life drain away. Her head felt strangely unbalanced. She seemed to be weeping from only one eye, and from her throat no words were possible. "I once dreamed of peace. As a child, I dreamed of—" Shurk-Elal stared in horror as the Jaghut flung the corpse away. From his gore-drenched mouth fell fragments of scalp and skull. Then Hood faced them, and in a dry, toneless voice he said,
"I have never much liked Fokral Assail."
No one spoke. Falash stood trembling, her face pale as death itself. Beside her, the handmaid had set her hands upon the axes at her belt, but seemed unable to move beyond that futile, diffident gesture. Shurk-Elal gathered herself and said, "You have a singular way of ending a discussion, Jaghut." The empty pit seemed to find her somehow, and Hood said,
"We have no need of allies. Besides, I recently learned a lesson in brevity, Shurk-Elal, which I have taken to heart."
"A lesson? Really? Who taught you that?" The Jaghut looked away across the water.
"Ah, my death ship. I admit it was a quaint affectation. Nonetheless, one cannot help but admire its lines."
Princess Falash, 14th daughter of Bolkando, fell to her knees and was sick in the sand. Chapter 10. What is it about this world that so causes you trouble? Why avow in your tone this victim role? And the plaintive hurt painting your eyes bemoans a life's struggle ever paying a grievous toll. We gathered in one place under the selfsame sun, and the bronze woman holding the basin, her breasts settled in the bowl, looked down with pity, or was it contempt? She is a queen of dreams, and her gift is yours to take. Pity if you choose it, or contempt behind the veil. I would have polished those eyes for a better look. I would have caressed those roses for a sweeter taste. When we drink from the same cup, and you make bitter recoil, I wonder at the tongue in waiting, and your deadening flavors so eager to now despoil. What is it about this world that so causes you trouble? What could I say to change your wounded regard, if my cold kiss must fail, and my milk run sour beneath the temple bell that so blights your award? 10,000 hang from trees, their limbs bared, roots starved of hope in the sun, and the woodcutters are long gone, up to where the road gives way to trails in the dust, that spiral and curl like the smoke of fires. They are blazing beacons in the desert night. It was said by the lepers huddled against the hill that a man with no hands, who could stare only as could the blind upon the horrors of argument, did, with one hand gone, reach into the dark sky, and with the other too gone, he led me home. Woodcutters, Tablets 2 and 3, Hethra of Aran. The edge of the glass desert was a broken line of crystals and boulders, for all the world like an ancient shoreline. Aranict could not pull her gaze from it. She sat slumped in the saddle of her wearily plodding horse, her hood drawn over against the blistering sun off to one side of the main column. Prince Bryce rode somewhere ahead near the vanguard, leaving her alone. The desert's vast flat stretch was blinding, the glare painful and strangely discordant, as if she was witnessing an ongoing crime, the raw lacerations of a curse upon the land itself. Stones melted to glass, shards of crystal jutting like spears, others that grew like bushes, every branch and twig glittering as if made of ice. Rolled up against the verge there were bones, heaped like driftwood. Most were shattered, reduced to splinters, as if whatever had befallen the land had taken in a massive fist each creature and crushed the life from it. It felt like a deliberate act, an exercise in unbelievable malice. She thought she could still taste the evil, could still feel its rotted breath on the wind. Waves of nausea spread out from her stomach again and again, slow as a creeping tide, and when it washed its way back, when it retreated, it left a residue in her own bones. "This place, it wants to kill me. I can feel it." Her skin was clammy and cool beneath her cloak. "It wants inside, eager as an infection. Who could have done this? Why? What terrible conflict led to this?" She imagined that if she listened carefully enough, if all the sounds of thousands of soldiers marching and hundreds of wagons rolling were to suddenly fall away, if even the wind moaned into silence, she might hear still the droning words of the ritual that had ignited the fires, creating the desecrating cruelty that would become the glass desert. This is what despair leads to, the kind of despair that steals light from the world, that mocks life's own struggle to exist, to persist, denying our desire to heal, to mend all that we break, refusing hope itself. If despair has a ritual, it was spoken here. Riding this close to the glistening edge, to the banks of bones and cracked boulders, she felt as if she was taking it inside herself, as if deadly crystals had begun growing within her, whispering awake in the echoes of ancient words. When all you are is made wrong, this is how it feels. Bryce Bedict's army was many days behind the other two, for the prince had made certain he was the last to leave the bone hunters. They had marched with them to the desert's very edge, 8 days through an increasingly parched and forbidding land. She wondered if he'd been hoping to change the adjunct's mind, to convince her of the madness of her determination to cross the glass desert. Or perhaps he had been considering accompanying that doomed force. For the first time since they had become lovers, Bryce had closed himself to her. And not just me, to everyone. And on the day we parted from them, he stood near Tavere, but he said nothing. Nor as we all watched the bone hunters form up and set out, crossing that ghastly midden of crystals and bones into the harsh glare beyond. We all watched, and not one of us, not one in the entire mass of soldiers, had a thing to say. When the last burdened wagon rocked over the berm, and the last of the dust swirled away in the Malazan's wake, when the column wavered and smeared in the fierce glare and rising heat, Bryce had turned to face her. The look in his face shocked her, cut through her every defense. Whatever he had thought to do to dissuade the adjunct, the moment had passed. No, 1,000 moments. 8 days' worth, and not one grasped, not one taken in hand like a weapon. The brittle wall of silence had defeated him, defeated them all. That look, helpless, filled with abyss below, filled with despair. She was a singular woman, was Tavere Paran. They could all see that. They had all witnessed the terrible majesty of her will. And her soldiers followed. That had been for Aranict the hardest thing to witness. The squads fell in, the companies formed up, and as they marched past Prince Bryce, they offered him a sharp, perfect salute, as if on a parade ground, eyes hidden in the shadow of their helms, that closed fist on the chest, expressions chiseled from stone. Gods, I will never forget that, any of it. Those faces, horrifying in their emptiness. Those soldiers, veterans of something far beyond battles, far beyond shields locked and swords bared, beyond even the screams of dying comrades and the desolation of loss. Veterans of a lifetime of impossible decisions, of all that is unbearable and all that is without reconciliation. Bryce Benedict rode to the head of the column then, to lead his soldiers south along the very edge of the glass desert. It was clear that as soon as they reached its southernmost end, he would swing the army eastward, and the pace would become savage. They were a week or more behind the Perish and the Evertine Legion. Aranict lit another stick of rust leaf. Her neck ached as she found it impossible to face forward, to look ahead. The glass desert held her. They're out there. Do they reel beneath its onslaught? Has its madness infected them? Are they even now killing each other, frenzied with fever? It has been 3 days. They might already be dead, every one of them. More bones to crush, to push towards the shoreline, the only retreat left to them. She looked again at the bleached splinters. Did you all try to cross the desert? The very notion chilled her. Shivering beneath her cloak, she forced her gaze away from the horror on her left, only to see its mangled verge stretching ahead, southward alongside the column, until the two seemed to merge in the hazy distance. Bryce, my love, from all of us, what will you now forge? We Lethari have known too many defeats of late, and we tasted our own blood yet again against the Naruk. Not so bitter that time, for we saved the bone hunters. Still, we pale beside our allies. In their shadow we are diminished, and yet they saluted us. She could not get that moment out of her mind. The faces haunted her, and she feared they would do so for the rest of her life. Whose army are they, these bone hunters? What is their cause? And the strength within them, where does it come from? Is it held in the soul of the adjunct? No, at least I don't think so. Oh, she is the focus for them all, but they have no love for her. They see her, if at all, as no different from a mountain, a column of storm clouds, a bitter grey sea. They see her as part of the natural world, a thing to be born, to be weathered. I saw in their faces the erosion of her will, and they bore it. They bore it as they did all else. These Malazans, they shame the gods themselves. Coming up on us fast, Highness, out of the northwest. Bryce nodded. Draw in the flying wing, Prida. I will take out our standard-bearer and my atricida. When you see us ride out from the column, fall the wing in behind us. Yes, Highness. Bryce listened to the Prida dispatching riders, one out to the flanking wing of light cavalry, another to retrieve Aranict from down the column. The standard-bearer rode up beside the prince, his face pale and drawn. No need for alarm, soldier, Bryce said to the young man. This shall be a meeting of allies. But lizards, sir. Kachain Jamal, not short tails. I am sure you have heard the army now approaching us subsequently defeated the Naruk. The young man nodded, nervously licking his lips. Bryce studied him. Soldier, our clash with the Naruk, was that your first taste of battle? Yes, sir. You bore this standard? No, sir. Well, I was the third to take it up that day, and by then we were in full retreat. Withdrawal, Bryce corrected. Trust me, a full retreat is a far messier thing than what we managed. Yes, sir. Bryce glanced up at the standard and fought down a groan, reminded once again of his brother's perverse humor. Not a legion's standard, no, the Imperial standard no less. Depending from a cross-bridge of iron, the cloth was a tattered rectangle of colourless wool. It was, in fact, a fair copy of Tehol's blanket, almost to scale. And where one might expect some elegant or proud heraldic crest at centre, there was instead the new royal sigil of King Tehol the Only of Lether, a 3/4-on rendition of his brother's rooftop bed. And if one looked carefully, one would see, cowering beneath that bed, a row of 6 plucked, but living, hens. Eyeing it, Bryce recalled his meeting with Tehol upon the unveiling. "You would have our armies fight under that?" "Well, I did. The bed, I mean. And so did the chickens. Can you imagine the extent of their holy dread, knowing that God wanted to cook them? All right, not their God, not precisely. Though we cannot actually be sure of that, can we? Bug, are you worshipped by hens and cocks?" "Not both at the same time, sire." "Thank you. Most enlightening." "My very reason to exist, sire. You are welcome. Tehol." "Yes, Bryce?" "I understand your notion that dignity cannot be found in the, material. Not a throne, not a crown, not even a fine estate or whatnot. But when it comes to the military—" "Oh, that's all I ever hear from you, brother. It's not that way in the military, Tehol. The enlisted won't go for that, Tehol. They don't like pink, Tehol. The pathetic conservatism of that hoary institution is, frankly, embarrassing." "I don't recall any mention of pink, sire." "There wasn't, Bug. I was being illustrative." "What kind of illustration did you have in mind? Shall I summon the court artist again?" "Abyss, no. After that debacle with my wife and that pretty guard." "Ex-guard, sire." "Really? By whose order? I demand to know." "Your wife, the Queen, sire." "That interfering cow! Oh, don't look at me like that, beloved. I was but referring to you in your official capacity. Thus, while I rail at the Queen, my love for my beautiful wife remains in its usual beaming manner forever untarnished." "Too bad the same cannot be said for that poor young woman, husband." "I never tarnished her, not once." "Tehol, have you seen that damned painting?" "Only once, dearest, since you went and burned the only copy. And that's right, you look well at this wagging finger. That artist has been depressed ever since." "More like running scared," suggested Bug. "Tehol, about this imperial standard." "Not again, Bryce. I thought we were past all that. It's lovely and most apt. But who will rally under it?" "Bryce, if an army must rally, one must presume it is in dire straits, yes? Well then, where better to hide than under the king's bed?" "With all the other chickens," added Bug. "Well now, sire, that's clever." "Hold on," said the Queen. "What did you mean by the only copy? Bryce, rally the troops." Sweating under the bright sun, the king's brother snorted, but how he missed those days now. The chaotic palace of King Tehol seemed very far away. He squinted up at the standard and smiled. Aranict arrived, reining in. "Prince, it pleases me to see you smiling. What so amuses you?" "Nothing, Atrisida. That is, nothing of import. We have been found by the Kachain Chemal. Such a motley collection of allies we make, don't you think? No matter. Ride with me. I would become acquainted with our new commanders." The woman frowned. "Are they not 2 common marines, sire? Anyone can acquire a title. It hardly makes them fit to demand the obedience of a prince, not to mention the Queen of the Volcando." "Gessler and Stormy are far more than just Malazan marines, Aranict. And I am not referring to their new titles." "I don't recall meeting them." "I will be pleased to introduce you, if you like." With the standard-bearer 20 paces ahead, they set out side by side, horse hoofs thumping as if on hollow ground. "Bryce, do you hear that?" "We ride across an ancient lake bed," he said. "Often the lake remains, but only beneath the surface, and I think that must have been the case here once, but now—"
"The water's gone."
"Yes, gone."
"Might we all fall through?"
He shrugged.
"So now even the ground under us is uncertain."
"I am sorry, Erinict. I have been neglecting you."
"Yes, you have."
The flying wing was swinging in behind them, 30 blue rose lancers in perfect formation. Bryce thought about the soldier he'd lost. To love, no less. Henar Vigolf now marched with the bone hunters, and if I have sent him to his death, I do not think he will curse my name. I am not very good with grief, Erinict. When our parents died, well, without Tehol and Hull, I don't think I would have made it through. Kuru Khan once told me that grieving had nothing to do with the ones gone, and everything to do with the ones left behind. We feel the absences in our life like open wounds, and they never really close, no matter how many years pass.
Do you grieve, then, for the adjunct and the bone hunters?
It makes no sense, does it? She is a difficult woman to like. She views a human gesture as if it was some kind of surrender, a weakness. Her responsibilities consume her because she will allow herself nothing else.
It was said she had a lover, said Erinict. She died saving Tavare's life.
Imagine the wound that made.
No one wants to be unliked, Bryce. But if it must be so, one can strive for other things, like respect or even fear. Choices fall away without you even noticing until there are very few left, and you realize that you are nothing but what you are.
Bryce thought about that and then sighed. I should have liked her. I should have found something, beyond her competence, beyond even her stubbornness, something.
Bryce, what is it that you grieve over? Is it your own failure to find in Tavare the reasons you need for following her?
He grunted. I should have talked to you days ago.
You were too busy saying nothing.
I stayed close as long as I could, like a man dying of thirst. Was she my salvation, or just a mirage?
He shook his head. We won't turn back, will we?
No, we won't.
We'll see this through.
Yes, and so I must hide my uncertainty from my officers, from my soldiers.
But not from me, Bryce. He turned to study her face, was shocked to see tears streaking her dusty cheeks.
Erinict?
Never mind this, she said, as if angry with herself. Do you want to be like her, Bryce? Do you want your responsibilities to consume you?
Of course not.
And since we began marching with the bone hunters, what has the adjunct given you?
Not much.
Nothing, she snapped. Nothing but silence. Every time you needed something else, she gave you silence. Bryce, you've said little to anyone for days. Don't take on someone else's wounds. Don't.
Chastened, he looked ahead. The dark stain of legions in the hazy distance, and a nearer group, humans and lizards both, drawing closer. When the guardian of the names came for me, the sea ran from him like tears. But I was dead by then. I saw none of that. Only upon my rebirth did these visions find me. I see poor Rulad Sengar lying cut and broken on the blood-spattered floor, crying out to his brothers. I see them turn away. I see my body slumping down against the dais. I see my king sitting lifeless on his throne. Could we but have left him there, so useless to resist the puppet masters who ever gather to symbols of power? Are they all so blind as to not see the absurdity of their ambitions, the pathetic venality of all their petty scheming? Grasp those dead limbs, then, and make him do your will. I have dreamed the names of 1,000 lost gods. Will I ever speak them? Will I break upon this world one last time those names of the fallen? Is that enough to give remembrance to the dead?
a name upon my breath, spoken out loud, a whisper, a bold shout. Will a distant soul stir, find itself once more? In speaking a god's name, do we conjure it into being? Bryce, Erinict, did you hear me? I did, and I will heed your warning, my love. But you should bear in mind that sometimes solitude is the only refuge left. Solitude and silence. He saw how his words left her shaken, and was sorry. Shall I by name resurrect a god, force its eyes to open once more, to see what lies all about us, to see the devastation we have wrought? Am I that cruel, that selfish? Silence. Tavore, I think I begin to understand you. Must the fallen be made to see what they died for, to see their sacrifice so squandered? Is this what you mean? What you have always meant by unwitnessed? Now it is you who weep. Errant shove, Bryce. What a wretched pair we make. Gather yourself, please. We are almost upon them. He drew a shaky breath and straightened in his saddle. I could not have stopped her, Erinict. Did you really expect to? I don't know, but I think I have figured something out. She gives us silence because she dares not give us anything else. What we see as cold and indifferent is in fact the deepest compassion imaginable. Do you think that is true? I choose to believe it, Erinict. Well enough, then. Bryce raised his voice. Bearer! The young man reined in and swung his mount out to the right. Bryce and Erinict drew up alongside him. The two Marines had dismounted, joining a woman, a boy, and a girl. The woman was middle-aged, possibly an all by birth. The children were Malazans, though clearly unrelated. Had he seen these two before? In the palace? Possibly. Behind them all stood a half-dozen Kachain Chemal, including 3 of the saddled creatures. 2 of the remaining lizards were not as robust, yet bore huge blades instead of hands, while the 3rd one was broader of snout, heavier of girth, and unarmed. 2 ragged-looking dogs wandered out from between the legs of the lizards. The humans approached. Erinict, said Bryce under his breath, tell me what you see. Not now, she said, her voice hoarse. He glanced across to see her setting alight a stick of rust leaf, her hands shaking. Tell me this, at least. Shall a prince of Lether relinquish command to these ones? Smoke hissed out, and then, the Marines, yes, for one simple reason. Which is? Better them than those 2 children. I see. At 5 paces away they halted, and the clean-shaven Marine was the first to speak. His eyes on the standard, he said, So, it's true. Bryce cleared his throat. My brother, the king, has no respect at all for the institutions of the military, said the Marine, nodding. Hood take me. For that reason alone I'd follow him anywhere. What think you, Stormy? The man scowled, scratched his red beard, and then grunted. Do I have to? Do what? You oaf, I was saying, and I wasn't listening. So how do I know what you was saying, Gessler? And do I even care? If I did, I'd probably have listened, wouldn't I? Gessler muttered something and then said to Bryce, Prince, I'd beg you to excuse my companion's boorish manners, but then he ain't 5 years old, and I ain't his dada, so feel welcome to regard him with disgust. We do, all of us here. Ain't that right, Stormy? I ain't listening. Prince Bryce, about the chain of command the adjunct wants. I am content, mortal sword, Gessler, to accede to her wishes. Well, we ain't. You got that right, Stormy growled. It's all right, Guess, handling the Chemal. It's all down to smells, you see. All he needs to do is fart or whatever, and all the swords come out.
which, come to think of it, is just like old times. In the barracks, why, it's down to trust, said the boy. The bigger of the two dogs had drawn up next to him. Belligerent eyes glared out from a mangled face. No one spoke. The silence stretched. "You'd better explain that, Grub," said Gessler, his expression dark. Bryce started to speak, but Aranict stayed him with a hand on his arm. "It's down to the people she knows best," Grub continued. "That's all." "We saved their lives," blurted the standard-bearer, his face flushed. "That's enough, Sildra," said Bryce. "What the boy says makes sense, Gessler. After all, what can she make of our motives? This is her war. It always has been. Why are we here? Why does Queen Abrastil seem intent on making this her cause as well? The bone hunters brought the Lethery to their knees. Might we not harbour resentment over that? Might we not contemplate betrayal? As for Bolcando, well, from all accounts the Kundril laid waste to vast regions in that kingdom and spilled the blood of the Queen's subjects. Together with the Perish, they effectively subjected Bolcando to outright extortion. So why should she have any better reason to trust us? Gessler demanded. We got snatched, and now we're commanding our own damned army of lizards. The fact is, we deserted the— I ain't deserted nothing, Stormy shouted. The smaller of the two dogs barked. Bryce noted the growing alarm on the face of the all-woman. He caught her eye and said, You are the Destriant?
I am Calith, she said. I do not understand what is going on, the way you use the trader's tongue. There are words I don't know. I am sorry.
She faced Gessler.
He is mortal sword of the Kachain Jemal. He is defender of Matron Gunth Mac. We must fight to stay alive. There are old wounds, old crimes. We cannot escape. Gunth Mac cannot escape. We fight, will fight.
And somehow, Bryce mused, the adjunct understands the truth of that. How?
Calith shook her head. I do not know her, but— and she pointed at the girl standing near Grubb. Where this one goes, there will be fire.
Gessler rubbed at his face with both hands. Our Cedar, Sin. Without her sorcery and Grubb's, the Naruk would have defeated us. Not on the ground, but from the sky keeps. So, he sighed, Sin and Grubb saved us all. The adjunct said we'd need them. No, corrected Stormy. She said they'd be safer with us than with her. Gessler said to Bryce, We've been thinking of going after them, into that desert. She will not be swayed, said Bryce, and she wants none of us to follow her. It is her conviction that we will be needed elsewhere. I can't assume command, said Gessler. I'm a hood-damned Marine, a fucking sergeant. You was a damned fist, Gessler, Stormy said, for 3 days, till they busted you down, aye. And why was you busted down? No, you don't want to say, do you? Leave it. I won't. Stormy jabbed a finger at his companion. You went and thought you could be another Dassem. You went and got us all to swear our souls to a damned god. This ain't your first time as a mortal sword, is it? Gessler wheeled on Stormy. How should I know? It's not like Fenner reached down and patted me on the head, is it? And what about you, adjutant? You lied to the damned Empress. I did what Cartheron and Urko asked me to do. You betrayed the Empire. Cedar Sin was laughing, but it was a cold, cruel laugh. Calith had gone white and had backed up a step, her eyes wide as she looked from Gessler to Stormy and back again. Sin said to Gessler, That's why you'll be needed. But you won't like it. Ha! You won't like any of it. Gessler made to advance on the girl, but Stormy stepped into his path and shoved him back.
"Will all of you stop it?"
Aronicht's shout halted everyone. Swearing under his breath, Gessler turned away from Stormy's challenging glare. "Prince, this ain't what I was looking for. I wanted you to take overall command, you or Krugava. Gods, even that queen you talked about. I don't want any of this." "The matter," said Bryce, "has proved far more complicated than even I had thought. But I mean to hold to my agreement with the adjunct. Nor do I expect Queen Abrastal to change her mind either. Our royal titles are nothing but a product of circumstance. They confer no special talent or ability, and we are both aware of that. Mortal Sword Gessler, it is undeniable that you are in command of the most formidable army in this alliance, and as such, the full weight of command must fall on you." The man looked miserable. Snarling, Stormy swung round and stamped back to the waiting Kachin Chemal. The small, hairy dog followed. Gessler shrugged. "We liked it the way we'd made it. God, so long ago now. Hiding in some foul garrison in a smelly fishing village. We ducked down so far it looked like the world had forgotten us, and that was just how we wanted it. And now look at us. God's below." Bryce cocked his head. "You have been with the adjunct ever since that time?" "Not quite. We got pulled in with the whirlwind, a mutiny. We blame the Imperial Historian, that's who we blame. Never mind, none of it's worth knowing. It's just a sordid tale of us staggering and stumbling this way and that across half the damned world. We did nothing of note except maybe staying alive, and see where it's got us." "If you and your friend are feeling so trapped," said Bryce, "why not just leave? Did you not already call yourself and Stormy deserters?" "Wish I could. I really do. But we can't, and we know it." "But why?" Gessler looked down abjectly at Grubb. "Because," he whispered like a man condemned, "she trusts us."
"Now, didn't that go well?" said Aronicht as they rode back towards the column at a slow trot.
Bryce regarded her. "There was considerable alarm in your voice, Aronicht, when you so startled us all."
"Where do gods come from, Bryce? Do you know?"
He shook his head, unwilling to stir awake his memories of the seabed, the forgotten menhirs so bearded in slime. He had lost a lifetime wandering the muddy, wasted depths. "I slept, and so wanted to sleep forever. And if this is not the death others find, it was the death that found me. Such weariness, I'd lost the will to drag myself free."
"Gessler and Stormy," said Aronicht, "they are almost within reach."
"I'm sorry, what?"
"Of godhood."
"You speak of things Kuru Khan used to talk about, the ancient First Empire notion of ascendancy."
"The Destriant spoke of fire."
He struggled to stay on the path she seemed to be taking. "The girl, Sin," Aronicht snorted.
"Yes, her. Fire at its most destructive, at its most senseless. She could have burned us all to ash and given it not a moment's thought. When you hold such power inside you, it burns away all that is human. You feel nothing. But, Bryce, you don't understand. The adjunct wants Sin with them."
"As far away from her as possible? I don't think Tavaret would—"
No, that wasn't her reason, Bryce. It's Gessler and Stormy."
"You are right in saying that I don't understand."
"Those two men have walked in the hold of fire, in what the sages of the First Empire called Telas. Tavaret wants Sin with them because no one else can stand against that child. No one else could hope to survive her power. For when Sin awakens that power, as Calith said, there will be fire."
"The adjunct warned of betrayal."
"Bryce, Gessler and Stormy are on the edge of ascendancy, and they can feel it. They're both holding on for dear life."
"Holding on to what?"
"To their humanity," she replied. "Their fingers are numb, the muscles of their arms are screaming. Their nails are cracked and bleeding. Did you see how the boy watched them, the one named Grub? He stands beside sin like her conscience made manifest. It is truly outside her now. She could push it away, she could crush the life from it. I don't know why she hasn't already. For all the fire in her hands, her heart is cold as ice."
"Are you saying the boy has no power of his own?"
She shot him a look. "Did the adjunct speak of him, the boy?"
Warily he nodded.
"What did she say?"
"She said he was the hope of us all, and that in the end his power could prove our salvation." She searched his face.
"Then, Bryce, we are in trouble."
"Betrayal. When the face before us proves a lie, when the eyes deceive and hide the truths behind them, will there be no end to such things?" He thought back to the seabed, as he knew he would. "I have these names deep inside me, the names of the fallen. I can hear each one there with its own unique voice. Yet so many sound the same, a cry of pain, of betrayal. So many and so many times." "She trusts those two Marines," he said. "She trusts them not to betray her. It's all she has. It's all she can hope for."
"Yes," said Aranict. "And worse than that all-woman, Calith, who said she didn't understand anything, well, she understands all too well. Like it or not, she holds the fate of the Kachin Shemal in her hands. She is the destriant to the matron. Do you imagine she trusts sin, with all their lives, with the matrons and all the other Kachin Shemal? Hardly. She is in the same position as we are. It's all down to Gessler and Stormy, and she is watching those two men fight for everything."
"It must be breaking her heart."
"She's terrified, Bryce, and so alone, with all that."
He rubbed at his face. Their horses had slowed to a slow amble, directionless. Unaware, the standard-bearer had ridden on and was now closing on the column. At this distance, the standard looked like a white flag. "Aranict, what can we do?"
"No matter what happens," she said, "we must stand with them, with Gessler and Stormy and Calith and the Kachin Shemal. But if it comes down to who can we save, if we're left with that awful choice, then it must be the boy."
"Those two men are at each other's throat. There must be—"
"Oh, that. Bryce, they are like brothers, those two. They'll snap at each other, even come to blows. They'll shout each other down, but things would be a lot worse if none of that was happening. What we saw was their humanity, the very thing they're desperate to keep. That was all like a ritual of caring, love even."
"As if married."
"Brothers, I'd say, bound by blood, bound by history. When we witness them argue, we only hear what's said out loud. We don't hear all the rest, the important stuff. Calith is only beginning to understand that. When she does, some of her terror and anxiety will go away."
"I hope you are right."
Bryce reined in and then dismounted. He turned to observe the Blue Rose Lancers, waved them back to their flanking patrol. To Aranict he said, "Let us walk. The vanguard will survive without me a while longer, I'm sure." He could see her curiosity, but she shrugged and slipped down from her horse. Leading their mounts, they began walking, parallel to the column. "My love," said Bryce, "I have known a silence deeper and more crushing than anyone could imagine." "You need not speak of it." "No, you are wrong. But what I must tell you is more than finding a new intimacy between us, though that will be part of it. What I will describe is important. It bears on what you have just said, and, with your help, I hope it will guide us to a course of action."
Tell me, what do you know of my death?" She paused to light a new stick from the stub of the old one.
"Poison, an accident."
"And my corpse?"
"A revenant stole it."
"Stole? Perhaps it seemed that way. In truth, I was retrieved. I was carried back to a place I had been to before. My very name was carved upon a standing stone, joined to countless others." She frowned, seemed to study the wiry grasses on the ground before them.
"Is this what happens, then? To all of us? Our names set in stone? From death to life and then back again, as some sages have claimed?"
"I do not know what happens, in truth. Whether what I experienced was fundamentally different from what others go through. But I sense there was something to it that was unique. If I was inclined to blame anyone, it would have to be Kuru Khan. He invoked a ritual, sending me to a distant place, a realm perhaps, a world upon the floor of the ocean, and it was there that I first met the Revenant, the guardian of the names, or so I now call it."
"And this was the one who came for you, in the throne room?"
He nodded.
"Because he possessed your name?"
"Perhaps, but perhaps not. We met in the clash of blades. I bested him in combat."
"He failed in his guardianship?"
"Yes."
"When he came for you," said Erinict, "it was to set you in his stead."
"You have the truth of it, I think. Or so it seemed."
"The names you speak of, Bryce, does no one guard them now?"
"Ah, thus leading us to my resurrection. What do you know of the details surrounding it?"
Erinict shook her head. "Nothing. But then almost no one does."
"As you might imagine, I think about this often. In my dreams there are memories of things I have never done or seen. Most troubling, at least at first. Like you, I have no real knowledge of my return to the realm of the living. Was there an invitation? A sundering of chains? I just don't know."
"The power to achieve such a thing must have been immense."
"Something tells me," he said with a wry smile, "even an elder god's power would not have been enough. The desires of the living for the return of the ones they have lost cannot unravel the laws of death. This is not a journey one is meant to ever take, and all that we were when alive we are not now. I am not the same man, for that man died in the throne room at the very feet of his king." She was studying him now, with fear in her eyes. "For a long time," Bryce said, "I did not think I was capable of finding anything, not even an echo of who I had once been. But then, you." He shook his head. "Now, what can I tell you? What value does any of this have beyond the truths we have now shared? It is, I think, this. I was released to do something, here in this world. I think I now know what that thing is. I don't know, however, what will be achieved. I don't know why it is so important. The Guardian has sent me back, for I am his hope." He shot her a look. "When you spoke of Tavare's belief in the boy, I caught a glimmer, like the flickering of a distant candle as if through murky water, of someone in the gloom, and I realized that I have seen this scene before, in a dream."
"Someone," murmured Erinict. "Your guardian?"
"No, but I have felt that stranger's thoughts. I have dreamed his memories. An ancient house where once I stood, but now it was empty, flooded, dark. Like so much upon the bed of the oceans, its time was past, its purpose lost. He walked inside it, wanting to find it as he once found it, wanting, above all, the comfort of company. But they're gone."
"They? People dwelt in that house?"
"No longer. He left it and now walks bearing a lantern. I see him like a figure of myth, the last soul in the deep, the lone dull glow of all he has left to offer anyone. A moment of, he reached up to his face, wiped at the tears, of light, relief from the terrible pressures, the burdens, the darkness. They had halted. She stood facing him, her eyes filled with sorrow. She whispered,
"Does he beckon you? Does he beg your company, Bryce?"
He blinked, shook his head. I don't know. He waits for me. I see the lantern's light. I see his shadow. All a thing of myth, a conjuration. Does he wait for the souls of the drowned? It seems he must. When we flounder, when we lose the sense of what is up and what is down, is that not what often happens when one drowns? And we see a lightness in the murk, and we believe it to be the surface. Instead, his lantern calls us down and down.
"Bryce, what must you do?"
"There is a voice within me," he said, his throat suddenly hoarse, thick with emotion. "All that the seas have taken, the gods and mortals, all the unwitnessed." He lifted his gaze to meet her wide eyes. "I am as bound as the adjunct, as driven on to something as she. Was I resurrected to be brother to a king, a commander of armies? Am I here in answer to a brother's grief, to a wish for how things once were? Am I here to feel once more what it is to be human, to be alive? No. There is more, my love. There is more." She reached up one hand, brushed his cheek.
"Must I lose you, Bryce?"
"I don't know." Aranict must have seen his answer, though he spoke it not, for she leaned against him like one falling, and he closed an arm round her. "Dear voice, dear thing that waits inside me, words cannot change a world. They never could. Would you stir 1,000 souls, 1,000,000? The mud kicked up and taken on the senseless currents, only to settle again somewhere else? Your shadow, friend, feels like my own. Your light, so fitful, so faint, we all stir in the dark, from the moment of birth to the moment of death. But you dream of finding us because, like each of us, you are alone. There is more. There must be more. By all the love in my veins, please, there must be more."
"Do not lecture me, sir, on the covenants of our faith."
So much had been given to the silence, as if it was a precious repository, a vault that could transform all it held, and make of the fears a host of bold virtues.
But these fears are unchanged.
Shield Anvil Tanakalian stood before Krugava. The sounds of 5,000 brothers and sisters preparing camp surrounded them. Sweat trickled under his garments. He could smell his own body, rank and acrid with his wool gambeson's lanolin. The day's march felt heavy on his shoulders. His eyes stung. His mouth was dry. Was he ready for this moment? He could not be sure. He had his own fears with which he had to contend, after all. But then, how long must I wait? And what moment among all the moments can I judge safest? The breath before the war cry? Hardly. I will do this now, and may all who witness understand. It has been a long time in coming, and the silence surrounding me was not my own. It was where she had driven me, where she would force us all against the cliff wall into cracks in the stone. iron, what are your virtues? The honed edge kisses and sparks rain down. Blood rides the ferrule and splashes on the white snow. This is how you mark every trail. Tanakarlian looked away. Seething motion, tents rising, tendrils of smoke curling up on the wind. Without a destriant, he said, we cannot know their fate. He glanced back at her, eyes narrowing. Mortal Sword Krughava stood watching 7 brothers and sisters assembling her command tent. The skin of her thick forearms, where they were crossed over her breasts, had deepened to bronze, a hue that seemed as dusty as the patches of bared earth all around them. The sun had bleached the strands of hair that escaped her helm, and they drifted out like webs on the hot wind. If she bore wounds from the parley with the adjunct, she would not show them. "Sir," she said, "Commander Erakala is not one for indecision. This is precisely why I chose him to command the fleet. You invite uncertainty and think that this is the time for such things, when so much has been challenged. But, you damned fool, Runthurvian saw what was coming. We shall betray our vow, and I see no way out." "Mortal Sword," he began, struggling to keep the anger from his voice, "we are sworn to the wolves of winter. In our iron we bear the fangs of war." She grunted. "And there shall indeed be war, Shield Anvil. When you stood before the adjunct, when you avowed service to her and her alone, it was the glory of that moment that so seduced you, wasn't it? Madness. We could not have anticipated what the adjunct intended," he said. "We could not have known she would so deceive us." She turned then. "Sir, must I censure you?" Tanakarlian's eyes widened. He straightened before her. "Mortal Sword, I am the shield anvil of the perished grey helms." "You are a fool, Tanakarlian. You are indeed my greatest regret." This time, he vowed, he would not retreat before her disdain. He would not walk away, feeling diminished, battered. "And you, Mortal Sword, stand before me as the greatest threat the Grey Helms have ever known." The brothers and sisters at the tent had halted all activity. Others were joining them in witnessing this clash. "Look at you all. You knew it was coming." Tanakarlian's heart was thundering in his chest. Krughava had gone white. "Explain that, Shield Anvil." Her voice was harsh, grating. "On your life, explain that!" Oh, how he had longed for this moment. How he had conjured this scene, where stood the shield anvil, face to face with Krughava. Witnessed and so remembered. This precise scene. And in his mind he had spoken all he would now say, his voice hard and bold, solid and unwavering before this wretched tyrant's ire. Tanakarlian drew a slow breath, watched the mortal sword tremble with rage, and was not cowed. "Adjunct Tavaray is one woman, a mortal woman, that and nothing more. It was not your place to avow service to her. We are children of the wolves, not that damned woman. And now see what has happened. She sets our course and it stabs at the very heart of our faith. The fallen god. Hood, take the fallen god. When the Bedouin is wounded and weak, the wolves shall close in. So it is written. In the name of our god's mortal sword, he should die by our hand. But none of that matters. Do you truly imagine Tavaray gives a damn about our faith? Does she kneel before the wolves? She does not. We march to the final war, sir, and such a war demands us. The Perish, the Grey Helms. Without us, there can be no final war, and I will not abide. A final war? Don't be ridiculous. There's no such thing as a final war. When the last human falls, when the last god breathes his last breath, the vermin shall lock jaws over the carcasses. There is no end, not to anything, you mad, vain fool. This was all about you standing on a heap of corpses, your sword red as the sunset. This was all about Krughava and her insane visions of glory. He gestured furiously at the soldiers gathered round them. And if we must all die for your precious shining moment, why, is it not the shield anvil who stands ready to embrace the souls? That is your role. To bless your willful murder of our brothers and sisters? You want me to sanctify their sacrifice? Her left hand was on the grip of her sword. The blade was half drawn. She had gone from white to bright red. The berserk rage is almost upon her. She is moments from killing me. By the wolves, see what she is. The shield anvil, sir, shall not question. I will bless us, mortal sword, in the name of a just cause. Make your cause just. I plead with you before all these witnesses, before our brothers and sisters, make this cause just. The sword scraped. The iron sank down, vanished into the scabbard. The fires in her eyes suddenly ebbed. So we are divided, she said. We are driven apart. The crisis I have feared is finally upon us. The adjunct spoke of betrayal. Her cold eyes scanned the crowd. My children, what has befallen us? Captain Ikarl, one of the last veterans among them, spoke. Mortal sword. Two sides of an argument can make the complicated seem simple when it is anything but simple. A third voice can offer reason, and indeed wisdom. We must acclaim a destriant, to bridge this divide, to mend this wound. She cocked her head. Sir, do you voice the doubt of many? Do my brothers and sisters question my leadership? He shook his head, but there was no telling what that negation referred to. Mortal sword, we are sworn to the wolves of winter, but without a destriant we cannot reach them. We are severed from our gods, and so we suffer. Krughava, daughter of Nakalat, do you not see how we suffer? Shaken, her eyes bleak, she regarded Tanakalian once more. Shield Anvil, do you counsel betrayal of the adjunct Tavore? And so it is laid bare. At last it is laid bare. He raised his voice, forcing himself to remain firm, calm, revealing no hint of triumph. The wolves howl in the name of war. Our worship was born in the snows of our homeland, in the winter's cruel, icy breath. We came to honor and respect the beasts of the wild, the wolves who shared the mountain fastnesses, the dark forests with our kind. Even as, in our early days, we hunted those very beasts. We understood them, or so we liked to believe. These words are unnecessary. No, mortal sword, they are necessary. They are, in fact, vital. He eyed the others. All had gathered now, a silent mass. 5,000. Brothers, sisters, all. You hear me. You will hear me. You must hear me. We find ourselves divided, but this crisis has waited for us, and we must face it. A crisis created by the mortal sword's vow to the adjunct. We shall face it, here, now. Brothers, sisters, we have looked into the eyes of the beast, our chosen wildness, and in bold presumption we proclaimed them our brothers, our sisters, our kin. Voices cried out, angry, harsh with denial. Tanakalian raised his hands, held them high until silence returned. A presumption, he repeated. We cannot know the mind of a wolf, no more than we can know the mind of a dog or a Denrabi of the North Seas. Yet we took upon ourselves the most ancient of gods, the lord and lady of the frozen winter, of all the beasts, of the world's wildness. We vowed ourselves to a house, a hold, where we do not belong. The protests were louder this time, reluctant to die away. Tanakalian waited. But war? We knew that well. We understood it, in a manner no wolf of the forest could. Was this to be our cause, then? Were we to be the sword of the wilds, the defender of wolves and all the beasts of forest, sea, plain, and mountain? He faced Krukava. Mortal sword? The earliest sentiments whispered of such things, she replied, as we all know. And we have not gone astray, sir. We have not. We have, mortal sword, if we continue to follow the adjunct, if we stand beside her in this war she seeks. At last, it is time for me to speak of Destriant Runservian's final warning, uttered to me moments before his death. Hard words, accusing words, even as he denied my embrace. The shock was palpable, like thunder so distant it was not heard but felt. A tremble in the very bones. And all that comes, all that now rushes towards us. Krukava's eyes were wide, and he could see her confusion. Tanakalian? He refused you? He did. He never approved of me. But you could hardly have been unaware of that. He must have worked on you, I think, day and night, undermining your decision to make me the shield anvil. And when he died, his fears and doubts took root in you. The look she was giving him was one he'd never seen before. Ikarl asked, Shield Anvil, tell us of the Destriant's warning. Betrayal. He said she would force us to betray our gods. I could not be certain of whom he spoke. The adjunct? He faced Krukava. Or our very own mortal sword? It was difficult, you see, for his dislike of me proved an obstacle. That, and the fact that he was dying before my very eyes. You speak truth, Krukava said, as if astonished. Mortal sword, do not think I do not love my brothers and sisters. Do not think I would stand here and lie. I am the shield anvil, and for all Runservian's doubts, for all your doubts, Krukava, I hold to my duty. We are divided, yes, but what divides us is so fundamental that to put it into words could strike one as absurd. Upon the side of the adjunct, we are offered a place among mortals, among humans, flawed, weak, uncertain in their cause. Upon the other side, our covenant of faith. The wolves of winter, the wolves of war. The Lord and the Lady of the Beast hold. And in this faith we choose to stand alongside the beasts. We avow our swords in the name of their freedom, their right to live, to share this and every other world. The question, so absurd, is this. Are we to be human, or are we to be humanity's slayers? And if the latter, then what will come of us should we win? Should we somehow lead a rebellion of the wilds, and so destroy every last human on this world? Must we then fall upon our own swords? He paused then, suddenly drained, and met Krukava's eyes. Runservian was right. There will be betrayal. In fact, in choosing one side, we cannot but betray the other. Mortal sword, you set your sword down before the adjunct. But long before that moment you pledged that self-same weapon in the name of our gods. No matter how strong the sword's forging, he said, no weapon can long withstand contrary pressures. It weakens, it shatters. No weapon has ever bridged a divide, and once drawn, a sword can only cut. For all the virtues of iron, mortal sword, we are flesh and blood. What awaits us, Krukava? Which path shall you lead us upon? Shall it be to your personal glory, there at the adjunct's side? Or shall it be in the name of the gods we are sworn to serve? She reeled at his words, seemed unable to speak. The virtue of iron, woman, is that when it strikes true. He faced the crowd. Sisters, brothers of the Grey Helms, there are many gods of war. We have crossed half this world, and we cannot deny the 1,000 faces, the 1,000 masks worn by that grim bringer of strife. We have seen mortals kneel before idols and statues, before the likeness of a boar, a striped tiger, or 2 wolves. We have heard the cries upon the battlefield. He paused and half smiled, as if remembering. The field of battle, yes. By those beseeching cries alone, we might imagine that the greatest god of war is named Mother. He held up his hands again to stay his listeners. I meant no disrespect, dear kin. I speak only to find what sets us apart from all those other blood-soaked cults. What do they seek there in violent battle, those savage faiths? Why, they seek death. The death of their enemies, and if death must come to themselves, then they pray it is a brave one, a glorious one. He strode past Krughaver, was pleased to see her step aside, and faced Ikarl and the others. Scores of faces, eyes fixed upon him now, eyes that slipped over the mortal sword as if she had ceased to exist. He could not believe the suddenness, the sheer immensity of this usurpation. She was fatally weakened. There in the adjunct's command tent, she sought to show none of it, and hid it well indeed. Yet all I needed to do was prod just once, and see what has happened. Tavaret, your denial broke Krughaver, and Krughaver was a woman for whom trust was everything. How could I have not heard the splintering of her spine, right then and there? How could I not have understood the moment when she grasped the notion of strategy, of tactics, and made bold her renewed zeal? It was desperate. No matter. But we are not the same as the others. We are not simply one cult of war among many. It is not glory we seek, not in our name at least. It is not even the death of our enemies that so gladdens us, filling our drunken nights with bravado. We are too somber for such things. It is not in us to swagger and bluster. War, my brothers, my sisters, is the only weapon we have left. To defend the wilds. I tell you, I would defy Run Thurvian's last words. Betray the wolves? No, never. And the day of our battle, when we stand free upon the corpses of our fellow humans, when we have delivered once more the wildness upon all the world, well, then I shall bow to the wolves. And I shall with humility step aside, for it is not our glory that we seek. He swung to stare at Krughaver. It never was. Facing the others again. Must we then fall upon our own swords? No. For as I said earlier, there is no such thing as a final war. One day we shall be called upon again. That is the only certainty we need to recognize. Brothers, sisters, are you sworn to the wolves of winter? The roar that answered his question rocked him back a step. Recovering, he spun round, marched up to Krughaver. Mortal Sword, I sought you out to ask you about Commander Erekala and the fleet. You chose him, but I must know, is he a loyal servant to the wolves, or does he worship you? He might as well have slapped her. Yes, I do this before witnesses. All the public slights you visited upon me, at last I can deliver the same to you. How does it feel? Krughaver straightened. Erekala is most devout, sir. The fleet should have arrived, he said, blockading the harbor and so isolating the spire, yes? She nodded. And there they await us. Yes, Shield Anvil. Mortal sword, will you return to the fold? Will you lead us in the war to come? Our need for you—" She lifted her eyes, silenced him with their icy regard. A sneer curled her lips.
"Is clearly past, Shield Anvil."
She turned to the crowd. "I relinquish the title of Mortal Sword to the wolves. In my vow to the adjunct, I seem to have betrayed you all. So be it, sirs. Let it be written that the betrayal, so forewarned by Destriant Ranservian, belonged not to the perish grey helms, but to Mortal Sword Krughava. The crime is mine and mine alone." Gods, the supreme egoism of this creature. Even in defeat she will stand upon the mound alone. I divest her of everything. I drive the knife into her very heart. And now she is suddenly transformed into a figure of breathtaking tragedy. How does she manage it? Every time. "How it shall be written," he said in a loud voice, "remains to be decided. Should you rediscover your faith, Krughava—" She bared her teeth. "Should you discover your humanity, Tanakalian, should you find the courage, who knows where, to see the crisis in your own soul, then do come to me. Until then, I shall ride alone." He snorted. "And will you raise your own tent, too? Cook your own breakfast?" "I have ever given thanks to my brothers and sisters, Shield Anvil, for such kindnesses as they volunteer." She cocked her head. "I wonder how long before doing the same slips from your mind, Tanakalian." As she walked away, he turned to the tent. "Here, my children. Shall I help you with that?" "Usurpation?" Krughava swept past Spax, flung her helm into a corner of the tent, and followed it with her gauntlets. "I would drink, Highness." Abrastel gestured savagely, and Spax shook himself, went over to collect a jug. "Woman, you have the right of it. Get drunk, and then come to my bed. I vow to make you forget all your ills." The stern woman regarded the Barghast with a measuring stare, as if contemplating his offer. Spax felt sudden sweat upon the small of his back. He quickly poured out a goblet and handed it to her. Queen Abrastel sank back into the heap of cushions. "Well, that didn't take long." Krughava's eyes flashed. "If I am too shameful in your eyes, Highness, oh, be quiet and drink that down. Spax, be ready to pour her another. I was but musing out loud, Mortal Sword, on my sense of the adjuncts. Her, and if it pleases, I am no longer Mortal Sword. No, none of this can be cast at Tavore's feet." "By all the river gods, woman, sit down and drink. In other words, be quiet. Leave me to do all the talking." "What of me, Firehair?" "Should the miraculous moment ever arrive when you can say something of value, Spax of the Gilk, be sure to leap right in. Meanwhile, I return to my point. The adjunct. I can't even guess at the manner of it, but clearly she somehow managed to bind you all to her, until the day of the parley, when she went and tore it all apart. Thus, not long, you see? What she made she then unmade, and I do wonder at her appalling sense of timing." Krughava's eyes were level above the rim of the goblet. "Highness, what did you make of her?" "Spax, hand me that damned jug if all you can do is stare. No, give it to me. Throw yourself down by the curtain. We might need to wipe our feet by the time the night's done. Now, the adjunct. Krughava, I swear I will have you weeping, or whatever else I can wring from you. To hold it all inside as I see you doing will kill you." "Tavore Paran, Highness." Abrastel sighed, watching Spax settle down near the curtain. "I miss the Cundrel," she muttered. She blinked and then looked away, seemed to study one of the thick tapestries hanging from the tent frame. Spax squinted at it. Some faded coronation scene, figures stiff as statues, the kind of formality that spoke of artistic incompetence or the absurdity of genius. He could never make up his mind over such things. It's just a stupid circlet of gold and silver and whatnot. It's just a stupid proclamation of superiority. Look at all the bowed heads. Where's the real message here? Why, it's with those guards lining the walls and the swords under their hands. "It is difficult," Abrastel said, frowning still at the tapestry. "Where does loyalty come from? What causes it to be born? What lifts one person above all the others so that one chooses to follow her or him? Is it nothing but our own desperation? Is it, as the Cundril say, that vast crow's wing stretching over us? Do we yearn for the shelter of competence, real or imagined, true or delusional?" Spax cleared his throat. "In times of crisis, Firehair, even the smallest group of people will turn their heads, finding one among them. When we have no answers, we look to one who might. And that hope is born of qualities observed, of clearest thought, of wisdom or bold courage, all that each of us wishes to reflect." Krukava shifted to regard Spax, but said nothing. "Reflect, is it?" Abrastel grunted, drank down a mouthful of wine. "Is this queen a mirror? Is that all I am? Is that all you are, War Chief Spax? A mirror for your people?" "In many ways, yes. But in looking into that mirror, they ever choose, I think, to see only what they want to see." "Sir," rumbled Krugava to Spax, "you invite an untenable position. For all who would command, who would take the lead, from the smallest band of warriors to the vastest empire." She scowled at her goblet and held it out to Abrastel, who leaned forward to refill it. "Among the perish, upon nights overcast and moonless, 20 hunters each would take to Rath Avaz and row out beyond the fjords. They would light bright lanterns, suspending them on poles out over the black, icy waters. And by that light, they would call from the deeps the 3-jawed Nitals, a terrible fish that in vast numbers hunt the Denrabi, and are able to strip those leviathan creatures down to the bones in a single sounding. The Nitals, you see, hunt by the moon's glow, and when they rose to the light, the hunters would spare them." She fell silent, lids lowering for a time. Spax scratched at the bristle on his jaw, trying to work out the significance of that tale. He glanced at Abrastel, but the queen seemed fixated on the old tapestry. "Those fish would rise to the surface," Krugava said in a voice like gravel under a boot heel, "and the light would blind them, freeze them. There was no bravery in slaying them. It was nothing but slaughter, and would only end when the arms and shoulders of the hunters burned like fire, when they could no longer lift their harpoons." Spax snorted, nodding. "Yes, it does feel like that at times." "When I think of the wilds," she continued, as if not hearing him, "I think of the Nitals. We humans stand as the brightest light, and before us every living beast of this world freezes in place. My shield anvil has reawakened all the rage in my people, a rage confounded with guilt. We are to be the slaughterers defending the slaughtered. The wolves of war! It is a damned cult," snapped Krugava, and then she shook her head. "The savagery of the wolf inspired us. Is that so surprising?" "But there must be tenets of your faith," Spax persisted, "that do indeed cry out for retribution." "Delusions, sir.
Highness, speak of the adjunct, please. A most driven woman, Krughaver. Desperation and terrible need. But is she a mirror? And if so, what are we all meant to see? Krughaver looked up, studied Abrastel. The thought alone makes me want to weep, but I know not why. To reflect, said Spax. A mirror is made hard, polished, unflawed. Find a small wine, Spax, Abrastel growled. This one is done. Krughaver, you swore allegiance to the adjunct. Why? We were troubled. Questions had begun to plague us, especially the destriant and his highest seneschals, those who had given their lives to the philosophy of our religion. We trained to be the weapons of war, you see, but we had begun to wonder if the only gesture of humanity was the one that delivered violence, destruction. We wondered at the seemingly insurmountable might of vengeance, retribution, and righteous punishment. Her eyes were bleak. Is that all we possess? Is there nothing else that might challenge such weapons? Then, ventured Abrastel, you must have seen something in her, in Tavare-Paran. But Krughaver shook her head. All that I knew of her, in that moment when I pledged my service and that of the Grey Helms, all that I knew, well, it came from the visions of the seneschals. The fallen god was damaged, in terrible pain. Like a beast, like any of us, he lashed out at his tormentors. In that, he was more the wolf than we were, or could ever hope to be. Highness, a knife to his throat would be a mercy. For so many, you must understand this, so many had now gathered to feed on his pain, to drink the sweet venom of his fevered blood. More than that, in witnessing his imprisonment and his agony, they felt themselves elevated. It made them feel powerful, and in that power the only currency was cruelty. After all, is that not always our way? The dreams of the seneschals, Krughaver? What did they offer? The iron-haired woman nodded. An alternative, a way out. In those dreams stood a woman, a mortal woman, immune to all magics, immune to the seduction of the fallen god's eternal suffering. And she held something in her hand. It was small, indeed, so small that our dreamers could not discern its nature, but it haunted them. Oh, how it haunted them. What was she holding? Abrastel demanded, leaning forward. You must have an idea. An idea? Oh, hundreds of those, Highness. What she held had the power to free the fallen god. It had the power to defy the gods of war and every other god. It was a power to crush the life from vengeance, from retribution, from righteous punishment. A power to burn away the seduction of suffering itself. Her eyes glittered in the lantern light. Can you imagine such a thing? Spax leaned back. I have seen her enough times. I see nothing in her hand. Krughaver had set the cup down. She now sat, her left hand held out, palm up, resting on her knee. She gazed down at it, as if seeking to conjure all that she needed. That, she whispered, is not a mirror, but oh, how I wish it to be one. Krughaver, Abrastel said in a low, almost tentative voice, in the moment you stood before her, was there not doubt? Was there not even a single instant of uncertainty? I thought in her eyes, so flat, something, and now I wonder. I cannot help but wonder now if all that I thought I saw was nothing more than what I wanted to see. The hand slowly curled, closed like a dying flower. The mirror lies. Those last words shook Spax to his very core.
He climbed to his feet, feeling blood rushing into his face.
Then why didn't you accept your shield anvil's argument? Krukava, why are you even here?
With desolate eyes, she looked up at him.
I wanted a just war. I wanted it to be the last war of all wars. I wanted an end. One day the wolves will run only in our memories, our dreams. I do not want to live to see that day.
There was something there, Abrastel insisted. In her hand. Your seers saw it, Krukava. They saw it. You must find out what it was. For all of us to do this, to do as she bids, for us, Krukava, you must find it.
But I know what it is, Highness. In this moment, I have found my answer. And I see now how I have watched it weaken, how I have watched its light fade from the world. You see the adjunct's desperation. Oh yes, she is desperate. We are too few. We are failing. That precious thing she found, she paid a price for it. And that price is now proving too high. For her, for the bone hunters, for us.
Spax bared his teeth.
Then the mirror did not lie.
The lie is in the faith, sir. The faith that it can win, that it can even survive at all. You see, she is indeed but one woman, a mortal, and her strength is no greater than anyone else's. She has been at war, I now think, all of her life. Is it any wonder she now stumbles?
Spax thought back to that parley, and then shook his head.
From somewhere, Krukava, she is finding strength. I saw it. We all did, damn you!
She turned me away.
Abrastel snorted.
You feel slighted? Is that where all this has come from?
Highness,
Krukava's tone hardened.
From the very beginning, I saw myself as the reflection of her faith. I would be her one unshakable ally, sworn to her and her alone, no matter where she would lead us. And I knew that we understood each other, and that as much as I needed her and what she held inside, she in turn needed me. Do you grasp any of this? I was the source of her strength. When her faith faltered, she needed only to look at me.
Krukava held her palms against her face, covering her eyes, and slowly leaned forward. Muffled, she said,
She turned me away.
Spax looked over at Abrastel and met the Queen's steady gaze. The Gilk war chief slowly nodded.
You leave me in a difficult position, Abrastel said. Krukava, if I understand you correctly, it is now your thought that in denying you, the adjunct has in effect lost her faith. Yet was this not a matter of disposition? 2 objectives, not 1, and so we are to be divided in strength. And given the nature of the glass desert... But Krukava was shaking her head behind her hands. Do you truly imagine that she believes she can cross it with her army?
Spax loosed a stream of Barghast curses and then said,
What would be the point of that? If she intends suicide... No, her ego cannot be so diabolically monstrous that she'd take all her soldiers with her.
You are yet, I think,
and Krukava's hands fell away as she looked up at him,
to acquaint yourself with the third voice in this eternal argument.
What do you speak of?
I speak of despair, sir. Yes, she would will herself and her army across the glass desert, but she does so without faith. It is gone, driven away.
Abrastel said,
Sincerely as you may have seen yourself as the true and unshakable reflection of Tavare's faith, I believe your conviction that Tavare saw you the same way, in those precise terms, is itself an article of faith. This place of despair where you now find yourself is entirely of your own making. Krukava shook her head. I have watched it weaken. I have watched its light fade from the world, and I have seen her desperation. We are too few. We are failing. That shining thing there in her hand is dying. Tell me its name, Abrastel whispered. This argument of yours. You name one side faith and another despair. Speak to me of what she holds, this failing, dying thing. Spax turned to Abrastel in surprise. Why, Firehair? You do not yet know? That which fades from the world? Its name is compassion. This is what she holds for the fallen god, what she holds for us all. And it is not enough, Krukava whispered. Gods below, it is not enough. Book 4. The Fists of the World. If there was a better place, would you seek it out? If peace was at hand, would you reach for it? And on this road stand thousands weeping for all that is past. The journey's at an end. We are done with our old ways, but they are not done with us. There is no air left in this closed fist. The last breath has been taken, and now awaits release, where the children sit waiting for the legacy of waste, buried in the gifts we made. I have seen a better place. I have known peace like sleep. It lies at road's end, where the silts have gathered and voices moan like music. In this moment of reaching, the stone took my flesh and held me fast, with eyes unseeing, breath bound within, a fist closed on darkness, a hand outstretched, and now you march past, tossing coins at my feet. In my story I sought a better place, and yearned so for peace. But it is a tale untold, and a life unfinished. Woodcutters, Tablet 4, Hethra of Aaron. Chapter 11. On that day I watched them lift high. In the tallness of being they shouldered years, and stood as who they would become. There was sweat on their arms, and mad jackals went slinking from their bright eyes. I see a knowledge sliding beneath this door, where I lean barred and gasping in horror. And for all that I have flung my back against it. They are the milling proofs of revelation, crowding the street beyond like roosting prophets. And as the children wandered off in the way of gods, the small shape was unmoving at suffering's end. On this day I watched them lift high, tomorrow's wretched pantheon around stains on the stone where a lame dog had been trapped in a forest of thin legs, and the sticks and bricks went up and down like builders of monuments, where the bowls are bronze and overflowing, and marble statues brood like pigeons. Have you seen all these faces of God? Lifted so high to show us the perfection of our own holy faces, but their hands are empty of bricks and sticks, now that they're grown. Is there no faith to scour away the cruelty of children? Will no God shield the crying dog on the stone from his lesser versions caging the helpless and the lame? If we are made as we would be, then the makers are us. And if there stands a God moulding all he is in what we are, then we are that God, and the children beating to death a small dog outside my door are the small measures of his will considered, and in tasting either spat out or consumed in the ecstasy of the omnipotent. Children like gods. Fisher Keltath. The ramps had been laid out, the crews singing as they heaved on the ropes, columns of black marble rising in a ring around the glittering mound.
The dust in Spindle's mouth tasted like hope. The ache in his shoulders and lower back felt like the promise of salvation. He had seen her this day, and she had been better. Still a child, really, a sorely used one, and only a bastard would say it had all been for the good. That the finding of faith could only come from terrible suffering. That wisdom was born on scars. Just a child, damn it, scoured clean of foul addictions. But that look remained, there in her ancient eyes. Knowledge of deadly flavors, a recognition of the self lying trapped in chains of weakness and desire. She was the Redeemer's high priestess. He had taken her in his embrace, and she was the last ever to have known that gift. The digging around the mound had scurried up offerings by the bucket-load. Tulani Mas, mostly. Bits of polished bone, shells and amber beads had a way of wandering down the sides of the barrow. The great plaster friezes they were working on in coral now held those quaint, curious gifts. There in the elaborate borders surrounding the 9 sacred scenes. Spindle leaned against the water wagon, awaiting his turn with a battered tin cup in one cracked, calloused hand. He'd been a Marine once, a bridge burner. He'd trained in military engineering as much as any Malazan Marine had. And now, 3 months since his return from Darujistan, and what a mess that had been, he'd been made a pit captain. But as in his soldiering days, he wasn't one to sit back and let everyone else do all the hard work. No, all of this felt good, honest. He'd not had a murderous thought in weeks. Well, days then. The sun was bright, blistering down on the floodplain. On the west road, huge wagons were wending up and down from the quarries. And as for the city to the south, he turned, squinted. Glorious light. Curald Galain was gone. Black coral was black no longer. Gone. The Tist Andi had vanished, that red dragon with them, leaving everything else behind. Books, treasures, everything. Not a word to anyone, not a single hint. Damned mysterious, but then what was odd about that? They weren't human. They didn't think like humans. In fact, gods below. From the high palace, from the towers, a sudden conflagration, swirling darkness that spread out in roiling clouds and then broke into pieces. Shouts from the crews, fear, alarm, dread. Distant cries raining down. Spindle was on his knees, the tin cup rolling away from trembling hands. The last time, gods, the last time he'd seen. Great ravens filled the sky, thousands spinning, climbing, a raucous roar. The sun momentarily vanished behind their vast cloud. Shivering, his peace shattered, he could feel old tears rising from some deep well inside. He'd thought it sealed, forgotten, but no. "My friends," he whispered, "the tunnels! Oh, my heart, my heart!" Great ravens pouring out from the high places of the city, winging ever higher, massing, drifting out over the bay. Leaving! They're leaving! And as they swarmed above the city, as they boiled out over the sea to the east, 100 horrid, crushing memories wheeled into Spindle, and there took roost. Only a bastard would say it had all been for the good. That the finding of faith could only come from terrible suffering. That wisdom was born on scars. Only a bastard. He knelt, and as only a soldier could, he wept. Something had drawn Banascar to the small crowd of soldiers. It might have been curiosity, at least that was how it must have looked, but the truth was that his every motion now, from one place to next, was his way of fleeing. Fleeing the itch of temple cellars, of all that had been within my reach. If I could have known, could have guessed. The glass desert defied him. That perfect luxury that was a drunk's paradise, all that endless wine that cost him not a single coin, was gone. I am damned now.
As I swore to Blistig, as I said to them all, sobriety has come to pass for poor old Banaskar. Not a drop in his veins, not a hint upon his fevered breath. Nothing of the man he was, except for the itch.
The soldiers, regulars, he thought, were gathered about an overturned boulder. They'd been rolling it to pin down a corner of the kitchen tent. There'd been something hiding under it. Banaskar edged in for a look. A worm, coiled in sleep, though it had begun to stir, lifting a blind head. Long as an eel from Malaz harbour, but there the similarity ended. This one had mouths all over it.
"Can't say I like the look of that thing," one of the soldiers was saying.
"Looks slow," observed another.
"You just woke it up. It crawls by day, is my guess. All those hungry mouths. Hood's breath. We better turn all the rocks in camp. The thought of lying down to sleep with them out hunting whatever."
Someone glanced up and noticed Banaskar.
"Look, that useless priest of Direct's here. What, come for a look at your baby?"
"Myriad are the forms of the autumn worm."
"What's that? A myriad worm, you say?"
"I've seen the like,"
Banaskar said, silencing them all.
"In my dreams, when the itch turns to something that bites, that chews and gnaws and I can't see it, can't find it, when I scream in the night. That was good advice," he added. "Scour the camp, spread the word, find them, kill them all."
A boot heel slammed down. The worm writhed and then uncoiled and lifted its head, as would a spitting serpent. Soldiers backed away, swearing. Banaskar was jostled to one side. Iron flashed, a sword blade descending, slicing the worm in two. He looked up to see Faradan's sword. She glowered at the ring of soldiers.
"Stop wasting time," she snapped. "The day grows hotter, soldiers. Get this done and then find some shade."
The two sections of the worm had squirmed until contacting one another, at which point they constricted in mortal battle. Someone threw a coin down, puffing dust.
"The shorter myriad."
"I'll see you on that."
A second coin landed near the first one. Faradan's sword lashed down, again and again, until bits of worm lay scattered, glistening in the white dust.
"Now," she said, "the next bet I hear placed on anything will see the fool hauling water from here to the Eastern Ocean. Am I understood? Good. Now get to work, all of you."
As they hurried off, the fist turned to Banaskar, studied him critically.
"You look worse than usual, priest. Find some shade."
"Oh, the sun is my friend, Fist."
"Only a man with no friends would say that," she replied, eyes narrowed. "You're scorched. There will be pain. I suggest you seek out a healer."
"I appreciate your advice, Fist. Do I anticipate pain today? I do. In fact, I think I welcome it."
He saw a flash of disgust.
"Gods below, you're better than that."
"Am I? Nice of you to say so."
Faradan's sword hesitated, as if about to say something more, but then she turned away. He watched her making her way deeper into the camp of the regulars, where soldiers now hurried about, dislodging rocks with knives and short swords in hand. Blades flashed and curses sounded. The exhaustion of this place left him appalled. Shards of crystal borne in screams of pressure, somewhere far below perhaps, and then driven upward, slicing through the skin of the earth. Looking round, he imagined the pain of all that, the unyielding will behind such forces. He lifted his gaze, stared into the east where the sun edged open like a lizard's eye.
"Something," he whispered, "died here. Someone."
The shock had torn through this land, and the power unleashed in that wild death had delivered such a wound upon the sleeping goddess that she must have cried out in her sleep.
"They killed her flesh. We walk upon her dead flesh, crystals like cancer growing on all sides."
He resumed his wandering, the itch biting at his heels. Fist Blistig pushed his way past the crowd and entered the tent.
"Gods below. Everyone out, except for the quartermaster."
The mob besieging Paws, where he sat behind a folding table, quickly departed, with more than one venomous look cast at the clean-shaven man now leaning back on his stool. Brows lifting, he regarded Blistig. The Fist turned and dropped the tent flap. He faced Paws.
"Lieutenant, Master Sergeant, Quartermaster, just how many ranks and titles do you need?"
"Why, Fist Blistig, I go where necessity finds me. Now, what can I do for you, sir?"
"How much water did we go through last night?"
"Too much, sir. The oxen and horses alone."
"By your reckoning, how many days can we go without resupply?"
"Well now, Fist, that depends." Blistig scowled.
"All the soldiers who were in here, Paws, what were they doing?"
"Petitioning, sir. Needless to say, I've had to refuse them all. It is quickly becoming apparent that water is acquiring a value that beggars gold and diamonds. It has, in short, become the currency of survival. And on that matter, I am glad you're here, Fist Blistig. I foresee a time, not far off, when begging turns to anger, and anger to violence. I would like to request more guards on the water wagons."
"Are you rationing?"
"Of course, sir. But it's difficult, since we don't seem to have any reliable information on how many days it will take to cross this desert, or rather, nights." Paws hesitated, and then he leaned forward. "Sir, if you were to approach the adjunct, the rumor is she has a map. She knows how wide this damned desert is, and she's not telling. Why is she not telling? Because
it's too far,"
Blistig growled. Lifting his hands in a just-so gesture, Paws leaned back. "My carefree days are over, sir. This is now in deadly earnest."
"You have the right of that."
"Did the adjunct send you, Fist? Have you been requested to make a report on our provisions? If so, I have a tally here."
"How many days before we're out of water?"
Blistig demanded. "At fullest rationing, and allowing for the beasts of burden, about 5.
"And without the animals?"
"Without the oxen, at least, we'd end up having to pull the wagons ourselves. Hard work, thirsty work. I cannot be certain, but I suspect any gains would be offset by the increased consumption among the pull crews."
"But that would diminish over time, would it not, as the barrels emptied?"
"True. Fist, is this the adjunct's command? Do we slaughter the oxen, the horses?"
"When that order comes, soldier, it will not be going through you. I am prepared to strengthen the guard around the wagons, Paws."
"Excellent."
"Reliable guards,"
Blistig cut in, fixing Paws with his eyes. "Of course, sir. How soon?"
"You are to set aside a company's supply of water, Quartermaster. Initial the barrels with my sigil. They are to be breached only upon my personal command, and the portions will be allotted to the names on the list you will be given. No deviation."
Paws's gaze had narrowed. "A company's allotment, Fist?"
"Yes."
"And should I assume, sir, that your extra guards will be taking extra care in guarding those barrels?"
"Are my instructions clear, Quartermaster?"
"Aye, Fist, perfectly clear. Now, as to disposition, how many extra guards will you be assigning?"
10 should do, I think."
10? In a single shift of rounds, they'd be hard-pressed to keep an eye on 5 wagons, sir, much less the scores and scores.
"Redistribute your other guards accordingly, then."
"Yes, sir. Very good, sir."
"I'm trusting to your competence, Paws, and your discretion. Are we understood?"
"We are, Fist Blistig." Satisfied, he left the tent, paused outside the flap to glower at the dozen or so soldiers still lingering.
"First soldier caught trying to buy water gets tried for treason and then executed. Now, you still got a reason to see the quartermaster?"
"No, didn't think so." Blistig set out for his tent. The heat was building. She's not going to kill me. I ain't here to die for her, or any other fucking glory. The real unwitnessed are the ones who survive, who come walking out of the dust when all the heroes are dead. They did what they needed to live. Pors understands. He's cut from the same cloth as me. Hood himself knows that crook's got his own private store squirreled away somewhere. Well, he's not the only smart bastard in this army. You ain't getting me, Tavaret. You ain't. Frowning, Pors rose and began pacing, circling the folding table and the three-legged stool. Thrice round, and then he grunted, paused, and called out, "Himble you out there?" A short, round-faced but scrawny soldier slipped in.
"Been waiting for your call, sir."
"What a fine clerk you've become, Himble. Is the list ready?"
"Aye, sir. What did Lord Knock-Knees want, anyway?"
"We'll get to that. Let's see your genius, Himble. Oh, here, let me unfold it. You know, it's amazing you can write at all." Grinning, Himble held up his hands. The fingers had been chopped clean off at the knuckles, on both hands.
"It's easy, sir. Why, I never been a better scriber than I am now."
"You still have your thumbs."
"And that's it, sir. That's it indeed."
Pors scanned the parchment, glanced at his clerk. "You certain of this?"
"I am, sir. It's bad. 8 days at the stretch. 10 days in pain. Which way do we go?"
"That's for the adjunct to decide." He folded up the parchment and handed it back to Himble. "No, don't deliver it just yet. The Fist is sending us 10 hand-picked thugs to stand guard over his private claim. A company's supply. And before you ask, no, I don't think he means to share it with anyone, not even his lackeys."
"Just like you said, sir. That it weren't going to be just regular snivelling for a sip. Is he the first?"
"And only, I should think, at least of that rank. We'll get a few lieutenants in here, I expect. Maybe even a captain or two, looking out for the soldiers under them. How are the piss bottles going?"
"Being distributed right now, sir. You'd think they'd make faces, but they don't."
"Because they're not fools, Himble. The fools are dead, just the wise ones left."
"Wise, sir? Like you and me?"
"Precisely. Now sit yourself down here and get ready to scribe. Tell me when you're set." Pors resumed pacing. Himble drew out his field box of stylus, wax tablets, and wick lamp. From a sparker, he lit the lamp and warmed the tip of the stylus. When this was done, he said,
"Ready, sir."
"Write the following. Private missive from Lieutenant Master Sergeant Field Quartermaster Pors to Fist Kindly. Warmest salutations and congratulations on your promotion, sir. As one might observe from your advancement, and indeed mine, cream doth rise, etc. Inasmuch as I am ever delighted in corresponding with you, discussing all manner of subjects in all possible idioms, alas, this subject is rather more official in nature. In short, we are faced with a crisis of the highest order. Accordingly, I humbly seek your advice and would suggest we arrange a most private meeting at the earliest convenience. Yours affectionately, Pors. Got that, Himble?"
"Yes, sir."
"Please read it back to me." Himble cleared his throat, squinted at the tablet.
"Pors to kindly meet in secret when?"
"Excellent. Dispatch that at once, Himble."
"Before or after the one to the adjunct?"
Before, I think. Did I not say a crisis of the highest order?" Humble squinted again at the tablet and nodded.
"So you did, sir."
"Right then. Be off with you, Corporal." Himble packed up his kit, humming under his breath. Pors observed him. "Happy to be drummed out of the heavies, Himble?" The man paused, cocked his head, and considered.
"Happy, sir? No, not happy, but then get your fingers chopped off, and what can you do?"
"I've heard of one of your companions getting a special leather harness made."
"Only one hand was done with him, sir. I lost the shield side in the first stand, and then the sword one in the fourth push."
"And now you're a clerk?"
"Aye, sir."
Pors studied him for a moment and then said, "On your way, Himble." Once he'd left, Paws continued pacing. "Note to self," he muttered. "Talk to the armourer and weaponsmith. See if we can rig up something. Something tells me Himble's old talents will become necessary before too long, with respect to the well-being and continued existence of one Paws, humble, most obedient officer of the Bone Hunters." He frowned. 8 at the stretch, 10 in pain. May the gods above help us all. Fist kindly ran a hand over his head as if smoothing down hair. For a brief instant, Lostariel found the gesture endearing. The moment passed when she reminded herself of his reputation. In any case, the man's worried expression was troubling, and she could see quiet dismay in his eyes. Faradan Sort set down her gauntlets. "Adjunct, that was a difficult march. This broken ground is pounding the wagons, and then there are the oxen and horses. 7 draft animals have come up lame and need slaughtering. 2 horses among the Kundril and another from the command herd."
"It's only going to get worse," muttered Kindly. "This glass desert is well named. Adjunct," and he glanced at Faradan Sort and then Ruth and Gad. "We would speak to you of our misgivings. This course of action could well shatter us. Even should we manage to cross this wretched land, our effectiveness as a fighting force will be severely compromised."
Faradan Sort added, "The mages are united in their opinion that no water is available, unless we were to halt for a few days and try sinking some deep wells, very deep wells, Adjunct. And even then, well, the problem is that the mages have nothing to draw on. They're powerless. Not a single warren is available to them, meaning they don't know if there's water far down under us or not." She paused and then sighed. "I wish I had some good news. We could do with it." The adjunct stood over her map table. She seemed to be studying the lands of Colance, as marked on oiled hide by some Volcando merchant 50 years ago, the notes etched in a language none here could read. "We shall have to cross a range of hills, or buttes, here," she pointed, "before we can enter the valley province of Estobans. It's my suspicion, however, that the enemy will reach us before then, either from the passes or from the east, or both. Obviously, I'd rather we did not have to fight on 2 fronts. The passes will be key to all this. The threat from Estobans is the greater of the 2. Fist kindly, kill all the command horses but 1. Request the Kundril to cull their herd down to 1 mount per warrior with 10 to spare. Fist Sort, begin selecting crew to pull the supply wagons. Those oxen won't last many more nights." Kindly ran a hand over his scalp again.
"Adjunct, it seems that time is against us. In this crossing, I mean. I wonder, could we push the duration of each night's march up past 2 bells after dawn, and a bell or more before the sun sets? It'll wear on us, to be certain, but then we are facing that anyway."
"Those wagons that are empty of provisions," Faradan Sort added, "could take the soldiers' armor and melee weapons, relieving some of their burden. We could also begin divesting the train of extraneous materiel, reduce the armorers and weaponsmiths. All of that is more or less in decent repair. The soldiers didn't waste much time getting stuff mended or replaced. If we dropped 70% of the raw iron, most of the forges and the coal, we could redistribute the food and water onto more wagons, at least to start, which will relieve the oxen and the crews, not to mention reducing the damage to the wagons, since they'll ride lighter."
"We could triple soldiers up in the squad tents," Kindly said.
"We keep all the tents and cloth," the adjunct said without looking up. "As for your suggestion, Faradan, see to them. And Fist Kindly, the longer marches begin, starting this evening."
"Adjunct," said Kindly, "this is going to be brutal. Morale being what it is, we could face trouble soon."
"The news of the Naruk defeat helped," Salt said. "But the half-day and full night we've just walked have sapped the zeal. Adjunct, the soldiers need something more to hold on to. Something. Anything." At last, Tavare raised her head. She gazed levelly at Faradan Sort with red-rimmed eyes. "And what, Fist," she asked in a dull voice, "would you have me give them?" "I don't know, Adjunct. The rumors are chewing us to pieces. Which rumors would those be?" Faradan Sort hesitated, looked away. "Kindly," said Tavaret. "Your fellow Fist seems to have lost her voice." "Adjunct," Kindly nodded. "The rumors, well, some are wild, others strike rather close to the bone." Ruthen God spoke up. "We're in league with the Elder Gods, and you mean to spill the blood of your soldiers in a grand final sacrifice, all of them, to achieve your own ascendancy. There's another one, that you've made a secret pact with the High Houses and the Younger Gods. You will bargain with them using the Crippled God. That's why we intend to snatch him, to steal what's left of him away from the Focral Assail. There are plenty more, Adjunct." "You possess hidden knowledge," said Kindly, "acquired from who knows where. And because no one knows where, they all invent their own explanations. But in each," said Ruthen God, now eyeing Tavaret, "you are kneeling before a god. And, well, what Malazan soldier doesn't get a bitter taste from that? What Malazan soldier doesn't know the story of Dazem Ultor? Homage to a god by a commander is ever served by the blood of those under his or her command. Look around, Adjunct. We're not serving the Malazan Empire anymore. We're serving you." In a voice little more than whisper, the Adjunct said, "You are all serving me, are you? You are all about to risk your lives for me. Please, any of you here, tell me, what have I done to deserve that?" The tone of her question left a shocked silence. Tavaret Paran looked from one to the next, and in her eyes there was no anger, no outrage, no indignation. Rather, in her eyes, Lostara Yil saw something helpless, confused. After a long, brittle moment, Kindly said, "Adjunct, we march to save the crippled god. The problem is, as far as gods go, he's not much liked. You won't find a single worshipper of him in the Bone Hunters." "Indeed?" Suddenly her voice was harsh. "And not one soldier in this army, in this tent, has not suffered? Not one here has not broken, not even once, not wept, not grieved?" "But we will not worship that," Kindly retorted. "We will not kneel to such things." "I am relieved to hear you say so," she replied, as if the fires inside had died down as quickly as they had flared. Eyes on the map, trying to find a way through. "So look across then, across that vast divide. Look into that god's eyes, Fist Kindly, and make your thoughts hard. Make them cold, unfeeling. Make them all the things you need to in order to feel not a single pang, not a lone tremor. Look into his eyes, Kindly, before you choose to turn away. Will you do that?" "I cannot, Adjunct," Kindly replied in a shaken voice, "for he does not stand before me." And Tavaret met his eyes once more. "Doesn't he?" One heartbeat and then two before Kindly rocked back, only to turn away. Lostara Yil gasped. "As you said he would." But Tavaret would not let him go. "Do you need a temple, Kindly? A graven image? Do you need priests, sacred texts? Do you need to close your eyes to see a god? So noble on his throne, so lofty in his regard, and oh, let's not forget, that hand of mercy ever reaching down? Do you need all of that, Kindly? You others? Do you all need it in order to be blessed with the truth?" The tent flap was roughly pulled aside and Banaskar entered. "Was I summoned?" And the grin he gave them was a thing of horror, a slash opening to them all the turmoil inside the man, the torment of his life. "I caught some of that just outside. Too much, in fact." He looked to the Adjunct. "Blessed with the truth. My dear Adjunct, you must know by now, Truth blesses no one. Truth can only curse. The adjunct seemed to sag inside. Gaze dropping back down to the map on the table, she said, "Then, please, Septarch, do curse us with a few words of truth." "I rather doubt there's need," he replied. "We have walked it this night and will again beneath the glow of the Jade Strangers." He paused and frowned at those gathered. "Adjunct, were you under siege? And have I, by some unwitting miracle, broken it?" Kindly reached for his helm. "I must assemble my officers," he said. He waited, standing at attention until Tavare lifted a hand in dismissal, her eyes still on the map. Faradan Sort followed him out. Lostari caught Ruthengad's eye and gestured him to accompany her.
"Adjunct, we shall be outside the tent."
"Rest, both of you," said Tavare.
"Aye, Adjunct, if you will."
From the plain woman, a faint smile. "Soon. Go." Lostara saw Banaskar settling onto the leather saddle of a stool.
Gods, with company like this, is it any wonder she is as she is?
The high priest pointed a finger at Ruthengard as he stepped past, and made a strange gesture as if inscribing in the air. Ruthengard hesitated for a moment, and then, with a wry expression, he combed one hand through his beard and went out of the tent. Lostara fell in behind him.
"Are you all right?"
Faradan Sort asked. Kindly's expression darkened. "Of course I'm not all right."
"Listen," she said, "we tried."
"You can't ask soldiers to open their hearts. If they did, they'd never take another life." He faced her. "How can she not understand that? We need to harden ourselves to all that we have to do. We need to make ourselves harder than our enemy. Instead, she wants us to go soft, to feel." He shook his head, and she saw that he was trembling with fury or frustration. She turned as Ruthengard and Lostariel emerged from the command tent. Kindly looked at Ruthen. "Whoever you really are, Captain, you'd better talk some sense into her, because it's turning out that no one else can." Ruthengard frowned. "What sense would that be, Fist?" "We kill people for a living," Kindly growled. "I don't think she wants that to change," the captain replied. "She wants us to bleed for the Crippled God."
"Keep it down, Kindly," warned Faradan Sort. "Better yet, let's walk a little way beyond camp." They set out. Ruthen hesitated, but was nudged along by Lostariel. No one spoke until they'd left the haphazard picket stations well behind. Out under the sun, the heat swarmed against them, the glare blinding their eyes. "It won't work," announced Kindly, crossing his arms. "There will be mutiny, and then fighting. Over the water. And before it's all done, most of us will be dead. Not even the damned Marines and heavies at full strength could keep this army together." "You clearly don't think highly of my regulars," said Faradan Sort.
"Just how many volunteered, Sort?"
"I don't know."
"Malazan policy is to take the eager ones and make 'em Marines or heavies. The convicts and the destitute and the press-ganged, they all end up as regulars. Faradan, are you really certain of your soldiers? Be honest, no one here is likely to indulge in gossip."
She looked away, squinted. "The only odd thing about them that I have noticed, Kindly, is that they don't say much about anything. You'd have to twist an arm to force out an opinion." She shrugged. "They know they're faceless. They always have been, most of them. Long before they ended up in the military. This is just more of the same."
"Maybe they say nothing within range of your hearing, Sort," Kindly muttered. "But I'd wager they have plenty to say to each other when no one else is around."
"I'm not sure about that."
"Have you forgotten your own days as a lowly soldier?" She flinched and then said,
"No, Kindly, I have not forgotten. but I can stand 50 paces from a campfire, close enough to see mouths moving, to see the gestures that accompany argument, and there's none of it. I admit it's uncanny, but my soldiers seem to have nothing to say, not even to each other. No one spoke for a time. Ruthen God stood combing his beard with his fingers, his expression thoughtful yet somehow abstracted, as if he'd not been listening, as if he was wrestling with something 1,000 leagues away. Or maybe 1,000 years. Faradan Sort sighed. Mutiny, that's an ugly word, kindly. You seem ready to throw it at the feet of my regulars. It's what I fear, Faradan. I am not questioning your command. You do know that, don't you? She thought about that and then grunted. Well, actually, that's precisely what you're questioning. I'm not fist-blistig, and I dare say my reputation is decent enough among my soldiers. Aye, I might be hated, but it's not a murderous hate. She regarded kindly. Didn't you once speak about making a point of being hated by your soldiers? We are to be their lodestones, and when they see us bear it, when they see how none of it can buckle us, they are in turn strengthened. Or did I misunderstand you? You didn't. But we're not being looked at like that anymore, Sort. Now they're seeing us as potential allies against her. Ruthen God's voice was dry. Ready to lead a revolt, kindly? Ask that again, and I'll do my level best to kill you, Captain. Ruthen God's grin was cold. Sorry, I'm not here to give you an easy way out, Fist. No, you're not giving any of us anything. What would you have me say? She doesn't want her soldiers weeping or bleeding out all over the ground because they've gone soft. She wants them to be the opposite, not just hard. He eyed the three of them. Savage, unyielding, stubborn as cliffs against the sea. In the command tent, you missed the point, Ruthen cut in. I now think you all did. She said to look across into the eyes of the crippled god, to look and to feel. But you couldn't do it kindly, could you? Could you, Fist Sort? Lostara, any of you? And what of you? Kindly snapped. Not a chance. So she knocked us all down. What was the point of that? Why shouldn't she? Ruthen God retorted. You asked for more from her. And then I nailed her to a damned tree with that madness about serving her. She struck back, and that, friends, was the most human moment from the adjunct I've yet seen. He faced them. Until then, I was undecided. Would I stay on? Would I ride out, away from all this? And if I left, well, it's not as though anyone could stop me, is it? But, said Faradan Sort, here you are. Yes, I'm with her now for as long as she needs me. Fist kindly raised one hand as if to strike out at Ruthen God. But why? You still don't get it, none of you. Listen, we don't dare look across into the eyes of a suffering god. But kindly, she dares. You asked for more from her. God's below, what more can she give? She'll feel all the compassion none of you can afford to feel. Behind that cold iron she will feel what we can't. His eyes went flat on kindly. And you asked for more. The stones ticked in the heat. A few insects spun on glittering wings. Ruthen God turned to Faradan Sort. Your regulars are not saying anything? Be relieved, Fist. Maybe they're finally realizing on some instinctive level what she's taken from them, what she's holding inside for safekeeping, the best they have. Faradan Sort shook her head. Now who is the one with too much faith, Ruthen God? He shrugged. It's hot out here. They watched as he headed off, a lone figure trudging back to the pickets and to the camp beyond. There was no dust in the air. This desert didn't make dust. Eventually, kindly turned to Lostari. Did you suspect he was about to bolt? What? No. The man's a damned cipher fist. How, asked Faradan, is this going to work? When I need to stiffen the spines of my soldiers, what in Hood's name can I say to them? After a moment, Lostari cleared her throat and said, I don't think you have to tell them anything, Fist. What do you mean? And don't go spewing out Ruthan's words. He places far too much in the hearts and minds of the common soldier. Just because your life is devoted to killing, it doesn't accord you any special wisdom. I don't agree with that, Lostara said. Look, just by standing with her, with the adjunct, you're saying all that needs saying. The real threat to this army is Fist Blistig, who's hardly kept secret his opposition to the adjunct, and by extension to all of you. If he starts gathering followers, well, that's when the trouble will start. Kindly reached up and wiped the sweat from his brow. There is wisdom, Faradan. The wisdom that comes with knowing, right to the very core of your soul, just how fragile life really is. You earn that wisdom when you take someone else's life. And what about the ones who don't think twice about it? Wisdom? Hardly. More like a growing taste for it. That dark rush of pleasure that's so addictive. She looked away. I know. I stood the wall. Lostara pointed. There's a runner coming. For one of us. They waited until the thin, round-faced soldier arrived. A soldier with mutilated hands. He saluted with the right one and proffered kindly a wax tablet with the other.
Compliments of Lieutenant Master Sergeant Quartermaster Paws, sir.
Kindly took the tablet and studied it. Soldier, he said.
Sir?
The sun's heat has melted the wax. I do hope you committed the message to memory.
Sir, I have.
Let's hear it.
Sir, the missive was private.
From Paws? I really don't have time for this. We're past all the dueling. Spit it out, soldier.
Sir, to quote, Private missive from Lieutenant Master Sergeant Field Quartermaster Paws to Fist Kindly. Warmest salutations and congratulations on your promotion, sir. As one might observe from your advancement, and indeed mine, cream doth rise, etc. Inasmuch as I am ever delighted in corresponding with you, discussing all manner of subjects in all possible idioms, alas, this subject is rather more official in nature. In short, we are faced with a crisis of the highest order. Accordingly, I humbly seek your advice and would suggest we arrange a most private meeting at the earliest convenience. Yours affectionately, Paws. The soldier then saluted again and said, I'm to wait your answer, sir. In the bemused silence that followed, Faradan Sort narrowed her eyes on the soldier. You were heavy infantry, weren't you? Corporal Himble Thrupp, Fist.
How stands the rank and file, soldier?
Standing true, Fist.
Do the enlisted say much about the adjunct, soldier? Off the record here?
The watery eyes flicked momentarily to her, then away again.
Occasionally, sir.
And what do they say?
Not much, sir. Mostly it's all them rumours.
You discuss them?
No, sir. We chew 'em up till there's nothing left, and then invent new ones, sir.
To sow dissension?
Brows lifted beneath the rim of the helm.
No, Fist. It's, entertainment. Beats boredom, sir. Boredom leads to laziness, sir, and laziness can get a soldier up and kilt. Or the one beside him, which is e'en worse. We hate being bored, sir, that's all.
Kindly said, Tell Paws to find me at my command tent whenever he likes.
Sir.
Dismissed, soldier. The man saluted a third time, wheeled and set off. Kindly grunted.
That's a heavy for you,
Faradan Sort muttered, and then snorted.
Inventing nasty rumours for fun.
They're only nasty, I suppose, once someone decides one's for real.
If you say so, kindly. As for my regulars, well, now I know where the barrage is coming from, even if it is coming down on them, observed Lostara Yil. From what you said, it's not stirring up much dust.
Faradan met Kindly's eyes.
Are we panicking over nothing, kindly?
To be honest, he admitted, I don't really know any more. Ruthan God drew off his gambeson and paused to luxuriate in the sudden escape from unbearable heat as his sweat-slicked skin cooled.
Well,
said Scannero from her cot,
that woke me up.
My godlike physique?
The smell, Ruthan.
Ah, Thank you, woman. You've left me positively glowing. He unclipped his sword belt and let it fall to the ground, then slumped down on the edge of his cot and settled his head in his hands. Scanero sat up. Another one? Through his fingers, he said, Not sure how many more of those she can weather. We're barely 2 days into the desert, Ruthen. I hope she's tougher than you think. He let his hands fall and glanced at her. So do I. He studied her for a moment and then said, I should probably tell you I was considering leaving. Oh. Not you, this army. Ruthen, I'm in this army. I planned on kidnapping you. I see. He sighed. Today she changed my mind. So, my love, we're in this till the bitter end. If that's a marriage proposal, I kind of like it. He studied her. Gods, I'd forgotten. Loud clattering came from behind the cook tents, where the scullions were scrubbing pots with handfuls of rocks and pebbles. Cuttles cinched tight a strap on his kit bag. Straightening, he arched his back and winced. Gods, it's a young'un's game, ain't it just? Horik, you giving up on those? The Seti half-blood had thrown his military-issue hobnailed boots to one side and was using a rounded stone to work out the creases in a pair of worn tribal moccasins. Too hot, he said. Won't those get cut to shreds? Smiles asked from where she sat on her pack. You start limping, Korik. Don't look to me for help. Toss the boots onto the wagon, Cuttle said. Just in case, Korik. The man shrugged. Sergeant Tar returned from the company command tent. Finish loading up, he said. We're getting a quick start here. He paused. Anybody manage to sleep? Silence answered him. Tar grunted. Right. I doubt it'll be the same come tomorrow. It's a long haul ahead of us. Weapons fit to use, everybody? Short nose? The heavy looked up, small eyes glittering in the gloom. Yeah. Korab? Aye, Sergeant. Can still hear her moaning from the whetstone. It ain't a woman, said Smiles. It's a sword. Then why's she moaning? You never heard a woman moan in your life, so how would you know? Sounds like a woman. I don't hear any moaning anyway, she replied, drawing out a brace of fighting knives. Weapons good, Sergeant. Just give me some sweet flesh to stick 'em in. Hold the thought, Tar advised. For, 5 months, Smiles. Korik looked up, studied her from under his unbound hair. Can you do that? She sneered. If it's going to take 5 months to cross this desert, idiot, we're deader than dead. She wrapped one blade against the clay jug slung by braided webbing on her pack. And I ain't drinking my own piss, neither. Want mine? Bottle asked from where he was lying, eyes closed, hands behind his head. Is that an offer to swap? God's bottle, you're sick, you know that? Listen, if I have to drink it, better it be a woman's, because then, if I work real hard, I might be able to pretend I like it, or something. When no one said anything, Bottle opened his eyes, sat up. What? Cuttle made to spit, checked himself, and turned to Tar. Fit of anything new to say, Sergeant? No, why should he have? Well, I mean, he figures we're going to make it across, right? Tar shrugged. I suppose so. Can't do that mission if we don't. That's a fair point, Sapper. Do you say anything about all this drinking our own piss? Tar frowned. Korik spoke up. Sure he did, Cuttle. It's all in that deck of dragons of his. New card. Piss drinker. High house. High house what? Smiles asked. Korik simply grinned, and then looked up at Cuttle, and the smile became cold. Card's got your face on it, Cuttle. Big as life. Cuttle studied the half-blood, the ritual scarring and tattoos, all in the glyph language of the Seti that Korik probably only half understood. The ridiculous moccasins. His view was suddenly blocked, and his gaze flicked up to meet Tar's dark, deceptively calm eyes. Just leave it, the sergeant said in a low mutter. Thought I was going to do something? Cuttle. Thought I was going to rip a few arseholes in him? Shove my last sharper up inside and then throw him into yonder wagon? Something like that, Sergeant? From behind Tar, Corrick snorted. Load your pack on the wagon, Cuttle. Aye, Sergeant. Rest of you, get your gear up and get ready. The night beckons and all that. I might sell my piss, said Smiles. Yeah, said Corrick. All that silver and gold, only it won't go on the wagon, Smiles. We need to keep the bed clear for all the booty we're going to scoop up. No, soldier, you got to carry it. He pulled on the first moccasin, tugged the laces. Both strings of leather snapped in his hands. He swore. Cuttle heaved his pack onto the wagon's bed and then stepped back as Corab followed suit with his own gear, the others lining up. Corrick coming last, wearing 2 untied moccasins. The sapper stepped past the corporal, Bottle, and then Smiles. His fist caught Corrick flush on the side of the man's head. The crack was loud enough to make the oxen start. The half-blood thumped hard on the ground and did not move. Well now, Tar said, glowering at Cuttle. Come the fight, and this soldier beside you, sapper, you going to step sure then? Makes no difference what I done just now, Cuttle replied. Beside him, in the next battle, I ain't going to step sure at all. He mouthed off in the trench to fiddler himself, and he's been moping around ever since. You can have all the courage you want on the outside, but it ain't worth shit, Sergeant, when what's inside can't even see straight. The speech had dried out his mouth. He lifted his right hand. Gotta see a cutter now, Sergeant. I broke the fucker. You stupid. Go on, get out of my sight. Corab, Bottle, get Corrick onto the wagon. Wait, is he even alive? All right, into the wagon. He probably won't wake up till the night's march is done. Just his luck, muttered Smiles. Horns sounded. The bone hunters stirred, shook out, fell back into column, and the march was underway. Bottle slipped in behind Corab, with Smiles on his left. 3 strides in their wake walked Short-Nose. Bottle's pack was light. Most of his kit had gone into general resupply. And as was true of armies the world over, there was no such thing as oversupply, at least not when it came to useful gear. Useless stuff. Well, that's different. If we were back in Malaz or 7 cities, we'd have plenty of that. Quills and no ink, clasps but not a sewing kit to be found, wicks and no wax. Still, wouldn't it be nice to be back in Malaz? Stop that, Bottle. Things are bad enough without adding pointless nostalgia to the unruly mess. In any case, he'd lost most of his useful gear, only to discover that he really didn't need it after all. The clay jug rolled in its webbing alongside his hip, swinging with each stride. Well, it made sense to me anyway. I could always ask, I don't know, Flashwit or gods below Masangilani. I'm sure she'd... Get up here beside me, Bottle. Sergeant? Fid wanted me to ask you some questions. We already went over what I remembered. Not that. Ancient history, Bottle. What battle was that again? Never mind. Drop back there, Corab. No, you're still Corporal. Relax, just need some words with Bottle here. Our squad mage, right? I'll be right behind you then, Sergeant. Thanks, Corporal. And I can't tell you how reassuring it is to feel your breath on the back of my neck, too. I ain't drunk no piss yet, Sergeant. Once past the corporal, Bottle scowled back at him over a shoulder. Corab, why are you talking like Cuttle's dumber brother these days? I'm a Marine soldier, and that's what I am, and this is how us Marines talk. Like the sergeant says, what battle was that again? Ancient history. We fight somebody? When? Like that, you see. The best Marines of all, Corporal, Tar drawled, are the ones who don't say a damned thing. Corporal Corab? Sorry, what, Sergeant? Like that? Perfect. Bottle could see Baum and his squad a dozen paces ahead. Throat slitter, dead smell, widdershins. That's it? That's all that's left of them? No warrens around here, right? Sergeant? Oh, aye, none at all. These Fid's questions? So it's dead as dead can be. Aye, like a sucked bone. Meaning, Tar resumed, no one can find us out here, right? Bottle blinked and then scratched at the stubble on his jaw. His nails came away flecked with burnt skin and something that looked like salt crystals. He frowned. Well, I suppose so, unless of course they've got eyes, or wings, and he nodded upward. Breath gusted from Tar's nostrils, making a faint whistling sound. For that, they'd have to be out here, doing what we're doing, but this desert's supposed to be impassable. No one in their right minds would ever try and cross it. That's the view, isn't it? The view? It ain't opinion, Tar. It's a fact. No one in their right minds would try and cross it. Is there someone in particular, Sergeant, who might be trying to find us? Tar shook his head. Captain's the one with the deck, not me. But they'll be cold here, those cards. Lifeless. So what we're talking about is a reading he did before we crossed over. Was someone closing in, Sergeant? No point in asking me that, Bottle. Listen, this is ridiculous. If Fiddler wants to ask me stuff, he can just hump down here and do it. That way, I can ask stuff back. Are they blind, Bottle, is what Fid wanted to know. Not us, them. Them, aye. Wide-eyed blind. Tar grunted. Good. Sergeant, can you remember who came up with our name? Bone Hunters? Might have been the adjunct herself. The first time I heard it was from her, I think. But this is impossible. Aaron, she couldn't have known. Not then. Why, Bottle? No reason, just wondering. Is that it? Can me and the corporal switch round again? One more question. Is Quick Ben alive? I already told Fid. This question ain't his, Bottle. It's mine. Listen, I don't know. And I told Fid the same thing. I got no sense with those people. Which people? Bridge burners. Those people. Dead Hedge, Quick Ben, even Fiddler himself. They aren't the same as us. As you and me, Sergeant, or Korab back there. Don't ask me to explain what I mean. The point is, I can't read them, can't scry for them. Sometimes it's like they're, I don't know, ghosts. You poke and you go right through. Other times, they're like a solid mountain, so big the sun itself can't climb over them. So I don't know, is my answer. Tar was squinting across at him. You say all that to the captain? I don't know if Quick Ben's dead or alive, Sergeant. But if I was to wager on it, well, I can think of a few hundred bone hunters happy to go against me. More than a few hundred, in fact. But if I was to take that bet to Hedge or Fiddler... Bottle shook his head, slapped at something biting his neck. You're wagering that he's dead? No, I'm betting he's alive. And I'm betting more than that. I'm betting he's still in this game. The sergeant suddenly grinned. Great to have you back, Mage. Not so fast, Tar. Sergeant, I mean. Don't forget, I didn't see him at the end there. And from what I've heard, it was ugly. The ugliest. So that's why I'm not making any wagers. God knows what Fid ever saw in you, soldier. Go on, get out of my sight. When he'd exchanged places in the line with Korab, Cuttle fell in on his left. Listen, who in Hood's name am I these days? Fisher himself? What? No, it's something Corix said. Which thing? The thing about the piss drinker? Fid doesn't make his own cards, Cuttle. He's not that kind of deckmonger. So, about booty, soldier. That thing about booty. I think that was sarcasm. On his right, Smiles grunted, but offered nothing more. That's just it, Cuttle said. Now, it was Dasse Moltor who really came down on the whole pillaging stuff. We were conquering, not raiding. When you occupy a city, it's bad practice to loot and rape the citizens. Riles them, and before you know it, your occupying garrison soldiers start getting murdered on night patrol. So we weren't in the habit of it anyway. But even then, we still had a chance to get rich. Every company got itself a scribe, and everything was portioned out. Collected weapons and armor, horses, all that. Winning a battle meant bonuses. All very well, Cuttle, nodded Bottle. But we here got us a temple treasury. The payrolls are still being maintained. The fact is, Sapper, we're all stinking rich. Assuming we live to get it. That's always how it is. I don't see your point. The Sapper's small eyes glittered. Tell me, he said in a rough voice, do you give a knacked arse about it? Do you, Bottle? He considered. 4, 5, 7 strides. No, he admitted, but then I never did care much. Not in it for wealth. You're young, aye. It's the adventure that tugs you along. But you see, get to a certain age, seen enough of all that's out there, and you start thinking about your life when it's all done with. You start thinking about some cosy cottage, or maybe a decent room above a decent tavern. Aye, you know it'll probably never be, but you dream about it anyway. And that's where all the coin comes in. And? His voice dropped lower. Bottle, I ain't thinking past next week. I ain't thought about my pay in months. You hearing me? No cottage, no tavern, no nice little fisher boat, or, God's forbid, a garden. None of it. That's because we're the walking dead, right? I thought so, what with what Fid said the other night, but now I don't. Curious, Bottle eyed the Sapper. Go on, then. Cuttle shrugged, as if suddenly uncomfortable. Something's happened to us, that's all. The Bone Hunters. Maybe it was invading Lether. Maybe it was Malaz City or even Yucatan. I don't know. Look at us. We're an army, not thinking about loot. Why do you think Korik went and mocked Smiles here about charging for her piss? Because he's broke, Smiles answered, and jealous. It's because no one cares about silver and gold, or buying stinking estates, or breeding horses, or taking up sea trades. We're probably the only army in the world that doesn't. Smiles snorted. Hold on, Sapper. You don't think that when we've chopped up whoever and we're standing there on that battlefield, don't you think we're going to start cutting off fingers and all the rest? Loading up on torques and rings and decent swords and whatever? No, I don't, Smiles. I think I agree with Cuttle on this one, said Bottle. Then again, maybe you will. Why should I? She retorted. I wasn't talking about me at all. Another first, Bottle muttered. Oh, I'm going to walk around checking bodies, aye, she said, nodding. Find one still breathing and slit goes the throat. Rings and shit, forget it. Just what I've been saying, Cuttle said, and he fixed wide eyes upon Bottle. It's exactly it, Bottle. This army has gone insane. Fid's captain now, Balm growled. What more do you need to know? He'll do us right. He was a bridge burner, wasn't he? Look at his old squad, lads. Didn't lose a damned one of them. If that ain't the kind eye of a god looking down, what is? Widdershins crowded up behind Throat Slitter, Dead Smell, and the sergeant. Did any of you hear Bottle back there? That stuff about our name? Throat Slitter scowled. What? He was asking about how we got our name. So? So I just think, well, I think it's important. I think Bottle knows something, but he's keeping it quiet. Bottled up? Dead Smell asked. Throat Slitter's high-pitched laugh triggered curses up and down the line. The assassin hissed under his breath. Sorry, that just came out. So give him a shake, Wid, pressed Dead Smell, until it all gushes out. He's got a cork somewhere. Go and find it. Throat Slitter snorted and then choked as he held down another squeal. Stop that, Dead Smell, Balm ordered. I mean it. But I've just scratched the surface of possibilities, Sergeant. You saw what Cuttle went and did to Corrick? I'll lay you out, dead smell. You can't do that. You're our sergeant. Meaning I can do it, idiot. Widdershins said.
Bottle's a mage, just like me. We got us a common bond. Think I might talk to him after all. There's something he's not saying, I know it.
Well, mused Dead Smell, the man did somehow survive the Narut kitchen tent, so that's kind of impressive.
And he came in with Captain Ruthen Gudd. There's an inner circle, you see. I suspected it from way back.
Widdershins, you may have hit on something there, said Dead Smell. People in the know, knowing something.
More than us, right.
Probably got it all mapped out, too. Even how we're going to get across this desert and then take down another empire, just like we took down Lether.
Just like we crushed the whirlwind, too, and got ourselves out of Malaz City. So now you ain't making fun of me no more, Dead Smell, are you?
As one, the four Marines twisted round to glare at the squad trudging behind them. Sergeant Tar's brows lifted. You hearing this, Tar? Barm called back. Not a word of it, Barm. Good. Facing forward again, Widdershins tried to press even closer.
Listen,
he whispered.
We can work out who's in the know. Fid and Ruthen Gudd.
And Bottle, said Dead Smell, because he's Fid's shaved knuckle.
Masangilani.
What? Really?
Another one attached to the adjunct's retinue. They didn't kill her horse, did you know that? They kept her, 2 of them, in fact.
Widdershins rubbed at his face.
Gets cold with the sun down, don't it? Then there's Lostara Yil, who did that shadow dance. That one for sure. Who else?
Keneb, but he's dead, said Barm. Quick Ben, too. Widdershins barked a low laugh.
I'm with Bottle on that one. He's out there somewhere, maybe with Gessler and Stormy.
Of course, Barm cut in. Guess and Stormy, and don't they have the runts with them? Sin and Grob, aye. Widdershins nodded.
Could be the whole conspiracy right there, then. The inner circle I was talking about.
The conniving cabal, said Dead Smell.
Aye.
The secret sneaks.
Just so.
The shifty-eyed sentinels of truth. Throat-slitter's laugh pierced the night. Cinta winced at the cry behind them.
Gods, I wish he'd stop doing that.
Nothing very funny about this, Baron Gruck agreed. But then it's throat-slitter, isn't it? That man would laugh over his dying sister. He shook his head. I don't get people like him. Taking pleasure in misery, in torture, all that. What's to laugh about? Talk about a messed-up mind. She glanced at him curiously. His face was lit in the green glow of the jade spears. Ghoulish, ethereal.
What's eating you, Badan?
That conspiracy of Wid's. He shot her a suspicious look. It's got to include you, Cinta, don't it?
Like Hood it does.
You had a chat with Masangilani, and... He nodded towards the wagon rocking and creaking just ahead of them. Your sister.
We was just trying to work out stuff to help the adjunct.
Because you knew something. Those feelings you get. You knew we were in trouble long before the lizards showed up.
Little good it did us. Don't you see? I knew, but I didn't know. Do you have any idea how helpless that made me feel?
So what's coming, Cinta?
No idea. And that's just how I want it.
She tapped her helm.
All quiet, not a whisper. You think I'm in some inner circle? You're wrong.
Fine, he said. Forget it.
The silence stretched between them, and to Cinta it felt like a cocoon or a web they were snared in. Struggling just made it worse. In the hills high above the savannah of her homeland, there were ancient tombs carved into cliff faces. Barely past her first blooding, she'd journeyed with her sister and 2 others to explore those mysterious caves. Nothing but dust. The stone sarcophagi was stacked a dozen to each chamber, and Cinta remembered standing in the relative chill,
one hand holding a makeshift torch, and in the flickering, wavering orange light staring at the lowest coffin in a stack rising before her. Other peoples buried their dead instead of gifting the corpse to the vulture goddess and her get, or sealed them beneath heavy lids of stone, and she remembered thinking, with a chill rippling through her, "But what if they got it wrong? What if you weren't dead?" In the years since, she'd heard horrifying tales of hapless people buried alive, trapped within coffins of stone or wood. Life in the barracks was rife with stories intended to make one shiver, worse than the haranguing threats from priests behind a pulpit, and everyone knew those ones were doing it for the coin, and all that delicious sharing out of fear. And now I feel as if I'm about to wake up from a long sleep. From my mouth a sighing breath, but all I see is darkness. All I hear is a strange, dull echo all around me, and I reach up and find cold, damp stone. It was the drops that awakened me, the condensation of my own breathing. I'm about to wake up to find that I've been buried alive. The terror would not let her go. This desert belongs to the dead. Its song is the song of dying. In the wagon, lumbering a few strides ahead, sat her sister, head lolling as if asleep. Was it that easy for her? That leg was slow in mending, and now that they were in this lifeless place, no healer could help her. She must be in pain. Yet she slept, while we march. The deserter never deserted after all. Who could have guessed she'd find something inside, something that reached out beyond, outside her damned self? We can never know, can we? Can never know someone else, even one of our own blood. Kisware, you should have run, limped, done whatever you needed to do. I could manage all of this, I could, if I knew you were safe, far away. She thought back to when her sister had appeared in the company of the Kundril, that ragged, wretched huddle of survivors. Young mothers, old mothers, crippled warriors, unblooded children, elders tottering like the harbingers of shattered faith. And there she was, struggling with a makeshift crutch, the kind one saw among broken veterans on foreign streets as they begged for alms. Gods below. At least the Malazan Empire knew how to honor their veterans. You don't just up and forget them, ignore them, step over them in the gutters. You honor them. Even the kin of the lost get coin and a holy day in their honor. There were, she knew, all kinds of coffins, all kinds of ways of finding out you've been buried alive. How many people dreaded opening their eyes, opening them for real? How many were terrified of what they would find? That stone box, that solid darkness, the immovable walls and lid and the impossible weight. Her sister would not meet her eye, would not even speak to her, not since Kisware's return to the ranks. But return she did, and soldiers saw that, saw and realized that she'd gone to get the Kundril to find help for that awful day. They understood, too, how Kisware must feel, there in that ruined haggle of survivors. Aye, she'd sent the rest of them to their deaths, enough to destroy the strongest among them, aye. But look at her. Seems able to bear it. The broken leg? She was riding hood bent for leather, friends. Would have been in that fatal charge, too, if not for her horse going down. No, they now looked on Kisware with a seriousness to their regard that spoke tomes about finally belonging, that spoke of seeing on her the fresh scars from the only rite of passage worth respecting, surviving with the coin paid in full for the privilege. Well, that is my sister, isn't it? No matter what, she will shine. She will shine. Kisware could feel her teeth grinding, on the edge of cracking, as the wagon clunked over yet another rock, and with breath held she waited for the rush of stunning pain. Up from the bones of her leg, spreading like bright flowers through her hips, rising through her torso like a tree with 1,000 stabbing branches and 10,000 needled twigs. Higher still, the mad, serrated leaves unfurling in her skull, lacerating her brain. She rode the manic surge, the insane growth of agony, and then, as it pulsed back down, as it ebbed, she slowly released her sour breath. She stank of suffering. She could taste it on her swollen tongue. She leaked it out on the grimy boards beneath her. They should have left her behind, a lone tent in the rubbish of the abandoned camp. That would have been an act of mercy. But since when did armies think about that? Their whole business was the denial of mercy, and like a watermill, the huge stone wheel of destruction rolled on and on. No one allowed to get off. On what? She found herself grinning. On pain of death, that's what. Staring at her own knees, at the thick bundling of myrid skins surrounding her splintered leg, hair hanging down, hiding from her eyes Badan Gruk, Sinter, and all the rest, so useless in their clumping along, so bitter in all the ghosts they now carried, the weight bowing them down. Was it pores or kindly? Yes, pores. Grow that hair, woman, or was it cut it? I can't remember. How can I not remember? Was it that long ago? Pores pretending to be kindly. Where does that kind of courage come from? That audacity? That knowing look will be in his eye right up until he's shoved through Hood's gate. It will, won't it? How I admire people like that. How I wanted to be like them. Badan Gruk, take a lesson from pores, I beg you. No more of the sad eyes, the hurt look. I see it, and I want to stab deeper, lash out. I want to make true all your miserable worries, all those wounds upon your heart. Let's see them bleed. The wagon jarred beneath her. She gasped. Flowers and trees, leaves of fire igniting behind her eyes. No time to think. Every thought tried running, only to explode in the forest. Bursting awake all the leaves, high in the canopy, and every thought wings away, like birds into the sky. The leg was infected. There was fever, and nothing anyone could do about it. Herbs fought the good war, or they would if there were any. If she asked for them, if she told someone. Pastes and poultices, elixirs and unguents, all the ranks of grim-faced soldiers, banners waving, marching into disease's grinning face. No one's allowed to get off, on pain of death, aye. Stay right here, this rocking wagon, the rank sweat of the oxen so sweet in our nostrils. We got us a war, comrades. Can't stop and chat. We got us a war, and no one's allowed to get off. No one's allowed to get off. No one's allowed to... Badan grunted and looked up. Shit, said Sinter, starting forward. Kisware had been leaning forward over her thighs, one leg dangling off the wooden tail, the other splinted straight, thrust out at an angle. She'd just fallen back, head cracking as it bounced on the slats. Sinter clambered onto the wagon. Gods below! She's on fire! Badan, get us a cutter, fast! Straightening, she faced forward and leaned over the bundles of gear. Ruffle, pull this thing over to one side! Hurry! Out of the line! Aye, Sergeant.
They're pulling out a line, Sergeant. Should we go back and see what's up?
Hellion scowled.
Just march, Corporal.
It was dark, but not so dark as it maybe should be. People glowed green, but then could be that was how it always was when she didn't drink.
No wonder I drink. Listen, all of you, she said. Keep an eye out.
For what?
Breathy asked.
For a tavern, of course, idiot.
They'd gotten 2 transfers from the 7th Squad, a pair of swords, one of them with a bad knee and the other one with the face of a gut-sick horse.
Limp's the name of one of them, but which one? That other one. Crump. A sapper? Is Crump the sapper?
But sappers ain't worth much now, are they? Big enough to be a sword, though, unless Crump is the one with a bad knee. Imagine a sapper with a bad knee. Set the charge and run. Well, hobble. Fast as you can. Guess you looking like a horse was some kind of joke, huh? Sappers. Nothing but a bad idea that stayed bad. Bust up one leg on all of them. That'd make the breed extinct quick enough. Aye, Limp's the sapper, Crump's the other one. Crump goes the knee, Limp goes the sapper. But wait, which one's got the bad knee again? I could turn round, I suppose. Turn round and say, take a look. Which one's limping? Get the limper sorted and I got Crump, meaning the sapper's the other one, with the bad knee. Limp, then. He's named Limp on account of the bad knee of his buddies, since he has to help the fool along all the time. But then, if he got that name at the start, why, he'd not make it as a soldier at all. He'd have been drummed out or planted behind a desk. So the sapper didn't run fast enough from some fuse. That's how he earned his name. Got the name Crump on account of a crumpling knee. Now I get it. Whew! But what's the point of a horse with a bad knee? It's getting cold, Sergeant. Hellion's scowl deepened. What do you want me to do about it? Fart in your face? No, was just saying. Oh, and Limp's lagging. We should have stuck him on the wagon. Who are you again? I'm Maybe, Sergeant. Been with you since the beginning. Which door? What? The street we lived on in Cartool City. Which door was you in? I ain't from Cartool, Sergeant. I meant the beginning of the squad. That's what I meant. Aaron, 7 cities. The first time we marched across a hood-rotting desert. Back to Yagatan? No wonder I'm so thirsty. Got water in that jug there, soldier? Just my piss, Sergeant. Lucky you ain't a woman. Try pissing into a bottle when you're a woman. Yagatan, God's below, how many times do we got to take that place? We ain't marching to Yagatan, Sergeant. We're... Oh, never mind. It's a desert for sure, though. Cold. Corporal Touchless? Sergeant? What you got in that jug there? Piss? Who's selling that stuff anyway? Bloody genius. Maybe, he said. Heard the quartermaster was tying bladders on the Kundril stallions. Hellion frowned. They'd explode. Why would he do that? And more to the point, how? Stick your hand up its... Not the horse's bladder, Sergeant. Water skins, right? Cow bladders, tied to the stallion's cock. Duck, you mean? What? Horses hate cocks, but they don't mind ducks. But that bladder would slow 'em down something awful. Quite the farm where you grew up, maybe. I ain't fooled, you know, said Maybe, leaning close. But I see the point, right? You're keeping us entertained. It's like a game, pieces jumping every which way. She eyed him. Oh, I'm just fooling with you, am I? He met her gaze, and then his eyes shied away. Sorry, Sergeant. Feeling it, huh? Hellion said nothing. Glowing green, aye. And all those rocks and shards out there where the spiders are. Tiny eyes all heaped up, all watching me pass. I'm sober, can't pretend they're not there, not anymore. And not a tavern in sight. This is going to be bad, very bad. Hear that? She asked. That was a damned hyena. That was Throat Slitter, Sergeant. He killed a hyena? Good for him. Where's Balgrid anyway? Dead. Damned slacker. I'm going to sleep. Corporal, you're in charge. Can't sleep now, Breathless objected. We're walking, Sergeant. Best time for it, then. Wake me when the sun comes up.
Now that ain't fair how she does that. Breathless grunted.
You hear about them all the time, though. Those veterans who can sleep on the march.
He mused and then grunted a second time.
Didn't know she was one of them.
Sober now, maybe muttered. That's what's new with her.
Did you see her and Herb and Tar heading back into the trench? I'd just about given up, and then I saw her, and she pulled me along as if I was wearing chains round my neck. I had nothing left. Me and Touchy. Remember Touchy? Aye, what of it? We were finished. When I saw Quick Ben go down, it was like someone carved out my gut. I went all hollow inside. Suddenly, I knew it was time to die.
You were wrong, said Maybe in a growl.
We got us a good sergeant, is what I'm saying.
Maybe nodded and glanced back at Crump. You listening, soldier? Don't mess it up. The tall, long-faced man with the strangely wide-spaced eyes blinked confusedly. They stepped on my cussers, he said. Now I ain't got any more. Can you use that sword on your belt, Sapper? What, this? No, why would I want to do that? We're just marching. Lagging behind, breath coming in harsh gasps, Limp said,
Crump had a bag of munitions, stuck his brain in there too, for safekeeping. It all went up, throwing Naruk everywhere. He's just an empty skull now, maybe.
So, he can't fight? What about using a crossbow?
Never seen him try one of those. But fight? Crump fights. Don't worry about that.
Well, with what then? That stupid bush knife?
He uses his hands, maybe.
Well, that's just great then.
We're just marching,
said Crump again, and then he laughed. Herb glanced back at the squad, trudging 5 paces behind his own. She had nothing to drink now. She was waking up to who she really was, and maybe she didn't like what she saw. Wasn't that what drinking was all about to begin with? He rubbed the back of his neck, faced forward again. Sober now, eyes clear enough to see. Well, it wasn't like she'd really shown any interest. And besides, did he really want to get tangled with someone like that? Standing up only to probably fall down again? It was a narrow path for people like her, and they needed to want to walk it. If they didn't, off they went again, sooner or later, every time. Of course, if what Fid had said was true, what did any of it even matter? They were the walking dead, looking for a place to finish up with all the walking. So in the meantime, if there was a chance at anything, why not take it? She'd not be serious about it, though, would she? She'd just mock the whole idea of love, of what he would end up cutting out and slapping down wet and red on the table between them. She'd just laugh. He wasn't brave enough for that. In fact, he wasn't brave at all about anything. Not fighting Naruk or Lethery or Whirlwind fanatics. Every time he had to draw his sword, he went cold as ice inside. Loose, quaking, dread shivering out from his stomach to steal the heat from his limbs. He drew his sword expecting to die, and die poorly. But he'd do what he could to keep her alive. Always had. Always would. Usually she was too drunk to even see it, or maybe she was so used to him being there when it counted that he was no different from a stone wall for her to throw her back against. But wasn't even that enough for him? It would have to be, because he didn't have the courage for anything more. Being the walking dead didn't have a thing to do with bravery. It was just a way of looking at the time left, of ducking down and pushing on and not complaining. He could do that. He'd been doing that all his life, in fact. I've been the walking dead all along, and I didn't even know it. The thought left him weakened, as if some hidden knife had just pushed deep inside, piercing his soul. I've been telling myself this was being alive. This here, this hiding, wishing, dreaming, wanting. And all the while, what does anyone else see when they look at me? Quiet herb. Not much going on in there, is there? but a fair soldier, adequate. Made sergeant, sure, but don't ever think he'll go higher. Hasn't got it inside, you see. It's quiet as a cave in there. But you got to, well, admire him. He's a man without troubles. He's a man who lives it easy, if you know what I mean. That's Sergeant Herb. He'll do until a better sergeant comes along. Hiding ain't living. Hiding's just walking dead. He looked up into the jade-lit night sky, studied those grim slashes cleaving the darkness. Huge now, seeming ready to slice into the face of this very world. Herb shivered. But if I'm the walking dead, why am I still so afraid? Corporal Clasp dropped back from her position alongside Herb until Saltlick, who'd been taking up the rear, reached her and she fell in beside him.
"Can I have a quiet word with you?"
she asked. He glanced over, blinked. I could be quiet.
"I'd noticed, Saltlick. Is that how it is in this squad?"
What do you mean? She nodded her head.
"Sergeant Herb, you and him are the same. You don't say anything. Don't give yourselves away. You know, we all knew there was a kind of elite group, squads and a few heavies. Somehow all closer to Fiddler back when he was a sergeant, closer than the rest of us. We knew it. We could see it. Fiddler, and round him, Gessler and Stormy, Balm and Hellion, Cord and Shard, and Herb, with Quick Ben dropping in, and then Hedge. And finally, some of you heavies, Shortnose, Mayfly, Flashwit, you. I know it was all about Fiddler, and the ones he drew in around him, the ones he picked."
Saltlick was staring at her now. Clasp grimaced.
"Look at my soldiers," she said under her breath. "Look at Sad. You know what she is? A damned Semk witch. Semk. You know what she does when she gets ready for a fight? Never mind. You'll see for yourself, assuming we survive this desert. Then there's Burnt Rope. Sapper. But he surprised me at the trench. So did our cutter. You know, he once went and sought out Gessler and Stormy. Fellow Falaris, right? We sent him. We sent Laptwirl to Gess and Stormy to test them out, to see if we could get in.
Get in?
To those elites. To the insiders, right? Well, he didn't get anywhere. They were friendly enough, and the three of them got drunk. It was in Letheras. Got beastly drunk and hired up a whole whorehouse of women. But Lap kept a bit of himself cold sober, and when he judged it right, he just went and asked. Asked in. You know what Gessler said? Saltlick shook his head. The bastard denied it to Lap's face. Said it didn't exist. Lied to Lap's face. That's how we know there's no getting in. Saltlick continued studying her. So, he said after a few strides, why are you telling me? Herb's one of the finest sergeants we Marines got left to us. We know that. In fact, it's got us pissing in our boots. The pressure's getting unbearable, Saltlick. We can't get a word out of him. And you can see in his eyes, he's damned disappointed to be saddled with us. All right, said Saltlick. She frowned up at him. All right, what? You're in, Corporal. You and your soldiers. You're all in. Really? You sure? You're in. Smiling, she moved ahead again, paused to glance back and nod. He nodded back, saw the lightness in her step, watched as she leaned in close to Laptwirl, and the two soldiers spoke in whispers and gestures, and a moment later Sad and Burnt Rope closed up to listen in. Faces turned, looked back at him. He waved. I can't wait till Flashwit hears this one. Saltlick shifted uncomfortably. He'd sweated a lot in his tent, and now his sack was chafing. He could almost feel the skin peeling off. Fuck, that stings. Better air out my balls tomorrow. The sergeant was glaring at her, gesturing. Flashwit frowned. Mayfly nudged her. Wants to talk to you. Why? He has 7 questions. How would I know? Go on, Princess. The idiot lost his whole squad. He probably wants to try and explain, so he doesn't get a knife in his back."
"I wouldn't stick a knife in his back," Flashwit said, shaking her head, "no matter what he did."
"Really?"
"If he killed them all and told me about it, I'd just break his neck. A knife in the back, that's cowardly."
"No, it ain't," Mayfly objected. "It's making a point. Victim's not worth a look in the eye when you kill him. Victim's not supposed to know what ended it, just that it ended. And there's Hood's gate calling him."
"But sometimes you miss."
"Better go, he's getting cross."
Grunting, Flashwit made her way up to Sergeant Gaunteye. Wasn't a friendly face, that one, but a face a person would remember anyway, for all the wrong things in it. "Sergeant?" "You don't know the hand talk, soldier." "What talk?" "Oh, that. Yeah, I know it. Mostly. Advance, stop, hit the ground, fight, go fuck yourself. Like that." "A Marine should know how to put together whole sentences, Flashwit." "Yeah, I'm a heavy sergeant." "Tell me about the girly one." "Using my hands? Can't, Sergeant. I mean, I'd have to try and ask, what girly one? And I don't know how to do that." "Skull death. Talk to me, soldier, with words, but keep your voice down." "I ain't never raised my voice, not once, Sergeant, in my whole life." "Skull death. What about him?" "Why is he so girly, for one?" "He's a prince, Sergeant, from some tribe in 7 cities. He's the heir, in fact." "Then what in Hood's name is he doing here?" She shrugged. "They sent him to grow up somewhere else, with us, to see the world and all that." Gaunteye bared crooked teeth. "Bet he's regretting that." "No reason why," Flashwit said. "Not yet, anyway." "So, he grew up all pampered and perfumed, then?" "I suppose." "So how did he get that stupid name?" Flashwit squinted at the sergeant. "Begging your pardon, Sergeant, but where was you and your squad? Back at the trench, I mean." He shot her a vicious look. "What difference does that make?" "Well, you couldn't have not seen him then. Skull death. He jumps high, you see. He was the only one of us cutting Naruk throats, right? Jumps high, like I said. See those 8 notches on his left wrist?" "Those burns?" "Aye, one for each Naruk he personally throat cut." Gaunteye snorted. "A liar, too, then. About what I figured." "But he never counted, Sergeant. Never does. 8 is what we saw him do. Those who saw him at all, I mean. We talked about it, comparing and all that. 8. So we told him, and he burned those marks on his wrist. When we asked him how many he gutted, he said he didn't know. When we asked him how many he hamstrung, he didn't know that either. The rest of us couldn't come up with numbers on those. Lot more than 8, though. But since we seen him burn himself, we decided not to tell him how many. He'd be one big burn now, right? And since he's so pretty, well, that'd be a shame." She fell silent then, to catch her breath. She'd broken 3 or so ribs in the fight, so talking hurt. More than breathing, which hurt bad enough. Talking was worse. That had been the most words she'd used all at once since the battle. "Draw first and Mayfly," said Gaunteye. "And you, all heavies." "Aye, Sergeant." "Get back in line, Flashwit." She gave him a bright smile that seemed to startle him, and then fell back, past one-armed Corporal Rib, who eyed her with something like suspicion, and then Draw First and Skull Death, before positioning herself beside Mayfly. "Well?" Mayfly asked. "You was wrong," Flashwit said with deep satisfaction. "About what?" "Ha! He only asked 6 questions." Gaunteye was throwing more looks back at his squad. "Who's he want now?" Mayfly wondered. And then the sergeant pointed at Skull Death. "You blow me one more kiss, soldier, and I'll wrap your guts round your hood-damned neck." "Well, now," Flashwit muttered. Mayfly nodded.
The prince ain't missed yet, has he?
Hedge could hear howling laughter behind him, and the breath gusted from him.
Listen to that, Benedict. Fid slapped him up and down all right. I knew it.
The leathery alchemist tugged again on the ox lead.
Alas, Commander, I don't know what you mean by that.
Bet he gave him the old Walking Dead speech. It's like cutting shackles, that one. There was a night, you see, when Dujek One Arm himself came into the Bridgeburners' camp. We was working pale then, the tunnels. I never shifted so many boulders in my life. He came in, right, and told us what we already knew.
Hedge drew off his scorched leather cap and scratched at his fresh-shaven scalp.
We was the Walking Dead. Then he left. Left us to figure out what we were going to do about it.
What did you do?
Hedge tugged on the cap again.
Well, most of us, died, before we even had a chance. But Whiskey Jack, he wasn't going to turn his back on any of it. And Quick Ben and Callum, gods, they just wanted to start the killing. You ain't got nothing to lose once you're the Walking Dead.
I do admit, Commander, that I don't much like being described in that manner.
Got cold feet now?
I always appreciate your wit, sir, said Benedict, but cold feet are precisely what I don't want, if you understand me.
So buck up, then. Besides, what Fid had to say to his bone hunters, well, that's up to him. Got nothing to do with us Bridgeburners.
Presumably because the Bridgeburners have been Walking Dead since, Pale.
Hedge slapped him on the back.
Exactly. It's not like it's an exclusive club, right?
Sir,
ventured Benedict,
was it just this afternoon that you were complaining how your old friend had turned his back on you? That you were feeling like a leper?
Things are easier when you're dead. I mean, for him. He could put me away on some shelf in his skull and leave me there.
Hedge gestured carelessly with one hand.
I get it. I always did. I just don't like it. I feel insulted. I mean, I'm back. Anyone can see that. Fid should be happy. And Quick Ben, well, you saw what he did at the battle before he skipped out. Went and did a taste run on us. Next time we meet, him and me are going to have some words, we are.
My point, sir, was that Fiddler has actually drawn himself closer to you, if indeed he spoke of his soldiers being among the Walking Dead.
You might think that, Hedge said, nodding, but you'd be wrong. When you're dead, Benedict, you ain't got no brothers. Nothing holds you together. At least, not that I ever seen. Aye, the dead Bridgeburners are all together, but that's just old memories, chaining them all to each other. It's just ghostly echoes from back when they were alive. I'm telling you, alchemist, keep doing all you can to stay alive, for as long as you can, because the dead got no friends.
Benedict sighed.
I do hope you're wrong, Commander. Did you not say the realm of the dead has changed? That the Reaper himself surrendered the unliving throne? And that this Whiskey Jack—
You never knew him. Whiskey Jack, I mean. So you'll just have to take me at my word. He's a stubborn bastard. Probably the stubbornest bastard ever to walk this world. So maybe you got a point. Maybe you can make it all different. If anyone can, it's him.
Another slap on Benedict's shoulder.
You gave me something to think about there. Fid never did that, you know. In fact, I can't remember what he ever did for me. I'm thinking now I never really liked him at all.
How unfortunate. Did you like Whiskey Jack?
Aye, we was the best of friends. Plenty there to like, basically, in both of us. Fid was the odd one out, come to think on it.
And now Whiskey Jack rides among the dead.
Tragic, Benedict. A damned shame.
And you loved him deeply.
So I did. So I did.
But Fiddler is still alive.
Aye.
And you never really liked him. Just so. In fact, you love all the dead bridge burners. Of course I do.
Just not the last one left alive.
Hedge glared, and then slapped the man on the side of the head.
Why am I talking to you? You don't understand nothing.
Off he marched, up to where his company trudged. The verdict drew out a small jar, porcelain and studded jewels. He unscrewed the top and dipped one fingertip in, drew it back and examined it, and then rubbed it across his gums.
Die,
he whispered.
But I have no intention of dying. Not ever.
Jastara finally found them, up near the head of the Kundril column. It was impressive how Hanavat managed to keep up this pace, the way she waddled with all that extra weight. It was never easy being pregnant. Sick to start, and then hungry all the time, and finally big as a bloated Bedouin, until it all ends in excruciating pain. She recalled her first time, going through all that so bright-eyed and flushed, only to lose the damned thing as soon as it came out.
The child did what she had to do, Jastara. Showed you the journey you will know again and again. She did what she had to do, and is now returned to the black waters.
But other mothers didn't have to go through that, did they? It was hardly as if Jastara was blessed with a life of greatness, was it?
Married Gaul's favorite son, though, didn't she? That woman has ambitions. If not for herself, then for her get.
Ambitions. That word now dangled like a bedraggled crow from a spear point, a rotted, withered clutch of shredded feathers and old blood.
Watch out for widows. See how she took Gaul in. What are they doing at night when the children are asleep? Hanavat had better beware, especially as vulnerable as she is now, with a child about to drop and her husband fled from her side. No, look hard at that gilk, widow Jastara.
There were measures of disgust, and they came close and one recoiled, and then they came back a second time and one didn't recoil quite so far. And when they crept back a third time and a fourth, when the hand reached out from the darkness to caress her bared thigh, to probe under the furs, well, sometimes disgust was like a mourner's shroud, suddenly too heavy to wear any more.
Look hard at her now. You can see it in her eyes.
Comfort a broken man, and you take the breaking inside. What woman didn't know that? The cracks spread outward, whispering into everything within reach. It was the curse of drunks and bayang addicts, and womanizers and sluts. The curse of men who spoiled young boys and girls, their own get sometimes, spoiled them forever. Accusations and proof, and then all that shame, kneeling in the dirt with hands over his eyes, or her eyes, and suddenly all the disgust comes back, only now it tastes familiar. No, more than familiar. It tastes intimate.
Do I feel soiled? Do I dare look into Hanavat's eyes?
The question held her back, not 10 paces behind Gaul's wife.
My mother-in-law. Oh, yes. Look at Jastara now. But you forget, she lost the man she loved. She too was wounded, maybe even broken. Of course, she couldn't show it, couldn't indulge in it, because while wife she may no longer be, mother she remains. What of me? My pain. His arms are the wrong arms, but the embrace is still warm and strong. His shoulder has taken my tears. What am I to do?
So she held back, and the others looked at her and whispered things to each other.
Her courage has failed her,
murmured Shelamasa. Hanavat sighed.
Perhaps tomorrow, then. I don't know what she thinks she can say, the younger woman said, to make this right. Cast him out is what she should do.
Hanavat glanced across at Shelamasa.
So that is what everyone is saying, is it? That hard tone, those hard words. The most plentiful coin, spent so freely, is also the most worthless one.
Shalamasa frowned.
What do you mean?
When you are judgmental, all the paint in the world cannot hide the ugliness of your face. The viciousness inside pushes through and twists every feature.
I am sorry, Hanavat. I was thinking of you, and you would take what you imagine to be my feelings and speak them back to me. You proclaim yourself the warrior at my side, the line standing firm to give comfort to me. I understand all that, Shalamasa. Yet what I hear from you, what I see in the eyes of the others, has nothing to do with me. Have I asked for pity? Have I asked for allies in this hidden war? Is there even any war at all? You presume much. She will not speak to you. And how brave would you be in her stead? Her father-in-law has seduced her, taken her to his bed, or she him, either way makes no difference. Do you think I do not know my own husband? He is difficult to resist in the best of times, and now, in his pain and his need, well, not a woman or man here could defeat his will. But you see, you are all safe from him, freeing you to cast judgment upon the one woman now in his snare. Not upon my husband, however, for what might that say about me? Do not speak to me of sides in this. There are none. There are but people of all sorts, each doing what they can to get by. And if what they do hurts others, Hanavat, will you martyr yourself? Will you weep for Jastara, too, who hides every day in his arms? Ah, see how I have stung you? You and your cruel judgment. My husband in his need, Jastara in her weakness. They are one and all acts of selfishness, acts of pushing away. How can you say that? I despise what they've done to you. And it tastes sweet, yes? Listen to me. I, too, am a widow now, and a mother who has lost her children. Have I need for an embrace, a stolen moment of love? Should I feel hatred for Gaul and Jastara for finding what I cannot?
Shalamasa's expression was appalled. Tears streaked down through the white paint on her face.
Is it not your husband you should look to for that? While he still faces away from me, I cannot. Then he's the coward.
To look into my eyes, Hanavat said, is to see all that we once shared and have now lost. It is too much to bear, and not just for my husband. Yes, she added, I carry his last child, and if that child is not his, well, that is for me to know in my heart, but never to be spoken. For now, I have that much. I have what I need to hold on, Shalamasa, and now so does Gaul. The younger woman shook her head. Then you stand alone, mother. He has taken his son's widow. That is unforgivable. Better, Shalamasa, much better. You see, Jastara does not deserve your hate. Not those looks, those whispers behind her back. No, instead, to be true sisters to her, you must go to her, comfort her. And when you have done that, when all of you have done that, then I shall go to her and take her into my arms. Henar Vigolf remembered the day he acquired his first horse. His father, whose shattered hip 5 years earlier had ended his riding days, had limped at his side, using his cane as they made their way out to the pasture. A new herd had been culled from the wild herds of the high mountain plateaus, and 23 of the magnificent beasts now moved restlessly about in the enclosure. The sun was high, shrinking shadows underfoot, and the wind swept steady down the slopes, combing the high grasses, warm and sweet with the flavors of early autumn. Henar was 9 years old.
Will one see me? He'd asked his father. Will one choose me?
The tall blue-rose horse breeder looked down, dark brows rising. It's that new maid, isn't it? The one with the watermelon tits and wide eyes. From the coast, yes? Filling your head with all sorts of rubbish.
But
there's not a horse in the wide world, Henar, happy to choose a rider. Not one beast eager to serve. Not one is delighted at being broken, its will beaten down. Are they any different from you or me?
But dogs!
By the black-winged Lord, Hanar, dogs are bred to be four-legged slaves. Ever seen a wolf smile? Trust me, you don't want to, ever. They smile right before they lunge for your throat. Never mind dogs.
He pointed with his cane.
Those animals are wild. They have lived in utter freedom. So, see one you like?
That piebald one, off to the left on its own.
His father grunted. A young stallion, not yet strong enough to contest the ranks. Not bad, Hanar. But I'm, well, surprised. Even from here, one animal stands out, really stands out. You're old enough, have been around me enough too. I would have thought you'd see straight off. I did, father. What is it, then? Do you feel you do not deserve the best out there?
Not if it means breaking them.
His father's head had rocked back then, and he'd laughed, loud enough to startle the herd.
Recalling that moment of his youth, the huge warrior smiled.
Remember that day, father? I bet you do. And if you could see me now, see the woman walking at my side, why, I can almost hear that beautiful roar of your laughter. One day, father, I will bring her to you, this wild, free woman. We'll step onto that long white road, walk between the trees. They must be big by now, and up through the estate gate. I'll see you standing by the front entrance, like a statue commanding the stone itself. New lines on your face, but that hooked grin still there, in a beard now gone grey. You're leaning on your cane, and I can smell horses, like a flower's heady scent on the air, and that scent will tell me that I've come home. I'll see you studying her, noting her height, her lithe confidence, the boldness in her eyes, and you'll wonder if she's broken me, not the other way round. You can see that, not the other way round. But then you'll look into my eyes, and your smile will broaden. And you'll tilt back that majestic head and laugh to the heavens. It will be the sweetest sound in the world. It will be the voice of our triumph, all of us, you, me, her. Father, I do miss you.
Lostara's calloused hand found his own, and he took some of her weight as she leaned one shoulder against him.
Less Bryce Benedict,
she said under her breath.
Hanar nodded. I suspect a streak of the sentimental in my commander.
Be glad of it. I am.
It was unexpected.
Why? I fought for you, Hanar, not the adjunct. You! He understood.
No, not all that, beloved. All this, where we have found ourselves, and how we have found each other, for that matter.
She looked up at the strangers in the night sky. So he gives us what time there's left to us. Less sentimental, then, more pity. You've a dour streak, Hanar. I think I prefer Bryce's sentimental one. Maybe I'll get rid of you and ride back to him.
You'd have to fight Aranecht for him, I should think.
Oh, you're right. And I couldn't do that. Wouldn't. I like her far too much. Well then, seems I'm saddled with you.
He smiled. Saddled. Ah.
Hanar.
Yes?
I fear we won't be coming back from this journey. He nodded, not because he agreed with her, but because he knew what she feared. We're going to die, she said. In fact, we may not even make it across this desert.
There is that risk.
It's hardly fair.
I had a maid once at the country estate. Watermelon tits and big eyes.
What?
My father is terrible with names, so he came up with, memorable descriptions. Anyway, she used to tell me stories at night, long rambling tales of heroes. Love's lost, love's won. She'd make every ending sweet, to make the night's dreams the same, you see.
Just what a child needs.
I suppose. But those stories weren't for me. They were for her. She was from the coast, and she'd left behind a man she loved. This was Lether, don't forget, and her whole community was trapped in the indebted way of life. It's why she came to work for our family. As for the young man, well, he was sent to sea. He was silent for a moment, remembering, and then he said, "Every night she told me how she wanted her life to turn out. Though, of course, I didn't realize that at the time. But the truth of it was, she wanted that happy ending. She needed to believe in it, for her and for everyone else."
Lastara sighed. What happened to her?
As far as I know, she's still there, at the country estate.
Are you trying to break my heart, Henar?
He shook his head. My father worked the system as best he could, and he was not unkind with his indebted. About a year before I left to train with the Lancers, Watermelon Tits with Big Eyes married the son of one of our horse trainers. My last vision of her belly was out to here, and those tits were even bigger.
She'd given up on her man from the sea then. Well, probably wise, I suppose. Part of growing up.
Henar eyed her, and then away, out over the rocky landscape. I think about her every now and then. He grinned. I even used to fantasize about her, yes, in the way young men will do. The grin faded. But mostly I see her sitting on the edge of the bed, her hands flying and her eyes getting wider, and in that bed is her own child, a boy, who will dream sweet dreams, and when the lantern is turned down, when she's standing by the door to his room, that's when the tears will run down her cheeks, and she'll remember a young man on the edge of the sea.
Lastara's breathing had changed somehow, and her face was hidden from his view.
My love?
Her reply was muffled. It's all right. Henar, you keep surprising me, that's all.
We'll survive this, Lastara, he said, and one day I will lead you by the hand up to my father's house, and we'll see him standing there waiting for us, and he will laugh.
She looked up, wiping at her cheeks. Laugh?
There are pleasures in the world, Lastara, that go beyond words. I heard one of those pleasures once, and I will hear it again. I will. Before I reached the lofty position of inexhaustible masturbation that is Demidrek Septarch of the Great Temple, Banaskar was saying, I had to follow the same rituals as everyone else, and one of those rituals was to counsel commoners. Who knows why they'd ever seek out a priest of the autumn worm, but then the truth of it is, the real and true function of priests of all colors is simply that of listening to a litany of moans, fears, and confessions, all for the betterment of someone's soul. Never could figure out whose, but no matter. He paused. Are you actually listening, adjunct?
It appears that I have little choice, she replied. The glass desert stretched ahead of them. A small flanking troop, scouts he assumed, were slightly ahead and to the left, north of the vanguard, moving on foot, as was everyone else. But directly before Banaskar and the adjunct, there stretched nothing but a broken plain studded with crystals beneath a ghoulish sky. The ex-priest shrugged. Now isn't this an interesting turn? Blessed woman, will you hear my tales of mortal woe? Will you give counsel? The look she cast at him was unreadable, and it occurred to him, an instant later, that it was just as well. He cleared his throat. Occasionally, one of them would complain about me, or rather, about us sanctimonious shits in these ridiculous robes and whatnot. You know what they'd be so irritated about? I'll tell you. Love, that's what. A second glance, even briefer than the first one. He nodded. Precisely.
They asked, "You, priest, you with that hand beneath the vestments, what in Hood's name do you know about love? More to the point, what do you know about romance?" You see, most people end up moaning about relationships, more than being poor or lame or sick, more than any other topic you could imagine. Lovers, husbands, wives, strangers, sisters, endless confessions and desires and betrayals and all the rest. That's why the question would eventually come round. Being priests, we'd excused ourselves from the whole mess. Hardly a strong position from which to dispense inane truisms passing as advice. Do you follow me so far, adjunct?
Have you nothing to drink, Benescar? He kicked at a cluster of crystals, expecting them to break. They didn't. Cursing in pain under his breath, he hobbled for a few strides.
What did I know about romance? Nothing. But after enough years of listening to every possible iteration on the subject, eventually things start getting clearer.
Do they now?
They do, adjunct. Shall I expound on love and romance?
I'd rather you...
It's actually a mathematical exercise, he said. Romance is the negotiation of possibilities towards that elusive prize called love. There, you see? I wager you expected me to go on and on, didn't you? But I'm done. Done discussing love and romance.
Your description lacks something, Benescar.
It lacks everything, adjunct. All that confuses and clouds, that makes murky what is in fact both simple and stupidly elegant. Or elegantly stupid, depending on your attitude to the subject.
They continued on, neither speaking for some time. The clatter and groan of the column behind them was incessant, but apart from a lone burst of laughter a while back, there was none of the ribald songs and chants, the running jests or arguments. While it was true that the adjunct had set a stiff pace, Benescar knew that these soldiers were hardened enough to think little of it. The quiet was unnerving.
Got a desert to cross. It's cold, and it's not nearly as dark as it should be. And that alien glow whispers down on us. If I listen carefully enough, I can hear words drifting down. In all the languages of the world, but not this world, of course. Some other one, where faces lift hopefully to the heavens. Are you there? They ask, and the sky answers not. While here I walk. Here I look up and I ask, are you there? And down come the voices. Yes, we are here. Just reach. I was a sober priest back then, he said, a serious one. I listened, I counseled.
Eventually she looked over, but said nothing. Fiddler glanced to the right, southward, 40 paces distant, the head of the column, the adjunct. Beside her, the priest. Behind the two of them, a pair of fists. 8 Kundril youths walked with Fiddler, ushered out from under their mother's skirts. They'd spotted him walking alone and had drawn closer. Curious, maybe, or wanting to be doing something that might be important. Scouting, guarding the flank. He didn't send them away. Too many had that lost, hopeful look in their eyes. Dead fathers, brothers, mothers, sisters, massive absences through which winds howled. Now they hovered, flanking him as if he was the column itself. Fiddler was silent, and they'd taken up that silence as if it would make them older. So the only sounds were the stones shifting underfoot, the scuff of moccasins, the thump of his boots, and the grind of the column. He'd seen the map. He knew what lay ahead. Only the impossible. Without water, we will never leave this desert. Without water, all of her plans die here, and the gods will close like jackals, and then the elder gods will show their hand, and blood will spill. The crippled god will suffer terribly. All the pain and anguish he has known up to now will be nothing but prelude. They will feed on his agony, and they will feed for a long, long time.
On your agony, fallen one, you are in the deck of dragons. Your house is sanctified. If we fail, that decision will prove your gravest error. It will trap you here. It will make suffering your holy writ. Oh, many will flock to you. No one likes to suffer in isolation, and no one likes to suffer for no reason. You will answer both, and make of them an illness, of body, of spirit, even as the torturing of your soul goes on and on. I never said I'd like you, fallen one, but then you never said I had to. Not me, not the adjunct, not any of us. You just asked us to do what's right. We said yes, and it's done. But bear in mind, we're mortal, and in this war to come, we're fragile. Among all the players, we're the most vulnerable. Maybe that fits. Maybe it's only right that we should be the ones to raise your standard, fallen one. And ignorant historians will write of us in the guise of knowledge. They will argue over our purpose, the things we sought to do. They will overturn every boulder, every barrow stone, seeking our motives, looking for hints of ambition. They will compose a book of the fallen, and then argue over its significance in the guise of knowledge. But truly, what will they know of each of us? From that distance, from that cold, cold distance, you'd have to squint. You'd have to look hard, because we're thin on the ground, so very thin. Children always made him feel awkward. Choices he'd put aside, futures he'd long ago surrendered, and looking at them left him feeling guilty. They were crimes of necessity. Each time I turned away, each time we all did. Whiskey Jack, remember once when we stood on the ramparts at Mock's Hold? Lassine had just stepped out from the shadows. There was a child, some son of some merchant. He was bold. You told him something, Whiskey Jack. Some advice. What was it? I can't recall. I don't even know why I'm remembering any of it. Mothers were looking on from that column. Their eyes were on their children, these young legacies, and would grip tight as talons if they could. But spaces now gape, and the children edge ever closer to them to fill what has been lost. And the mothers tell themselves it will be enough. It must be enough. Just as I tell you now, fallen one, whatever we manage to do, it will have to be enough. We will bring this book to an end, one way or another. And one more thing. Something I only realized today when I chanced to glance across and see her standing there, moments from signaling the beginning of this march. From the very first, we have lived the tale of the adjunct. First it was Lorne, back in Darujistan, and now it is Tavare Paran. The adjunct never stands in the center. She stands to one side, always. The truth of that is right there, in her title, which she will not relinquish. So what does it mean? Ah, fallen one, it means this. She will do what she has to do, but your life is not in her hands. I see that now. Fallen one, your life is in the hands of a murderer of Malazan marines and heavies. Your life is in my hands, and soon she will send us on our way. In that Malazan Book of the Fallen, the historians will write of our suffering, and they will speak of it as the suffering of those who served the Crippled God, as something fitting. And for our seeming fanaticism, they will dismiss all that we were and think only of what we achieved, or failed to achieve. And in so doing, they will miss the whole fucking point. Fallen one, we are all your children. Chapter 12. Word came, and in the ashes I finally straightened and looked upon those few of my children left standing. The throne of shadows was no more, and out from the twilight flew dragons, filling the air with cries of rage and frustration. I knew then that he had done it. He had cheated them all, but at what cost? I looked at the heaps of corpses, a monstrous high watermark upon this cursed strand. Blood ran in streams down the slope to where crimson-streaked light cascaded, where all the wounds still gaped. Another wave was coming. We could not hold. Down from the forest, at that moment of deepest despair, came a trio of figures. I faced them, and from my ravaged soul there was born hope's glimmer. Excerpt, Book 11, Throne, Sceptre and Crown, Rise Harat, Coral Trove. Pithy staggered clear, sheathed in blood. The blistering white of the strand shocked her, tilting and rocking before her eyes. She fell to her knees, and then onto her side. She let go of her sword, but the grip clung to her hand a moment longer before sobbing loose. With her other hand she tugged off her helm. The blade cut was a slit scoring right through the dented iron. Strands of bloody hair and the tufted padding of her underhelm filled the gap. She let her head drop back, the terrible sounds of battle fading. Overhead the sky spun. Torn fragments of light drifted in the gloom.
Ah, Brev, he warned us. In that way of his, he warned us. Back and forth he walked, drawing and sheathing and drawing that damned sword over and over again. You can think about what's to come. You can try and picture it in your mind. What warriors did, what soldiers walked into, but none of it readies you. None of it.
The screaming seemed far away now. The surge and terrible clatter, the maw of the breach, a mass of blades, spear and sword, knife and axe, and all that mouth did was chew people to bloody bits, those iron fangs clashing and grinding. There was no end to its appetite.
So long as there's more people to shove into it.
Her body felt hot, the sweaty gambeson chafing under her arms. She could smell her own reek.
So we called ourselves captains, did we, Brev? Good at giving orders, good at standing around looking important. There with the prince, with his knot of elite soldiers he now calls his watch. Me and you, Brevity, we were officers in an army of fools.
Blood ran warm to pool in her ears, first the one on the left, then the one on the right. Other sounds were drowned in the deluge.
Is that the ocean I'm hearing? An ocean of blood? Is this, I wonder, the last thing we ever hear? Dear ocean, then, call my soul. I would swim the waters again. Let me swim the waters again.
Something trembled the sands beneath her.
No, they won't quit. They want through, just like he said.
She was no captain. She knew nothing about what being a real captain meant. From that first moment, when the breach opened, when light flared out like a tongue of fire, and all those voices from beyond the barrier ripped through. She saw Yedan Derig marching down to the breach. His watch had been arrayed, positioned as squad leaders in the forward line of Lethery volunteers, and there was withal, moving quickly back up the ravaged slope into the forest.
Word to the Queen of Carcanus. The battle begins.
Pithy's attention returned to the breach.
Stick the mercenaries to the front, in a place where there's no retreat except through your more loyal soldiers. They're there for the loot to come, but loot never held any man or woman, not for long, not when it all rips open. These Lethery Islanders, they're my people, mine.
She took up her sword as she ran down to that first high berm. The weapon in her hand never felt right. It frightened her, in fact. She dreaded spitting herself as much as she did some snarling enemy's spear thrust. Where was Brevity? Somewhere in the rush.
We're like a kicked-over nest of termites.
Someone was wailing, a mother whose child has just pulled loose from her embrace has just vanished into the press with a sword and shield, a spear or a pike.
It's a scene of the world, every world. On the other side of the barrier, some mother screams her fear, loses sight of her cherished one.
She stumbled, dropped to one knee, vomited into the crushed bones of the beach. Coughing, spitting, feeling a strange hollowness inside, blossoming outward until it felt as if her brain was attached to nothing, floating free of her body. She could hear a roar, the sound of battle. No, she'd never heard it before, not like this. The flight from the coast back in Lether had been nothing like this. Back then the voices and the will had come from pain and fear, from broken needs. It had possessed a plaintive timbre. Against the discipline of Yedan Derek and his elites, those wretched foes had not stood a chance. This was different. The sound that erupted from the breach was by itself enough to drive the defenders back a step. Triumph and rage, they were through. At last through. And the hated enemy would not stop them, would not even slow them. With the mass of their comrades driving them from behind, with the slashing spear points dropping horizontal before them, the Tistleosan poured from the wound. Pithy forced herself back onto her feet, forced herself forward. She was still floating free, but her vision seemed impossibly sharp. She saw the front line of Lethery lifting bizarrely into the air, saw their heads tilting back, their mouths wide open, lifted on the spears of the enemy. The sword slipped from her hand. Numbed, confused, she spun to retrieve it. Someone collided with her, knocked her down. She coughed on a lungful of dusty sand. Where was her sword? There. She crawled over to it. The grip was gritty, biting into her palm. Pithy wiped at her hand, looked over at the breach. Somehow the Lethery line was still there. They were fighting back. They were holding the Leosan on the berm's slope. The press from their own side was vicious, pushing to hold and then pushing to advance. Gaps opened here and there, and torn bodies were carried back out, limbs dragging. The two witches were now among the wounded. Each held a dagger in one hand. Pithy watched Squish kneel beside an injured woman, leaning close to examine a wound. With a shake of her head, she slid the knife into the Lethery's chest, straight into her heart, then moved on to the next casualty.
You fucking murderers.
Pulley was stuffing bandages into a hole in a man's side, shouting for stretcher-bearers. A second station for the wounded was forming higher up the strand, where cutters worked to staunch bleeding, stitch gashes and saw off ruined limbs. Nearby was a pit dug into the sand for those severed limbs and for those wounded no one could save.
It's organized. They planned for this. Yes, I remember now. We all planned for this, for what's happening right now.
Pithy scrambled forward again.
They're holding, she gasped. They're holding. Captain!
A boy ran up to her. She'd never seen him before. He was frighteningly thin, with sores crusting his mouth. A Lethery.
Who sent you?
She demanded.
Corporal Ninth of the Watch, right anchor, has been wounded and pulled from the line, sir. The Prince needs you to immediately take up command of those flank squads, sir.
Errant's push. She licked her lips. Her bladder was stinging as if everything it held had turned into acid. She looked down at her sword.
Sir?
The damned boy was staring at her. Those weeping sores around his mouth, the smears on his face. She could see that he was terrified. An orphan whose new family was being killed before his very eyes. He had carried the prince's words. He had found her, done what Yedan had asked of him. He was doing what he was supposed to be doing.
Following orders. Holding on to duty. As desperate as the rest of us. Stop looking at me like that. Lead me through, she said,
and like a boy eager for the beach, he took her hand and led her forward. The smell of the heaving press made her choke. The sweat and spewed vomit, the fear and the shit and the piss. How could anyone fight in this? Pithy almost pulled herself loose from the boy's cold grip. But now hands were pushing at her from behind. Faces lunged close, shouting things. Eyes met her own, filled with pleading. Panic roiled in like a grey, grainy cloud. Her knees found a figure down on all fours. As she struggled to step over him, she looked down. Unwounded by any weapon but terror itself, the realization triggered a surge of fury. She halted and twisted round.
"Get up, you worthless pile of shit! They're dying up there! For you! On your feet!"
And this time she managed to prise her hand loose from the boy's. Reaching down, she took the man by the hair.
"Stand up! You're with me! Let's go!"
Those close by were watching, staring. She saw things harden in their eyes and wondered what that was about.
"Lead on, lad! Front line, quick! You, soldier, don't even think of pulling back!" "Listen to me, like I know what I'm doing, like I done this before."
She heard voices around her now. "Look, Captain's here."
"Captain Pithy, see her? There."
"She choked a coward."
"Killed him!"
"Pithy killed a coward right in front of my eyes."
"Gods below,"
she muttered. The boy glanced back at her as he struggled to push between two leathery men. His eyes were suddenly bright. And then, all at once, she could see spear points, flashing as they rocked up from impacts with shields, lashing out, clashing with swords and Andean pikes. For the first time she caught a glimpse of a Leosan face, long, narrow, stretched. But
errant. They looked like the Andi. They looked just like them.
White-skinned instead of black-skinned.
Is that it? Is that the only fucking difference?
Those eyes locked on her own, pale blue and frighteningly young, above the struggling press between them. And she saw his fear, his terrible, horrifying fear.
"No," she murmured. "Don't do this. Go back, please."
An axe blade slammed into the side of the Leosan's head. Bones folded in around sundered flesh. Blood sprayed from eye, nose, and mouth. The lone visible eye still staring at her suddenly went blank, sightless, and he fell down out of her sight. Pithy moaned. Tears rose inside her. Her sinuses closed up, forcing her breaths to her mouth. She couldn't get enough air. She could barely see through the blur. And the light was pouring down, mottled by shadows, pouring down and down. A leathery woman reached back and closed a bloody grip on her wrist, pulling her forward.
"Corporal Nice said he'd be back soon, sir."
Was this going to be a conversation? She could see the fighting, right there, almost within reach. Where had the boy gone? Nowhere in sight. Her coward? There, suddenly in the front line and screaming as he brought a shield round to block a savage thrust.
"What happened to him?"
"Captain?"
"Nice! What happened to him?"
"Got a hand cut off, sir. Went to get it scabbed. Said he'd be back soon."
The woman faced front again, raised her voice.
"Captain Pithy's in command!"
No one seemed to heed that announcement. And then Pithy felt the air change, as if her ears had popped. Something seethed up around her and then outward. From nowhere and everywhere there came a roar, and the flank lurched, heaved into the face of the Leosan front. As if caught in a current, Pithy was pulled forward. She stepped on something that rolled underfoot, looked down. The boy stared up at her. But no, he was staring up at nothing. Around his gaping mouth, the sores were black with dirt.
"No, clean those up."
And then the bodies underfoot were Leosan, twisted, curled round welters of blood and gaping wounds, broken spear shafts, soiled clothing, empty faces. She could hear other roars, and she knew that the entire leathery line was driving forward, one section after another.
"Go back to your hole, you poor miserable dogs! Go back!" she shouted. "Back! This is ours! This is ours!"
And all at once that cry was taken up. She saw the Leosan reel before it, saw the enemy ranks buckling as the leathery surged into them again and again. A sudden gap before her, a Leosan settling on one knee, one shoulder sliced open, down through the joint, the arm hanging. Seeing her, he struggled to rise. He was old, his face lined, and the look in his eyes was bleak. Pithy's sword swing was awkward, but all of her strength was behind it. She clipped the edge of his jaw before the blade cut deep into his neck. Blood spurted, gushed all over her. Shocked by the hot deluge, she stepped back. And that one step saved her life. A spear thrust caught her head, bit into her helm. She felt the blade edge cut into her scalp, grind along the bone of her skull, and then she was pulled away. A burly man dragged her close. "Never mind that. You still got your head, don't you? Seen my sword?" he asked. "I dropped the fucker. You'll know it 'cause it's still in my hand. Never mind." He bent down and came up with a woodcutter's axe. "Errant's horse-humped earhole. What the fuck is this? Never mind. To the back line with you, Captain Pithy. I started this and I mean to finish it up."
Nice? Never mind nice? Is that what they call you?
"This is ours," the chant went on and on. Hands took hold of her. She was being pulled out. Her first engagement against the Leosan. Her first taste of everything. The slaughter, the hurt, the anger, the falling light.
All of it. All of it. Oh, gods, all of it.
Suddenly she stumbled clear. Winced at the blinding glare of the strand as tendrils of agonizing light writhed overhead. Down onto her knees, down onto her side. Sword and helmet away, sounds dimming, fading. Someone drove a pair of knees against her left hip. Blinking, she looked up at Squish, saw the knife in the witch's gore-drenched left hand.
"Don't even think it,"
Pithy said in a growl. The witch grinned, then was gone. The last end of the rout, a scattering of Leosan, converging as they dragged wounded comrades back through the breach, vanishing into blinding light. Yedan Derrig's sword was unaccountably heavy in his hand, so he let the tip crunch down into the soaked strand. "Prince! Address that front line, Sergeant! Get our wounded and dead out of there!" He glared at the breach, the blackened, weeping Mar in lightfall. Too damaged to do anything as miraculous as heal before his eyes, but the first probe of the enemy had been denied. The Leosan had taken as many of their dead and dying with them as they could, but there were still scores and scores, bodies heaped up at the base of the first berm. "Get a crew to start piling them up against the breach. Make a wall, but tell them to be careful. Make sure the fallen are actually dead or near enough as to make no difference." "Yes, sir." He lifted his gaze as a shadow crossed the lightfall, just above the wound, bared his teeth. A new voice spoke beside him.
"That was closer than I liked, Prince."
He turned. "Bedak, was it you behind that last push?"
"Far right flank," the woman said.
"Nice? Could have sworn that was a woman's shout."
"Nice got his hand chopped off. Didn't bleed out, thankfully. Captain Pithy took that flank command, sire. Nice made it back in time to drive a wood axe into the skull of one of the last Leosan on that side. Hard enough to break the handle." Yedan frowned. "What's a wood axe doing in our ranks? My orders on weapon choices were clear enough. That reminds me. Sergeant, collect up the better Leosan weapons, will you?" "Got plans with your trophy, Prince?"
"What trophy?" She nodded down at his sword. He glanced at it. A Leosan head was impaled on the blade, from the top of the skull down and out through the neck, which had already been half severed. He grunted. No wonder it felt heavy. Jan Tovis stood at the forest verge, watching them dragging bodies clear, watching others tossing limbs and rolling corpses into the pit. None of it seemed real. The triumphant and suddenly exhausted Lethery ranks along the berm were settling to catch their breaths, to check on weapons and armor, to take the skins of water from the youths now threading through the ranks.
"They think they've won."
Without Yedan and his watch, that front line would have quickly crumpled. Instead, the survivors now felt bold, filled to bursting. In this one clash, something had been tempered. She knew what she was seeing. A fighting force cannot be simply assembled. It needed that brutal forge, and it needed all its fires quenched in the blood of battle. Her brother was making something here. But it would not be enough. She could see how her own sheikh were looking on, no different from Jan Tovis herself. Yedan was not about to expend the Lethari ranks as if they were useless skirmishers, not with what he'd now made of them. He would pull them back, holding them in reserve during the next battle. They probed to test our mettle. Next time, we will see their true fury. And if that beachhead is established, then the first dragon will come through. Her sheikh watched, yes, and thought about their own time to come, their own stand against the Leosan. Few of the Lethari were trained as soldiers, and that was no different from the sheikh. But Yedan's watch would be there, solid as standing stones. Until they start falling, they can only do so much. They're Yedan's most precious resource, but he must risk them each time. And as they begin to fall, why, he'll have a new crop of veterans to draw upon. These very Lethari here, and then from among our own sheikh. It's so very logical. But, dear brother, it's what you do best, isn't it? How can I kneel to this? By doing so, do I not make it all inevitable? No, that I will not do. But I will take my place among my people, on that berm. I know how to fight. I might not be Yedan's equal in that, but I'm damned close. It's carved into the souls of the royal line, to stand here upon the first shore, to stand here and to die. They were stacking Leosan corpses, making a wall across the breach. The contempt of that gesture was as calculated as everything else Yedan did. Rage is the enemy. Beware that, Leosan. He will make your rage your downfall if he can. You cannot make my brother angry. He's not like you. He's not like any of us. And his army will follow his lead. They will look to him and take inside what he gives. It's cold, lifeless. They'll take it in and it will change them all. Your army, brother, my people. I can't win this, but neither can you. She collected her sword belt from the stump of a felled tree, strapped it on, settled the helm on her head and fastened the clasp, tugged on her gauntlets. Her people took note. They faced her now and watched as their queen prepared to fight. But what are they thinking? Why do they even look to us? My brother, me. See where our love for them has taken them. See all those limp, lifeless bodies tumbling into the pit. They watched this calm, silent woman readying for battle. They didn't know, of course, about all the howling going on in her head, the anguished screams and the poisoned helplessness eating at every hidden edge. No, they knew nothing about any of that. She saw her brother, gesturing, giving orders. He turned then, and across the distance he faced her. Should she lift a hand, acknowledge his achievement, this first triumph? Should she draw her sword, perhaps, and lift it high? Would he respond in kind? Not a chance. But then, look at me. We see each other, yes, and neither of us does a thing to reach across. How can we? We are co-conspirators in the slaughter of all these people. Jan Tovis turned, found one of her messengers. Aras, deliver the news to Queen Drukorlat. The breach was repelled. Acceptable losses. We await their next attack. The young girl bowed and then hurried off into the forest. When Twilight looked back down to the strand, her brother was nowhere in sight. It was now a road of sorts, the white dust soaked in blood, churned into reddish-brown mud, straight as a spear shaft between Serranus' wedding gate and the breach. Shivering, Aparal Forge watched the wagons burdened with the wounded drawing closer. To either side of the narrow track, the massed legions prepared for the real assault. Heads turned to watch the broken remnants of the forlorn hope file past. Well, that was proof enough, was it not? Carcanus was occupied once more. The infernal sheikh had returned, or someone much like them, and were determined to contest the breach. Madness, all of it. Glancing up, he saw 4 of the 13 still veered, their vast wings flashing gold in the ceaseless light. The draconian blood had finally taken them, he knew. They had surrendered forever to the chaos. Among them was Ipath Erul, who had once been a friend.
"Son of light," he whispered, "beware your chosen, now that the blood of the Elate rises to drown all that we once were."
The door behind him swung open, cracking against the stone wall. Aparal flinched, but did not turn round.
"If you had followed, brother."
"But I did, son of light."
Khadgar Fant swore, was suddenly beside Aparal, hands settling on the alabaster merlon.
"That last pass. We were almost through. See my children still on the wing? Where are the others?"
"Lord, the mane of chaos frightens them. If they surrender to it for too long, son of light, you could lose control of them."
"When I am veered, they will comprehend my power, my domination. What more is needed to bend them to my will? Do you truly believe that I do not understand the nature of the Elate?"
"The risk, Lord."
"It frightens you, does it, brother?"
"I fear we might lose control of our own people, Lord, and not through any flaw in our purpose or leadership. Ipath Erul and his sisters no longer assemble. The blood of the Elate has taken them. It has stolen their minds. When they cease to be Tist Leosan, how soon before our cause becomes meaningless? How soon before they find their own ambitions?"
Khadgar Fant said nothing for some time. Then he leaned forward over the wall and looked straight down.
"It has been some time," he said in a musing tone, "since we last set a traitor upon the white wall. Brother, do you think my people begin to forget? Must I remind them again?"
Aparal Forge thought about it.
"If you feel it necessary, Lord."
He held his gaze on the column crawling towards the wedding gate.
"This is new,"
the Son of Light said.
"Lord, I see no answering fear in you, brother."
"The mane of chaos, you fool. It devours fear like bloody meat. I am as ever your servant, Lord."
"So much so, I now see that you would risk your own life to speak your mind."
"Perhaps, as I once did long ago when we were different people, not yet who we are now. If so, then I will add this. The day you cease to hear me will be the day that we will have lost."
Khadgar's voice was so quiet that Aparal barely made out what he was saying.
"Are you that important, brother?"
"I am now, Lord."
"Why?"
"Because I am the last among your people to whom you still listen, Lord. You look down upon this cursed wall, and what do you see? Brave warriors who disagreed with you, the rotting remnants of our priesthood."
Khadgar whispered,
"They opposed the path of the Elate."
"They did, Lord, and now they are dead, and 4 of the 13 will not return."
"I can command them."
"As it pleases them to appear loyal, so that shall remain, Lord."
Veiled eyes lifted to meet his gaze.
"You draw close, brother Aparal Forge. So very close."
"If my counsel is treason, then condemn me, Lord. But you will not see fear, not in me, not any more, and never again."
Khadgar Fant snarled and then said,
"There is not time for this. The legions are ready, and I need you down there commanding the assault. The enemy beyond the breach was surprisingly weak. Weak, Lord? I will accept bold words from you, brother, but not outright rudeness. Sorry, Lord. Weak. Indeed, it seems they are not even true sheikh, devoid of tist blood entirely. It is my thought that they are mercenaries, hired because the Andi now in Carcanas are too few to personally oppose us. In fact, I now believe that the sheikh are no more, gone like a nightmare before the dawn. They fought surprisingly well for mercenaries, Lord. Humans are like that, brother. Decide on something and there's no moving them. You have to cut down every last one of them, until not one is left breathing. The surest way to win an argument, Aparal commented. Khadgar reached over and gripped his upper arm. Better. Return to the living, old friend. Today we shall gain the shore. Tonight we shall dine in the high palace of Carcanas. Lord, may I descend to take command of the legions? Go, brother. You shall see me soon enough, flying above you. Aparal hesitated. Lord, might I speak one last word of advice? Khadgar's face clouded, but he nodded. Do not be the first of our 13 through the breach. Leave that to Ipath Erul, or one of his sisters. But why? Because the enemy knows that we are here. Soul taken or true elate, they will have plans to deal with our eventual arrival, Lord. Use Erul to discover it. We cannot risk losing you, Son of Light. Khadgar's pale eyes searched his, and then he smiled. Friend, it shall be as you say. Go now. Father Light, is this what you want? What was in your mind when you walked out from the city, through the gate that would be named for the day of your wedding, for your procession's path into the realm of dark? Did you ever imagine that you would bring about the end of the world? Take the scepter in hand. Walk to the throne. There is an old saying, every crown leaves a circle of blood. I always wondered what it meant. Where was that circle? Surrounding the one now ruling, or closer still, like razors against the brow? Aparal Forge walked along one verge of the blood path. He could have veered into his dragon form. He could have wheeled out from the high wall and in moments settled before the breach, those old scattered stones of the toppled edifice with all the joyous carvings. But what would that be saying to his warriors? You are indeed led by dragons, by the blood-tainted, by the devourers of Kesselban. But was he not Tist Leosan? I am. For now, for as long as I can hold on. And I'd rather show them that. I'd rather they see me here, walking. The soldiers were ready. He could see as much. He sought to draw strength from them, reassurance, all the confidence he would need to in turn command them, as they in turn did when seeing him. I must speak to them, fashion words. What shall I say? Mercenaries await us, humans. They can be broken, for their will has been bought, and if it is to be something to bargain with, like a comforting robe, then that will cannot be worth much when all comfort vanishes. No, make it simpler. Tell them that coin cannot purchase righteousness. Against our will, the humans shall falter. We must simply push hard enough for long enough. Speak with confidence, yes. And then I will think of loves lost, to empty out all the places inside me, ready to be filled with fury and desire. The Leosan knew enough about humans.
Through the piercing of the veil, such as a priest or mage occasionally achieved, they had ventured into human worlds. Testing the notions of justice, as one old scout had once said. Small parties of aimless purpose or singular intent, journeying often enough for these explorers to return with knowledge of the strange, weak but profligate human creatures. Short-lived and truncated of thought. Incapable of planning ahead beyond a few years at most, and more commonly barely capable of thinking past a mere stretch of days. There were always exceptions, of course, great leaders, visionaries, tyrants, but even among them, the legacy they sought was more often than not a selfish one, the private glory of immortal notoriety or fame. Pathetic. As he approached the breach, Aparal wondered whether there was a great leader among these humans, these mercenaries. It was, of course, possible, but he doubted it. The once glorious gate had been shattered long ago. It had commemorated a marriage that had spilled more blood than could be imagined. Shattered 3 civilizations. Destroyed an entire realm. Father Light, could you but have known, would you have turned away? Would you have sacrificed your happiness for the sake of your people and hers? I like to think you would have. Yes, you would have sacrificed yourself because you were better than all of us. And now your children yearn to avenge your failure. But nothing we can do, nothing we can ever do, will make it better. No matter. We're not interested in healing old wounds. Look at that gate for proof of that. A space had been left clear before the breach. Of the wound itself, there was naught to be seen but stacked corpses, dim and ethereal through Lightfall's incessant bleeding. Seeing those bodies, Aparal scowled, and from deep inside him surged a rush of rage. Leosan, draconian. He stepped into the space, turned towards his kin. Brothers, sisters, see what these humans have done to our fallen. They choose not to honor us as worthy foes. They imagine this dread wall will wound us. The Son of Light looks down upon us from the white wall's rampart. The Son of Light has said that on this day we shall conquer the realm of dark. We shall conquer Karkanas. We know they are waiting. Shall we seek them out? Brothers, sisters, shall we seek them out? The roar that answered him felt like a physical blow, but he welcomed it. Their anger is without measure. Their justness is unassailable. Kadagar is right. We shall win through. He faced the ruined gate and glared at the breach. Drawing his sword, he held it high. 7th Legion, arrow formation. Who leads? A harsh voice called out behind him. I lead, Aparal Forge. Galar Throw shall lead. Galar, I should have known. Galar, there is a commander among the humans. Find him. Kill him. I so vow, Aparal Forge. I so vow. The power massing behind him made Aparal tremble. This assault would sweep aside the humans, up and into the forest beyond, to the city itself. The palace splashed in blood, the Son of Light triumphant upon the throne, scepter in hand. And if Mother Dark dwelt in the temple, they would kill her. We will not be stopped, not this time. Shadows from above. He looked up. 3 dragons, and then a 4th. So eager. Ipath Erul. I think you want that throne. I think you mean to take it. Leosan, 7th Legion, level spears. He turned, moved to the right. Galar was ready. They were all ready, bristling, straining for the signal, desperate to lunge forward. burst through the wall of corpses, burst out onto the shore, and begin the slaughter. Silent, Aparal Forge swung down the sword. Sandalath Drukolat, Queen of High House Dark, ruler of Karkanas, walked alone in the palace, wondering where all the ghosts had gone. They should be crowding these ancient halls, whispering along the corridors and passages, lurking in recesses and doorways, struggling to recall what needed doing, calling out for loved ones in faint, echoing voices. She ran her hand along a wall as she walked, feeling the hard, polished stone. She was far beyond the rounds of the paltry staff now resident in the palace. Hunting ghosts, stone-like skin, but the skin is cold. She could remember when it was different, alive. Guards and guests, petitioners and servants, priestesses and midwives, retainers and scholars, hostages, swirling in their own precious currents, each and every one of them, like blood in a beating heart. Her worn boots echoed as she made her way down a narrow corridor. Smaller now, this passage, and the steps she reached were shallow and worn, wending up in a tight spiral. She halted, gasping as a faint draught came down from above. I remember this, the downdraft. I remember it, against my face, my neck, down round my bared ankles. I used to run. When was that? I must have been a child. Yes, a child. When was that? Her right shoulder brushed against the wall again and again as she climbed. The sloped stone over her head felt oppressively close. Why did I run? Perhaps some inkling of the future, but for that child there was no refuge. How could there be? Here she was, and the centuries upon centuries in between were now carved solid as this stone. Stop running, child. It's done. Stop running. Even the memory hurts. Sandalath reached the top floor, a small flagstone landing, a blackwood door set into an archway. The iron handle was shaped from 3 lengths of linked chains entwined, stiff enough to form a ring. She stared at it, remembering how at first she'd had to reach up to grasp it and tug hard to swing back the door. Hostage room, born into it, imprisoned within it, until the day you are sent away. The day someone comes and takes you. Hostage room, child. You didn't even know what that meant. No, it was your home. Reaching out, she grasped the ring. A single tug and something broke on the other side, fell with a clunk. Oh, no, no, no. She opened the door. The bed had partially collapsed. Insects had chewed the covers until they fell to dust. Thousands of generations of those insects had dwelt in the mattress, until it too crumbled to nothing. The creatures had eaten the wax candles in the silver sticks still standing on the solid blackwood dresser. Above the dresser, the polished mirror was mottled with midnight stains. The broad windows had been shuttered tight. Now little of that remained, but heaps of fittings on the floor. Sandalath stepped inside. She could not see it yet, but she knew it was there. Locked from the inside. In the passageway leading to the tutor chamber, she found the small, frail bones of this room's last hostage. The mice had eaten most of the child, until little more than grey stains marked its position. A body sprawled between the 2 chambers. Teeth lay scattered like the beads of a broken necklace. I know how it was for you. I know. Slaughter in the citadel, screams rising from below, the smell of smoke. The world was ending. Mother Dark turned away. Anomander's dreams of unification fell like dust through his fingers. The people were fleeing Kurald Galain itself, the end of the world. She crouched down in the narrow corridor, stared down at the remnants. Child, are you me? No, I was long gone from here by then.
sent off to serve my purpose, but that purpose failed. I was among a mass of refugees on Galan's road. Blind Galan shall lead us to freedom. We need only follow the sightless seer. We need only trust in his vision. Oh, yes, child, the madness of that was, well, plain to see, but darkness was never so cold as on that day. And on that day, we were all blind. The child hostage would not have left this room. She had learned obedience before all else. Told to stay, she had set the flimsy lock that she had believed would bar the outer door. We all believed it, each in our turn. It was our comfort, our symbol of independence. It was a lock a grown Andy could break in one hand. But no one came to challenge your delusion of safety. The lock was proof against everything going on outside this room. It was, in fact, the strongest barrier of all. She sank down further, leaned one shoulder against the passage wall. I am queen and I am hostage both. No one can take me until they decide to. No one can break my lock until they need to. In the meantime, see me sitting so regal on my throne, frozen like an image in a frieze. But she would not weep, not for herself. All that running had taken her precisely to this place, this moment in time. All that running. After some time, she climbed to her feet, went back into the outer room, stared at what remained of herself in the mottled mirror. Fragments, pieces, an incomplete map. Look at me. Are you looking at me now, at last? I sense the stirring in your mind. Impatience, the wanting to be away, off somewhere else, anywhere but in this skull, anywhere but behind these eyes. What in your life has so chilled your heart that you so quickly refuse another's pain, another's loss? Run then. Go on. Run away. Skip down the passage. Find all the places that stab deep enough to make you feel. Sandalath turned away. Back to the door, down the spiraling descent. One didn't need ghosts, she decided. Not a single ethereal glimpse was necessary. Empty corridors and echoing chambers were in themselves ghosts, emerging in the instant of her arrival, only to fade away once she was past. Like the rooms of memory. Step inside, conjure what you see, wonder at what you feel, and then leave. But you take something with you. You always take something with you. Swirling, raising up dust. She wanted to howl. Mother Dark, I understand now. Once again, I am a hostage. She had died, drowned, in the rolling surf of a distant shore. The end of a long, harrowing journey, such an ignoble, pathetic end. Thrashing in darkness, shocking cold filling her lungs. Was that how it was? It must have been. Silcha's ruin came to us upon that road. Wounded, stricken, he said he had forged an alliance with an Edur prince, or was he king? If so, not for long. Emorlan was destroyed, torn apart. He too was on the run. An alliance of the defeated, of the fleeing. They would open a gate leading into another realm. They would find a place of peace, of healing. No throne to fight over, no scepter to wield, no crown to cut the brow. They would take us there. Salvation. She was in the habit, she realized, of rolling ashore, only to be dragged back into deeper waters. A place to drown, a place of peace, an end to the running. Was it coming again? Then, Mother Dark, I pray to you, make this time final. Grant me blessed oblivion, a place without war. Messengers found her in the hallway, urged her to return to the throne room.
There was news of the breach. Withal awaited her. She walked as one dulled by Debayang. Panelled scenes marching past on either side, as mottled as the mirror she had stared into so long ago now. Centuries ago. Draconian blood proved a dark tomb, didn't it? See how my thoughts wander? See how these memories haunt? Do you truly dream of resurrection? Alas, I cannot recommend it. Her husband's eyes studied her. Sand! I was exploring, she said, walking directly to seat herself on the throne. How bad, then? The first assault was denied, he replied. Yedan's lethery line held, and then pushed the Leosan back through the wound. The watch, yes. I remember now. It was already in me, growing, wanting my love. But how could I love? The Sheikh have held, Lord. The watch commanded. They have driven the Leosan back through the wound. The priestesses believe they have devised a means of sealing the rent, Lord. Then they had better set about achieving that, Kalaras. For the Leosan shall launch another assault soon, and then another and another. They will keep coming until they are through, or until they are all dead. Lord, is such the fury of Osiric against you that... Commander Kalaras, this is not Osiric's doing. It is not even Father Light's. No, these are children who will have their way. Unless the wound is healed, there will be no end to their efforts. And then Anamanda's eyes found her. Hostage, he murmured, gesturing all the others to leave. He rose from the throne. I did not see you there. He released you then. I did not think... No, Lord, she said. He did not release me. He abandoned me. Hostage, Drukorlat. I am a hostage no longer, Lord. I am nothing. What did he do to you? But she would not answer that, could not. He had enough troubles, did he not? Wars upon all sides, armies advancing on Carcanas. It was dying, all of it, dying, and in his eyes she could see that he knew it. Sandalas Drukorlat. And with her name he reached out, settled a cool hand upon her brow, and took from her the knowledge he sought. No, he whispered, this cannot be. She pulled away then, unable to meet his eyes, unwilling to acknowledge the fury now emanating from him. I will avenge you. Those words could well have driven a spear through her, for the impact they made. She reeled, with pain a raging fire within her. Shaking her head, she staggered away. Avenge? I will have my own vengeance. I swear it. He called out to her, but she fled the throne room and ran. Shallow steps climbing, a wooden door, a lock. Sandalath? The priestesses can heal the wound. What priestesses? The Leosan won't stop. Nothing can make them stop. The watch knows. All the Sheikh do. They have accepted it. They are going to die for us, every last one of them. We cannot permit that. Where is Galan? Where is Silchas? Where is my brother? Then Withal's arms were about her, lifting her from the throne, holding her tight. She felt weak as a child, but he was strong, stronger than she'd ever imagined was possible for a human. She felt something crumble within her and let out a soft gasp. I went looking for ghosts, she said. I found them, I think. Mother, help me, save me, it's too much. Sand. The word was a sob. We need to run, she said. That's all we need to do, my love. Run. Tell Twilight. Raise a flag of truce. I will yield Carcanas to the Leosan. They can have it.
and I hope they burn it to the fucking ground. Sand. This is Yedan's battle now, and he will not parley with a Leosan. He is a Sheikh prince. He wields a hust blade. It was the witches who explained to me what that meant. Hust? A hust sword? Did I know that? I must have. Did I? Forged to slay a Lent. Without them, the Andi could never have killed all those dragons at the Sundering. They could never have fought back. Yedan's sword knows what's coming. Stop it! It's too late! Yedan! He knows, Sand. Of course he knows. The witches are desperate. Jan Tovis accepts none of this. Because she's not a fool! Sandalath pushed Withal back. We need to run! He shook his head. She glared round. Guards looked away. Servants ducked their heads. She bared her teeth. You must think me mad, do you? But I'm not. I see now, as clearly as Jan Tovis does. Is this all the Sheikh are to be to us? Wretched fodder doomed to fail? How dare we ask them to fight? She spun, glared at the domed ceiling. Mother Dark, how dare you? The shout echoed, her only reply. The Sheikh will fight, said Withal into the silence that followed. Not for you, Sand, not for the Queen of High House Dark, not even for Karkanas. They will fight for their right to live. This once, after generations of retreating, of kneeling to masters. Sand, this is their fight. Their deaths, you mean? Don't you? Their deaths! And they will choose where it is to be, Sand. Not me, not you. What makes us do this? What makes us set aside the comforts of peace? Sand, Withal said in a quiet voice. This is their freedom. This one thing, their freedom. Go back to them, then, she croaked, turning away. Be their witness, Withal. They've earned that much at least. Remember all that you see for as long as there's life left to you. My love, no. She shook her head, walking from the throne room. Hostages. We are all hostages. Yedan Derig leaned the blade of his sword against his shoulder, his jaws bunching rhythmically, his eyes narrowing as he studied the breach. Signal the front lines. They're coming. The blurred shapes of the dragons skittered like wind-torn clouds behind the veil of lightfall. He counted 5 in all, but suspected there were more. It will be in strength this time, he said. They will seek to advance 10 paces to start, and then form a crescent as the ranks behind them spill out, spread out. Our flanks need to deny that. Push in along the lightfall itself. Sever the vanguard. That's asking a lot, muttered Brevity beside him. Yedan nodded. Maybe too much, she continued. We're none of us trained as soldiers. We don't know what we're doing. Captain, the Leosan are no different. Helmed and armed doesn't make an army. They are conscripts. I could see as much the first time. He chewed on the thought and then added, soft. You saying they don't want any of this? Like us, he replied. They have no choice. We're in a war that began long ago, and it has never ended, Captain. Pithy says they look no different from the Tist Andi, barring their snowy skin. He shrugged. Why should that matter? It's all down to disagreeing about how things should be. We can't win, can we? He glanced at her. Among mortals, every victory is temporary. In the end, we all lose. She spat onto the white sand. You ain't cheering me at all, sir. If we ain't got no hope of winning against 'em, what's the point? Ever won a scrap, Captain? Ever stood over the corpses of your enemy? No? When you do, come find me. Come tell me how sweet victory tastes.
He lifted the sword and pointed down to the breach. You can win even when you lose, because even in losing you might still succeed in making your point, in saying that you refuse the way they want it.
Well now, that makes me feel better.
I can't do the rousing speeches, Captain.
I noticed.
Those words sound hollow, all of them. In fact, I do not believe that I have ever heard the commander or ruler say anything to straighten me up, or make me want to do for them what they wanted done. So, he said amiably, if I won't die for someone else, how can I ask anyone else to do so?
Then what are we going to die for here?
For yourselves, Captain. Each and every one of you. What could be more honest than that? After a time, she grunted.
I thought it was all about fighting for the soldier beside you, and all that. Not wanting to let them down, I mean.
What you seek not to let down, Captain, is your sense of yourself. How you see yourself, even when you see yourself through the eyes of the people around you. He shook his head. I won't argue against that. So much comes down to pride, after all.
So we're to hold against the Malazan, we're to hold the first shore, out of some kind of feeling of pride?
I would like to hear a truly rousing speech one day, Yedan mused, just once. Then he sighed. No matter. One can't have everything, can one?
I see him, coming through!
Yedan started walking down the slope. Hold back the Lethery until I need them, Captain.
Yes, sir.
The Malazan vanguard burst through the breach with a roar. Seeing the shadows wheeling above the Malazan, Brevity flinched.
Dragons. That ain't fair. Just ain't.
She turned and made her way down to the Lethery Legion. They were like pithy now. They had that thing in their eyes. Brevity could not find words to describe it. They'd fought for their lives, but not in that daily struggle to put food on the table, not in those quiet moments when the bodies surrendered to some illness. This was a sudden thing, a savage thing. That look she saw now, she didn't know what it was, but she wanted some of it.
Errant's nudge. I must be mad.
Charles had always been the older sister, the capable one. When her mother had wandered off in the way drunks did, leaving them on their own, Charles had reached out to take in her two younger brothers. The sheikh understood the two sides of the shore. The drawing close, the falling apart. Those sides lived in their blood, and in all the ghettos where dwelt the remnants of her people, the fates washed back and forth, and sometimes it was all one could do to simply hang on. She had led them out of childhood, but more than that, she had tried to lead them away from something else, something far crueler. The sense of failure that hung thick in the neighborhood, the kind of failure that slunk through alleys with drawn knives, that stepped over bodies lying in the rubbish. The kind of failure that unleashed hatred upon those who would seek a better life, those who would dare rise above their wretched station. She had seen a clever boy beaten to death outside her shelter, by his cousins. Lethery missions sent people into the communities, building roads out, roads to take the sheikh away from their misery. It was pointless. Charles had seen as much, again and again. Outsiders never understood how a people could eat themselves from the inside out. She was thinking about that as she set her boots in the sand and adjusted the heavy pike in her hands. Flanked by her brothers, with all of the sheikh formed up to face this enemy of strangers, they stood on the first shore, bathed in the eerie rain of lightfall, and she wondered if this was to be the last moment for her and the boys. How quickly would her family vanish from the world of the living? Which of them would be the first to fall? Which the last? I'm scared. By the deeps I am scared. Capable Charles, oh, see how that lie shines on this day. I will try to keep them alive. I will do all I can.
Mother, they said they found your body in a ditch outside the town. Where were you going? What road were you building? Cassel, Oruth, I love you both. She felt their eyes as they looked upon her, but she held her gaze fixed on the breach. Someone shouted, "Here they come!" But the cry was unnecessary, as the wound split to the first spear points, and the Liosans surged out with terrifying howls. A tall warrior was in the lead. His face twisted, his eyes lit like fire, his mouth stretched open as he brought up his spear. He was staring at Charles, who stood opposite as he lunged forward. She would have run if a path were open to her. She would have fallen to her knees if mercy were possible. She would have shouted, pleaded for an end to this terrible need to fight, to kill. She would have done anything to end this. Her brothers screamed, and those cries were so raw with terror that Charles felt buffeted, battered by this instant of utter, horrifying vulnerability. Mother, weaving, stumbling down the road, her clothes reeking, her breath a wet rattle. The sheikh cannot run from themselves. Charles! She lifted the pike at the last moment. The warrior had not even noticed the weapon, or its deadly length. Even as he lifted his spear, the broad iron head took him just beneath his sternum. The impact rocked her back, thundered through her bones. The surprise in his face made her want to weep, so childlike, so helpless. His sagging weight pulled the pike down. She tore it free, her breaths coming so fast the world was spinning. He didn't see it. How could he not have seen it? All at once there was fighting along the line, spreading out from the center. The Liosan were trying to push them back. Their fury deafened her. They fought like rabid dogs. She stabbed out again and again with the pike. The point scored off shields was batted aside by bronze-sheathed shafts. Liosan ducked past it, only to be met by the hacking swords of her brothers. Piss drenched the inside of her left thigh. Shame, oh shame! They yielded a step, the entire line, as if by command. But she heard nothing beyond the roar engulfing her, the clash of weapons, the grunts and gasps. This was a tide driving them back, and like the sand beneath them, the sheikh were crumbling. The pike's long shaft was slick with blood. The point was wrapped in gore. The muscles of her forearms and shoulders burning, she raised the weapon once more, saw a face and stabbed into it. Edge grating past teeth, biting into the back of a mouth, the flaring flanges slicing through cheeks. Blood poured from the Liosan's nose, misted up into his eyes. He snapped his head back, choking, dropping his weapons as he fell to his knees. His hands went to his shattered mouth, seeking to hold in place the dangling lower jaw, the flaps of tongue. Cassel lunged low and pushed his sword's point into the Liosan's neck. And then her brother was falling. An animal cry came from his throat, and he twisted as the Liosan advanced to stand over him, grinding her spear point down through Cassel, who writhed like a pinned eel. Charles swung the pike, and she screamed as the point slashed the Liosan just under her chin, opening her windpipe. Hands took Cassel's ankles and dragged him back. A stranger came up to take her brother's place. No, not a stranger. A mauled sword blade swung past her, caught a Liosan closing on her, sliced through him from shoulder to hip. The back swing sent the top half of her head and helm spinning away. A third swing severed 2 hands gripping a spear, 3 fallen Liosan, opening a gap. "Follow me," Yedan Derig said, stepping forward. And around Charles and Oruth, the watch drew up, huge soldiers in heavy armor, blackened shields like an expanding wall, long-bladed swords lashing out. As they advanced, they carried Charles and her brother with them, into the face of the Liosan. Pithy reached brevity. Her face was flushed, slick with sweat, and there was blood on her sword. Gasping, she said,
2 companies of Lethery, sister. to relieve the centre of the Sheikh line. They've been savaged." "He's pushing straight for the wound," Brevity said. "Is that right? That's Yedan down there, isn't it? Him and half his watch. Gods, it's as if the Leosan are melting away." "2 companies, Brev. We're going to split the enemy on this side, but that means we need to push right up to the fucking hole, right? And then hold it for as long as we need to cut 'em all down on the flanks."
Licking dry lips, Brevity nodded.
"I'll lead them." "Yes, I'm relieving you here, love. I'm ready to drop. So, what are you waiting for? Go!"
Pithy watched Brev lead 100 Lethery down to the berm. Her heart was finally slowing its mad jackrabbit dance. Jamming the point of her sword in the sand, she turned to regard the remaining Lethery. Nods answered her. They were ready. They'd tasted it, and they wanted to taste it again.
"Yes, I know. It terrifies us. It makes us sick inside, but it's like painting the world in gold and diamonds."
From the breach the roar was unceasing, savage as a storm against cliffs.
"Dear ocean, then, call my soul. I would swim the waters again. Let me swim the waters again."
Chapter 13. There was a love once. I shaped it with my hands, until in its forms I saw sunlight and streams and earthy verges sweet with grass. It fit easily into my pack and made peaceful the years of wandering through forests in retreat and down the river's tragic flow. On the day we broke upon the shore of a distant land, I fled cold and bereft, fighting curtains of ash up through the snows of the pass. In the heaps of spoil, among an enemy victorious, my love floundered in the cracked company of kin, broken down blow upon blow. And now, as my days lower into the sleep of regret, I dream of fresh clay finding these old hands, where the wind sings of love. Forests in Retreat, Fisher Keltath. The passage of thousands of hobnailed boots had worn through the thin grasses, lifting into the air vast clouds of dust. The breeze had fallen off, and coming down from the north, tracked the columns at virtually the same turgid pace, blinding them to the world. The horses were growing gaunt, their heads hanging, their eyes dull. When Aranict turned her mount to follow Bryce, the beast felt sluggish beneath her, slow to canter. They rode out to the west side of the marching troops and made their way back down the line's ragged length. Dusty faces lifted here and there to watch them pass, but mostly the soldiers kept their gazes on the ground before them, too weary to answer any stir of curiosity. She knew how they felt. She had done her share of plodding on foot, although without the added burden of a pack heavy with armor and weapons. They had marched hard to draw up close to the Volcando Evertine Legion, who in turn had already fallen a third of a day behind the Perish. Shield Anvil Tanakalian was, if anything, proving harsher than Krughava in driving the grey helms. Their pace was punishing, sparing no thought for their putative allies. Bryce was worried, and so was Queen Abrastel. Was this nothing more than the lust for glory, the fierce zeal of fanatics? Or was something more unpleasant at work here? Aranict had her suspicions, but she was not yet willing to voice them, not even to Bryce. Tanakalian had not been pleased with the adjunct's insistence that Gessler take overall command. Perhaps he intended to make the position irrelevant, at least insofar as regards the Perish. But if so, why would he do that? They pulled free of the last block of wagons, and through the drifting dust they saw the rear guard, a dozen Blue Rose lancers, drawn up around 3 figures on foot. Aranict rose in her saddle and looked westward. The Kachain Shemal were out there, she knew. Out of sight, yet still moving in parallel with the Lethery. She wondered when next Gessler, Stormy, and Calith would visit them.
More arguments, more confusion thicker than these clouds of dust. She shook her head. Never mind all that. Since the morning, strangers had been tracking them, and they've just bitten our tail. Aranict returned her attention to the 3 dishevelled newcomers, 2 women and 1 man. They'd arrived with little evident gear or supplies, and as Aranict drew closer she could see their sorry state. But they were not wearing uniforms. Not Malazan deserters, then, or worse, survivors. Bryce slowed his horse, glanced back at her, and seeing his relief, she nodded. He'd feared the same. But in some ways, she realized, this was even more disturbing, as if the bone hunters had truly vanished, their fate unknown and possibly unknowable, like ghosts. She had to struggle against thinking of them as being already dead. In her mind rose visions of hollowed eye sockets, withered skin splitting over bones. The image was horrifying, yet it haunted her. She could see the edge of the glass desert off to the east, heat shimmering in a wall, rising like a barrier beyond which the soil lost all life. They reined in. Bryce studied the 3 strangers for a moment and then said, "Welcome." The woman in the front turned her head and spoke to her comrades.
Kesros Latharisti Ganthal, or Lest.
The other woman, short and plump, but with the blotchy, sagging cheeks that denoted dehydration, frowned and said, "Hegoran Stig Daru?"
Hedan Ap,
replied the first woman. She was taller than the other one, with shoulder-length dark brown hair. She had the eyes of someone used to pain. Facing Bryce again, she said,
Lathari Early? Are you early speak? Are you speak Lathari?
"Lethari," Bryce corrected. "The language of the First Empire."
First Empire,
the woman repeated, matching perfectly Bryce's intonation.
Slums, low-born Stig, dialect, Erlitan.
The plump woman snapped.
Turul Beris? Turul Beris?
The first woman sighed.
Please, water?
Bryce gestured to the Preda commanding the Lancers. "Give them something to drink. They're in a bad way." "Commander, our own supplies." "Do it, Preda. 3 more in our army won't make much difference either way. And find a cutter. The sun has roasted them." He nodded to the first woman. "I am Commander Bryce Benedict. We march to war, I'm afraid. You are welcome to travel with us for as long as you desire, but once we enter enemy territory, unless you remain with us, I cannot guarantee your safety." Of course he didn't call himself a prince, just a commander. Noble titles still sat uneasily with him. The woman was slowly nodding.
"You march south?"
"For now," he replied.
"And then?"
"East." She turned to the other woman.
Kesra Elit. Elit? Call Mestra al-Ahamd.
The woman faced Bryce.
"I named Faint. We go with you, too. Please, Elit, east."
Aranict cleared her throat. The inside of her mouth was stinging, had been for days. She was itchy beneath her soiled garments. She spent a moment lighting a stick of rust leaf, knowing that Bryce had twisted in his saddle and was now observing her. Through a brief veil of smoke, she met his eyes and said, "The younger one's a mage. The man, there's something odd about him, as if he's only in the guise of a human, but it's a guise that is partly torn away. Behind it," she shrugged, drew on her stick, "like a wolf pretending to sleep. He has iron in his hands." Bryce glanced over, frowned. "In the bones," she amended. "He could probably punch his way through a keep wall." "Iron, Etricida? Are you sure? How can that be?" "I don't know. I might even be wrong. But you can see he carries no weapons, and those knuckles are badly scarred. There's a taint of the demonic about him."
She cut herself off, as Fate was now speaking quickly to the young mage.
Hed henap vilnen, ulstigatrisida, sida ges karalu, ust kelan varad harada unani, kekeledu.
Eyes fixed on Erinict, and everyone was silent for a moment. With narrowed gaze, the young sorceress addressed Fate.
Kelan varad, vap geruli mest.
Whatever she'd said did not seem to warrant a reply from Fate, who now spoke to Erinict.
We are lost. Seek holds. Way home. Darujistan. Do you Karal? Are you, caster magic? Kelan varad? High mage?
Erinict glanced at Bryce, who now answered her earlier shrug with one of his own. She was silent for a moment, thinking, and then she said,
Yes, Fate. Atrisida, High Mage. I am named Erinict.
She cocked her head and asked,
The Lethery you speak, it is high diction, is it not? Where did you learn it?
Fate shook her head.
City, 7 cities, early town, low-born tongue in slums. You speak like whore.
Erinict pulled hard on her rust leaf and then smiled.
This should be fun.
The ghost of sweetest sufferance held up her clay pipe, squinted at the curls of smoke rising from it.
See that, Fate? That's the perfect breath of every life-giving god there ever was. Holier than incense. Why, if priests filled their braziers with rust leaf, the temples would be packed. Worshippers like salted fish in a barrel. Worshippers?
Fate snorted.
Addicts, you mean? Variations on a theme, darling. You stopped wincing with every breath, I see.
Fate leaned back on the heap of blankets.
You heard, Precious. That Erinict is tapping elder magic. And something else, too, she said. Newborn, she called it. What in Hood's name is that supposed to mean? I don't care. All I know is I've stopped aching everywhere. Me too.
Sweetest puffed contentedly for a time and then said,
They were nervous round Amby, though, weren't they?
She glanced over at the silent man where he sat close to the tent's entrance.
Like they never seen a bowl before, right, Amby?
The man gave no sign of having heard her, which Fate found something of a relief.
He must think I've gone mad, having a one-way conversation like this. Then again, he might be right. Something snapped in me, I suppose.
Sweetest Sufferance rolled her eyes at Fate.
Did you see the tack on that commander's horse? Fate asked in a low voice. A different rig from what the Lancers had. The setup was different, I mean. That overtug inside the horn, the stirrup angle. What are you going on about, Fate? The prince's horse, idiot. He had his tack worked in the Malazan style.
Sweetest Sufferance frowned at Fate.
Coincidence?
She waved a hand.
Sorry, pretend I didn't say that. So, that is strange, isn't it? Can't think the Malazans ever got this far, but maybe they did. Oh, well, they must have, since you saw what you saw. Your head's spinning, isn't it? I might crawl out and throw up soon, she replied. Amby, don't be blocking that flap, right? Now, Malazan tack. What do you think that means? If Precious and Erinict can work out a way of talking to each other, we might find out. We ever use the holds, Fate? Not on purpose. No, Master Quell had some stories, though. The early days, when things were a lot wilder than what we go through, when they didn't know how to control or even pick their gates. Every now and then, one of the carriages would plunge into some world nobody even knew existed. Got into lots of trouble, too. Quell once told me about one realm where there was virtually no magic at all. The shareholders who ended up there had a hood's hole of a time getting back. Yeah, we had it easy, didn't we? Until our master got eviscerated, yes, sweetie. You know, I doubt Precious is going to get much that's useful from that high mage.
Why do you say that? Sweetest shrugged. It's not like we got anything to offer them, is it? Not like we can bargain or make a deal. Sure we can. Get us back home and the Trigal will offer 'em a free delivery. Anything, anywhere. You think so? Why, I can't think we're that important, Faint. You ain't read all the articles, have you? If we're in trouble, we can bargain with the full backing of the Guild, and they will honour those bargains to the letter. Really? Well, now, they know how to take care of their shareholders. I'm impressed. You have to hand it to them, Faint agreed. I mean, excepting when we're torn off the carriage on a run and left behind to get ripped apart and eaten, or cut down in a deal that goes sour, or we run up a whopping tab in the local pit, or some alien disease takes us down, or we lose a limb or three, get head bash-addled, or giant lizards drop out of the sky and kill us, yes. Be quiet, Faint. You're not helping things at all. What I'm doing, Faint said, closing her eyes, is trying not to think about those runts and the hag that took them. It's not like they were shareholders, dearie. Ah, now that's my sweetest. True enough. Still, we got stretched out plain to see that day, sweetest, and the rack's tightening still, at least in my mind. I just don't feel good about it. Think I'll head out and throw up now, Sweetest said. Slipping past Amby was easy, Faint saw, for a ghost. Precious Thimble rubbed at her face, which had gone slightly numb. "How are you doing this?" she asked. "You're pushing words into my head." "The empty hold is awake once more," Aranict replied. "It is the hold of the unseen, the realms of the mind. Perception, knowledge, illusion, delusion. Faith, despair, curiosity, fear. Its weapon is the false belief in chance, in random fate." Precious was shaking her head. "Listen, chance is real. You can't say it isn't. And mischance, too. You said your army got caught in a fight nobody was looking for. What was that?" "I dread to think," Aranict replied, "but I assure you it was not blind chance. In any case, your vocabulary has improved dramatically. Your comprehension is sound. So you can stop shoving stuff in, right?" Aranict nodded. "Drink. Rest now." "I have too many questions for that, Atricida. Why is the hold empty?" "Because it is home to all which cannot be possessed, cannot be owned. And so too is the throne within the hold empty, left eternally vacant. Because the very nature of rule is itself an illusion, a conceit and the product of a grand conspiracy. To have a ruler, one must choose to be ruled over, and that forces notions of inequity to the fore until they become, well, formalized, made central to education, made essential as a binding force in society, until everything exists to prop up those in power. The empty throne reminds us of all that. Well, some of us, anyway." Precious Thimble frowned. "What did you mean when you said the hold was awake once more?" "The wastelands are so called because they are damaged. I know that. I can't do a damned thing here." "Nor could I, until recently." The Atricida plucked out a stick of rolled rust leaf and quickly lit it. Smoke thickened the air in the tent. "Imagine a house burning down," she said, "leaving nothing but heaps of ash. That's what happened to magic in the wastelands. Will it ever come back? Ever heal? Maybe that's what we're seeing here. But the power doesn't just show up. It grows. And I think now it has to start in a certain way, beginning with wandering. And then come the holds, like plants taking root." Aranict gestured. "Much wandering in these wastelands of late, yes? Powerful forces, so much violence, so much will. And from holds to warrens," muttered Precious, nodding to herself. "Ah, the Malazans speak of this too. These warrens. If they are destined to appear here, they have yet to do so, Precious Thimble. And is there not concern that they are ill?" "Malazans.
Precious hissed. You'd think they invented warrens the way they go on. Things got sickly for a time, sure, but then that went away. The holds have always been the source of magical power on this continent, Aranict said, shrugging. In many ways, we Lethari are very conservative, but I'm beginning to think there are other reasons for why there has been no change here. The Kachain Shemal remain, and the Forkral Asael dominate the lands to the east. Even the creatures known as the Talani Mas are among us now, and without question the hold of ice is in the ascendant, meaning the Jagged have returned. She shook her head. The Malazans speak of war among the gods. I fear that what is coming will prove more terrible than any of us can imagine. Precious licked her lips, glanced away. The tent seemed to have closed round her, like a death shroud being drawn tight. She shivered. We just want to go home. I do not know how I can help you, Aranict said. The holds are not realms one willingly travels through. Even drawing upon their power invites chaos and madness. They are places of treachery, of deadly traps and pits leading down into unknown realms. Worse, the more powerful rituals demand blood. Precious gathered herself, met the Atricida's gaze. In the east, she said, something's there, I can feel it. A thing of vast power. Yes, Aranict said, nodding. It is where you are going, isn't it? This army and the war to come, you are going to fight for that power, to take it for yourself. Not quite, precious Thimble. That power, we mean to set it free. And if you do, what happens then? We don't know. You keep speaking of the Malazans. Are they here? Are they one of the armies marching to this war? Aranict seemed about to say one thing, then changed her mind and said, Yes. Precious sat back on her haunches. I am from One-Eye Cat, a city of Genebakis. We were conquered by the Malazans. Winning is all that matters to them, Atricida. They will lie, they will backstab. Whatever you see on the surface, don't believe it. Don't. With them, nothing is as it seems, not ever. They are a complicated people. Precious snorted. Their first emperor was where it all started. A sleight of hand, the deadly misdirection, everything the Malazan Empire became infamous for started with him. And though he's now dead and gone, nothing has changed. Tell your commander, Aranict, tell him, the Malazans, they'll betray you. They'll betray you. Bryce glanced up as she entered the tent. You were able to speak to her? I was, after some curious work. It's as I said, the power of the holds ever grows. I was never before able to manipulate the empty hold the way I did this night. In fact, she settled down on the bed mat, started pulling off her boots. I don't feel very good about what I had to do. By the time I was done, not even her innermost thoughts were hidden from me. I feel sullied. He moved closer, slipped an arm round her. Was there no other way? I don't know. Maybe. But this was the quickest. She had some interesting opinions on the Malazans. Oh? Doesn't trust them. Her people didn't fare well during the Malazan conquest of Genebakis. Yet for all that resentment, a part of her recognizes that some good came of it in the end. The enforcement of laws and justice and so on. Hasn't dulled her hatred, though. Trust, Bryce mused. Always a difficult issue. Well, Aranict said, Tavaret is hiding something. I believe what she is hiding is her awareness of just how wretched her chances are, Aranict. But that's just it, Aranict said. From what I gleaned from Precious Thimble, the Malazans never do something at which they're likely to fail. So if Tavaret's chances look as bad as we all seem to think, what are we missing? Now that is an interesting question, Bryce admitted. Anyway, Aranict said, they'll be coming with us to Kalance. Very well. Can we trust them? Aranict settled back on the mat with a heavy sigh. No. Ah, will that prove a problem?
I doubt it. If precious Thimble attempts to draw upon a hold, she'll get her head ripped off by all that raw power. Too young and doesn't know what she's doing.
Could such a personal disaster put anyone else at risk?
It could, Bryce. Good thing you brought me along, isn't it?
He lay down beside her. Whatever happened to the shy, nervous woman I made my atricida?
You seduced her, you fool.
Errant's push!
She sank down onto her knees, head hanging, her breath coming in gasps. Spax drew up his leggings, stepped away from where she knelt close to the tent's back wall.
"Best dessert there is," he said. "Better run off now. I have to see your mother, and if she catches a glimpse of you anywhere near here, she'll know."
"What if she does?" Spoltatha snapped. "It's not as if she's opened her legs to you, is it?"
He snorted.
"Like a royal vault, she is."
"You're not good-looking enough, and you smell."
"I smell like a gilk white-faced Barghast woman, and you've hardly complained."
She rose, straightening her tunic.
"I am now. Your mother is growing ever more protective of her daughters," he said,
scratching with both hands at his beard.
"Spirits below! This dust gets everywhere!"
Spoltatha slipped past him without another word. He watched her head off into the night, and then made his way round the Royal Train's equipment tent. Opposite waited the Queen's tent, 2 guards stationed out front.
"Is she ready for me?"
Spax asked as he approached. "Too late for that," one replied, and the other grunted a laugh. They stepped clear to allow him passage. He went inside and then through to the inner chamber.
"Can she walk, Highness?"
Abrastal drank down the last of her wine, lifted up the goblet. "My 3rd in a row. I'm not looking forward to this, and having to listen to one of my own daughters squeal like a myrid with a herder's hand up its arse has hardly improved my mood."
"She's untutored in the ways of real men,"
Spax responded.
"Where do you want me for this?"
Abrastal gestured to one side of the tent. "There, weapons drawn." The war chief raised his brows, but said nothing as he walked over to where she had indicated. "This will be a kind of gate," Abrastal said, folding her legs as she settled back in her chair. "Things could come through, and to make matters worse, it'll be hard to make out what we're seeing. There will be a veil between us. If the situation sours, it can be torn, either by whatever is on the other side or by you going through."
"Going through? Highness!"
"Be quiet. You are in my employ, and you will do what you're told."
Swamp shit. We really did put her in a foul mood. Oh, well.
He drew his long knives and crouched down.
"If I'd known, I would have brought my axes."
"What do your shamans tell you, Spax, about your Barghast gods?" He blinked.
"Why, nothing, Firehair. Why should they? I'm the war chief. I deal in matters of war. All that other rubbish is for them to worry over."
"And are they?"
"Are they what?"
"Worried."
"They're warlocks. They're always worried."
"Spax?" He grimaced.
"The Barghast gods are idiots. Like 16 children locked in a small room for days. They'll start eating each other next."
"So there are 16 of them?"
"What? No, that was just the number I threw out. Spirits below, Firehair. You keep taking me literally. I'm Spax, remember? I make things up to entertain myself. You want me to talk about my gods? Well, they're worse than me. They probably made themselves up."
"What do your shamans say?" Spax scowled.
"I don't care what they say."
"Is it that bad?" He shrugged.
"Could be our gods suddenly get smart. Could be they realize that their best chance of surviving what's to come is to keep their heads down. Could be they can cure the world's ills with one sweet kiss, too. He held up his knives. But I ain't holding my breath.
Don't pray to them, Specs. Not tonight, not now. Do you understand me?
I can't even remember the last time I prayed to them, Highness.
Abrastal poured herself another goblet of wine. Grab those furs over there. You'll need them.
Furs? Firehair,
A stain darkened the space in the center of the chamber, and an instant later bitter cold air spilled out, frosting everything in sight. The war chief's lungs burned with every breath. Pottery stacked against one wall cracked, then shattered, and what it contained fell out in frozen lumps. Through pained eyes, Spax saw shapes take form within the gelid stain. In the forefront, facing Abrastal, was a short, curvaceous woman. Young, he thought, though it was difficult to be sure.
Falash, is that her? Yes, must be her. Who else would it be?
Upon her left stood a taller woman, though the only detail he could make out was what appeared to be a glittering diamond set in her brow, from which extraordinary colours now flowed. Then a shape coalesced to the 14th daughter's right. Unnaturally tall, dressed in black, the hint of chain armour beneath the slashed cloak. A hood was drawn back, revealing a gaunt, demonic face. Stained tusks rose from the lower jaw, thrusting outward like curved knives. The pits of its eyes were dark.
A damned Jagat, leaving me to wonder just how many more of my childhood terrors are real.
The Jagat seemed to study Abrastal for a time, and then the head turned and Spax found himself staring into those lifeless pits. Withered lips peeled back, and the apparition spoke.
Bargast,
voiced as if it was an insult. Spax growled a low curse, said,
I am Gilk. We have many enemies, all of whom fear us. You are welcome to be one of them, Jagat.
Mother, said the daughter, I see you are well.
Abrastal tipped her goblet. A solid lump of wine fell out. Is this really necessary? I think I am frozen to my chair.
Omtos Felak, mother. The Hold's ancient king has returned. He stands beside me.
He's dead. The Jagat faced the queen again.
I have heard better insults from my pets, mortal.
He then pointed at Spax.
Speaking of pets, what do you intend to do with yours?
A precaution, Abrastal said, shrugging. The other woman, the one Spax did not know, then spoke. Highness, only a few days ago this Jagat here bit off the face of a Fokral assail. She edged a step back to take in the Barghast. Do not clash those blades, warrior. They will shatter. Falash said,
Mother, we have found a new ally in our endeavours. The king of the Hold of Ice now stands with us.
Why? The other woman said, I don't think they like the Fokral assail, Highness. You must be Captain Shurk Elal, the queen said. I have heard interesting things about you, but that will have to wait until another time. 14th daughter, are you once again upon the seas?
We are, on a ship of the dead.
You think you're cold? One hand fluttered.
We're less than 2 weeks from the teeth.
What of the Perish fleet?
Falash shook her head. No sign. We must assume they have arrived, whether a blockade now exists. She shrugged. Mother, be careful. The Fokral assail know we are coming. All of us. They know.
Can we maintain this line of communication?
Not much longer, Falash replied. Once we draw closer to the assail's domain, their hold will dominate.
Spax snorted. Even against the king of the hold of ice? Now, how pathetic is that?
The Jaghut faced him once more. When Draconis stepped onto this world, he missed a few of your kind underfoot. He has grown careless in his old age. When next you and I meet, Barghast, we shall have words on the matter.
Have you a name, Jaghut? Spax asked. I want to know who to cuss. I want the name of this miserable, rotting carcass I'm looking at right now.
The mouth stretched once more. Can you not guess, Barghast? As you squat shivering in my breath?
Falash said, Mother, are you sure you want to go on with this? Against the forces now gathering, we're nothing.
I think, said Abrastal, the time has come to be more forthright regarding our allies here in the wastelands. We seem to have acquired a force of, lizards. Large, powerful, well-armed. They call themselves the Kachin-Chemal, and they are commanded by 2 Malazans. She stopped then, since the Jaghut had begun laughing. The sound reached into Spax's bones until he felt them rattling like frozen sticks. His glare, fixed upon the Jaghut, suddenly widened.
His breath? But how? No, yes. See that cloak, see that cowl.
He straightened, chest swelling.
I have never feared you, he said.
Hood ceased laughing, regarded the Barghast.
Of course not, War Chief Spax of the Gilk. But then, once I am known to you, fear is irrelevant, isn't it? Especially when you're already dead.
One long bony finger lifted into view, wagged at the war chief. Ah, but how would you know? Imagine dying and then finding yourself asking, what now? The day you stand on the wrong side of death, Spax, come and find me. And in the bitter truth of equals, you and I shall discuss real fear. Hood laughed a second time. Moments later, all 3 apparitions were gone. The biting chill remained, mists roiling in the chamber. Queen Abrastal fixed Spax with a hard stare. What was all that about, War Chief? He scowled.
I don't for an instant doubt that captain's claim. Bit off an assail's face, did he? I'm surprised it wasn't its whole damned head.
Spax fought off another shiver.
Too many swords in the fire, Highness. Things are going to break, badly.
Second thoughts?
More than I dare to count.
Breath gusted from his nostrils.
It's time to offer counsel, whether you like it or not. I know you are committed to this venture, and nothing I can say will dissuade you. We're about to wage war against the Focral assail.
He studied her with narrowed eyes.
You've wanted that for some time. I see the truth of that. But listen, there are times when a course decided upon gathers a power of its own. A momentum that sweeps us all along. Firehair, this river we're on seems calm enough for now. But the current grows and grows, and soon, even if we seek the safety of shore, it will be too late.
A fine speech, Spax. The Gilk war chief advises caution. So noted. Abruptly she rose. My 14th daughter is not one you could tumble behind the equipment tent. That said, I do not think she invited that undead Jaghut into our alliance. Rather, I suspect she had little say in the matter.
and the current grows bold.
She eyed him. Journey to the Lethery camp. Inform Prince Bryce of this turn of events.
Now?
Now.
What of the parish?
The Queen frowned and then shook her head. I will not see one of our few fit horses run to death just to bring word to the Grey Helms. I don't know what they're trying to prove with that torrid pace.
I do.
Indeed. Very well, Specs. Let's hear it.
They seek to make us irrelevant, Firehair. You, Bryce, and especially the Kachin-Chemal.
They want the glory for themselves?
Shield and Viltanakalian,
he said, adding a disgusted grunt.
He's young, with too much to prove. But that is not what is bothering me, Highness. I no longer trust his motives. I cannot say if the goal he seeks is at all related to the adjuncts. These Grey Helms, they are the avatars of war. But it is not the war between peoples that they serve. It is the war of nature against humans.
Then he is a greater fool than we can even imagine, Abrastal said. He cannot win that war. Nature cannot win. It never could. Spax was silent for a moment, and then in a low voice he said,
I believe that it is the other way round, Highness. This is a war we cannot win. All of our victories are temporary, no, illusory. In the end, we lose, because even in winning, we still lose.
Abrastal walked from the chamber. Brows lifting, Spax followed her. Outside, under the green-lit night sky, past the two guards. She continued down the center aisle between the officers' tents, out past the kitchen camps, the offal pits, the latrine rows.
Like peeling back the orderly facade, down now among the foul rubbish of our leavings. Ah, Firehair, I am not so blind as to miss the meaning of this journey.
When at last she halted, they were beyond the northeast pickets. For Spax to make his way to the distant Lethery encampment, he need only strike out northward, angling slightly to the west. He could see the fitful glow from the prince's position.
Like us, they're running out of things to burn.
Abrastal faced east, to where just beyond a ribbon of white bones the glass desert was a sea of sharp, glittering stars, lying as if scattered in death, bathed in emerald light.
The wastelands, she murmured. Highness?
Who won here, Specs?
As we can see, no one won.
And in the glass desert? He squinted.
It hurts the eye, Firehair. Blood was spilled there, I think. Immortal blood.
Would you throw the crime at the feet of humans? He grunted.
Now you split reeds, Highness. It is the willful mind that is nature's enemy, for out of that willfulness comes arrogance.
And contempt. War Chief, it seems we will all face a terrible choice then. Are we worth saving? You, me, my children, my people?
Do you now waver in your resolve?
She faced him. Do you? Spax scratched his beard with both hands.
All that Krughava said when she was ousted. I have considered it again and again.
He grimaced.
Now it seems that even Spax of the Gilk can revise his views. A time of miracles, to be sure. I will, I think, choose to see it this way. If nature must win in the end, then let the death of our kind be sweet and slow. So sweet, so slow that we do not even notice. Let us fade and dwindle in our tyranny,
From world to continent, from continent to country, from country to city, city to neighborhood, to home, to the ground under our feet, and finally down to the pointless triumphs inside each of our skulls.
These are not the words of a warrior.
He heard the harsh emotion in her tone and nodded in the darkness. If it is true, and the grey helms seek to be the swords of nature's vengeance, then the shield anvil has missed the point. Since when is nature interested in revenge? Look around. He waved a hand. The grass grows back where it can. The birds nest where they can. The soil breathes when it can. It just goes on, Highness, the only way it knows how to, with what's left.
The same as us, she said.
Maybe this is what Krughaver could see so clearly, and Tanakalian can't. When we war against nature, we war against ourselves. There is no distinction, no dividing line, no enemy. We devour everything in a lust for self-destruction, as if that is intelligence's only gift.
Only curse, you mean?
He shrugged. I suppose there is a gift in being able to see what we're doing even as we do it, and in seeing we come to understand.
Knowledge we choose not to use, Specs.
I have no answer to that, Firehair. Before our inaction, I am as helpless as the next man. But it may be that we all feel that way. Smart as we are individually, together we become stupid. Appallingly stupid.
He shrugged again.
Even the gods cannot find a way through this. And even if they had, we'd not listen, would we?
I see her face, Specs.
Her face, yes. It's not much of a face, is it? So plain, so lifeless.
Abrastal flinched. Find another word, please.
Bleak, then. But she makes no effort, does she? Nothing regal in her clothes. Not a single item of jewelry. No paint on her face or her lips. And her hair so short, so... Highness, why does any of that even bother me? But it does, and I don't know why.
Nothing regal, Abrastal mused. If what you say is true, and yes, so it seems to me as well, then why, when I look upon her, do I see, well, something
that I did not see before, or that I did not understand? She ever grows in my mind, this adjunct Tavore. Noble, he said. She gasped.
Yes.
She doesn't fight against nature, does she?
Is it just that? Is that all it is?
Specs shook his head. Highness, you say you keep seeing her face. It is the same for me. I am haunted, and I do not know why. It floats behind my eyes, and I fix upon it again and again, as if I'm waiting. Waiting to see the expression it will assume. That one expression of truth. It's coming. I know it is, and so I look upon her, and I cannot stop looking upon her.
She has made us all lost, Abrastal said. I did not anticipate I would feel so troubled, Specs. It's not in my nature. Like some prophet of old, she has indeed led us out into the wilderness.
Until she leads us home.
Abrastal turned and stepped closer, her eyes glittering. And will she?
In that nobility, Firehair, he replied in a whisper, I find faith. Against the despair, as did Krughaver. And in the adjunct's small hand, like a wispy seed, there is compassion. He watched her eyes widen, and then her hand was behind his head, pulling him close. One hard kiss, and then she pushed him away. "It's getting cold," she said, setting off for camp. Over a shoulder she added, "You should be able to reach the Lethery before dawn." Spax stared after her. "Very well. It seems we will do this after all. Hood, the Lord of Death, stood before me and spoke of fear, the fear of the dead. But if the dead know fear, what hope do we have? Tavore, does a god stand in your shadow, ready to offer us a gift for the sacrifices we will make? Is this your secret, the thing that takes away all your fear? Please, lean close and whisper it to me." But that face, there behind his eyes, might have been as far away as the moon. And if the gods came at last to crowd round her, would they too look down in perilous wonder at that frail magic in the palm of her hand? Would it frighten them, when it so frightens the rest of us? He looked out over the glass desert's offering of dead stars. "Tavore, do you now shine bright among them, just one more of the fallen?" And would there come a time when her bones came crawling to this shore to join all the others? Spax, war chief of the Gilk Bargast, shivered like a child left naked in the night, and the question pursued him as he set out for the Lethery camp. She had always considered the notion of penance to be pathetic self-indulgence, and those that set out upon such a course, choosing isolation and abnegation in some remote cave or weathered hut, were to her mind little more than cowards. The ethics of the world belonged to society, to that fraught maelstrom of relationships where argument and fierce emotions waged eternal war. Yet here she sat, alone beneath a green-limbed sky, with a slumbering horse her only company, and all her private arguments were slowly drifting away, as if she walked through one room after another, leaving ever further behind some regal chamber echoing with raucous debate. The irritation that was futility was finally gone, and in the silence ahead she sensed the gift of peace. Krukava snorted. Perhaps all those hermits and aesthetes were wiser than she had ever suspected. Tanakalian now stood in her place, there at the head of the grey helms, and he would lead them where he willed. She had been caught out by the logic of his argument, and, like a wolf brought to bay by hounds, she had found herself assailed as he closed in. Contradiction. In the rational realm, the word was a blistering condemnation, proof of flawed logic. To expose it in an adversary's position was akin to delivering a death blow, and she well recalled the triumphant gleam in his eyes in the instant he struck. But, she wondered now, where was the crime in that most human of capacities, to carry in one's heart a contradiction, to leave it unchallenged, immune to reconciliation? Indeed, to be two people at once, each true to herself, and neither denying the presence of the other. What vast laws of cosmology were broken by this human talent? Did the universe split asunder? Did reality lose its way? No. In fact, it seemed that the only realm wherein contradiction had any power at all was the realm of rational argument. And, Krugava admitted, she had begun to doubt that realm's self-proclaimed virtue. Of course, Tanakalian would argue that her terrible crime had led the Perish Grey Helms into crisis. Upon whose side would they stand? How could they serve more than one master? Will we not fight for the wolves? Will we not fight for the wild? Or shall we commit sacrilege by kneeling before a mere mortal woman? This crisis, Krugava, is of your own making. Or words to that effect. Perhaps it was at that, of her own making. And yet, Within her there had been no conflict, no brewing storm awaiting them. She had chosen to walk at Tavare Paran's side. Together they had crossed half a world, and, Krughaver had been certain, at the very end they would have remained side by side, two women against a raging conflagration. In that moment, success or failure would lose all relevance. The triumph was in the stance, in the defiance. Because this is the essence of life itself, human and wild. In that moment, we are all the same. Contradiction, Tanakalian? No, I would show you this final gift. Human and wild, we are the same. I would have shown the wolf gods the truth of this, whether they liked it or not. And this contradiction of yours, Shield Anvil, would have vanished like a puff of smoke. What did I seek in our faith? I sought to mend the impossible crisis that is our worship of the wild, our worship of all that we have left behind and to which we can never return. I sought reconciliation, an acceptance of the brutal contradiction of our human lives. But then the adjunct had rejected her. There was an old saying among the perish that a room full of women was a knife-seller's vision of paradise. There will be betrayal. Oh, yes, indeed, betrayal. So unexpected, so hurtful that Tavare might as well have slit open Krughaver's throat, watched her bleed out on the floor of the command tent. And now the mortal sword was lost. Contradiction. You would choose only the worthy to embrace, Shield Anvil? Then what you do is not an embrace, sir. It is a reward. And if you are to taste the flavor of naught but virtuous souls, how will you ever find the strength to best the flaws within your own soul? Shield Anvil Tanakalian, you are headed into difficult times. She sat alone, head lowered, her fur cloak drawn tight about her. Weapons laid out to one side, hobbled horse behind her. Ranthurvian, are you there, old friend? You refused his embrace. Your soul is left to wander where it will. Have you walked with me? Can you not hear my prayer? I was betrayed, and then betrayed a second time. If I am cruel, then your untimely death could mark the first of 3, and all about me I see contradiction. You were the destriant. From you comes the voice of our gods. But now the gods can tell us nothing, for you are silent. The grey helms are led by a shield anvil who has elected himself the sole arbiter of righteousness. I avowed service to the adjunct Tavare Paran, only to have her send me away. Nothing is as it seems. Her breath caught. Ice upon the surface of the lake seems solid, and we might slide quickly from place to place. But the ice is thin, and that is the danger, the price of carelessness. Did I not question the contradiction's criminality? She rose and faced the glass desert. Adjunct Tavare, she whispered, have I skidded too sure upon the ice? If I am untroubled by my own contradictions, why do I choose to see yours as a crime, as betrayal? That Gilk war chief, was it he who spoke of Tavare's surrender to despair? Her expectation of failure? Her desire to spare us the witnessing of that failure? Or was it all nothing more than what she said it was, a tactical necessity? Destriant, old friend, shall it be my own people who become the betrayers? Are we to be the knife that fatally strikes Tavare Paran and her Malazans? Ranthurvian, what must I do? You could ride back to the camp, woman, and slide an arm's length of cold iron through the bastard. She shook her head. The grey helms were bound to strict laws and would not permit themselves to be led by a murderer. No, they would execute her, but at least there would be no Tanakalian. Who would take command? Heveth? Lambat? But then, would they not feel bound to their last commander's intentions? Listen to yourself, Krughava, actually considering outright murder of a fellow grey helm. No, that was the wrong direction, the wrong path. She would have to leave the Perish to whatever fate Tanakalian found for them. But the betrayal, well, that would not be set at her feet. Krughava faced the glass desert. I will ride to her. I will warn her. And I will stand at her side until the very end. All doubt vanished from her mind. She collected up her weapons. See how clear the ice has become, Runthurvian. I can see its thickness. Upon this, an entire army could march without fear. Krughava drew a deep breath of cold night air, and then turned to her horse. Ah, friend, I have one thing left to ask of you. The Vegath stood with their heads tilted downward, as if contemplating the lifeless earth at their feet, but Gessler knew it was simply the way they slept, or rather rested, since as far as he could tell the huge reptilian warriors never closed their eyes. It was unnerving, leading an army like this, like commanding 10,000 hounds, but they're smarter than hounds, which makes it even worse. The wings of Kel hunters remained well beyond the encampment, seemingly immune to the vicissitudes of food, water, and rest. Their endurance made him feel soft, but not as soft as Stormy. Listen to that bastard snore. They can probably hear him over in the Lethery camp. He knew he should be sleeping, but there had been dreams, unpleasant ones, disturbing enough to drag him out from his furs with dawn still 2 bells away. Now he stood looking upon the massed Vegath legions. They were halted in formation like vast assemblies of brooding statues, grey as dulled iron beneath the uncanny night sky. He had been kneeling as if broken, and the dreamscape surrounding him was a charnel house of torn bodies. The blood had soaked up through his leggings and now thickened against the skin of his knees and shins. Somewhere fire was pouring from the very bedrock, and roiling gouts of deadly gases coiled skyward, and in that sky, as he'd looked up, he'd seen something. Clouds? He could not be sure, but there was something monstrous about them, something that ripped like talons into his chest. He'd seen motion, as if the sky itself was heaving. A gate? Could be. But no gate could be as big as that. It took the whole sky. And why did it feel as if I was to blame for it? Gessler might have cried out then, enough to rattle him awake. He'd lain beneath the firs, sweat-soaked and shivering. From the nearby ranks of Vegath came a stirring motion, as the flavours of his distress agitated the sleeping Kachain Shemal. Muttering under his breath, he'd risen to his feet. An army encamped without cook fires, without tents or roped pens or the ragged sprawl of followers. It didn't seem proper. In fact, it didn't seem real. The Wiccan cattle dog, Bent, had found him then. Misshapen snout, one clouded eye, the gleam of canines and splintered teeth. He'd never seen so many scars on a single animal. But as the beast drew up, Gessler remembered back to a late afternoon on the Aran Way. Hunting survivors. And how pathetic was that? 2 damned dogs. Among so many corpses, the memory haunts me to this day. 2 damned dogs. And then that Trell there on the wagon. All of us on the bed, me, Stormy, Truth, and that Trell, willing 2 dying animals back to life. Truth, he was weeping, but we knew what it was all about. We knew it because we felt it. So many had been taken from us that day. Coltane, Bolt, Lol, Dyker.
Gods, finding him crucified like that, at the road's end, staked to the last of those ghastly trees. No, we couldn't tell truth about that. It's what made the name we'd given him sting us so afterwards. We kept it from him, me and Stormy. But that Trell saw through us and was good enough to say nothing. We saved the lives of 2 dumb dogs, and it was like a new dawn.
He looked down at Bent.
Remember that day, you ugly horror?
The wide head lifted, the motions stretching the torn lips back from the crooked teeth, the misaligned jaw that should have made the dog look comical, but didn't. No, instead it broke the heart.
All you did in our name. Too loyal for your own good, too brave to know any different, and still you failed to protect them. Would you have been happier if we'd let you die, freed your spirits to run with the ones you loved? Did we hurt you that day? Me and Stormy and Truth and that Trell? I hear you, he whispered, studying the dog. The way you wince when you get up after another night on cold ground. I see you limping at day's end, Bent. You and me, we're both breaking down. This journey will be the last of us, won't it? You and me, Bent. The last of us. I'll take your side when the time comes, he said. In fact, I will die for you, dog. It's the least I can do.
The promise sounded foolish, and he looked round to make certain no one else was near. Their only company was the other dog, Roach, digging frantically at some mouse hole. Gessler sighed. But who says my life's worth any more than this dog's, or that its life is worth less than mine? Who stands around measuring these things? The gods? Ah, good one. No, we do, and that's the sorriest joke of all. Feeling chilled, he shook himself. Bent sat down on his left, yawned with a grinding, grating sound. Gessler grunted.
We seen a lot, ain't we? All that grey in our muzzles, eh? Horrin' way. The sun was hot, but we could barely feel it. Truth brushing the flies from the wounds. We don't like death. It's as simple as that. We don't like it.
He heard soft footpads and turned to see destriant Calith approaching. When she settled down on Bent's other side and rested a hand on the beast's head, Gessler flinched, but the dog did not move. He grunted. Never seen Bent accept that from anybody, destriant.
South of the Glass Desert, she said. We are soon to enter the homeland of my people. Not my tribes, but our kin. The Elan lived on the plains that enclosed the Glass Desert on 3 sides. My own clan was to the north.
Then you can't be certain they're all dead. These ones in the south.
She shook her head.
I am. The voice slayers from Collant's hunted down the last of us. Those that didn't die from the drought, I mean.
Calith, if you got away, others did too.
I hope not,
she whispered, and she set to massaging the cattle dog, along the shoulders, down the length of the beast's back to the hips, and under her breath she chanted something in her own language. Bent's eyes slowly closed. Gessler watched her, wondering at the meaning of her reply. Whispered like a prayer.
It seems, he muttered after a moment, that us survivors all share the same torment.
She glanced up at him.
That is why you and the Shield Anvil always argue. It's like watching your children die, isn't it?
A clutch of pain inside made him look away.
I don't know why the adjunct wants it this way, but I do know why she's keeping it all inside. She has no choice. Maybe none of us do. We are what we are, and no amount of talking or explaining is going to make a difference to anything.
Bent was lying down now, breathing slow in sleep. Calith slowly withdrew her hands.
You just took away his pain, didn't you?
She shrugged.
My people kept such animals. As children, we all learned the songs of peace.
Songs of peace, Gessler mused. It'd be nice to hear a few more of those in the world, wouldn't it?
Not any time soon, I fear.
They just found you, didn't they, in their search for people to lead them?
She nodded, straightening. It wasn't fair, but I'm glad of it, mortal sword. She faced him. I am. And I am glad of you, and Stormy, and these dogs, even Grub.
But not Sin. No one is glad of Sin. Poor girl, she probably knows it too. Sin lost her brother, he said, but she might have been unhinged long before that. She was caught in a rebellion. He glanced down at Bent. No one came through it unscarred.
As you said, the curse of surviving.
Making us no different from the Kachin-Chimal, he observed. I'm surprised it took them so long to realize it.
Gantz Mac's mother realized it, and for that she was deemed insane. If we do not fight together, we end up fighting each other. She died before she could witness the fruits of her vision. She died believing she had failed.
Calith, the winged assassin, Gurul, does it remain guarding us?
She looked skyward, eyes narrowing at the jade strangers. I sent the Shigal to scout our approach.
Into Kolantz? Isn't that risky?
She shrugged. In truth, Gurul serves Gantz Mac. It is by her command that she releases him to us. This time, however, the matron and I agreed. Mortal sword, from the visions Gurul has given me, I do not think the Grey Helms accept your command.
Gessler snorted. Pious boors. I'm glad of that, truth be told. Oh, Krukava looked to be capable and all that. But I tell you, all that wolf-worshipping made me uneasy.
Noting her raised brow, he shrugged and said,
I went and picked my own god of war, so it's a bit much to be going on about the Perish. The thing is, Calith, it makes sense for a soldier to choose a god of war. It doesn't make sense when a god of war makes soldiers of an entire people. It's the wrong way round, right? Well, there's something skewed about it, though I can't really tell you why I feel that way.
So they are free to do as they please?
I suppose so. I don't know much about this Tanakalian, except that he'd have done well in the Malazan court, if there's any truth to the story of how he usurped Krugava. People like that, Calith, I don't trust. It's what got me in so much trouble all those years ago. Anyway, if Tanakalian wants to take his Perish right up the arsehole of the Forkral Assail, well, he's welcome to light his own torch and go to it.
What are your thoughts on the Lethery Prince, Mortal Sword?
Him I like. Aranict, too. Solid people, those two. From what I heard back in Lethery, before his brother took the throne, Bryce was some kind of special bodyguard to the Lethery Emperor. Unmatched with a sword. That tells me more about him than you think.
In what way?
Anyone who has mastered a weapon, truly mastered it, is a humble man or woman. More than that, I know how he thinks and something of what he sees, the way his brain works. And it seems that making him a prince hasn't changed him any. So, Calith, worry not about the Lethery. Come the day, they'll be there.
Leaving only the Balkando.
She defers to Bryce, I think. She doesn't want to, but that's just how it is. Besides, Gessler added, she has red hair.
Calith frowned. I don't understand.
Me and Stormy were Falari. Plenty of red-haired people in Falar. So, I'll tell you what a Brastel is like. Deadly temper, glowing hot iron, but being a mother, she's learned the wisdom of knowing what's in her control and what isn't. She doesn't like it, but she lives with it. Likes her sex, too, but prone to jealousy, and all of that bluster, why, it's all for show. Inside, she's just looking for a man like me. she gasped.
But she's married, and to a king.
Gessler grinned. Was just seeing if you were still listening, Destriant. Saw your attention drifting there.
A hunter found me. You're closed off and Stormy is sleeping. A rider was seen out from close to the parish camp, riding into the glass desert.
Any more detail than that?
You can see what the hunter saw, Mortal Sword.
Right, I can, can't I?
He concentrated for a moment, and then swore under his breath.
Krughaver.
Where?
To the adjunct, I'd wager. But she'll never make it.
What should we do?
Gessler scratched his jaw and then wheeled round. Stormy, wake up, you fat-bearded ox!
Book 5. A Hand Upon the Fates. I have had visions of the future, and each and every one of them ends up in the same place. Don't ask me what it means. I already know. That's the problem with visions of the future. Emperor Kellanved. Chapter 14. Where is the meaning in this stride, foot following foot? Why must the land crawl so beneath us in our journey? All to take us to the place where we began so long ago, only to find it strange and unknown and unredeemed. Who has blazed this trail, and how weary must I become before the rain grows gentle and soft as tears on the brow? Until the valley unfolds into a river the sweet color of sand, and trees ribbon the sky overhead with dusty leaves. How weary must you become as you rattle the chains and drown in the banners of meaning and rueful portent? If I make you share my torment, foot following foot, know that this is my curse of the swallowed key and cruel desire, and when our blood mixes and drains in the grey earth, when the faces blur before our eyes in these last of last days, we shall turn about to see the path of years we have made, and wail at the absence of answers and the things left unseen. For this is life's legion of truth, so strange, so unknown, so unredeemed, and we cannot know what we will live until the journey is done. My beautiful legion, leave me to rest on the wayside as onward you march to the circling sun, where spin shadows tracing the eternal day. Raise stones to signal my passing, unmarked and mysterious, saying nothing of me, saying nothing at all. The legion is faceless and must ever remain so, as faceless as the sky. Skull's Lament, Anamandaris, Fisher Keltath. White as bone, the butterflies formed a vast cloud overhead. Again and again their swirling mass dimmed the sun with a blessed gift of shadow that moments later broke apart, proving that curses hid in every gift, and that blessings could pass in the blink of an eye. An eye swarming with flies. Badal could feel and indeed see them clustering at the corners. She could feel them drinking her tears. She did not resent their need, and their frenzied crawl and buzz felt cool against her scorched cheeks. Those that crowded her mouth she ate when she could, the taste bitter when she crushed them, the wings like patches of dry skin, almost impossible to swallow. Since the shards had left, only the butterflies and the flies remained, and there was something pure in these last two forces. One white, the other black. Only the extremes remained. From the unyielding ground below to the hollow sky above, from the push of life to the pull of death, from the breath hiding within to the last to leave a fallen child. The flies fed upon the living, but the butterflies waited for the dead. There was nothing in between.
Nothing but this walking, the torn feet and the stains they left behind, the figures toppling and then stepped over. In her head, Badal was singing. She sensed the presence of others, not those ahead of her or those behind her, but ghostly things, invisible eyes and veiled thoughts, an impatience, a harsh desire for judgment, as if the snake's very existence was an affront, to be ignored, denied, fled from. But she would not permit any to escape. They did not have to like what they saw. They did not have to like her at all, or Rut, or Held, or Sadik, or any of the bare thousands still alive. They could rail at her thoughts, at the poetry she found in the heart of suffering, as if it had no meaning to them, no value, no truth. They could do all of that, still she would not let them go.
I am as true as anything you have ever seen, a dying child abandoned by the world. And I say this, there is nothing truer, nothing. Flee from me if you can. I promise I will haunt you. This is my only purpose now, the only one left to me. I am history made alive, holding on but failing. I am everything you would not think of, belly filled and thirst slaked, there in all your comforts, surrounded by faces you know and love. But hear me, heed my warning, history has claws.
Sadik still carried his hoard. He dragged it behind him, in a sack made of clothes no longer needed by anyone. His treasure trove, his things. What did he want with them? What meaning hid inside that sack? All those stupid bits, the shiny stones, the pieces of wood, and the way, with every dusk, when they could walk no further, he would take them all out to look at them. Why did that frighten her? Sometimes he would weep for no reason, and make fists as if to crush all his baubles into dust, and it was then that she realized that Sadik didn't know what they meant either. But he wouldn't leave them behind. That sack would be the death of him. She imagined the moment when he fell. This boy she would have liked for a brother. Onto his knees, hands all entwined in the cloth sleeves, falling forward so that his face struck the ground. He'd try to get back up, but he'd fail, and the flies would swarm him until he was no longer even visible, just a seething, glittering blackness, where Sadik had been. They'd eat his last breath, drink the last tears from his eyes, which now just stared, invade his open mouth to make it dry as a cave, a spider hole, and then the swarm would explode, rush away seeking more of life's sweet water. And down would descend the butterflies, to strip away his skin, and the thing left with its sack would no longer be Sadik.
Sadik will be gone. Happy Sadik, peaceful Sadik, a ghost hovering, looking down at that sack. I would have words for him, for his passing. I would stand over him, looking down at all those fluttering wings so like leaves, and I would try, one more time, to make sense of the sack that killed him. And I would fail, making my words few, weak, a song of unknowing, all I have for my brother Sadik. When that time comes, I will know it is time for me to die too. When that time comes, I will give up.
And so she sang, a song of knowing, the most powerful song of all. They had a day left, maybe two.
Is this what I wanted? Every journey must end. Out here there is nothing but ends, no beginnings left. Out here I have nothing but claws. Badal.
The word was soft like crumpled cloth, and she felt it brush her senses.
Rut, I can't do this anymore. But you are Rut, the head of the snake, and Held, who is the tongue. No, I can't. I have gone blind."
She moved up alongside him, studied his old man's face.
"They're swollen," she said. "Closed up, Rut. It's to keep them safe, your eyes." "But I can't see." "There's nothing to see, Rut. I can't lead." "For this there is no one better." "But Al—" "Even the stones are gone. Just walk, Rut. The way is clear. For as far as I can see, it's clear."
He loosed a sob. The flies poured in, and he bent over, coughing, retching. He stumbled, and she caught him before he fell. Rut righted himself, clutching held tight. Badal heard a soft whimper rising from them both.
"No water. This is what is killing us now."
Squinting, she glanced back. Sadik was nowhere in sight. Had he already fallen? If he had, it would be just as well that she'd not seen it. Other faces, vaguely familiar, stared at her and Rut, waiting for the snake to begin moving once again. They stood hunched over, tottering. They stood with backs arched and bellies distended as if about to drop a baby. Their eyes were depthless pools where the flies gathered to drink. Sores crusted their noses, their mouths and ears. Skin on cheeks and chins had cracked open and glistened beneath ribbons of flies. Many were bald, missing teeth, their gums bleeding, and Rut was not alone in being blind.
"Our children, see what we have done to them. Our mothers and fathers left us to this, and now we leave them too in our turn. There is no end to the generations of the foolish. One after another, and at some point we all started nodding, thinking this is how it has to be, and so we don't even try to change things. All we pass down to our children is the same stupid grin. But I have claws, and I will tear away that grin. I swear it. Badal."
She had begun singing out loud, wordless, the tone low and then building, thickening, until she could feel more than one voice within her, and each in turn joined her song, filling the air. Their sound was one of horror, a terrible thing. She felt its power growing, growing.
"Badal, I have claws. I have claws. I have claws. Show me that grin one more time. Show it, I'm begging you. Let me tear it from your face. Let me rip deep until my talons score your teeth. Let me feel the blood and let me hear the meat splitting, and let me see the look in your eyes as you meet mine. Let me see I have claws, I have claws, I have claws. Badal!"
Someone struck her, knocked her down. Stunned, she stared up into Sadik's face, his round, wizened face. And from his eyes red tears tracked down through the dust on his leathery cheeks.
"Don't cry," she whispered. "It's all right, Sadik. Don't cry."
Rut knelt beside her, groped with one hand until his fingers brushed her forehead.
"What have you done?"
His tone startled her.
"The cloth is torn. They're all too weak," she said. "Too weak to feel anger. So I felt it for them, for all of you."
She stopped. Rut's fingertips leaked blood. She could feel crystal shards digging into her back.
"What?" "You moved us,"
Sadik said.
"It hurt."
She could hear wailing now. The snake was writhing in pain.
I went looking." "For what?"
Rut demanded.
"For what?" "For claws."
Sadik shook his head.
"Badal, we're children. We don't have claws."
The sun dimmed then, and she squinted past Sadik. But the butterflies were gone.
"Flies. Look at all the flies." "We don't have claws, Badal." "No, Sadik, you're right. We don't. But someone does."
The power of the song still clung to her, fierce as a promise.
"Someone does. I'm taking us there,"
she said, meeting Sadik's wide eyes. He drew back, leaving her to stare up at the sky. Flies roiling in a massive cloud, black as the abyss. She clambered to her feet.
"Take my hand, Rut. It's time to walk."
She crouched, staring up at the gate. Beneath it, the crumbling ruin of Kettle House was like a thing crushed under a heel. Something like blood oozed out from its roots to carve runnels down the slope. She believed it was dead, but of course there was no way to know for sure. There was no glory in failure. Kilava had learned that long, long ago. The passing of an age was always one of dissolution, a final sigh of exhaustion and surrender. She had seen her kin vanish from the world. The venal mockery that were the Tlanimas hardly weighed as much as dust upon the scales of survival, and she well understood the secret desires of Olar Ethil. Maybe the hag would succeed. The spirits knew she was ripe for redemption. Kilava had lied to Onrak, to Udinas, to Ulshun Pral and his clan. There had been no choice. To remain here would have seen them all slain, and she would not have that on her conscience. When the wound was breached, the Elaint would enter this world. There was no hope of stopping them. Tiam could not be denied, not with what was coming. The only unknown to her mind was the Crippled God. The Fokral Assail was simple enough, as bound to the insanity of final arguments as were the Tist Leosan. Kin in spirit, those two. And she believed she knew what her brother intended to do, and she would leave him to it. And if her blessing meant anything, well, then he had it, with all her heart. No, the Crippled God was the only force that troubled her. She remembered the earth's pain when he was brought down from the sky. She remembered his fury and his agony when first he was chained. But the gods were hardly done with him. They returned again and again, crushing him down, destroying his every attempt to find a place for himself. If he cried out for justice, no one was interested in listening. If he howled in wretched suffering, they but turned away. But the Crippled God was not alone in that neglect. The mortal realm was crowded with those who were just as wounded, just as broken, just as forgotten. In this way, all that he had become, his very place in the pantheon, had been forged by the gods themselves. And now they feared him. Now they meant to kill him.
"Because the gods will not answer mortal suffering. It is too much work."
He must know what they intended. She was certain of it. He must be desperate in seeking a way out, an escape. No matter what, she knew he would not die without a fight. Was this not the meaning of suffering? Her feline eyes narrowed on the gate. Starvald Demolain was a fiery red welt in the sky, growing, deepening.
"Soon,"
she whispered. She would flee before them. To remain here was too dangerous. The destruction they would bring to this world would beggar the dreams of even the Fokral Assail. And once upon the mortal realm, so crowded with pathetic humans, there would be slaughter on a colossal scale. Who could oppose them? She smiled at the thought.
"There are a few, aren't there? But too few. No, friends, let them loose. Tiam must be reborn to face her most ancient enemy. Chaos against order, as simple, as banal as that. Do not stand in their path. Not one of you could hope to survive it."
What then of her children?
"Dear brother, let us see, shall we? The hag's heart is broken, and she will do whatever she can to see it healed. Despise her, Onos. The spirits know she deserves nothing else, but do not dismiss her. Do not."
It seemed very complicated. Kilava Onas looked up at the wound.
But it isn't. It isn't anything like that at all. Rock cracked in Kettle House, startling her. Reddish mists roiled out from the sundered walls. She was flawed, was Kettle. Too weak, too young. What legacy could be found in a child left alone, abandoned to the fates? How many truths hid in the scatter of small bones? Too many to bear thinking about. Another stone shattered, a sound like snapping chains. Kelava returned her attention to the gate. Gruntle slumped against a massive boulder in the full sun and leaned his head back against the warm stone, closing his eyes. Instinct's a bitch. The god who had damned him was a burning presence deep inside, filling him with an urgency he could not understand. His nerves were frayed. He was exhausted. He had journeyed through countless realms, desperate to find the quickest path to take him where? A gate. A disaster about to be unleashed. What is it you so fear, Drake? Why can you not just tell me, you miserable rat-chewing bastard? Show me an enemy. Show me someone I can kill for you, since that seems to be the only thing that pleases you. The air stank. He listened to the flies crawling on the corpses surrounding him. He didn't know where he was. Broad-leafed trees encircled the glade. He had heard geese flying overhead, but this was not his world. It felt different, like a place twisted by sickness, and not the sickness that had taken the 20 or so wretched humans lying here in the high grasses, marring their skin with weeping pustules, swelling their throats and forcing their tongues past blistered lips. No, all of that was just a symptom of some deeper disease. There was intention here. Someone summoned Polil and set her upon these people. I am being shown true evil. Is that what you wanted, Drake? Reminding me of just how horrifying we can be. People curse you, and the pestilence of your touch ruins countless lives. But you are not a stranger to any world. These people, someone used you to kill them. He thought he'd seen the worst of humanity's flaws back in Kapustan, in the Panion War, an entire people deliberately driven insane. But if he understood the truths behind that war, there had been a wounded thing at the very core of the domain, a thing that could only lash out, claws bared, so vast, so consuming was its pain. And though he was not yet ready for it, a part of him understood that forgiveness was possible, from the streets of Kapustan to the throne in Coral, and probably beyond. There had been mention of a being trapped in a gate, sealing a wound with its own life force. He could track an argument through all that, and the knowledge gave him something close to peace, enough to live with. But not here. What crime did they commit, these poor people, to earn such punishment? He could feel his tears drying on his cheeks. This is unforgivable. Is it my anger you want, Drake? Is this why I am here, to be reawakened? Enough of the shame, the grief, the self-recrimination. Is that what you're telling me? Well then, it hasn't worked. All I see here is what we're capable of doing. He missed Ganos Paran and Itkovian, friends to whom he could speak. They seemed to belong to a different life, a life long lost to him. Harlow. Ah, you should see your namesake, my friend. Oh, how you would have loved him. She'd have to fight you off, brick up the doors to keep you from being his father. You'd have shown her what it meant to love a child unconditionally. Stoney, do you miss Harlow as much as I do? But you've got the boy. You've got your son.
and I promised I would come back. I promised. What would you do here, Master of the Deck? His question was swallowed by the glade. What choice would you make, Paran? We weren't happy with our lots, were we? But we took hold of them anyway, by the throat. I expect you've yet to relinquish your grip. Me? Ah, gods, how I've messed it up. In his dreams he had seen a blackened thing, with claws of red and fangs dripping gore, lying panting, dying on churned-up earth. The air was brittle cold. The wind whipped about as if warring with itself. What place was that? That place? Gods, it's where I'm going, isn't it? I have a fight ahead. A terrible fight. Is she my ally? My lover? Is she even real? It was time. An end to these morbid thoughts, this brush with self-indulgence. He knew well that to give voice to certain feelings, to expose them in all their honesty, made him vulnerable to derision. Don't touch us with what you feel, we don't believe you. His eyes blinking open, he looked around. Crows on the branches, but even they were not yet ready to feed. Gruntle climbed to his feet, walked to the nearest corpse. A young man, skin of burnished bronze, braided hair black as pitch, dressed like some Reeve outlander. Stone tools, a wooden club at his waist, beautifully carved, shaped like a cutlass, the edge oiled and gleaming. You loved that sword, didn't you? But it didn't help you. Not against this. He turned, took in the glade and spread his arms. You died miserable. I now offer you something more, a second way. The hair on the back of his neck lifted. Their spirits had drawn close. You were warriors. Come with me and be warriors once again. And if we are to die, then it shall be a better death. I can offer this, but nothing more. The last time he had done this, his followers had been alive. Until this moment, he had not even known that this was possible, this breaching of death's barrier. It's all changing. I don't think I like it. The spirits drifted back to their bodies. The flies scattered. Moments later, limbs twitched, mouths opened to dry rasps. Now, Drake, we can't have them like this, can we? Heal their flesh, you piece of immortal dung. Power filled the glade, an emanation that pushed back the vile curse of this realm, all the exultant expressions of evil that seemed to thrive unopposed in this place, swept away, refuted. He remembered sitting at a campfire, listening to Harlow going on about something, and a fragment of words returned to him now. The face across the fire, long and flickering. War, Gruntle. Like it or not, it's the spur of civilization. And then that lopsided grin. Hear that, Drake? I just figured out why you've granted me this gift. It's all nothing but expedience with you. One hand blesses, but the other waits for the coin. And you'll be paid no matter what. No matter what. 21 silent warriors now faced him, their sores gone, their eyes bright. He could be cruel now and just take them. He'll have made sure you could understand me. He'll have done that, I think. Cautious nods. Good. You can stay here. You can return to your people, if any are still alive. You can try to seek vengeance against the ones who killed you, but you know you'll lose. Against the evil now in your land, you are doomed. Your warriors, when you run with me, know that a fight awaits us. That is our path. He hesitated, and then spat to one side. "Is there glory in war? Come with me and let's find out." When he set off, 21 warriors followed. And when he awakened his power, they rushed closer. "This, my friends, is called veering, and this, my friends, is the body of a tiger, a rather big one." The 3 strangely garbed strangers they found walking on the trail ahead barely had time to lift their long clubs before Gruntle was among them. Once he passed, there wasn't much left of those 3 pale men, and he felt the pleasure of his companions, and shared it. "There's only one thing to do with evil. Take it in your jaws and crush it." Then they were gone from the world. What place washes bones up like driftwood? Mappo's gaze narrowed on the flat, blinding stretch awaiting him. Shards of quartz and gypsum studded the colorless dead ground like knots of cacti. The horizon was level behind shimmering waves of heat, as if this desert reached to the very edge of the world. "I have to cross it." He crouched, reached down and picked up a long bone, studied it. "Better maybe, not yet fully grown." He collected another. "Wolf or dog jaw? So, this desert was once prairie. What happened?" The bones fell with a clatter. Straightening, Mappo drew a deep breath. I think I am getting tired of living. Tired of the whole thing. Nothing is working like it used to. Flaws are appearing. Signs of things breaking down inside, the very core of my spirit. But I have one thing left to do, just one thing left, and then I can be done with all this. He found himself drifting off, not for the first time, finding that place in his head where every thought rattled like chains, and he could only drag himself in crooked circles, the weight stealing his strength, his willingness to go on. One thing left. It's down to managing resources, harboring the will, navigating between all the sour truths. You can live that long, Mappo. You have no choice but to live that long, or all this will be for nothing. I see the world's edge waiting for me. He tightened the straps of his sack and then set out, at a steady jog. It's just a desert. I've run across a few in my day. I won't go hungry. I won't go thirsty. And whatever exhaustion comes to me, well, it'll end when it's all over. With each footfall, his nerves seemed to recoil from the contact. This was a damaged place, one vast scar upon the earth, and for all the death lining the desert's bizarre shore behind him, there was life here, inimical, unpleasant life, and it possessed intent. You feel me, don't you? I offend you. But it is not my desire to offend. Leave me to pass, friend, and we will be done with each other. Flies buzzed round him now. He had settled into a dog trot, his breathing steady and deep. The insects kept pace, gathering in ever greater numbers. Death is not punishment, it is release. I have seen that all my life. Though I did not wish to, though I told myself stories to pretend otherwise, every struggle must end. Is the rest that follows eternal? I doubt it. I doubt we'd ever get off that easily. Hood, I feel your absence. I wonder what it means. Who now waits beyond the gate? So much anguish comes in knowing that each of us must pass through it alone, to then discover that once through we remain alone. No, that is too much to bear. I could have married, stayed in the village. I could have fathered children and seen in each child something of my wife, something of me. Is that enough meaning to a life? A cloth of unending folds? I could have murdered Icarium, but then he has instincts for such things. His madness awakens so fast, so utterly fast, that I might have failed.
and after killing me his rage would have sought a new target, and many others would have died. There really was no choice. There never was. Is it any wonder I am so tired? The flies swarmed him in a thick, glittering cloud. They sought out his eyes, but those had closed to slits. They spun round his mouth, but the gusts of breath from his nostrils drove them off. His people had been herders. They understood flies. He ignored their seething embrace. It meant nothing, and on he ran. But then my death would have made my loved ones grieve, and there's nothing pleasant in grieving. It is hot and dry to the touch. It is weakness taken inside. It can rise up and drown a life. No, I am glad I never found a wife, never fathered children. I could not bear to be the cause of their sorrow. How can one give so freely of love to another when the final outcome is one of betrayal, when one must leave the other, to be the betrayer who dies, to be the betrayed left alive? How can this be an even exchange, with death waiting at the end? He ran, and time passed. The sun tracked across half the sky. The warm ache in his legs had shaken off the torment of his thoughts again and again, leading him into a world emptied of everything. How perfect is running, this grand delusion of flight, away from our demons, ever away, until even the self sobs loose, spins lost in our wake. Perfect, oh yes, and a thing to despise. No distance can win an escape. No speed can outrun this self and all its host of troubles. It's only the sweet exhaustion that follows that we so cherish. An exhaustion so pure it is as close to dying as we can get without actually doing so. Poets could speak knowingly of metaphors. If life is walking, then running is a life's entire span speeded up. And to act out birth to death in a single day, over and over again, has the flavor of perfect habit, for it mimics undeniable truths. Small deaths paying homage to the real one. We choose them in myriad forms and delight in the ritual. I could run until I wear out, every joint, every bone, and every muscle. I could run until my heart groans older than its years and finally bursts. I could damn the poets and make the metaphor real. We are all self-destructive. It is integral to our nature. And we will run even when there's nowhere to run to and nothing terrible to run from. Why? Because to walk is just as meaningless. It just takes longer. Through the screen of whizzing flies, he saw something in the sky ahead. A darker cloud, a towering, swirling thing. Dust storm? There was no dust. A whirlwind? Maybe. But the air was still. It was in his path, although still some distance away. He watched it to track its path. The cloud remained directly ahead. Just bigger. It's coming straight at me. More flies? The insects surrounding him were suddenly frenzied, and he caught something in their manic buzzing. You're part of this, aren't you? The finders of life, and once found you summon. He could hear that cloud now, a deeper, more frightening drone quickly overwhelming the swarming flies. Locusts. But that makes no sense. There is nothing for them to eat. There is nothing here at all. All of this felt wrong. Mappo slowed his run, halted. The flies spun round him a moment longer and then fled. He stood, breathing deep, eyes on the vast spinning pillar of locusts. And then, all at once, he understood. Diverse. Something that looked like white foam was spreading from the base of the locust cloud, surging in tumultuous waves. Gods below. Butterflies. You're all diverse. You're all one thing, one creature. The flies, the locusts, the butterflies, and this desert is where you live."
He recalled the bones upon the edge.
"This desert is what you made."
The butterflies reached him, whipped round him, so many he could no longer see the ground at his feet. The frantic breaths of their wings stole the sweat from his skin until he began shivering.
"Divers, I would speak to you. Semble, show yourself to me."
The locusts blighted half the sky, devouring the sun, spinning overhead and then, in a wave of rage, descending. Mappo dropped to his knees, buried his face beneath his arms, hunched down. They struck his back like a deluge of darts. As more poured down, he grunted at their weight. Bones creaked. He struggled for breath, clenched his jaws against the pain. The locusts stabbed again and again with their jaws, driven mad by the feel and scent of living flesh. But he was Trell, and his kind had skin like leather. The locusts could not draw blood, but the weight grew vast, seeking to crush him. In the gap his arms made for his face, he stared at inky darkness, and his gasps snatched up dust from the ground. Deafened by the futile clack of bladed jaws, buried in riotous darkness, he held on. He could feel the mind of the Diverse now. Its fury was not for him alone.
"Who stung you so? Who in this desert drove you away? Why are you fleeing?"
The being was ancient. It had not sembled in a long time, thousands of years, perhaps more. Lost now to the primitive instincts of the insects.
"Shards, opals, diamonds, gems, leaves, drinkers."
The words slithered into him as if from nowhere, a girl's sing-song voice that now echoed in his mind.
"Shards, opals, diamonds, gems, leaves, drinkers, go away!"
With a deafening roar, the vast weight on Mappo's back burst apart, exploded outward. He sat up, tilted back his head.
"Shards, opals, diamonds, gems, leaves, drinkers, go away! Go away! Go!" A song of banishing.
The cloud heaved upward, twisted, and then churned past him. Another seething wave of butterflies, and then they too were gone. Stunned, Mappo looked round. He was alone.
"Child, where are you? Such power in your song. Are you Focral Assail? No matter. Mappo thanks you."
He was covered in bruises. Every bone ached.
"But still alive. Child, be careful. This Diverse was once a god. Someone tore it apart into so many pieces it can never heal. It can't even find itself. All it knows now is hunger. Not for you or me, for something else. Life itself, perhaps. Child, your song has power. Be careful. What you banish you can also summon."
He heard her voice again, fainter now, drifting away.
"Like the flies, like the song of the flies."
Grunting, he climbed to his feet, drew his sack round and loosened the drawstrings, reached in and lifted out a waterskin. He drank deep, sighed, drank a second time, and then stuffed the skin back into the sack. Tightening the shoulder straps again, he faced east and resumed running for the edge of the world. "Nice sword."
"Alas, this one I must use. I will give my 2 leathery swords to you."
Riad Elais leaned back against the knobby stone of the cave wall. "How did they get the dragons on that blade?" Silchas Ruin continued studying the weapon he had unsheathed. The flames of the hearth danced up and down its length.
"There is something wrong with this," he said. "The house of Hust burned to the ground with everything else. Not Carcanus itself, of course. That city didn't burn. Not precisely. But Hust, well, those forges were a prize, you see.
and what could not be held had to be destroyed.
Riyadh glanced away at the pearl sky beyond the cave mouth. Another dawn had arrived. He'd been alone for some time, awakened to find that the Tist Andi had returned sometime in the night, blown in like a drift of snow. "I don't understand what you're saying." The white face took on an almost human hue, bathed as it was in the firelight. But those red eyes were as unnerving as ever.
"I thought I knew all the weapons forged by the Hust, even the obscure ones."
"That one does not look obscure, Silchas," said Riyadh. "It looks like a hero's weapon, a famous weapon, one with a name."
"As you say," Silchas agreed, "and I am not so old as to forget the ancient warning about trusting shadows. No, the one who gave me this sword is playing a game."
"Someone gave it to you? In return for what?"
"I wish I knew."
Riyadh smiled. "Never bargain knowing only the value of one side of the deal. Onrak said that to me once, or maybe it was Ulshun Pral." Silchas shot him a look. Riyadh shrugged, lifting himself to his feet. "Do we now resume our journey?" Sheathing the sword, Silchas straightened as well.
"We have gone far enough, I think."
"What do you mean?"
"I needed to take you away from Starvald Demelain, and now I have done so." He faced Riyadh. "This is what you must learn. The Elaint blood within you is a poison. I share it, of course. My brother and I chose it for ourselves. We perceived a necessity, but that is the fatal lure of power, isn't it? With the blood of Tiam within our veins, we could bring peace to Kurald Galain. Of course, that meant crushing every house opposing us. Regrettable, but that sentiment was as far as the poison would permit us to go in our thoughts. The thousands who died could not make us hesitate, could not stop us from continuing, killing thousands more.
I am not you, Silchas Ruin.
Nor will you ever be, if I can help it."
Riyadh walked to the cave's edge, looked out on bleak, jagged rock and blinding sweeps of snow where the sun's light marched down into the valley below. Elsewhere, in shadow, the snow was as blue as the sky. "What have you done, Silchas?" Behind him, the Tist Andi replied,
"What I deemed necessary. I have no doubt that Kilava succeeded in forcing your people out of that realm. They won't die, not there, not then. Udinas is a clever man. In his life, he has come to understand the pragmatism of survival. He will have led the Imas away from there, and he will find them a home, somewhere to hide from humans."
"How?" Riyadh demanded. "It's not even possible."
"He will seek help."
"Who?"
"Seren Pedak," Silchas replied. "Her old profession makes her a good choice."
"Her child must have been born by now."
"Yes, a child she knows she must protect. When Udinas comes to her, she will see how her need and his can be resolved together. She will guide the Imas to a hidden place, and in that place she too will hide, with her child, protected by Onrak, protected by the Imas."
"Why can't we be just left alone?" Riyadh heard the anguish in his own voice and closed his eyes against the outside glare.
"Riyadh Eleis, there is a kind of fish living in rivers that when in small numbers, 2 or perhaps 3, is peaceful enough. But when the school grows, when a certain threshold is reached, these fish go mad. They tear things apart. They can devour the life in a river for a league's length, and only when their bellies start bursting do they finally scatter.
What has that to do with anything? Riyadh turned to glare at Silchas Rowan. The Tistandi sighed.
When the gate of Starvald Demalain opens, the Elaint will come through in vast numbers. Most will be young, by themselves little threat, but among them there will be the last of the ancients, leviathans of appalling power. But they are incomplete. They will arrive hunting their kin. Riyadh, if you and I had remained, seeking to oppose the opening of that gate, we would lose our minds. We would, in mindless desire, join the storm of the Elaint. We would follow the ancients. Have you never wondered why, in all the realms but Starvald Demalain itself, one will never find more than 5 or 6 dragons in one place? Even that many demands the mastery of at least one ancient. Indeed, to be safe, Elaints tend to travel in threes.
Silchas Rowan walked up to stand beside Riyadh and stared out at the vista.
We are the blood of chaos, Riyadh Elais. And when too many of us gather in one place, the blood boils.
Then,
Riyadh whispered,
the Elaint are coming, and there's no stopping them.
What you say is true, but here you are safe.
Me? What of you? Silchas Rowan's hand found the grip of his scabbarded sword.
I must leave you now, I think. I did not plan it, and I am not pleased at the thought of abandoning you.
And all that we spoke of before was a lie, cut in Riyadh. Our perilous mission, all of it, a lie.
Your father understood. I promised him that I would save you, and I have done so.
Why did you bother?
Because you are dangerous enough alone, Riyadh. In a storm, no, I could not risk that.
Then you intend to fight them after all?
I will defend my freedom, Riyadh.
What makes you think you can? With what you said of the ancients?
Because I am one, Riyadh. An ancient.
Riyadh stared at the tall, white-skinned warrior. Could you compel me, Silchas Rowan?
I have no desire to even so much as attempt it, Riyadh. Chaos seduces. You have felt it, and soon you may witness the fullest expression of that curse. But I have learned to resist the seduction.
He smiled suddenly, and in an ironic tone added,
We, Tistandi, are skilled at denying ourselves. We have had a long time to get it right, after all.
Riyadh drew his furs close about himself. His breath plumed in the bitter cold. He concentrated a moment, was answered by a billowing of the hearth's flames behind him. Heat roiled past. Silchas glanced back at the sudden inferno.
You are indeed your mother's son, Riyadh.
He shrugged. I was tired of being chilled. He then looked across at Silchas. Was she an ancient Elaint?
The first few generations of Soul-Taken count among the ancients, yes. Tiam's blood was at its purest then, but that purity is short-lived.
Are there others like you, Silchas, in this world?
Ancients?
He hesitated and then nodded.
A few.
When the storm arrives, what will they do?
I don't know. But we who were not trapped within Starvald Demalain all share our desire for independence, for our freedom.
So they will fight like you?
Perhaps.
Then why can I not fight beside you?
If I must defend you while defending myself, well, it is likely that I would fail on both counts.
But I am Menandor's son.
And formidable, yes. but you lack control. An ancient will see you, will see all that you are, and it will take you, tearing out your mind and enslaving what remains. If you did the same to me, imagine how powerful you would then be, Silchas. Now you know why dragons so often betray one another in the heat of battle. It is our fear that makes us strike at our allies, before they can strike at us. Even in the storm, the ancients will trust not one of their equals, and each will possess scores of lesser slaves as protection against betrayal. It seems a terrible way to live. You don't understand. It is not simply that we are the blood of chaos. It is that we are eager to boil. The elate revel in anarchy, in toppling regimes among the towers, in unmitigated slaughter of the vanquished and the innocent. To see flames on the horizon, to see the encarnal vultures descending upon a corpse-strewn plain, this charges our heart as does nothing else. The storm will unleash all that on this world? Silchas Ruin nodded. But who can stop them? My other swords are beside your pallet, Riyad Elis. They are honorable weapons, if somewhat irritating on occasion. Who can stop them? We'll see. How long must I wait here? Silchas Ruin met his eyes with a steady reptilian stare. Until the moment you realize that it's time to leave. Be well, Riyad. Perhaps we will meet again. When next you see your father, do tell him I did what I promised. He hesitated and then added, Tell him, too, that with Kettle, I believe now that I acted hastily, and for that I am sorry. Is it Olar Ethil? Silchas Ruin frowned. What? Is she the one you're going to kill, Silchas Ruin? Why would I do that? For what she said. She spoke the truth, Riyad. She hurt you on purpose. He shrugged. What of it? Only words, Riyad. Only words. The Tistandi leaned forward then, over the cliff's edge, and slipped out of sight. A moment later he lifted back into view a bone-white dragon, white as the snow below, where his winged shadow slipped in pursuit. Riyad stood a moment longer and then turned away from the cave mouth. The fire blazed until the swords started singing in the heat. Look at you, squatting in your own filth like that. What happened to Fenn's great pride? Wasn't that his name, Fenn? That Teblor war king? So he died, friend. Doesn't mean you have to fall so low. It's disgusting is what it is. Head back into the mountains. Oh, hold on a moment there. Let's see that mace. Take the sheath off, will you? He licked chapped, stinging lips. His whole mouth felt swollen on the inside. He needed a drink, but the post's gate had been locked. He'd slept against it through the night, listening to the singing in the tavern. Show it to me, Teblor. Could be we can make us a deal here. He straightened up as best he could. I cannot yield this, he said. It is an Elentar al-Keth, with a secret name. I walked the roads of the dead to win this weapon. With my own hands I broke the neck of a Focral assail. But the guard was laughing. Meaning it's worth 4 crowns, not 2, right? Harrower's breath, you people can spin 'em, can't you? Been through Death's Gate, have you? And back out again. Quite a feat for a drunk Teblor stinking of pig shit. I was not always this way. Of course not, friend. But here you are now,
desperate for drink, with just me standing between you and the tavern. This could be Death's Gate all over again, come to think of it, eh? 'Cause if I let you through, why, the next time you leave it'll probably be by the heels. You want through, Teblor? Gotta pay the harrower's coin. That mace. Hand it over then. I cannot. You don't understand. When I came back, you cannot imagine. I had seen where we all ended up, you see. When I came back, the drink called me. Helps me forget. Helps me hide. What I saw broke me, that's all. Please, you can see that, how it broke me. I'm begging. Factor don't take to beggars, not here. You got nothing to pay your way in? Be off. Back into the woods. Dry as a hag's cubbyhole, true enough. Now, for that mace, well, I'll give you 3 crowns. Even you couldn't drink 3 crowns worth in a single night. 3. See? Got 'em right here. What do you say?
Father.
Get lost, lad. Me and your da's working out a business transaction here.
No deal, God. Not for that weapon.
It's your da's to do with as he pleases.
You can't even lift it.
Wasn't planning on lifting it. But up on the wall of my brother's tavern, well, that'd make quite a sight, don't you think? Pride of place for you, Teblor, right over the hearth.
Sorry, sir. I'm taking him back to the village now.
Until tomorrow night, or next week. Listen, lad, you can't save them that won't be saved.
I know, but the dragon killer, that I can save.
Dragon killer? Old name. Too bad dragons don't exist.
Son, I wasn't going to sell it. I swear that. I heard, Father. I wasn't. The elders have agreed, Father. The resting stone waits.
It does? Hey now, you two. Boy, did you say resting stone?
Best you pretend you never heard that, sir.
That vicious shit's outlawed. King's command. You, Da. Your son says the elders are going to murder you under a big fucking boulder. You can claim sanctuary.
Sir, if you take him inside the fort, we will have no choice.
No choice? No choice but to do what?
It's better if none of this ever happened, sir.
I'm calling the captain.
If you do that, this will all come out. Sir, do you want to start the Teblor on the path to war? Do you want us to burn your fledgling colony to the ground? Do you want us to hunt down and kill every one of you? Children, mothers, the old and wise? What will the First Empire think of a colony gone silent? Will they cross the ocean to investigate? And the next time your people come to our shore, will we meet you not as friends but as enemies?
Son, bury the weapon with me, and the armor, please.
The youth nodded. Yes, Father.
This time when I die, I shall not return.
That is true.
Live long, son, as long as you can.
I shall try.
Guard, get out of my sight, both of you.
On to the forest trail, away from the trading post, the place where Teblor came down to surrender everything, beginning with dignity. He held his son's hand and did not look back.
There is nowhere to drink in the realm of the dead.
I am sorry, Father.
I'm not, my son. I'm not.
Ublala sat up, wiping at his eyes.
They killed me! Again!
Ralata stirred beside him, twisting to lift her head and study him with bleary eyes. A moment later, her head disappeared again beneath the furs. Ublala looked round, found Draconis standing nearby, but the warrior's attention remained fixed on the eastern horizon, where the sun's newborn light slowly revealed a rocky, glittering desert. Rubbing at his face, the giant stood.
I'm hungry, Draconis. I'm chilled, my feet hurt. I got dirt under my nails and there's things living in my hair. But the sexing was great.
Draconis glanced over. I had begun to doubt she would relent, Toblakai.
She was bored, you see. Boredom's a good reason, don't you think? I think so. I'll do more of that from now on, with women I want to sex.
One brow arched. You will bore them into submission, Ublala?
I will. Soon as we find more women, I'll bore them right to the ground. Was that a dragon you turned into? It was hard to see. You were all blurry and black like smoke. Can you do that whenever you like? You gods got it good, I think, being able to do things like that. Hey, where did that fire come from?
Best begin cooking your breakfast, Ublala. We have far to walk today, and it will be through a warren, for I like not the look of that desert ahead. Ublala scratched his itchy scalp.
If you can fly, why don't you just go where you're going? Me and my wife, we can find someplace else to go, and I can bury the mace and the armor right here. I don't like them. I don't like the dreams they give me.
I will indeed leave you, Ublala, but not quite yet. As for the weapons, I fear you will need them soon. You will have to trust me in this, friend.
All right, I'll make breakfast now. Is that half a pig? Where's the other half? I always wonder that, you know, when I'm in the market and I see half a pig. Where's the other half? Did it run away? Ha ha! Relata, did you hear me make a joke? Ha ha! As if half pigs can run. No, they'd have to kind of hop, wouldn't they? Hop, hop, hop!
From under the furs, Relata groaned. Ublala.
Yes, Draconis?
Do you believe in justice?
What? Did I do something wrong? What did I do? I won't make jokes no more, I promise.
You've done nothing wrong. Do you know when something is unfair? Ublala looked round desperately. Not at this moment, friend. I mean in general. When you see something that is unjust, that is unfair, do you do something about it? Or do you just turn away? I think I know the answer, but I need to make certain.
I don't like bad things, Draconis, Ublala muttered. I tried telling that to the Toblakai gods when they were coming up out of the ground, but they didn't listen. So me and Iron Bars, we had to kill them.
Draconis studied him for some time, and then he said, I believe I have just done something similar. Don't bury your weapons, Ublala. He had left his tent well before dusk to walk the length of the column among the restless soldiers. They slept badly or not at all, and more than one set of red-shot, bleary eyes tracked Ruthen Gud as he made his way to the rear. Thirst was a spreading plague, and it grew in the mind like a fever. It pushed away normal thoughts, stretching out time until it snapped. Of all the tortures devised to break people, not one came close to thirst. Among the wagons now, where heaps of dried, smoked meats remained wrapped in hides, stacked in the beds. The long knotted ropes with rigged harnesses were coiled up in front of each wagon. The oxen were gone. Muscle came from humans now, carrying food no one wanted to eat. food that knotted solid in the gut, food that gripped hard with vicious cramps and drove strong men to their knees. Next on the trail were the ambulance wagons, burdened with the broken, the ones driven half-mad by sun and dehydration. He saw the knots of fully armed guards standing over the water barrels used by the healers, and the sight distressed him. Discipline was fraying, and he well understood what he was seeing. Simple need had the power to crush entire civilizations, to bring down all order in human affairs, to reduce us to mindless beasts, and now it stalks this camp, these soldiers. This army was close to shattering. The thirst gnawed ceaselessly. The sun cut a slice on the western horizon, red as a bloodless wound. Soon the infernal flies would stir awake, at first drowsy in the unwelcome chill, and then rushing in to dance on every exposed area of skin, as if the night itself had awakened with 100,000 legs. And then would come the billowing clouds of butterflies, keeping pace overhead like silver clouds tinted jade green. They had first arrived to feed on the carcasses of the last slaughtered oxen, and now they returned each evening, eager for more. He walked between the wagons with their moaning cargo, exchanging occasional nods with the cutters who moved among their charges with moistened cloths to press against blistered mouths. No pickets waited beyond the refuse trench. There seemed to be little point in such things. Only a row of grave mounds, with a crew of a dozen diggers working on a few more with picks and shovels. Beneath the ground's sun-baked surface there was nothing but stone-hard white silts, deep as a man was tall. At times, when the pick broke a chunk loose, the pressed bones of fish were revealed, of types no one had ever seen before. Ruthen Gad had chanced to see one example. Some massively jawed monstrosity was etched in rust-red bones on a slab of powdery silt, enormous eye sockets above rows upon rows of long fangs. He'd listened to the listless conjecture for a short time, and then wandered on without adding any comment of his own. From the deepest ocean beds, he could have told them, but that would have slung too many questions his way, ones he had no desire to answer. How the fuck do you know that? Good question. No, bad question. He'd kept silent. Out past the diggers now, ignoring them as they straightened to lean on shovels and stare at him. He walked on to the trail the column had made, a road of sorts where the sharp stones had been kicked clear by the passage of thousands of boots. 20 paces, 30, well away from the camp now. He halted. All right, then. Show yourselves. He waited, fingers combing through his beard, expecting to see the dust swirl up from the path, lift into the air, find shape. The simple act of setting eyes upon a Tlanimas depressed Ruthen Gad. There was shame in making the wrong choice. Only a fool would deny that. And just as one had to live with the choice, so too was one forced to live with the shame. Well, perhaps live wasn't the right word, not with the Tlanimas. Poor fools. Make yourselves the servants of war. Surrender everything else. Bury your memories. Pretend that the choice was a noble one, and that this wretched existence is good enough. Since when did vengeance answer anything? Anything of worth? I know all about punishment, retribution. Wish I didn't, but I do. It all comes down to eliminating that which offends. As if one could empty the world of bastards or scour it clean of evil acts. Well, that would be nice. Too bad it never works. And all that satisfaction, well, it proves short-lived, tasting like dust. No poet could find a more powerful symbol of futility than the Tlanimas. Futility and obstinate stupidity. In war, you need something to fight for. But you took that away, didn't you? All that you fought to preserve had ceased to exist. You condemned your entire world to oblivion, extinction. Leaving what? What shining purpose to drive you on and on?
Oh yes, I remember now. Vengeance.
No swirls of dust, just two figures emerging from the lurid, dust-wreathed west, shambling on the trail of the bone hunters. The male was huge, battered, hulking. His stone sword, carried loosely in one hand, was black with sun-baked blood. The female was more gracile than most Tlanimas, dressed in rotted sealskins, and on her shoulder a small forest of wood, bone, and ivory harpoons. The two figures halted 5 paces from Ruthen Gud. The male bowed his head.
Elder, we greet you.
Ruthen scowled.
How many more of you are out there?
I am Kalt Urmanal, and the bone caster at my side is Nomkala of the Brold. The two of us are all that are here. We are deserters.
Are you now? Well, among the bone hunters, desertion is punishable by death. Tell me, since that obviously won't work, how do the Tlanimas punish deserters, Cult?
They don't, Elder. Deserting is punishment enough. Sighing, Ruthen Gud looked away.
Who leads the Tlanimas army, Cult? The army you fled?
The female, Nomkala, answered.
First sword, Onos Tulan. Elder, there is the smell of ice about you. Are you Jaghut?
Jaghut? No. Do I look like a Jaghut?
I do not know. I have never seen one.
Never what? I haven't washed in some time, Nomkala.
He combed his beard.
Why did you follow us? What do you want with the bone hunters? No, wait. Let us return to that later. You say that Onos Tulan, the first sword, leads an army of Tlanimas. Which clans? How many bone casters? Do they walk this same desert? How far away?
Kaltur Manal said, Far to the south, Elder. Of bone casters there are few, but of warriors there are many. Forgotten clans, remnants of armies broken on this continent in ancient conflicts. Onos Tulan summoned them.
No, said Nomkala. The summons came from Olarethil in the making of Onos.
Shit, Ruthen swore. Both Tlanimas fell silent.
This is turning into a real mess.
Ruthen clawed again at his beard, glared at the undead warriors.
What is she planning, do you know?
She intends to wield the first sword, Elder,
Nomkala replied.
She seeks redemption.
She has said this to you, Bonecaster?
No, Elder, she has not. She remains distant from Onos Tulan, for now. But I was born on this soil. She cannot walk it with impunity, nor hide the power of her desires. She journeys eastward, parallel with Onos Tulan.
Nomkala hesitated, and then added,
The first sword is also aware of her, but he remains defiant.
He is a child slayer, Elder, said Kaltur Manal. A black river has drowned his mind, and those who chose to follow him can no longer escape its terrible current. We do not know the first sword's intent. We do not know the enemy he will choose, but he seeks annihilation. Theirs or his own, he cares not how the bones will fall. What has driven him to such a state?
Ruthen Gud asked, chilled by the warrior's words.
She has,
Nomkala replied.
Does he know that?
He does, Elder.
Then could Olarethil be the enemy he chooses?
Both Tlanimas were silent for a moment, and then Kaltur Manal said, We had not considered that possibility.
It seems she betrayed him, Ruthen observed. Why shouldn't he return the favor?
He was noble once, said Kalt, honorable. But now his spirit is wounded, and he walks alone no matter how many follow behind him. Elder, we are creatures inclined to excess in our feelings."
"I had no idea," Ruthen said in a dry tone. "So while you have fled one nightmare, alas, you have found another."
"Your wake is filled with suffering," Nomkala said. "It was an easy path to follow. You cannot cross this desert. No mortal can. A god has died here."
"I know."
"But he is not gone."
"I know that, too. Shattered into 1,000,000 fragments, but each fragment lives on, diverse, and there is no hope of ever assembling back into a single form. It's too late, and has been for a long time."
He waved at the flies.
"Mindless, filled with pathetic need, understanding nothing." He cocked his head. "Not so different from you, then."
"We do not deny how far we have fallen," said Kalturmanal.
Ruthen God's shoulders sagged. He looked down. "So have we all, Tlanimas. The suffering here is contagious, I think. It seeps into us, makes bitter our thoughts. I am sorry for my words."
"There is no need to apologize, Elder. You spoke the truth. We have come to you because we are lost. Yet something still holds us here, even as oblivion beckons us with the promise of eternal peace. Perhaps, like you, we need answers. Perhaps, like you, we yearn to hope."
He twisted inside at that, was forced to turn away. "Pathetic. Yield them no pity." Struggling against tears, he said, "You are not the first. Permit me to summon your kin."
5 warriors rose from the dust behind him. Uragal the Woven stepped forward and said,
"Now we are 7 again. Now, at last, the House of Chains is complete."
"Hear that? All here now, fallen one. I didn't think you could get this far. I really didn't. How long have you been building this tale, this relentless book of yours? Is everyone in place? Are you ready for your final doomed attempt to win for yourself whatever it is you wish to win? See the gods assembling against you. See the gates your poison has frayed, ready to break asunder and unleash devastation. See the ones who stepped up to clear this path ahead. So many have died. Some died well, others died badly. You took them all, accepted their flaws, the weak ones, the fatal ones, accepted them and blessed them. And you weren't nice about it either, were you? But then, how could you be?"
He knew then, with abject despair, that he would never comprehend the full extent of the Crippled God's preparations. How long ago had it all begun? On what distant land? By whose unwitting mortal hand?
I'll never know. No one will. Win or fail, no one will. In this, he is as unwitnessed as we are. Adjunct, I am beginning to understand you, but that changes nothing, does it? The book shall be a cipher, for all time, a cipher.
Looking up, he found that he was alone. Behind him, the army was struggling to its feet.
"Behold, night is born, and we must walk with it. You had the right of that, Galan."
He watched the burial crew rolling wrapped corpses into the grave pits.
Who were those poor victims? What were their names? Their lives? Does anyone know? Anyone at all?
"He's not broached a single cask?" Pors shook his head. "Not yet. He's as bad off as the rest of us, sir." Kindly grunted, glanced over at Feridan's sword. Tougher than I'd have expected.
There are levels of desperation, she said, so he hasn't reached the next one yet. It'll come. The question is, what then, kindly? Expose him? Watch our soldiers tear him limb from limb? Does the adjunct know about any of this?
I'm going to need more guards, said Pause. I will speak to Captain Fiddler, kindly said. We'll put the Marines and the heavies on those posts. No one will mess with them.
Pause scratched something on his wax ledger, read over what he'd written, and then nodded.
The real mutiny is brewing with the Hall teams. That food is killing us. Sure, chewing on dried meat works up some juices, but it's like swallowing a bedouin cow's afterbirth after it's been 10 days in the sun.
Feridan's thought made a choking sound. Wall's foot, Pause. Couldn't you paint a nicer picture?
Pause raised his eyebrows. But Fist, I worked on that one all day. Kindly rose. This night is going to be a bad one, he said. How many more are we going to lose? We're already staggering like Tlani Mas. Worse than a necromancer's garden party.
Pause threw in, earning another scowl from Feridan's thought. His smile was weak, and he returned to the wax tablet.
Keep an eye on Blistig's cache, Pause.
I will, sir. Kindly left the tent, one wall of which suddenly sagged.
They're folding me up,
Pause observed, rising from the stool and wincing as he massaged his lower back.
I feel 30 years older.
We all do, Sort muttered, collecting her gear. Live with it.
Until I die, sir.
She paused at the tent entrance. Another wall sagged. You're thinking all wrong, Pause. There is a way through this. There has to be.
He grimaced. Faith in the adjunct untarnished, then? I envy you, Fist.
I didn't expect you to fold so quickly, she said, eyeing him. He stored his ledger in a small box and then looked up at her.
Fist, sometime tonight the Hall crew will drop the ropes. They'll refuse to drag those wagons one more stride, and we'll be looking at marching on without food. And when that happens, do you understand what it will mean? It will mean we've given up. It'll mean we can't see a way through this. Fist, the Bone Hunters are about to announce their death sentence. That is what I will have to deal with tonight. Me first, before any of you show up.
So stop it from happening.
He looked at her with bleak eyes. How?
She found she was trembling. Guarding the water. Can you do it with just the Marines? His gaze narrowed on her, and then he nodded. She left him there, in his collapsing tent, and set out through the breaking camp. Talk to the heavies, Fiddler. Promise me we can do this. I'm not ready to give up. I didn't survive the wall to die of thirst in a fucking desert. Blistig glared at Shelemasa for a moment longer, and then fixed his hate-filled eyes on the Kundril horses. He could feel the rage flaring inside him.
You bitch. Look what you're doing to us. All for some war we don't even want. Just kill them, he commanded.
The young woman shook her head. Heat flushed his face.
We can't waste the water on the horses.
We aren't, Fist.
What do you mean?
The horses get our allotted water, Shelemasa said, and we drink from the horses.
He stared, incredulous. You drink their piss?
No, Fist. We drink their blood.
Gods below. Is it any wonder you all look half dead?
He rubbed at his face, turned away.
Speak the truth, Blistig. It's all you have left. You've had your cavalry charge, Kundril, he said, watching a troop of heavies marching past, going the wrong way. There won't be another, so what's the point?
When he turned back, he saw that she had gone white.
The truth. Nobody has to like it. The time has come for hard words, he said. You're done.
You've lost your war leader and got an old woman instead, a pregnant one at that. You haven't got enough warriors left to scare a family of berry pickers. She just invited you along out of pity. Don't you see that?"
"That's enough," snapped another voice. He turned to see Hanavat standing behind him. Blistig bared his teeth.
"I'm glad you heard all that. It needed saying. Kill the damned horses. They're useless."
She studied him with flat eyes. "Blistig, while you hid behind Aaron's precious walls, the Wiccans of the 7th Army fought a battle in a valley, and in that battle they mounted a charge upslope into a wall of the enemy. They won that battle when it seemed they could not. But how? I will tell you. Their shamans had selected a single horse, and with tears in their eyes they fed on its spirit, and when they were done that horse was dead. But the impossible had been achieved, because Coltane expected no less."
"I hid behind a fucking wall, did I? I was the garrison commander. Where else would I be?"
"The adjunct has asked us to preserve our horses, and this we shall do, Fist, because she expects no less from us. If you must object, deliver your complaint to the adjunct. As for you, as you are not the Fist in command of the Kundril, I tell you now that you are no longer welcome here."
"Fine. Go ahead and choke on that blood, then. I spoke out of concern, and in return you do nothing but insult me."
"I know the reasons behind your words, Blistig," Hanavat said levelly. He met her eyes, unflinching, and then, shrugging, he said,
"The slut speaks."
He turned and left them. As the Fist walked away, Shalamasa drew a shaky breath and stepped close to Hanavat. "Mother?" She shook her head. "I am fine, Shalamasa. The fever-thirst is on Blistig. That and nothing more." "He said we were done. I will not be pitied, not by anyone. The Kundril—" "The adjunct believes we are still of worth, and so do I. Now let us tend to our beasts. Do we have enough fodder?" Shalamasa shook herself and then nodded. "More than we need, in fact." "Good. And our water?" She winced. Hanavat sighed and then arched her back with a groan. "I'm too old to think of her as my mother," she said, "and yet I do. We still breathe, Shalamasa, and we can still walk. For now, that must be enough." Shalamasa stepped closer as she dared to get. "You have borne children. You have loved a man, many men, truth be told. I thought that one day I could say the same for myself. I thought I could look back and be satisfied. You don't deserve to die, Shalamasa. I could not agree with you more, and so you shall not. We will do whatever must be done. We will live through this." She cut herself off then, and Shalamasa looked up to see her staring back at the Kundril camp. She followed the older woman's gaze. Gaul had appeared, and at his side stood Jastara, his eldest son's widow. Shalamasa moved to block Hanavat from their view and then walked over.
"War leader,"
she hissed.
"How many times will you wound her?"
The warrior seemed to have aged a dozen years since she had last seen him, but it did nothing to cool her fury, and in his unwillingness to meet her eyes she saw only cowardice. "We go to our sons this night," he said. "Tell her that. I do not mean to wound, tonight or the next. Soon." "Soon," said Jastara, her tone harsh. "And I will see my husband again. I will walk at his side." Shalamasa felt disgust twisting her face. "After sleeping with his father? Will you, Jastara? Is his spirit here? Does he see you? Does he know all that you have done? Yet you tell yourself you will be at his side again. You are mad." A hand settled on her shoulder and she turned. "Hanavat, no! You are so quick to defend me, Shalamasa, and for that I am ever grateful. but I will speak to my husband."
Jastara had backed away at Shelamassa's words, and a moment later she fled, pushing through the crowd that had gathered. A few of the older women spun to strike at her when she rushed past. A dozen youths gathered nearby laughed, and one reached down for a stone. "Belay that, scout!" At the bark, the girl froze. Captain Fiddler was walking into the Kundril camp to collect his scouts. He glanced over at Gaul, Hanavat, and Shelamassa, and for an instant it seemed he was simply going to continue on to his charges, but then he altered his path and approached. "No disrespect intended, Mother Hanavat, but we don't have time for all this shit. Your histories are just that, a heap of stories you keep dragging everywhere you go. War leader Gaul, all that doom you're bleating on about is a waste of breath. We're not blind, none of us. The only question you have to deal with now is how are you going to face that end? Like a warrior, or on your hood-damned knees?" Then, ignoring the crowd, Fiddler made his way towards his troop. "We're on point this night, scouts. Take up those spears and let's get moving. The column's about to march." Shelamassa watched the Malazan lead the youths away. From Hanavat, a low laugh, and then, "No disrespect," he said. And then he went and slapped us all down. "Mother!" "No, he was right, Shelamassa. We stand here naked but for our pride, yet see how heavy it weighs. Well, this night I think I will try to step lighter. After all, what have I left to lose? Your child." As if Hanavat had read her mind, she reached up and brushed Shelamassa's cheek. "I will die first," she whispered, "and the one within me shall quickly follow. If this is how it must be, then I must accept it, as must we all." She faced her husband then. "But not on our knees. We are Kundril. We are the burned tears." Gaul said, "If I had not led us down to Aran, our children would still be alive. I have killed our children, Hanavat. I need you to hate me." "I know, husband." Shelamassa could see that beseeching need in Gaul's reddened eyes, but his wife gave him nothing more. He tried again. "Wife, the burned tears died at the charge." Hanavat simply shook her head, then took Shelamassa's hand and led her into the camp. It was time to leave. They had to see to the horses. Shelamassa spared one glance back and saw Gaul standing alone, hands covering his face. "In grief," murmured Hanavat, "people will do anything to escape what cannot be escaped. Shelamassa, you must go to Jastara. You must take back your words." "I will not." "It is not for you to judge. Yet how often is it that those in no position to judge are the first to do so, and with such fire and venom? Speak to her, Shelamassa. Help her find some peace." "But how can I, when just to think of her fills me with disgust?" "I did not suggest it would be easy, daughter." "I will give it some thought." "Very well. Just don't wait too long." The army lifted into motion like a beast mired in mud. One last exhausted heave forward, weight dragging it down. The wagons lurched behind the teams of haulers as they strapped on their harnesses and took up the ropes. Scores of tents were left standing, along with a scattering of cookpots and soiled clothing lying like trampled flags. Flies roiled in clouds to swarm the hunched-over, silent soldiers, and overhead the glow of the jade strangers was brighter than any moonlight, bright enough for Lostara Yield to see every detail on the painted shields of the regulars, which they now carried to keep the flies from their backs. The lurid green painted drawn, lined faces with a ghastly corpulent hue, and made unearthly the surrounding desert. Clouds of butterflies wheeled above like ever-building storms. Lostara stood with Henar Vigolf at her side, watching the adjunct draw on her cloak, watching her lifting the hood. She had taken to leading the vanguard herself, 5 or 6 paces ahead of everyone else, excepting Captain Fiddler's 30 or so Kundril youths who ranged ahead 100 paces, scouts with nothing to scout. Lostara's eyes stayed on the adjunct. "In Blue Rose," said Henar, "there is a festival of the Black-Winged Lord once every 10 years on winter's longest night. The High Priestess shrouds herself and leads a procession through the city."
"This Black-Winged Lord is your god?"
"Unofficially, under the suspicious regard of the Lethere. Highly prescribed, in fact. But this procession was one of the few that they did not outlaw."
"You were celebrating the year's longest night?"
"Not really. Not in the fashion that farmers might each winter, to celebrate the coming of the planting season. Very few farms around Blue Rose. We were mostly seafaring. Well, maritime anyway. It was meant to summon our god, I suppose. I was not much for making sense of such things. And as I said, it was once every 10 years.
Lostara waited. Henar wasn't a talkative man, thank Hood. But when he spoke, he always had something useful to say, eventually.
Hooded, she'd walk silent streets, followed by thousands equally mute, down to the water's edge. She would stand just beyond the reach of the surf. An acolyte would come up to her carrying a lantern, which she would take in one hand, and at the moment of dawn's first awakening, she would fling that lantern into the water, quenching its light.
Lostara grunted. "Curious ritual. Instead of the lantern, then, the sun. Sounds like you were worshipping the coming of day more than anything else."
Then she would draw a ceremonial dagger and cut her own throat."
Shaken, Lostara Yil faced him, but found she had nothing to say. No response seemed possible. Then a thought struck her. And that was a festival the Lethere permitted?
"They would come down and watch, picnicking on the strand." He shrugged. "For them, it was one less irritating high priestess, I suppose."
Her gaze returned to the adjunct. She had just set out, a shrouded figure hidden from all behind her by that plain hood. The soldiers fell in after her, and the only sound that came from them was the dull clatter of their armor, the thump of their boots. Lostara Yil shivered and leaned close to Henar.
"The hood," Henar muttered. "It reminded me, that's all."
She nodded, but she dreaded the thought of that story coming back to haunt them.
"I can't believe I died for this,"
Hedge said, wanting to spit, but there wasn't enough in his mouth to do it, and of course he'd have to be mad to waste the water. He turned and glared at the 3 oxen pulling Bevedict's carriage.
"Got any more of that drink you gave 'em? They're looking damned hale, alchemist. We could all do with a sip or 3.
"Hardly, Commander," Bevedict said, one hand on the hawser. "They've been dead for 3 days now."
Hedge squinted at the nearest beast.
"Well, now, I'm impressed. I admit it. Impressed, and that can't be said often of old Hedge."
"In Letheras," Bevedict said, "there are dozens of people wandering around who are in fact dead and have been for some time. Necromantic alchemy is one of the most advanced of the uneasy arts among the Lethere. In fact, of all the curse elixirs I sold, the one achieving everlasting undeath was probably the most popular, as much as anything costing a chestful of gold can be popular."
"Could you do this for a whole army?"
Bevedict blanched.
"Commander, such things are prohibitively difficult to achieve. Preparing a single curse vial, for example, involves months of back-breaking effort. Denatured Utulu spawn, the primary ingredient. Well, you'd be lucky to get 3 drops a night, and harvesting is terribly risky. Not to mention exhausting, even for a man reputedly as skilled as myself."
"Ulatu spawn, huh? Never heard of it. Never mind, then. It was just the notion. But you got any more of that stuff?
No, sir. I judged as greatest the need of the bridge burners for the munitions in this carriage.
Shh! Don't use that word, you fool.
Sorry, sir. Perhaps, then, we should invent some other term, something innocuous, that we could use freely.
Hedge rubbed at his whiskered jaw.
Good idea. How about kittens?
Kittens, sir? Why not? Now then, our carriage full of kittens is not something that can be abandoned, is it, sir? And I should tell you, the entire company of bridge burners has not the strength to haul it.
Really? Well, just how many kittens you got stuffed in there?
It's the raw ingredients, sir. Bottles and casks and vials and, tubing, condensers, distillation apparatuses. Without two cats of opposite gender, sir, making kittens is not an easy venture.
Hedge stared for a moment and then nodded.
Of course, alchemist. Just so.
He glanced to his right, where a squad of marines had just come up alongside them, but their attention was on the wagon loaded with food and water that they were guarding. Or so Hedge assumed, since they were resting hands on hilts and looking belligerent.
Well, keep at it then, Benedict. Never can have too many kittens, can we?
Precisely, sir.
6 paces behind the 2 men, rum jugs leaned close to Sweetlard.
I had me some kittens once, you know.
Sweetlard shot her an unsurprised look.
Errant knows you'll take coin from anybody, love. He had a swagger, I remember that much. And how I'd get sick, my stomach burning like I'd swallowed coals every time he came into the house. Ma, she was a bird, really. The kind that flits about as if no branch gives comfort, no leaf makes perfect shade. And her eyes would leap to him and then away again. But in that one look, she'd know if something bad was on the way. If it was, she'd edge closer to me. The jay is in the tree, the chick is in danger. But there was nothing she could do. He weighed twice as much as she did. He once threw her through the shack's flimsy wall. That time was something of a mistake for old Da, since it took outside what went on inside, so people saw the truth of it all. My little family. There must have been a neighbour, someone on the street, who'd seen and decided he didn't much like it. A day later, Da was dragged back to the house, beaten close to death. And there we were, Ma and her 2 boys. That was before my brother ran away. There we were, nursing him back. How stupid was that? We should have finished what that right-thinking neighbour had started. But we didn't. That swagger and Ma darting about. I remember the last day of all that. I was 7, almost 8. Quiet Guineans, who lived up the street and worked as a knife sharpener, had been found strangled in the alley behind his shop. People were upset. Guineans had been solid, an old veteran of the Falar Wars, and though he had a weakness for drink, he wasn't a violent drunk, not at all. Too much ale, and he wanted to seduce every woman he saw. A sweet soul, then. That's what Ma used to say, hands fluttering like wings. So people were upset. He'd been drunk the night before, in no shape to defend himself. The rope that had killed him was horsehair. I remember how people talked about that, as if it was important, though I didn't know why at the time. But they'd found horsehairs in Gin's neck. The old women who shared a house on the corner, 3 of them, seemed to be looking at us again and again. We were outside, listening to everybody talking, all those emotions running high. Ma was white as plucked down. Da was on the bench beside the shack's door. He'd gotten a rash on his hands and was slowly melting a lump of lard between them. There'd been a strange look in his eye, but for once he wasn't offering any opinion on the matter. Horsehair. a tradition among the outliers, the wood-cutting camps east of the city. Our adulterers are hung, aye? And the old women nodded. But old Ginaints, he ain't never... No, couldn't, you see. Got burned down there. Was on a ship that caught fire when they took Falar Harbour. He couldn't do nothing. The drunk seducer with nowhere to take it. How shit-fouled miserable is that? Breaks the heart. And he'd always a kind word for Ma, when she went to him to get the one knife we owned sharpened. Hardly charged a thing either. That blade a mouse couldn't shave with. Ha! Hey, boy, your Ma ever let you shave a mouse? Good practice for when one shows up under your nose. Few years yet, though. So, said someone in the crowd, a jealous man. No, make it a jealous, stupid man. With wood for brains. And a few people laughed, but they weren't pleasant laughs. People were working up to something. People knew something. People were figuring it out. Like a bird in a thorn bush, Ma slipped inside without a sound. I followed her, thinking about poor old Ginaints and wondering who was going to sharpen Ma's knife now. But Da got up right then and went in a step before me. His hands were dripping melted fat. I don't remember exactly what I saw, just a flash, really. Up close to Da's face, just under his huge bearded jaw. And he made a gurgling sound, and his knees bent as if he was about to sit down, right on me. I jumped back, tripped in the doorway, and landed in the dust beside the bench. Da was making spitting sounds, but not from his mouth, from his neck. And when he landed on his knees, twisting round in the doorway as if wanting to come back outside, the front of his chest was all wet and bright red. I looked into my father's eyes, and for the first and only time in my life with him, I actually saw something alive in there. A flicker, a gleam that went out for good as he slumped on the threshold. Behind him, Ma stood holding that little knife in her right hand. Here you go, boy. Hold it careful now. It's sharp enough to shave a mouse. Bridge burner magic, what I can do with decent iron. Give us another smile, sweet Elaide. It's all the payment I ask, darling. Well now, recruit, you ever stand still? Seen you going round and round and round. Tell me, was your old man a court clown or something? No, Master Sergeant, my Da was a woodcutter. Really? Outlier blood? But you're a scrawny thing for a woodcutter's son. Not one for the trade, then? He died when I was 7, Master Sergeant. I was of no mind to follow his ways. I ended up learning most from my ma's side of the family. Had an aunt and uncle who worked with animals. Found you a name, lad? Master Sergeant? See, I wrote it right here, making it official. Your name is Widdershins, and you're now a Marine. Now get out of my sight and get someone to beat those dogs. That barking's driving me mad.
How's the stomach, Wid?
Burns like cold, Sergeant.
A half-dozen regulars were coming up alongside them. The one in the lead eyed Barm and said,
Fist Blistig have signed us to this one, Sergeant. We got it in hand. Best under a blanket, Corporal, said Barm.
Throat Slitter piped an eerie laugh, and the squad of regulars jumped at the sound.
Your help's always welcome, Barm added, but from now on these wagons got details of Marines to help guard 'em.
The corporal looked nervous enough for Widdershins to give him a closer look.
Now that's an awfully plump face for someone on 3 tiny cups a day.
The corporal was stubborn or stupid enough to try again.
Fist Blistig ain't commanding Marines, Corporal. But tell you what, go to him and tell him all about this conversation, why don't you? If he's got a problem, he can come to me. I'm Sergeant Barm, 9th Squad. Or, if I rank too low for him on all this, why, he can hunt down Captain Fiddler, who's up ahead on point.
Barm cocked his head and scratched his jaw. Seem to recall from my basic training days that a fist outranks a captain. Hey, dead smell, is that right?
Mostly, Sergeant, but sometimes, well, it depends on the fist. And the captain,
added Throat Slitter, nudging Widdershins with a sharp elbow. Now there's a point, Baum mused. Kinda sticky, like a hand under a blanket. Throat Slitter's second laugh sent them scurrying.
Those soldiers looked flush,
Widdershins muttered once they'd retreated into the gloom.
At first, well, the poor fools were just following orders, so I thought you was being unkind, Sergeant. But now I got some suspicions.
That's an executable offence, said Dead Smell. What you're suggesting there, Wid?
It's going to happen soon if it hasn't already,
Widdershins said, grimacing.
We all know it. Why do you think Fid nailed us to these wagons?
Throat Slitter added.
Heard we was getting our heavies for this, but then we weren't. Nervous, Throaty?
Widdershins asked.
Only the four of us, after all. The scariest thing about us is your awful laugh. Worked, though, didn't it?
They went to moan at their captain or whoever, Baum said. They'll be back with reinforcements, is my guess. Widdershins jabbed Throat Slitter with his elbow, avenging that earlier prod.
Scared, Throaty?
Only of your breath, Wid. Get away from me.
Got another squad on the other side of these wagons, Baum pointed out. Anyone see which one? They all looked over, but the three lines of wretched haulers mostly blocked their view. Throat Slitter grunted.
Could be Whiskey Jack himself. If we get in trouble, they won't be able to get through.
What's your problem? Baum demanded. Throat Slitter bared his teeth.
This is thirst we're dealing with here, Sergeant. No, all of you. Where I came from, droughts hit often, and the worst was when the city was besieged. And with Li Heng, well, during the scraps with the city, that was pretty much every summer. So I know about thirst, all right. Once the fever strikes, there's no stopping it.
Well, isn't that cheery? You can stop talking now, Throat Slitter, and that's an order.
I think it's Badan Grook's squad,
said Dead Smell. Baum snorted. Widdershins frowned.
That's a problem, Sergeant? They're Dalhanese just like you, aren't they?
Don't be an idiot. They're from the southern jungles.
So are you, aren't you?
Even if I was, and I'm not saying I wasn't, or was, that'd make no difference. You understand me, Wid?
No. Taisren himself couldn't have worked out what you just said, Sergeant.
It's complicated, that's all, but Badan Gruk, well, could be worse, I suppose. Though, like Throaty said, we'd both have trouble supporting the other. I wish Fid ain't pulled the heavies from us. What do you think he's done with them? Dead Smell said.
It was Faradan's sort who come up after kindly to talk to the captain, and I wasn't deliberately eavesdropping on nothing. I just happened to be standing close, so I didn't catch it all, but I think there might be some trouble with the food haulers on the back end. I'm thinking that's where the heavies went.
What, to lighten the loads?
Throat Slitter yelped.
Laptwell scratched at the end of his nose where the tip had once been.
Kind of insulting, he muttered. Them calling themselves bridge burners.
Burnt Rope glanced over at the company marching on his left, squinted at the 3 oxen plodding the way oxen plodded the world over.
It's how it looks when you get someone doing something nobody wants to do. Draft animals. Of course, it's all down to stupidity, isn't it? Do the work, get food, do more work to get more food. Over and over again. Not like us at all. I don't care what they call themselves, Lap. They're marching just like us, in the same mess, and when we're all bleached to bones, well, who could tell the difference between any of us?
I could, Laptwell said.
Easy. Just by looking at the skulls. I can tell if it's a woman or a man, young or old. I can tell if it's a city-born fool or a country one. Where I apprenticed back in Falar,
My master had shelves and shelves of skulls, was doing a study. He could tell a Napan from a Quan, a Genebakan from a Cartulian. Corporal Clasp, walking a step ahead, snorted loudly and then half-turned.
And you believed him, Lap? Let me guess, that's how he made his living, isn't it? Wasn't it you, Falari, who had that thing about burying relatives in the walls of your houses? So when rival claims to some building came up, why, everyone ran to the skull scryers.
My master was famous for settling disputes.
I just bet he was. Listen, working out a man or woman, old or young, sure, I'll buy that. But the rest, forget it, Lap.
Why are we talking about skulls again? Burnt Rope asked. When no one seemed able to come up with an answer, he went on. Anyway, I'm thinking it's all right that we got them bridge burners so close instead of them regulars. If we get mobbed at this wagon here, we could call on them to help.
Why would they do that?
Laptwirl demanded. Can't say, but Deadhedge, he's a real bridge burner.
Yeah,
drawled Clasp.
I heard that too. Pure rubbish, you know. They're all dead. Everyone knows that.
Not Fiddler.
Except Fiddler.
And Fiddler and Hedge were in the same squad, along with Quick Ben. So Hedge is for real.
All right, fine. So it isn't pure rubbish. But him helping us is. We get in trouble here, we got no one else to look to for help. Tar's squad is on the other side of the haulers. No way to reach us. So just stay sharp, especially when the midnight bell sounds.
From ahead of them all, Sergeant Erb glanced back.
Everyone relax, he said. There won't be any trouble.
What makes you so sure, Sergeant?
Because, Corporal Clasp, we got bridge burners marching beside us, and they got kittens.
Burnt Rope joined the others in solemn nodding. Erb knew his stuff. They were lucky to have him. Even with salt licks sent off back column, they would be fine. Burnt Rope glanced enviously at that huge leathery carriage. Wish I had me some of them kittens. If anything, letting go was the easiest among all the choices left. The other choices crowded together, jostling and unpleasant, and stared with belligerent expressions, waiting, expectant. And he so wanted to turn away from them all. He so wanted to let go. Instead, the captain just walked, his scouts whispering around him like a score of childhood memories. He didn't want them around, but he couldn't send them away either. It was what he was stuck with. It's what we're all stuck with. And so there was no letting go, not from any of this. He knew what the adjunct wanted, and what she wanted of him. And my Marines, and my heavies. And none of it's fair, and we both know it, and that's not fair either. Those other choices, willing him to meet their eye, stood before him like an unruly legion. Take us, Fiddler. We're all that you meant to say 1,000 times in your life, when you looked on and remained silent, when you let it all slide past instead of taking a step right into the path of all that shit, all that cruel misery, when you let it go, and felt bits of you die inside, small ones, barely a sting, and then gone. But they add up, soldier, don't they? So she says, don't let go this time, don't sidestep. She says, well, you know what she says. Fiddler wasn't surprised that the chiding voice within him, the voice of those hardened choices ahead, was Whiskey Jack's. He could almost see his sergeant's eyes, blue and grey, the colour of honed weapons, the colour of winter skies, fixing upon him that knowing look, the one that said, "You'll do right, soldier, because you don't know how to do anything else. Doing right, soldier, is the only thing you're good at. And if it hurts, too bad. Stop your bitching, Fid. Besides, you ain't as alone as you think you are." He grunted. Now where had that thought come from? No matter. It was starting to look like the whole thing was useless. It was starting to look like this desert was going to kill them all. But until then, he'd just go on, walking. Walking. A small, grubby hand tugged at his jerkin. He looked down. The boy pointed ahead. Walking. Fiddler squinted, shapes in the distance, figures appearing out of the darkness. Walking. "God's below," he whispered. "Walking." Chapter 15. And all the ages past have nothing to say. They rest easy underfoot, uttering not a whisper. They are dead as the eyes that looked upon them. Riding the dust that gathers in lost and forgotten corners, you won't find them scratched in scrolls or between the bindings of leather-bound tomes, not once carved on stelae and stone walls. They do not hide, waiting to be found, like treasures of truth or holy revelation. Not one of the ages past will descend from the heavens, cupped in the hand of a god, or clutched tight by a stumbling prophet. All these ages past remain forever untouched, with lessons unlearned by the fool who can do nothing but stare ahead to where stands the future, grinning with empty eyes. Helpless Days, Fisher Keltath. Time had become meaningless. Their world now rolled like waves back and forth, awash with blood. Yantovis fought with her people. She could match her brother's savagery, if not his skill. She could cut down Leosan until the muscles of her arm finally failed, and she'd back away, dragging her sword behind her, until the rainy, flat blackness unfurled from the corners of her vision, and she staggered, chest screaming for breath, moments from slipping into unconsciousness, but somehow each time managing to pull herself back, pushing clear of the press and stumbling among the wounded and dying. And then down onto her knees, because another step was suddenly impossible, and all around her swirled the incessant tidal flow and ebb, the blur of figures moving from body to body, and the air was filled with terrible sound, shrieks of pain, the shouts of the cutters and stretcher-bearers, the roar of endless, eternal battle. She understood so much more now about the world, about the struggle to survive in that world, in any world, but she could find words for none of it. These revelations were ineffable, too vast for the intellect to conquer. She wanted to weep, but her tears were long gone, and all that remained precious could be found in the next breath she took, and the one after that, each one stunning her with its gift. Reaching up one trembling forearm, she wiped blood and grime from her face. A shadow passed over her, and she lifted her head to see the close pass of another dragon. But it did not descend to the breach, not this time, instead lifting high, seeming to hover a moment behind the curtain of lightfall before backing away and vanishing into the glare. Relief came in a nauseating rush that had her leaning forward. Someone came to her side, resting a light arm across her back.
"Highness, here, water, drink."
Yantovis looked up. The face was familiar only in that she'd seen this woman again and again in the press, fighting with an Andean pike. Grateful, yet sick with guilt, she nodded and took the water skin.
"They've lost the will for it, Highness. Again, it's the shock." "The shock, yes, that. Half of my people are dead or too wounded to fight on, as many Letheri, and my brother stands tall still, as if it's all going to plan. As if he's satisfied by our stubborn insanity, this thing he's made of us all. The smith will bend the iron to his will. The smith does not weep when the iron struggles and resists, when it seeks to find its own shape, its own truth. He hammers the sword until he beats out a new truth, edged and deadly. Highness, the last of the blood has shattered. I saw souls trapped within, breaking apart. Highness, I saw them screaming, but I heard nothing."
Jan Tovis straightened, and now it was time to be the one giving comfort. Yet she'd forgotten how.
"Those lost within, soldier, will forever stand upon the shore. There are worse places to be."
If she could, she would flinch at her own tone, so lifeless, so cold. Despite that, she felt something like will steal back into the young woman. It seemed impossible.
"Yedan, what have you made of my people?"
How long ago was it? In a place where days could not be measured, where the only tempo was the wash and flood of howling figures, this tide seething into the heart of midnight, she had no answer to this simplest of questions. Lifting the waterskin, she drank deep, and then, half in dread, half in disbelief, she faced Lightfall. And the wound, where the last of the Liosans still alive on this side were falling to shake swords and Andean pikes. Her brother was down there. He had been down there for what seemed forever, impervious to exhaustion, as units disengaged and others stumbled forward to relieve them, as the warriors of his watch fell one by one, as veterans of the first battle stepped to the fore in their place, as they too began to fall, and Sheikh veterans arrived, like this woman at her side.
"Brother, you can kill forever, but we cannot keep up with you. No one can. I see an end to this when you stand alone, and the dead shall be your ground."
She turned to the soldier.
"You need to rest. Deliver this news to Queen Drukorlat. The blood wall has shattered. The Liosan have retreated. Half of us remain."
The woman stared, and then looked around, as if only now realizing the full extent of the horror surrounding them. The heaps of corpses, the entire strand, a mass of supine bodies under blood-soaked blankets. She saw her mouth the word half.
"When in the palace, rest. Eat."
But the soldier was shaking her head.
"Highness, I have one brother left to me. I cannot stay in the palace. I cannot leave his side for too long. I'm sorry. I shall deliver your message and then return at once."
Jan Tovis wanted to rail at her, but she bit down on her fury. For it was meant not for this woman, but for Yedan Derig, who had done this to her people.
"Tell me then, where is your brother?"
The woman pointed to a boy sleeping in a press of Sheikh fighters resting nearby. The vision seemed to stab deep into Jan Tovis, and she struggled to stifle a sob.
"Be with him, then. I will find another for the message. Highness, I can—"
She pushed the waterskin into the woman's arms.
"When he awakens, he will be thirsty."
Seeing the soldier's wounded expression as she backed away, Jan Tovis could only turn from her, fixing her eyes once more upon the breach.
"It's not you who has failed me," she wanted to say to that soldier. "It is I who have failed you."
But then she was alone once more, and it was too late.
"Brother, are you down there? I cannot see you. Do you stand triumphant once more? I cannot see you. All I can see is what you did yesterday, 1,000 years ago, in the breath just past. When there are none but ghosts left upon the shore, they will sing your praises. They will make of you a legend that none living will ever hear. Gods, the span of time itself must be crowded with such legends, forever lost, yet whispered eternally on the winds. What if that is the only true measure of time? All that only the dead have witnessed, all that only they can speak of, though no mortal life will ever hear them. All those stories forever lost. Is it any wonder we cannot grasp hold of the ages past? That all we can manage is what clings to our own lives and what waits within reach? To all the rest, we are cursed to deafness."
And so, because she knew naught else to do, in her mind Jan Tovis reached out. To that moment a day passed, or a breath ago, or indeed at the very dawn of time, when she saw her brother lead a sortie into the face of the Liosan center, and his husked sword howled with slaughter, and, with that voice, summoned a dragon. She tightened the straps of her helm and readied her sword. Down at the breach, the Leosan were pouring like foam from the wound, and Jan Tovis could see her shake buckling. Everywhere but at the center, where her brother hacked his way forward, and all the enemy reeling before him seemed to be moving at half his speed. He could have been cutting reeds for all the resistance they offered him. Even from this distance, blood washed like a bow wave before Yedan's advance, and behind him Sheikh fighters followed, and she could see how his deadliness infected them, raised them into a state of frenzied fury. From one flank, 2 Leathery companies pushed in to bolster her people, and she watched the line stiffen, watched it plant its feet and hold fast. Jan Tovis set off for the other flank, increasing her pace until she was jogging. Anything faster would have instilled panic in those who saw her. But the longer she took, the closer that flank edged towards routing, and the more of her people died beneath the Leosan attackers. Her heart thundered, and trembling took possession of her entire body. Into the press, shouting now, forcing her way through. Her fighters found her with wild, frightened eyes, fixed upon her with sudden hope. But they needed more than hope. She lifted her sword and became a queen going to war. Unleashed the battle lust of her royal line, the generation upon generation of this one necessity, this nectar of power rising within her, taking away the words in her voice, leaving only a savage scream that made those close to her flinch and stare. Huddling in a corner of her mind was a bleak awareness, observing with an ironic half-smile.
"Do you hear me, brother? Here on your left? Do you nod in satisfaction? Do you feel my blood reaching to meet yours? Rulers of the Sheikh, once more fighting upon the shore. Oh, we have never been as pathetic as we are at this moment, Yedan. Pathetic in our fate, trapped in our roles, our place in things. We were born to this scene. Every freedom was a lie, a terrible, heart-crushing lie." The enemy was suddenly before her. She greeted them with a smile and then the flash of her sword. To either side her people rallied, fighting with their queen. They could not let her stand alone. They could not leave her, not now, and what took hold of their lives then was something unruly and huge, a leviathan bristling awake. They struck back, halting the Leosan advance, and then pushed forward. Light exploded like blood from the wound. Yedan and his wedge of Sheikh fighters vanished in the gushing wave. She saw her brother's followers flung back, tumbling like rag dolls in a hurricane. Weapons flew from hands, helms were torn loose, limbs flailed. They were thrown up against the shins of their kin holding the center line, even as it reeled back to a howling wind that erupted from the wound. In the fiery gale, Yedan stood suddenly alone. Jan Tovis felt ice in her veins. Dragon breath. A massive shape looming in the breach, filling it, and then out from the fulminating light snapped a reptilian head, jaws open in a hissing snarl, lunging down at her brother. She screamed, heard the jaws impact the ground like the fist of a god, and knew that Yedan was no longer there. Her own voice now keening, she slashed forward, barely seeing those she cut down. Manic laughter filled the air. "Hast, awake!" She broke through, staggered, and saw. The dragon's head was lifting in a spray of blood-soaked sand, the neck arching, the jaws stretching wide once more, and then, as if from nowhere, Yedan Derig was directly beneath that enormous serpent head, and he was swinging his laughing sword, and that glee rose to a shriek of delight as the blade's edge chopped deep into the dragon's neck. He was a man slashing into the bole of a centuries-old tree. The impact should have shattered the bones of his arms. The sword should have rebounded or exploded in his hands, spraying deadly shards. Yet she saw the weapon tear through that enormous armored neck. She saw the blood and gore erupt in its wake, and then a fountain of blood spraying into the air. The dragon, its shoulders jammed in the breach, shook with the blow.
The long neck whipped upward, seeking to pull away, and in the welling gape of the wound in its throat, Jan Tobis saw the gleam of bone. Yedan had cut through to the dragon's spine. Another gloating shriek announced his backswing. The dragon's head and an arm's length of neck jumped away then, off to one side, and the yawning jaws pitched nose down and hammered the strand as if mocking that first lunge. The head tilted and then fell with a trembling thump, the eyes staring sightlessly. The headless neck thrashed upward like a giant blind worm, spitting blood in lashing gouts, and on all sides of the quivering, decapitated beast, black crystals pushed up from the drenched sand, drawing together, rising to form faceted walls, and from every corpse that had been splashed or buried in the deluge, ghostly forms now rose, struggling within that crystal, mouths opened in silent screams. Dodging the falling head, Yedan had simply advanced upon the trembling body filling the breach. Using both hands, he drove the husked sword, point first, deep into the beast's chest. The dragon exploded out from the wound, scales and shattered bone. Yet even as Yedan staggered beneath the flood of gore, the blood washed from him as would rain upon oil.
Hust, killer of dragons, you will shield your wielder to keep your joy alive. Hust, your terrible laughter reveals the madness of your maker.
Yedan's desire to trap the corpse of a dragon in the breach was not to be, not this time, for she could see the ruined body being dragged back in heaving lunges.
More dragons behind this one, crowding the gate. Will another come through to meet the fate of its kin? I think not. Not yet. Not for some time.
The Liosan on this side of the wound were dead, bodies heaped on all sides. Her sheiks stood atop them, 2, 3 deep under their unsteady feet, and she saw the shock in their faces as they stared upon Yedan Derig, who stood before the wound, close enough to take a step through, if he so desired, and take the battle into the enemy's realm. And for a moment she thought he might. Nothing was impossible with her brother, but instead he turned round and met his sister's eyes. "If you had knelt—"
"No time,"
she replied, shaking the blood from her sword.
"You saw that. They know what you would seek to do, brother. They will not permit it."
"Then we must make it so that they have no say in the matter."
"They were impatient,"
she said. He nodded and then faced the fighters. "They will clear the gate and reform. Captains, draw your units back and reassemble to the rear. Sound the call to the Lethery. Sheik, you have now stood the shore, and you stood it well." He sheathed his weapon, silencing its chilling chuckle. "This is how we shall measure our last days, here on this border drawn with the bones of our ancestors, and none shall move us. Sheik, tell me when you have come home. Tell me when that truth finally comes to you. You are home." The words horrified her, but more horrifying still was the answering roar from her people. Yedan seemed surprised, and he turned to her then, and she saw the truth in his eyes.
"Brother, you do not feel it. You do not feel that you have come home. You do not feel as they do."
A flash of something in his gaze, something private between them that shook her as had nothing else. Longing, fear, and despair.
"Oh, Yedan, I did not know. I did not know."
Khadgar Fant, Lord of Light, stood trembling before the corpse of Iparth Erul. This was his 3rd visit to the marshalling area before the gate, his 3rd time down from the high wall to stand before the headless dragon lying on its side at the end of a curling swath of broken black shards. The golden scales had dulled, the belly was bloating with gases, and cape moths clustered in the gaping mouth of the severed neck, a mass of fluttering white wings, as if flowers had burst from the corpse in some manic celebration. Aparal Forge looked away from his lord, not ready for him yet. He had sent legion after legion through the breach, and with growing despair watched each one retreat, torn and bloody. Hundreds of his soldiers were lying on dripping cots beneath canopies. He could hear their cries amidst the clatter of weapons being readied for the next assault, and thrice their number rested forever silent in neat rows beyond the cutter trenches. He had no idea how many were lost beyond the breach. 1,000? More? The enemy had no interest in treating Liusan wounded, and why would they? We would kill their wounded just as quickly and call it mercy. These are the mechanics of war. It's where logic takes us every time. Overhead sailed 3 dragons. Like birds startled into the sky, they refused to come down, and had been up there since Ipath's death. Aparal could feel their rage, and something like hunger, as if some part of them, something reptilian and soulless, wanted to descend and feed on that rank carcass. The remaining 7, assembled since the morning, had established discreet encampments on the barrows to either side of the great avenue, with their bespoke legions settled around them. The elites, the true Liusan warriors, yet to draw weapons, yet to advance upon the gate, awaiting only Khadgar's command. When would it come? When would their lord decide that he'd seen enough of his citizens die? Common dwellers of the city, commanded by nobles trapped below the select ranks of the soul-taken, soldiers only in name, and oh, how they died. Fury seethed in him at the thought. But I will not look to my lord. I will not beseech him yet again. Will he only relent when they're all dead? For whom, then, this victory? But he knew the answer to that question. If Khadgar Fant stood alone at the end of all this, if he sat in the gloom of an empty throne room in an empty palace in an empty city, he would still count it a triumph. Winning Karkanos was meaningless. What mattered to the Lord of Light was the absolute annihilation of those who opposed him, on both sides of the breach. Do you remember, Khadgar, the day the stranger came to Soranhas? We were still children then, still friends, still open to possibilities. But even we shared our shock at his nerve. A human almost as tall as a Liusan, wearing beneath a tattered woolen cloak a coat of mail that reached down to his ankles, a bastard sword slung under his left arm, long grey hair snarled with indifference, a beard stained the hue of rust beneath the thin lips. He had been smiling, they all agreed on that, from the scouts beyond the walls to the guards at the south gate, to those in the streets who halted to watch him stride towards the citadel at the heart of Soranhas. And he was still smiling when he stepped into the throne room, and your father leaned forward on the high throne, making the bonewood creak. It was Haradagar, your uncle, who growled and reached for his sword. Too much arrogance in this stranger, too much contempt in that smile. But your father lifted a hand, staying his weapon master, and he spoke to the stranger in a tone we'd not heard before. Kalor, High King, welcome to Soranhas, last city of Tist Liusan. I am Kryn Nefant, champion of High House Light. Sherap's son? Their lord flinched, and Khadgar, I saw the shame in your eyes. My grandmother, High King, I did not know. She'd have no reason to tell you, would she? Kalor looked round. She was virtually a prisoner here. They even sent her handmaids away. Arrived as a stranger, and as a stranger you were determined to keep her. Is it any wonder she fled this shit bucket? Haradagar's sword hissed free. Kalor looked over at the weaponsmith and grinned, and whatever Haradagar saw in the High King's eyes stole his courage. Oh, shame upon shame, Khadgar. Were these your first wounds? I think now that they were. The High King faced Kryn once more. I promised her, and so I am here. Kryn Nefant, your grandmother Serap of the Iskian line, is dead. Kryn slowly settled back on the throne, but he now looked shrunken, withering in that bonewood cage.
What? What happened?
Calor grunted. What happened? I just told you. She died. Is that not enough?
No!
Shrugging, the High King said, Poison, by her own hand. I found her at dawn on the first day of the season of flies, cold and still on the throne I made for her with my own hands. Kryn Nefant, I am her murderer. I remember the silence that followed. I remember how dry my mouth was, and how I could not look anywhere but at this terrible grey man who stood as one without fear, yet spoke words inviting violence. But Fant was shaking his head.
If, you said, by her own hand.
The smile turned into a snarl. Do you truly believe suicide belongs solely to the one taking his or her own life? All that rot about selfishness and self-hatred, the lies we tell ourselves to absolve us of all blame, of all the roles that we played in that wretched death. He raised one chain-clad hand, pointed a finger first at Kryn, and then with a sweeping gesture at all who stood in the throne room. You all had your part to play in her death. The doors you kept locked, the loyal servants and friends you took from her, your ill-disguised whispers behind her back or when she stepped into a room. But I have not come to avow vengeance on her behalf. How can I? The freshest blood of guilt is the pool I now stand in. I could not love her enough. I can never love enough. I killed her. One drop of poison each day for 1,000 years. By her wishes I return to Serranus. By her wishes I bring you this. And then he drew from beneath his grey cloak a bedraggled rag doll, flung it so that it slid to the foot of the dais. And in that time word had travelled out, and now standing inside the doors, 20 paces behind Calor, stood your father's mother, Serap's daughter. Did Calor know she was there, listening to his words? Would it have changed anything? She was making this for her daughter, Calor said, and took it with her when she fled. Unfinished, in fact, little more than knotted cloth and wool, and so it remained for all the centuries I knew and loved her. I surmise, he added, she found it again by accident, and decided it needed finishing. On the dawn when I found her, it was settled into her lap like a newborn child. Behind him, Kryn's mother made a wounded sound and sank to her knees. Her servants rushed close. Smiling once more, Calor unstrapped his weapon harness and let it fall to the tiled floor. The clash rang hollow in the chamber. My words are done. I am the killer of Serap, and I await your kiss of righteous vengeance. And then he crossed his arms and waited. Why do I remember this now, Khadgar? Of course, for all the miserable tragedy of that moment, was it not what came next that truly filled my chest with ashes? Kryn, his hand lifted, fingers pressed against temple, not even looking up as he gestured with his other hand,
and whispered, "Go, Kello, just go."
And how then I finally understood the High King's smile. Not a thing of pleasure. No, this was the smile of a man who wanted to die. What did we do? We denied him. I remember how he reached down to collect his sword, how he turned away, his back to the throne and the man seated upon it, and walked out. I saw him walk past the huddle of retainers and the woman kneeling in their midst, and he paused, looked down at her. If he said anything then, we did not hear it. If he uttered soft words, none within range ever spoke of them. And then he was walking onward, out and beyond their sight. 4 years later, you swore that you would never sire a child, that all the Leosan would be your children, come the day you ascended to the throne. And I might have laughed, too blind to the future awaiting us all these centuries later. I might have wounded you, as children often do.
Beloved brother.
Aparal turned. Lord,
your thoughts were far away. What were you thinking that could so drag you from this place? Was there longing in Khadgar's eyes? He didn't think so.
Lord, no more than weariness, a moment's rest.
He looked to the assembled legions.
They are ready. Good.
As he moved to join his retinue, Khadgar stayed him with one hand and leaned close to whisper,
"What were you thinking about, brother?"
A rag doll. Old friend, it was a moment empty of dreams, a place of grey dust, that and nothing more.
Khadgar let go, stepped back. Aparal, is it true?
Lord.
The laughter.
Yes, Lord. A hust waits for us in the hands of a sheikh warrior.
He pointed at the carcass of the dragon.
2 passes of the blade to slice through Ipar-Therul's neck.
He must be killed, this sheikh warrior.
Yes, Lord.
Khadgar lifted one hand to his brow, reminding Aparal of the father, of poor lost Kryn Nefant.
But how?
Aparal cocked his head.
Lord, why, when all the others have fallen, when he alone remains, when 12 dragons break through. Sire, this is not a legion of Hust, it is one sword.
And Khadgar was nodding now, eyes flooding with relief.
Just so, brother.
He glanced back at the carcass. Poor Ipar-Therul.
Poor Ipar-Therul.
Khadgar Fant, Lord of Light, then licked his lips.
Such a terrible waste.
In every echo that reached Sandalath Drukolat, she heard ghosts laughing. Withal sat close, down on the stone of the dais, almost at her feet, but it seemed he was dozing, exhaustion making a mockery of his vigil. She did not mind. Mortal failure was ever tinged with irony, was it not? She closed her eyes, listening, waiting for the visions to return. Were these sendings from Mother Dark, or just the cluttered rag ends of all those lives surrendered to these walls and floors of stone? Mother, I doubt there is anything of you in these scenes. The gloom is of their own making, and those hard voices rocking so back and forth in my skull, well, I know them all. One side crimson with blood, Anamander Rake straightening to face the Hust Legion.
The invasion has just begun, he told the waiting warriors. We risk being overwhelmed.
He drew a slow, deep breath, jaws briefly clenching in pain.
I shall wait for them beyond the rent to deny them the throne of shadow. This leaves the gate itself. Hust Legion, you shall march to the gate. You shall march through it. You shall take the battle to them and hold them there. And, he scanned the rows of helmed faces, when the last 5 of you remain, you must give your lives to sealing that wound. You shall, hust-armed and hust-armoured, forever close Starvald Demolain." Wailing shrieks from blades and scaled breastplates, from helms, from greaves and gauntlets, a deafening chorus that shattered into wild laughter. But within that insane glee, the faces of the Andean warriors were expressionless, and with solemn salutes they acknowledged their lord's command. "Hust, Legion, we never saw you again." But the Alaint stopped coming. "Hust, Legion, how many did you kill on that other side? How many bones lie in heaps upon that alien plain, there at the gate? I can almost see them, a felled forest of bones. But now shadows slide over them, shadows from the sky. Anomanda Rake forever was a lie. But you knew that. You were just buying time, thinking we would ready ourselves for the next invasion. Did we? Did anyone? But then a suspicion whispers in my skull. You made her face us once again. Well, not us, me. Killed yourself a dragon, did you, Yadanderik? Feel up to 1,000 more? Withal knew he was dreaming. The Mekros city where he had been born was nothing like this, a place of smoky, dark quartzite and walls sheathed in mica and anthracite, and even as the groaning rise and fall beneath his feet told him the city was indeed floating on unseen seas, beyond the canted avenue lining the high sea wall on his left, he could see nothing. No stars above, no cresting foam below. Cordage creaked, the only sounds surrounding him. The city was abandoned, and he was alone. "Mortal, she will not listen. She is lost in ages past." He looked round and then grunted, irritated with himself. She was the goddess of dark. What else would he see of her, if not this empty abyss on all sides? "And me, an island city, untethered and unanchored and caught on unknown currents. Male knows withal, even your dreams lack the subtle touch. Despair is a curse, withal of the Mekros. You must warn her. Forgive me for interrupting, Mother Dark, but she is past listening to me, and to be honest, I don't blame her. I have nothing worth saying. You have made her the ruler of an empty city. How do you expect her to feel?" Too bold, perhaps, for there came no reply from the surrounding darkness. He stumbled forward, unsure of his destination, but feeling the need to reach it. "I have lost my belief in the seriousness of the world. Any world, every world. You give me an empty city, and I feel like laughing. It's not as if I don't believe in ghosts. I do. How could I not? As far as I'm concerned, we're all ghosts." He paused, set a hand upon the cold, damp stone of the sea-wall. "Only this is real. Only this lasts from moment to moment, stretching on for years, centuries. We just pass through, filled with ephemeral thoughts." "You surrender too much of yourself, withal." "It's easy," he replied, "when nothing I own is worth a damned thing." "This island city is the ghost. Its truth lies broken on the seabed. It drifts only in your memory, withal." He grunted. "The ghost dreams of ghosts in a ghostly world. This is what I've come to understand, Mother Dark. From the Tistandi and these Leosan. The way you can take 100,000 years and crush it all in one hand. There is no truth to time. It's all a lie." "She agrees with you, withal. She was born a hostage to secret fates. born a hostage to a future she could not imagine, much less defy. In this, it was understood by all, she symbolized every child. "But you took it too far," he said, shaking his head. "You never let her grow up." "Yes, we would keep them children forever." The Mekros city ended with a ragged edge, as if it had been torn in half. Withal continued walking until his steps sent him pitching down through darkness. He started, head snapping up, and looked round. The throne room of Karkanos, Sandalath on the throne, hands to her face, sobbing uncontrollably. Swearing under his breath, he rose, unfolding stiff, aching limbs, and went up to take her into his arms. "They're all dying, withal. On the shore, they're all dying." He held her tight. Her words muffled by his shoulder, she said, 5,000 warriors. From the mines, from the prisons, from the gutters, 5,000. The Hust Legion. I saw them marching out from the burning city. She lifted her head, stared at him with tortured eyes. Their swords howled. Their armor sang with joy. No one stood by and wept. No, instead they ran from the laughter. They fled the streets, those not already dead. The sound, so terrible, the Hust Legion marched to their deaths, and no one watched them go. He slapped her, hard enough to knock her to the floor at the foot of the throne. Enough of this, and this palace is driving you mad. She twisted round onto her knees, a knife in her hand, eyes blazing with rage. Better, he grunted, and then backed away from the slashing blade. Too many wretched ghosts in your skull, woman. They all think they got something useful to tell you, but they don't. They're damned fools, and you know how I know they're damned fools? Because they're still here. Warily, he watched her straighten, watched her lick the blood from her lips, then sheathed the knife. Her sigh was ragged. Husband, it's this waiting for them all to die, for the Leosan legions to enter the city, the palace, and then they will kill you, and I cannot bear it. Not just me, he said, you as well. I have no regret for that, none. There are other Tistandi, there must be. They are coming. To what end? She slumped at the foot of the throne. To avenge me? And so it goes on, back and forth, as if it all meant something. She looked up. Do these walls care? This floor? No, but I will make it different this time withal. She met his eyes with a fierce challenge. I will burn this palace down to the ground before they ever get here. I swear it. Sandalath, there is nothing here to burn. There are other ways, she whispered, to summon fire. The killing ground was once more clear of corpses, broken weapons and pieces of torn flesh, but the once white sand was brown as mud. Captain Pithy studied it for a moment longer, and then resumed examining the grip of her sword. The leather cord was loose. Twice in the last fight the weapon had shifted in her grip. Looking up, she saw one of the Lethari youths Yedan was using to scavenge decent weapons. You! Over here! The girl struggled up with her sled and stepped to one side as Pithy began rummaging through the blood-spattered array of weapons. Hear any chuckling from any of these, girl? She looked up and winked. Didn't think so, but one can always hope. You're Captain Pithy. So far, aye. She found a Leosan sword and lifted it clear, testing its weight and balance, then peering at the honed edge before snorting. Looks 100 years old and neglected for half that. She returned it to the sled. Why aren't there any Lethari weapons here? The Leosan steal them, sir. Well, that's one way to beat us. A mass exchange of weapons until all we're left with is that useless crap they brought from the other side.
Better send word to the prince. We need to deny them these particular spoils and make a point of it.
Pithy retrieved her old sword.
Here, you got small fingers. See if you can thread that strip through on the end here, where it's pulled loose. Just thread it, and I'll do the rest.
Instead of her fingers, the girl used her teeth, and in moments had managed to tug the leather strip through.
Smart, lass.
Pithy tugged hard on the strip and was pleased to see the coil draw tighter to the wooden handles encasing the tang.
There, should do for the next fight or two. Thanks for helping fix my sword. Now, off you go. I see him massing again on the other side.
The girl took up the ropes and hurried off with her sled, the ivory runners sliding easily across the strand. Captain Pithy walked to her place in the line.
Now, she said in a loud voice, it's nice day off, the lazy shit. He probably thinks he's earned those 5 whores and the jug of wine sharing his bed, but that was just me feeling sorry for him.
Captain's a pimp,
someone shouted from a few rows back. Pithy waited for the laughter to die down.
Can't make piss on the coin they pay officers in this army, so don't begrudge me something on the side.
Never you, Captain.
Horns sounded and Pithy faced the breach.
Coming through, soldiers! Harden up now like a virgin's dream. Weapons ready!
A vague mass of shapes pushing and then slashing through bruised light thin as skin. Then the blades drew back.
What's this? Something different. What up?
From the wound, 3 enormous hounds bursting through. Blood-thick sand sprayed as the creatures skidded. One twisted to one side, shot off towards the shake line on Pithy's right, a white blur, huge as a bull. Another charged for the other flank, and the one directly before Pithy met her eyes in the instant before it lowered its broad head, and she felt the strength leave her body in a single soft breath. Then the hound lunged straight at her. As the jaws stretched wide, revealing canines long as daggers, Jan Tovis ducked low and swung her sword. The blade bit into the left of the beast's neck, and then rebounded in a splash of blood. Beside her, a Sheik warrior shrieked, but the cry was short-lived, vanishing when the beast bit down, its jaws engulfing his head. Bones crunching, the man was lifted from his feet as the hound reared back, fangs sawing through his neck. Gore sprayed as the headless corpse fell to the sand and rolled onto its back. Jan Tovis thrust her sword, but the point skidded across the beast's chest. Snarling, it swung its head. The impact sent Jan Tovis spinning. Landing hard, she rolled onto her side, seeing Leosa and Ranks plunging through the breach not 15 paces from her. She'd lost her sword, and her groping hand found nothing but clumps of blood-glued sand. She could feel her strength faltering, draining away, pain spreading across half her body. Behind her, the hound began killing her people.
It ends as simple as that?
Pikes! Someone screamed. Was it me?
As the massive hound leapt for her, Pithy dropped to the sand, twisted as the beast passed directly over her and thrust her sword into its belly. The point was punched back out as if fired from a crossbow, driving her elbow into the ground. One of the hound's back legs lifted her from the sand, carried her flailing forward. She heard the clash of pike shafts close in on all sides. Half stunned, she curled up beneath the beast. Its snarls filled her world, along with the crunch of bones and the shrieks of dying lethargy. She was kicked again, this time spilling her out to one side. Teeth grinding, she forced herself into a crouch. She still held her sword, glued to her hand now by streams of blood. She was cut somewhere, and she made herself close on the thrashing demon, lunged. The blunted, battered tip of the sword caught the hound in the corner of its left eye. With an almost human scream, the beast lurched away, sending figures sprawling. It was scored with slashes from countless pike thrusts, white hide streaming crimson, and more soldiers pressed in, pursuing. The hound stumbled over a corpse, twisted round to face its attackers. Its left eye was filled with blood.
"Got you, you heap of dung!"
Someone leapt close, swinging a woodcutter's axe. The impact on the beast's skull drove it to its knees. The axe handle shattered, and Pithy saw the wedge blade fall away. The hound's skull gleamed, exposed across half its head, a torn flap of skin dangling down past its jaw. One-handed, Knife flung the broken handle away, reached for a knife. The hound snapped out, jaws hammering into the man. Canines punched through chain, tore deep into his chest. As they ripped free, Knife's ribs seemed to explode outward in their wake. He spun, landed on his knees. Pithy shrieked. The hound's second bite tore Knife's face off, forehead, cheekbones, his upper jaw. His mandible dropped down, hanging like a bloody collar. Both his eyes were gone. He pitched forward. Weaving drunkenly now, the hound stumbled back. Behind it, Leosan warriors advanced in a bristling line, faces lit with desire.
"Drive them back!"
Pithy screamed. Pikes levelled, her lethery pushed forward. "The Queen! The Queen!" Sheikh warriors suddenly surrounded Jan Tovis. She heard the hound somewhere behind her, snarls, weapons striking, shafts shattering, terrible cries of pain, a knot of madness tearing ever deeper through the ranks. But protecting her now, a score of her people forming up to face the Leosan soldiers. To defend their queen. No, please, don't do this. There weren't enough of them. They would die for nothing. The Leosan arrived like the crest of a wave, and in moments rushed round to isolate Jan Tovis and her warriors. Someone crouched to hand her a sword. Her throat thick with nausea, she forced herself to her feet. Seeing the hound charging for his line on the left flank, Yedan Derig ran to meet it. The husked sword loosed a manic, ululating cry, and it seemed that the chilling sound checked the beast for the briefest of instants before it launched itself at the prince. When its jaws reached for him, the head was driving down, anticipating that he would come in low. Instead, Yedan leapt high, twisted parallel with the ground, legs thrown out, and rolled in the air over the hound's shoulders, and as he spun, down swung the sword. The husked blade shrieked as it bit, athwart the beast's spine, driving down through vertebrae and then spinal cord. He glanced of its hip coming down, and that hip fell one way and Yedan the other. Striking the ground, he rolled and came to his feet, eyes still on the hound. Watched as it toppled, body thumping on the sand, head following. Its eyes stared sightlessly, and beyond the dead beast rows of faces, lethery, shake, gape-mouthed like fools. He pointed at Brevity. "Captain, advance the flank, shallow wedge! Push into the Leosan and push hard!" With that he turned and ran across the strand. He'd seen 2 more hounds. Ahead, a wedge formation of Leosan soldiers had closed with Pithy's lethery, and neither side was yielding. Yedan could not see the hound. Had they killed it? No, there, trying to retreat to Lightfall's wound. Should he let it go? No. But to reach it, he would have to carve through a score of Leosan. They saw him and recoiled. The husked sword's laugh was shrill. Yedan cut the first 2 down and wounded another before he was temporarily slowed by the rest of them. Swords hacked at him, slashed for his face. Others thrust for his belly and thighs. He blocked, countered, twisted, pushed forward. Severed arms and hands spun, releasing the weapons they'd held. Blood sprayed and spat, bodies reeled. Flashes of wild expressions, mouths opening in pain and shock. And then he was past them all, in his wake carnage and horror. The hound was 3 strides from the breach, struggling to stay upright. He saw its head turn, looked into its eyes, both of which wept blood. Torn lips formed ragged black lines as it snarled at him, heaving to meet him. But not in time. A thrust, a slash. The hound's guts billowed out and spilled to the ground in a brown splash of fluids. It sank down, howling. Yedan leapt onto its back, in time to see a 4th hound lunge through the gate. The prince launched himself forward through the air, sword's point extended, into the hound's broad chest, the blade sliding in with gurgling mirth. The beast's countering bite hammered him to the ground, but he refused to let go of the sword, dragging it with him. The hound coughed blood in thick, hot sprays, pitched forward, head lolling. Yedan kicked it in the throat to free his sword, turned then and found a mass of Liozan wheeling to face him. No quick way through. Both flanks had closed up. Slow work ahead. And then, from the wound behind him, a sudden presence that lifted the hairs on the back of his neck, looming, foul with chaotic sorcery. Dragon. Swearing under his breath, Yedan Derig swung round and plunged into Lightfall's wound. Half her warriors had gone down, and Jan Tobis could feel herself weakening. She could barely lift her sword.
Gods, what is wrong with me? How badly was I injured? I ache, but what else?
She staggered, sagged down onto one knee. The fighting closed in around her.
What?
Concussions from beyond the shake line. The hound screaming in fury and pain. Head spinning, she looked up. A grey, miasmic wave of sorcery erupted from the edge of the flank closest to Lightfall, the spitting, crackling wave rushing close to strike the press of Liozan. Bodies erupted in red mist. Shouting, someone had hold of Jan Tobis under each arm, was dragging her back to the reformed shake line, and there was Squish rushing to join them.
"Blood of the Queen! Blood of the Queen!"
The witch looked 10 years old, a child of shining gold.
"Get her clear! The rest of you, advance!"
And then, from the wound, a reverberation that sent them all to their knees. Deafened by a sudden thunderous crack from the breach, Aparal Forge saw his soul-taken kin rearing back. Eldat Pressen, the youngest and boldest of them all, so eager to follow in the wake of the Hounds of Light, was pulling her head back from the wound, and in that recoiling motion blood fountained. He stared aghast as brains and gore sprayed down from her shattered skull. Her body shook in waves of savage trembling, her tail thrashing, claws digging into and then tearing up the ground. A blind sweep of her tail sent broken bodies flying. Her huge torso collapsing with massive shudders, Eldat's neck and head writhed, and Aparal could now see the terrible sword blow that had struck her head, splitting the skull open, destroying her and all that she had once been, a bright-eyed, laughing woman. He loosed a sob, but could not turn away. Eldat, playing in the garden in another age. We were thinking only of peace then. But now I wonder, did it ever exist, that age? Or were we just holding our breath? Through all those years, those decades, she grew into a beautiful woman. We all saw that. We witnessed, and it gave us pleasure. And oh, how we all longed to bed her. But she'd set her heart upon the only one of us who would take no woman or man into his arms. Khadgar had no time for such things. And if he broke her heart again and again, well, that was the price of serving his people. As father to them all, he could be lover to none. Khadgar, you stand on the battlements once more. You look down upon her death, and there is no swift mercy here, no sudden stillness. Her mind is destroyed, but her body refuses to yield. Khadgar Fant, what meaning do you dare take from this? He struggled to regain self-control. Clear the area, he said to his officers, his voice breaking. He drew a deep breath, cleared his throat. She will not die quickly, not now. Ashen-faced, the soldiers set off to relay the commands. Aparal looked back at the gate. Hust, you came to meet her before she was across the threshold. Where, then, are my soldiers on the other side? Where, gods below, are the hounds? In cascading streams of light, Yedan Derig groped blindly. His sword's laughter was slowly dying away. This was the real danger, getting lost within Lightfall. But he'd seen little choice, and now he needed to return. One hound remained. How many of his soldiers were dying even now, whilst he stumbled blindly in this infernal light? He could feel the wound's terrible pain, a vicious, biting thing, desperate to heal. Yedan halted. A wrong step now could take him onto the Leosan plain, facing tens of thousands of the enemy, and more dragons. Heavy, buffeting currents from behind him. He whirled. Something coming through. The hound exploded from the light. He dropped low into a crouch, blade slashing, cutting through both front legs. The beast stumbled. He twisted and chopped down on its neck. The husked blade sliced through, leapt out from under its throat with a delighted yelp. The head slammed into the ground at Yedan's feet. He stood for a moment, staring down at it. Then he sheathed his sword, reached down. His back creaked as he strained to lift the head into his arms. He faced the direction the hound had been heading, and then, with a running start that spun him round, he heaved the head out into the light. Facing the opposite direction, he set off for the wound. Aparal's eyes had been on the gate, and he was not alone in seeing the hound's severed head sailing out to thump and roll on the ground. Shouts of dismay and horror sounded on all sides. He stared in horror. It cannot be just one man. It cannot. A husked legion waits for us. Hundreds of the cursed slayers, each one driven mad by their weapons. Nothing will stop them. Nothing can defeat them. We cannot win this. Unblinking, he stared at the huge head, the empty eyes, and then he turned to the dying dragon. It had lurched up against the corpse of Iparth Erul, had bitten into his rotting flank. But now the motions were slowing, losing that frenzied strength. Hildat, please die. Please. Not long now, he whispered. Not long now. Waves of sorcery had pursued the hound back to the wound. Pulley and Squish advancing behind them, clambering over corpses and torn-up soldiers still in the process of dying. Pithy staggered in their wake. She'd taken a slash to her right shoulder, and the bleeding wasn't slowing. Her arm was sheathed in red, with thick threads draining from her fist. Colours were fast fading from the world. She saw Brevity leading a solid wedge of Lethery, coming up from the left flank. Where was the prince? And what was that thunder in the breach? Nearby was the carcass of a hound, and nearer the breach another one of the horrid giant beasts, still alive, still kicking where it lay on its side. Soldiers were closing on it, readying their pikes. Killing it was going to take some time.
I'm so tired.
All at once the strength left her legs and she sat down.
Bad cut. A fang? A claw? I can't remember. Can't twist round enough to see it, but at least the pain's gone.
Captain! Pithy looked down at the sword in her hand, smiled.
You did all right. You didn't fail me. Where's that girl? Need to tell her.
Someone get one of the witches, quickly! That voice was loud, almost right next to her ear, but it seemed muffled all the same. She saw Brevity running towards her now, but it was hard work, getting over all those bodies, and Pithy wondered if she'd arrive in time.
In time for what? Oh, this.
She settled, tried lying down, found herself cradled in someone's arms. Her back's bitten half off! Where are the witches? Spent. We need... A roaring sound filling her head. Pithy looked down at her hand, the one holding the sword. She willed it to let go, but it refused. She frowned, but a moment later the frown faded.
I understand. I am a soldier, not a thief, not a criminal, a soldier. And a soldier never lets go of the sword, ever.
You see it in their eyes. Can you see it in my eyes? I bet you can. It's true. At last it's true. I was a soldier.
Brevity was still 10 paces away when she saw her friend die. She cried out, sagged down amidst the corpses. Crossing this killing field had been a nightmare, a passage of unrelenting horror. Lethery, Sheikh, Leosan, bodies were bodies, and death was death, and names didn't mean shit. She was soaked in what had been spilled, what had been lost. The abattoir reek was thick enough to drown in. She held her head in her hands.
Pissy. Remember the scams? How we took 'em for all they had? It was us against the world, and gods, it felt good those times we won. It never hurt us, not once, beating 'em at their own game. Sure, they had law on their side, making legal all they stole. But then they'd made up those laws. That was the only difference between us. We used to hate their greed, but then we got greedy ourselves, served us right, getting caught. Island life, now that was boring. Until those Malazans showed up. It all started right then, didn't it? Leading up to here, to now. They sent us tumbling, didn't they? Fetching us up on the shore. We could have gone off on our own, back into everything we knew and despised, but we didn't. We stayed with Twilight and the Watch, and they made us captains. And now we fought us a war. You did, Pissy. I'm still fighting it. Still not knowing what any of it means. 10 paces, and I can't look over at you. I can't. It's this distance between us, and while I live, I can't cross it. Pissy, how could you leave me so alone? Yet Anderig emerged from the wound in Lightfall. The laughter of his sword chewed the air. She stared across at him, thinking how lost he looked. But no, that's just me. It's just me. He knows what he needs to know. He's worked it all out. It comes with the blood. Sergeant Sellows stumped up to Yedan.
Prince, she's alive, but unconscious. The witches used her.
I know, he replied, studying the killing field. The sergeant, burly and hulking, a touch of Teblor blood in him, followed his gaze and grunted.
They hurt us this time, sire. The hounds mauled the center and the right flank. One of the beasts reached the wounded before Pulley drove it back. But our losses, sire, they hurt us. Nice, Aescan, Trapple, Pissy.
Yedan shot him a hard look.
Pissy?
Sellows pointed with a finger that had been cut off just below the knuckle.
There.
A figure slumped in a weeping soldier's arms, Brevity kneeling nearby, head lowered.
See to what needs to be done, Sergeant. Wounded, weapons.
Yes, sire. Prince?
What is it?
Seems I'm the last.
The last?
From your original company, sir. Coast Patrol.
Yedan felt something crunch at the back of his mouth. He winced, leaned over and spat.
Shit, broke a tooth.
He lifted his eyes, stared across at Sellows.
I want you in the reserve.
Sire?
For when I need you the most, Sergeant. For when I need you at my side. Until then, you are to remain out of the fight.
Sire.
But when I call, you'd better be ready. The man saluted and then strode away.
My last,
Yedan whispered. He squinted at Brevity.
If all these eyes were not upon me, I would walk to you, Brevity. I would take you in my arms. I would share your grief. You deserved that much. We both do. But I can show nothing like that.
He hesitated, suddenly unsure, probed his broken tooth with his tongue, tasted blood.
Shit.
Brevity looked up as the shadow fell over her.
Prince,
She struggled to stand, but Yedan reached out, and the weight of his hand pushed her back down. She waited for him to speak, but he said nothing, though his eyes were now on Pithy and the soldiers gathering around the fallen woman. She forced herself to follow his gaze. They were lifting her so gently she thought her heart would rupture. "It's no easy thing," murmured Yedan, "to earn that." Aparal Forge saw the enclaves encamped on the surrounding mounds slowly stirring awake, saw the soldiers assembling. "This will be the one, then. When we throw our elites through the gate, legions of light. Lord Khadgar Fent, why did you wait this long? If they had gone through from the first, the Sheikh would have fallen by now. Make the first bite the deepest. Every commander knows this, but you wouldn't listen. You wanted to bleed your people first, to make your cause theirs. But it hasn't worked. They fight because you give them no choice. The pot-throwers dry their hands, and the wheel slows and then stops. The weavers lock up their looms. The wood-carvers put away their tools. The road-menders, the lamp-makers, the hawkers of songbirds and the dog-skinners, the mothers and the whores and the consorts and the drug-peddlers, they all set down the things they would do to fight this war of yours. It all stops, and for so many now will never start again. You've ripped out the side of your people, left a gaping wound, a wound like the one before us. And we flow through it like blood. We spill out and scab up on the other side." The Soul-Taken were all assembled now. They knew what needed to be done. And as the ranks drew up, Aparal saw his elate-fouled kin take position, each at the head of his or her own elite soldiers. "But a husked legion awaits us, slayers of hounds and dragons, in all the mad laughter of war. This next battle, it will be our last." He looked up to the battlements, but Khadgar was not there. And from his soldiers resting on all sides, his commoners so bloodied, so utterly ruined, Aparal heard the same words. "He comes, our Lord shall lead us." Our Lord, our very own rag doll.
"Water, Highness, drink."
She barely had strength to guide the mouthpiece to her lips. Like rain in a desert, the water flowed through the ravaged insides of her mouth. Lacerated tissues stung awake. Her throat opened in relief. She pulled it away, gasping.
"What's happening? Where am I?"
"The witches and your brother, Queen. They killed the hounds."
"Hounds? What day is this? In a world without days, what day is this?"
"They're little girls now,"
her companion said. Jan Tovis blinked up at her, a familiar face.
"Your brother?"
The woman looked away.
"I'm sorry."
She shook her head.
"I will see them soon, my Queen. That's what I look forward to now." "Don't think that way. Forgive me, Highness. I took care of them all my life, but against this I wasn't enough. I failed. It's too much. From the very start it was too much."
Jan Tovis stared up at the woman's face, the dry eyes, the absence of expression.
"She's already gone.
They await you on the shore."
A brittle half-smile.
"So we say over our dead, yes, I remember. Over our dead. Tell the witches, if they do that to me again, if they use me like that ever again, I will kill them both."
The woman flinched.
"They look 10 years old, Highness. But they aren't. They're 2 old women, sour and bitter and hateful of the world. Go, give them my warning, soldier."
With a silent nod, the young woman rose. Jan Tovis settled her head, felt the sand grinding against the back of her skull.
"Empty sky, dreams of darkness. If I had knelt to the shore, they couldn't touch me.
Instead, they punished me. But if they hadn't, she whispered, those hounds would have killed hundreds more. Which of us, then, is sour and bitter, hateful of the world? I will go to her, to Carcanus. I will beg her forgiveness. Neither of us can withstand the weight of this crown. We should cast it off. We can find the strength for that. We must. Oh, I am a fool. Yadan will not yield. The lives lost must mean something even when they don't. So it seems we must all die. It seems we have no choice. Not the Sheikh, not the Letheri, not Sandalath Drukorlat, Queen of High House Dark. She reached down and came up with a handful of white sand, crumbled bones. It's all here, she whispered. Our entire history, right here, from then to now, to what's coming. All here. And she watched as she closed that hand into a fist, as if to crush it all. Chapter 16. Stone whispers patience.